Like, subscriber and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channels for next part. Chapter 1. Lingyun City, a small city on the westernmost side of the flowing Cloud Empire, was built on a branch of the Magical Beasts mountain range. On the vast universe continent, there are countless cities. Like Henghaisha River, Lingyun City is just one of them. As early winter is approaching, the branches of the magical beasts are extremely cold, and the ground is covered with a thick layer of hoarfrost. And in a cave in the branch of the magical beasts mountain range, a young man who was only 13 or 4 years old slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the surrounding scenes, a trance appeared in his eyes. The universe continent. Lingyun City. Luo family. The young man clutched his head and muttered in a low voice, "Unexpectedly, the legendary crossing would happen to me." The young man's name was Luo Chen, who was originally just an ordinary college student on Earth. Because of an experimental operation error, Luo Chen was exploded and sent to the universe continent, where he happened to be possessed by this unlucky ghost. It is worth mentioning that the unlucky ghost he possessed was also called Luo Chen, and was also the son of Lu Xiao, the head of the Luo family, one of the 2 major families in Lingyun City. It is a pity that although this unlucky ghost is the son of the Luo family patriarch, he does not have the slightest talent for cultivation. A few days ago, the Luo family had changed, the patriarch Luo Xiao and the other family clashed, and Luo Chen was inevitably involved in it. While hunting in the Magical Beasts mountain range, he was calculated by someone from another line of the family and was severely injured and dropped off the cliff, eventually gaining the advantage of Luo Chen, who had crossed over. Ugh! Luo Chen sighed lightly. The universe continent respects Wu, even if it is just a martial student who has just stepped into Martial Dao. The treatment he can enjoy is far from what a waste that cannot be cultivated can match. Not to mention the martial master, martial grandmaster, Xiantian great master above martial student, and even the legendary stepping through Xiantian, and becoming a higher level of existence. And although the big elder representing another line of the Luo family is only a 3rd-rank martial grandmaster, in this remote Lingyun city, it is already considered an extraordinary existence. Being stared at by this big elder, Luo Chen's pressure is not small. Oh, difficult! Luo Chen sighed again with a look of despair. After passing through, the other traversers are all savory and spicy, punching sacred land from all sides, and stepping on the gods of the heavens. Why does he face the start of the underworld mode when he crosses over? According to the current situation of the Luo family, once he returned to the Luo family, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was killing every step. With his current situation, it is difficult to save his life under this turbulent undercurrent. Ding! The one-key cultivation system was successfully activated. Suddenly, a cold and mechanical voice rang in Luo Chen's mind, making his expression stagnant, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. As a traverser, how could Luo Chen not know what the system is? Holding the system in hand, doesn't it mean that Luo Chen can also punch sacred land like other traversers, kick the gods in the sky, marry holy maiden of all races, and embark on the pinnacle of life? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the one-key cultivation system. Now a newbie reward, 10,000 spiritual chi points. Please allocate it in the attribute panel by the host. As the system prompt sounded, Luo Chen was surprised to find that a transparent light quality panel suddenly appeared in his sight. Host, Luo Chen. Cultivation base, mortal, 0/100. Cultivation qualification, waste qualification, 0/1000. Cultivation technique, Luo family gathering Qi Ju, beginner first practice, proficiency 1/100. Martial skill, cross sword art, integrity, proficiency 199/500. Spiritual chi, 10,000 points, current growth rate of 1 point/minute. Chapter 2. Looking at the light quality panel in front of him, Luo Chen subconsciously clicked on the column of cultivation base. Spiritual chi instantly reduced by 100 points, and Luo Chen only felt that a warm current was born out of thin air in his body, and a hint of true chi was born in the originally empty Danshan. Ding! Congratulations to the host level ascension, current realm, first rank martial student, 0/200, spiritual chi growth rate ascension to 2 points/minute. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen suddenly shot an unexpected look in his eyes, and did not hesitate to drop his finger on the column of cultivation base. Ding! Congratulations to the host level ascension, current realm, 2nd rank martial student, 0/400, spiritual chi growth rate ascension to 4 points per minute. Ding! Congratulations to the host level ascension, the current realm, martial student, 0/2000, spiritual chi growth rate ascension to 18 points per minute. Ding! The host spiritual chi is not enough to upgrade. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen came back to his senses. Looking at the only 900 spiritual chi points left on the attribute panel, the joy on his face could not be concealed. In just a few breaths, he went from a waste that could not be cultivated to a cultivator of the 9th martial student. This cultivation base, looking at the younger generation of Lingyun City, is already considered top-notch. The cultivation base of the 9th rank martial student is enough for the time being, Luo Chen groaned, raising his hand and clicking on the column of cultivation technique. In Qinkan continent, the degree of control over martial skill and cultivation technique is divided into 5 levels. Beginners and practice, mastery, proficiency, peaking, and the legendary Deva unity. Each level of ascension control over cultivation technique and martial skill will increase its power a lot. It is no exaggeration to say that even if it is just the most garbage martial skill, if it can be cultivated to the level of Deva unity, its power is enough to make people feel shocked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the ascension of the Luo family gathering Chi Ju, 1/500, and the ascension of spiritual chi to 20 points per minute. Hearing the system prompt, and then looking at the pitiful 819 spiritual chi on the attribute panel, Luo Chen shook his head and put the attribute panel away. Now, there are some accounts, it should be forgotten. Luo Chen muttered as he looked out of the cave. His predecessor was conspired by someone from another family of the Luo family and was seriously injured and left the cliff. Now Luo Chen is already a 9th rank martial student, plus his identity as the son of the Luo family's patriarch, he is already eligible for revenge. Shaking a fist, Luo Chen stood up, looked at the direction of the Luo family, and smiled lightly, seeing me safe and sound, some people must have wonderful expressions. Before the words fell, Luo Chen flew up, like a flexible ape, appeared outside the cave after a while, and swept away towards the distance. At the same time, at a distance of 10,000 meters from this cave, on the mountain path, a long line of torches lined up and quickly approached this cave. Rustle! Holding a torch, a group of people walked across the frosty path and appeared not far outside the cave. Are you sure it's here? The headed man was wearing a brown robe, with a pair of sword eyebrows inserted into the temple, looking quite heroic. A follower cried and said, "Crane Deacon, nothing can be wrong." Before the disappearance of Chen Young Master, he said that he wanted to go to the cliff on the branch of the Magical Beasts mountain range. If Chen Young Master really fell off the cliff, may fall here. It's just that the cliff is more than 100 feet high, and even if the martial master falls from the top, it's not easy to be lucky. If Chen Young Master doesn't have the cultivation base in his body, if he falls from there. Shut up! The entourage was coldly interrupted by the man in the brown robe before he finished speaking. If there is something wrong with young Master Chen, please go with him. The entourage was silent for a moment, his face pale, and he dared not say anything more. Crane, Deacon, why do you have to be embarrassed with a subordinate? A round-faced man who also wears a brown robe and always has a smile on his face squinted his eyes and said, "Since Miss went to Liuyun Academy, no one can persuade Chen Young Master. In recent years, Chen Young Master's will has become more and more depressed, if you can't think of it for a while." In the latter words, the round-faced man did not say anything, but no matter who it was, he could guess the meaning of his words. Maybe Luo Chen couldn't think about it for a while, maybe he jumped off a cliff and committed suicide. Hearing the words of the round-faced man, many people in the team nodded silently, secretly agreeing. Li Dong. A murderous intent flashed in Crane Deacon's eyes, and he coldly snorted, "Don't think I don't know your thoughts. Although Chen Young Master is not a weapon, he is also the son of the patriarch. After speaking, Crane Deacon waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Search for me. You must find young Master Chen. You must see people in life, and corpses in death." In the team, Li Dong exchanged glances with another short, fat man, and immediately stopped talking, and followed the Crane Deacon towards the direction of the cave. Chapter 3. Before everyone could go far away, there was a faint sound of footsteps not far away. Everyone paused and looked in the direction where the sound came from. I saw Luo Chen walked out of the mountains and forest slowly as if strolling in a leisurely courtyard. "Dust young master." The moment Crane Deacon saw Luo Chen, he breathed a sigh of relief, then his back figure flashed and appeared beside Luo Chen, and said anxiously, "Are you not injured?" But seeing Luo Chen seemed safe and sound, but the round-faced man Li Dong and the short fat man seemed to have seen a ghost. But fortunately, they are not bad at nurturing Qigong, and others have not noticed the changes in their expressions. "Uncle He, I'm fine," Luo Chen smiled and shook his head, then looked at Li Dong and the pudgy man beside him, and said lightly, "I'm back safely." Li Deacon and Zhao Huwei don't seem to be very happy? Could it be that I am afraid that I will make public the thing that you pushed me off the cliff? He Deacon was furious when he heard this, staring at Li Dong and the short fat man, and shouted, "Li Dong! Zhao Yang! You are so bold!" Zhao Yang's expression changed, but Li Dong appeared calmer. He looked at Luo Chen and said with a serious face, "Who doesn't the Luo family know that I Li Dong has always been disliked by Chen young master because I am close to young master?" "Dust young master, you said that Zhao Yang and I pushed you off the cliff. Do you have any evidence?" Having said this, Li Dong's expression became serious, and he said solemnly, "I, Li Dong, is also a Luo family deacon no matter what, whether it is the patriarch or elder, I would never sit and watch me being framed by Chen young master." "Evidence?" Luo Chen sneered when he heard the words, then appeared in front of Zhao Yang instantly, pointed it into a sword, and pierced Zhao Yang's chest directly. "Huh? True Qi fluctuation." Seeing Luo Chen who appeared in front of Zhao Yang, He Deacon's eyes suddenly burst out with an astonishing look. When Luo Chen moved, although the true Qi fluctuations emitted from his body were concealed, they could not be concealed from him. "Dust young master can actually be cultivated." He Deacon looked at Luo Chen, feeling a little excited in his heart. As long as Luo Chen can cultivate, even if his cultivation qualifications are poor, with the resources in Luo Xiao's hands, he will be able to pile Luo Chen on Martial Grandmaster's realm. Coupled with the big Miss Luo Qingxiu who is now in Luoyun Academy, the big elder family will no longer be able to shake Luo Xiao's position as patriarch. Compared with Crane Deacon, Zhao Yang didn't notice the hidden true Qi fluctuations on Luo Chen's body at all. Naturally, it was unexpected that Luo Chen, who had always been called waste, burst out at such an astonishing speed in an instant. Therefore, Zhao Yang had no time to dodge, so he could only watch Luo Chen's fingers fall on him. Luo Chen hooked his fingers, and the clothes on Zhao Yang's chest were instantly torn open, and immediately a delicate jade pendant slipped from Zhao Yang's chest. In the light of the fire, the word "dust" with dragons flying and phoenix dancing on the jade pendant is really eye-catching. Crane Deacon was originally shocked by the strength that Luo Chen had just shown. But as soon as he saw the grey cloth bag, Crane Deacon's face instantly became gloomy, and he shouted sharply, "Zhao Yang! You can explain, how did Chen young master's jade pendant be on you?" "Call!" Hearing Crane Deacon's questioning, Zhao Yang clenched his fists and smashed towards Luo Chen. The fist wind roared, and there was a faint blast in the air. Now that the matter has been revealed, he knew that he could not escape from Crane Deacon and the Luo family guards. The only vitality is to capture Luo Chen, take Luo Chen as a hostage, and force Crane to let them leave. "Hey, it's just a martial student of the 8th rank, I'm still afraid you won't make it." Seeing Zhao Yang's movements, Luo Chen snorted coldly, clenched his fists with both hands, and slammed into Zhao Yang's fist. The fist wind screamed, and the cultivation base of the martial student of Luo Chen's 9th grade showed no doubt, directly knocking Zhao Yang back a few steps. 9-pin martial student. Perceiving the cultivation base that Luo Chen suddenly showed, Crane Deacon's heart trembled and lost his voice. although he was aware of the hidden true qi fluctuations on Luo Chen's body before. But Luo Chen suddenly showed the cultivation base of the 9th rank martial student, which still made him a little unbelievable. I wanted to ask why Luo Chen had undergone earth-shaking transformation in such a short period of time from falling from the cliff to being found by them. But thinking of the crowds around him with mixed eyes, Crane Deacon finally suppressed the doubts in his heart. It's just that his constantly changing face still betrayed his heart at the moment. Hearing he Deacon's words, Zhao Yang's face instantly turned pale, and he hysterically said, "Impossible! You are just a waste that cannot be cultivated. How could it be a martial student of the 9th rank? Impossible! You must be blindfolded." "Yes. It must be blindfolded." Zhao Yang quickly found a reason for self-comfort, rushing towards Luo Chen like a madman, and shouted wildly, "Daddy will break your blindfold. Nothing is impossible. I also want to thank you for pushing me down the cliff, otherwise I won't have any adventures, in order to express my gratitude." Luo Chen looked at Zhao Yang, who was like a madman, a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes, and coldly said, "This young master will send you on the road." Before he finished speaking, Luo Chen's figure flashed and appeared next to a Luo family guard. He directly drew out the long sword equipped at his waist, and then Luo Chen's long sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake spitting out a letter, and it struck Zhao Yang directly. Chest. Zhao Yang was too late to dodge, and was hurriedly hit by the long sword stabbed by Luo Chen on his left shoulder, and a hideous blood hole instantly appeared on his shoulder. "Li Dong, you still don't make a move." After being wounded by Luo Chen, the last fluke in Zhao Yang's heart was also shattered, and he immediately roared, "Luo Chen, this kid has already seen through the identity of you and me, don't you think you can stay out of it? IFG want to do it too." Li Dong looked at the Crane Deacon who was staring at him not far away, wanting to cry without tears. He was only the cultivation base of the 2nd rank martial master, and he was stared at by the Crane Deacon who had reached the 9th rank martial master realm. Even running away was a problem, let alone attacking Luo Chen. "Die!" Luo Chen pulled a sword flower with the long sword in his hand, and the two sword rays crossed to form a 10 character and attacked Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang was too late to dodge, and was hit by sword ray. There were 2 hideous wounds on his chest. He screamed and threw out, and his life was cut off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Zhao Yang, completing the hidden task Vengeance, rewarding spiritual chi 1000 points, and cross-sword technique proficiency 100. Chapter 4. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen's expression of joy flashed away, and he immediately looked at Li Dong and sneered, "Li Deacon, did you cut it off by yourself, or did this young master send you on the road?" Hearing Luo Chen's words, Li Dong actually weakened his legs and knelt on the ground instantly, crying and begging, "Young Master Chen, please beg your life, this time you are murdered by Elder secretly. The villain is just a small deacon, how dare you violate the meaning of the big elder? Ask the dust young master to spare the villain's life, and the villain is willing to be a bull and a horse for the dust young master." Soft egg. He Deacon saw that Li Dong was so unbearable, he shook his head, disdainfully said, "Dust young master, how do you deal with this soft egg?" However, although Crane Deacon disdains Li Dong, he is not good at making decisions without authorization. He immediately turned his head to look at Luo Chen and asked. Luo Chen groaned for a while and smiled, "Uncle He, although this soft guy is greedy and afraid of death, it is not useless, so he will leave him a dog and take it back to my father." He Deacon nodded when he heard the words, pointed at Li Dong and ordered, "Tie this traitor who eats inside and out." A group of Luo family guards rushed up and tied Li Dong firmly. "Uncle Crane, let's go." Luo Chen took the jade pendant handed over by the Luo family's guard and hung it carefully around his neck, then said to Deacon at Crane. Crane Deacon nodded, and the group hurried towards Luo's house along the mountain road. In the middle of the night sky of Lingyun City was densely covered with stars, making the city look quite peaceful. Compared with the murderous magical beasts mountain range, it was a world of difference. In a courtyard to the east of Lingyun City, the Luo family was located. The residence of the head of the Luo family is located in the middle of the house, as if stars are arching over the moon, surrounded by surrounding houses. The room was brightly lit, and Luo Chen sat at a stone table. Opposite Luo Chen, there was a middle-aged man with black hair and thick eyebrows. He was not angry but mighty. This man was the head of the Luo family, Luo Xiao. Crane Deacon stood by the stone table and reported to Luo Xiao what had happened in the branch of the magical beasts mountain range. "Chen, you did a good job," Luo Xiao nodded after listening to Deacon's return, and said softly, "Keeping that Li Dong, you can make Elder throw a rat, but it is more useful than killing him. Lao He, you personally take care of Li Dong, don't let him make any mistakes." Luo Xiao thought for a while, looked at the Crane Deacon on the side, and said sternly. He Deacon nodded when he heard the words, then turned and left. After Crane Deacon's figure disappeared, Luo Xiao got up from his seat, put his palm on Luo Chen's shoulder, and put a strand of true qi into Luo Chen's body. Sure enough, it is the 9th rank martial student. After a long while, Luo Xiao took his palm back, and said in shock, "Lao, he just now said that you are already the 9th rank martial student cultivation base. I still don't believe it. Now I have to believe it. NS. It's my luck." Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Luo Chen explained that he had already thought about it. "At that time, I was pushed down the cliff by Li Dong and Zhao Yang. Even I thought I was bound to die. An old senior who passed by was able to save it easily. Later, I casually said a word that solved an old senior's heart knot that had troubled him for many years. In order to thank me, the old senior cleaned up the essence for me. Only then can I be able to ascension to 9 in a short period of time. Product martial student. My son really has great luck." Hearing Luo Chen's words, Luo Xiao was taken aback at first, and then laughed loudly. It's just that Luo Chen didn't notice the fleeting haze in Luo Xiao's smile. Able to ascension an ordinary person who has never been cultivated to the cultivation base of the 9th martial student. These methods, is it the strong man who came out of that place? It shouldn't be. How could people there appear in such remote places as Lingyun City? Luo Xiao looked at Luo Chen, thinking about it in his heart. "Chen, can you still contact the old senior?" Luo Xiao groaned and asked. If the one who rescued Luo Chen was really the strong man who came out of that place, then Lingyun City might not be safe anymore. Luo Chen spread his hands and said nothing. Seeing Luo Chen's movements, Luo Xiao also had some regrets. If he could see the old senior in Luo Chen's mouth, he could also be sure whether the strong from that place had arrived in Lingyun City. However, looking at Luo Chen in front of him, Luo Xiao quickly suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart, and said to Luo Chen, "Chen, although you are now a powerhouse of the 9th rank martial student realm, after all, your breakthrough hasn't been long. During the next period of time, you will consolidate the cultivation base in the clan, and then go to the library to select 2 suitable martial skills. After half a month, I don't ask you to beat Luofan, but at least you must be in the top 10. Father, do you look down on me too much, right?" Luo Chen curled his lips and said lightly, "Since you want to participate in the clan competition, if you don't take the number 1 back, then it's okay if you don't participate in the competition." "Haha, good. Ambitious, worthy of being my Luo Xiao's son." Hearing Luo Chen's words, Luo Xiao immediately laughed and said, "If you can win the first place in the clan after half a month, I will reward you with a low-grade universe ring." Before Luo Xiao's voice fell, the system prompt suddenly sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task Tabby's fame. Please take the first place in the family in half a month. Task reward, spiritual chi 50,000 points, a chance to draw a lottery. Then Daddy, you have to prepare the universe ring in advance. Luo Chen looked at Luo Xiao and chuckled softly, "I'll go back to sleep first." Go, go, Luo Xiao waved his hand and smiled, "Take a good rest. Daddy is waiting for you to beat Luofan so that his grandfather can't recognize him in half a month." Luo Chen nodded, turned, and walked outside the house. After Luo Chen left, Luo Xiao groaned for a while, and quickly walked out of the door, heading towards the magical beasts mountain range. Soon, Luo Xiao's figure disappeared in the darkness. Chapter 5. In the early morning, the morning sun was rising. In the room, Luo Chen was lying on the bed with his arm pillowed, and a transparent light quality panel was suspended in front of him. Host, Luo Chen. Cultivation Base, Martial Student, May 2000. Cultivation Qualification, Waste Qualification, 0/1000. Cultivation Technique, Luo Family Gathering Qi Ju, Integrity, Proficiency 1/500. Martial Skill, Cross Sword Technique, Integrity, Proficiency 299/500. Spiritual Qi, 6,897 points, current growth rate of 20 points per minute. Ascension again. Looking at the 6,000 spiritual Qi points on the attribute panel, Luo Chen couldn't help feeling a little bit more joyful, and raised his hand to click on the column of Cultivation Base. On the property panel, the column of spiritual Qi instantly decreased by 1995 points, and at the same time, the light spiritual Qi came from all directions, converging in Luochen's body, turning into thin strands of true Qi, flowing through Luochen's meridians, and finally converging. Enter Danshan. With the continuous circulation of true Qi, the skin on Luo Chen's body was actually faintly white and jade-like luster. Suddenly, Luo Chen's body shook, and he opened his mouth and let out a spit of breath. Call. The turbid air condensed but did not dissipate, just like the legendary exhalation into a sword. After flying about half a meter away, this slowly dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host level ascension, the current realm, first rank martial master, 0/20,000, spiritual Qi growth rate ascension is 30 points per minute. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen's face became more thoughtful, and he murmured, starting from martial master realm, the spiritual Qi required for ascension level has been directly increased by 10 times. If this continues, then martial grandmaster, martial isn't the spiritual Qi needed for spirit and even realm an astronomical figure? It seems that I have to find a way to increase the speed of ascension spiritual Qi. Thinking of this, Luo Chen didn't hesitate at all, and raised his hand to click on the Cultivation Technique column. The spiritual Qi on the property panel was quickly consumed, and the system prompts continued to ring in Luo Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the ascension of Luo Family Gathering Qi Ju to the fullest, 1/1500, and the spiritual Qi growth rate ascension is 32 points per minute. Ding! Congratulations to the host for bringing the ascension of Luo Family Qi Gathering Ju to its peak, 1/5000, and the growth rate of spiritual Qi ascension is 34 points per minute. The growth rate of spiritual Qi has increased too little. It seems that the cultivation technique ascension has to be combined with Deva realm to make a qualitative change. Luo Chen shook his head, thinking rather greedily. If the other disciples of the Luo family were to know what he was thinking, they might hang this guy for a while. It is necessary to know that the control of cultivation technique is far more difficult than martial skill ascension. Even if they cultivated Luo family gathering Qi Ju from an early age, the majority of people's control of Luo family gathering Qi Ju is still at the beginning of realm. Among the 3 generations of Luo family disciples, only Luo Chen's big sis, the super arrogant who was specially recruited by Luoyun Academy, Luo Qingxiu, cultivated Luo family Qi gathering technique to the peak realm before he was 15 years old. It is precisely because of this that Luo Qingxiu, alarmed the mentor of Luoyun Academy, was specially admitted, and recruited into the genius-studded Luoyun Academy. In addition to Luo Qingxiu, Luo Fan, the strongest of the 3 generations of Luo family disciples, has only cultivated the Luo family Qi gathering art to the realm. Now Luo Chen easily took the Luo family Qi gathering Ju ascension to the highest level, but this product was not yet satisfied. Do other people live? Looking at the remaining 2904 spiritual Qi points on the attribute panel, Luo Chen hesitated. After all, he did not choose to use the 2000 spiritual Qi to upgrade his cultivation qualifications. Although he guessed that the breakthrough cultivation qualification will increase the speed of spiritual Qi ascension a lot, but compared to the cultivation technique of ascension to Deva Unity Realm, I am afraid there is still a gap. Putting away the attribute panel, Luo Chen turned over and got out of bed, and then walked outside the door. Although Lu Xiao asked him to go to the library to choose 2 suitable martial skills, in Luo Chen's view, now learning other martial skills is completely wasting his time and energy. Although with the help of the system, he can quickly cultivate a martial skill to the realm, but if he wants to go further ascension, he needs a lot of spiritual qi. His top priority is to find a way to increase the speed of ascension spiritual qi. In contrast, ascension of martial skill is secondary to him. In a short period of time, a cross-sword art is completely enough for him to use. Walking on the road, the people of the Luo family passing by, saw Luo Chen passing by, and hurriedly greeted him respectfully. After Luo Chen left, he started to discuss. How do you feel that young Master Chen is a little different today? Don't you know? When Chen young master was hunting in the magical beasts mountains this time, he was pushed down from the cliff by Li Deacon and another guard. But Chen young master was lucky. Not only was it okay, but he was lucky enough to be 9. Product martial student. 9th rank martial student. Doesn't that mean that Chen young master's strength may have been ranked in the top 10 of the 3rd generation of Luo family disciples? That's not necessarily true. Although Chen young master has become a 9th rank martial student, several young master misses are all 9th rank martial students. Where young masters have even reached the 1st rank martial master, Chen young master may not be their opponent. Around the surroundings, Luo family guards and servants' comments came, with amazement and envy, as if they were surprised that Luo Chen, this trash, actually turned over. In this regard, Luo Chen seemed to have not heard it, and his steps were still steady. He soon walked out of the gate of Luo's house and walked towards the commercial street north of Lingyun City. Chapter 6. Luo Chen's goal for this trip is Liuyun Wuxing, located in the center of Qinbei Commercial Street. In Liuyun Empire, whether it is a practitioner or not, you will never be unfamiliar with Liuyun's martial arts. As the largest trading firm in the Liuyun Empire, it is said that in Liuyun Wuxing, as long as the price is right, you can buy everything, even the legendary cultivation technique and martial skill. However, the purpose of Luo Chen's trip was not the all-encompassing commodities in Liuyun Wuxing, but the challenge of Liuyun Wuxing. In the challenge arena, everyone's cultivation base will be fixed by formation to the realm of the 1st rank martial master, and at this time, the competition is the mastery of martial skill by both parties. And this kind of battle is very effective in mastering the low-level martial skill. Therefore, the low-level practitioner of the Floating Cloud Empire is eager to challenge the arena. Luo Chen is naturally no exception. Without using spiritual qi to upgrade cross-sword technique, challenging the ring is the fastest and safest place for his proficiency in ascension cross-sword technique. It's just that Luo Chen was stopped by a group of people before he walked far after leaving the gate of Luo's house. The blue-robed youth headed by stood in the middle of the road, squinting at Luo Chen, and said, "Luo Chen, I heard you good luck this time, and successfully broke through to the 9th martial student." "Congratulations," the blue-robed youth said with a sullen look, "congratulations, you have finally become a man from a dog and put on clothes." "Who is this?" Looking at the blue-robed youth who suddenly appeared, Luo Chen couldn't help being a little confused. After a long while, Luo Chen remembered the identity of the blue-robed youth. Another big family in Lingyun City, Li Junhui of the Li family, was the first genius of the Li family. It's a pity that Li Junhui failed to pursue his big sis Luo Qingxiu, so he wanted to use indecent methods, but Luo Qingxiu was severely injured. If it weren't for the Li family elders' timely action, I am afraid that Li Junhui would have long since returned to Yellow Springs. For this reason, Li Junhui was also seriously injured in bed for more than a year, and his strength was surpassed by the other Li family disciples, and his status plummeted. Therefore, Li Junhui hated Luo Qingxiu to his bones, but he was not Luo Qingxiu's opponent, so he had no choice but to anger Luo Chen and find Luo Chen trouble. "A good dog doesn't stand in the way," Luo Chen frowned slightly and said lightly. "Ha, the mouth is still so cheap." Li Junhui showed a hideous color on his face, leaning to Luo Chen's ear, and said cruelly, "Boy, you are also a practitioner now, even if the young master beats you to death, no one will. What would you say more? Take advantage of the present, if you have any ruthless words, let them go, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to speak when it's too late." Luo Chen shook his head, his expression suddenly became cold and stern, and he shouted, "Get out!" True qi mixed with sound waves in his body spread out in all directions. Li Junhui never thought that Luo Chen would play this hand. For a while, he was so dizzy and staggered that he finally stabilized his figure. First rank martial master. Li Junhui raised his head to look at Luo Chen, wishing to tear the person who passed the information to him to pieces. According to the information he received, Luo Chen only had the cultivation base of the 9th rank martial student, and this was also the confidence he dared to bring people to stop Luo Chen today. Who knows that Luo Chen is not the 9th martial student at all, but the 1st rank martial master. He doesn't believe that Luo Chen has made a breakthrough from a 9th rank martial student to a 1st rank martial master in just one night, something that Li Junhui could not even do in the first place. Luo Chen is a waste of cultivation. Why can it be done? You guessed it, Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and hummed, "Unfortunately, there is no reward." Before he finished speaking, the long sword on Luo Chen's waist suddenly unsheathed, and the two sword rays crossed into a cross in mid-air, and they were directly printed on Li Junhui's chest. Along with the cracking sound, 2 bone wounds appeared on Li Junhui's chest, and blood gurgled out. Li Junhui screamed and fainted. Although the gap between the 9th-rank martial student and the 1st-rank martial master is not an insurmountable gap, it is not something that Li Junhui can easily challenge today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Li Junhui in public, rewarding 500 spiritual chi points and 100 proficiency in cross-sword technique. Hearing the prompt sound of the system, Luo Chen was overjoyed, but there was no fluctuation on his face. Throwing away the blood on the sword, he shouted at the route behind Li Junhui, "Take your master, get out." Several entourages, as if they were amnesty, hurriedly carried Li Junhui and ran towards the distance. Chapter 7. Seeing Li Junhui being taken away by his entourage, Luo Chen retracted the long sword and walked towards the position of Liu Yunwuxing. After Luo Chen left, the talents who were attracted by the movement here whispered in a low voice. "That was Luo Chen from the Luo family just now? Didn't he say that he was a waste that couldn't be cultivated?" A middle-aged strong man had a life-skeptical expression on his face, speechless. If a 13 or 4-year-old first-rank martial master is considered trash, what else is it, trash? You don't know yet. I heard that Luo Chen had an adventure in the Magical Beasts mountain range, breaking through to the 9th martial student, but now it seems that the Luo family may be deliberately hiding Luo Chen's strength. Hearing that person's words, the others couldn't help nodding their heads in agreement. The cultivation base revealed by Luo Chen just now is clearly the 1st-rank martial master. They don't think Luo Chen can break through from the 9th-rank martial student to the 1st-rank martial master overnight. If Luo Chen was such a genius, he would not stay in a small place like Lingyun City. Luo Chen didn't know what these people were saying, he was outside Liu Yunwuxing at the moment. Standing outside Liu Yunwuxing, Luo Chen took a random look, then opened the door and walked in. Behind the counter in the lobby, stood an elderly man in fuchsia clothes. Seeing Luo Chen coming in, the old man immediately smiled and said, "Young Master Chen, welcome to Liu Yunwuxing branch. I am the shopkeeper of this shop. What can I do for you?" The shopkeeper, "Hello," Luo Chen nodded, his expression calm. He didn't feel surprised that the old man in Huafa could tell his identity in one go. Since Liu Yunwuxing can spread all over the Liu Yun Empire, it must have its own uniqueness in intelligence collection. "I plan to take the challenge to the ring, and ask the shopkeeper to arrange it for me," Luo Chen said as he looked at the old man in Huafa. Although the Luo family was nothing in the Flowing Cloud Empire, as one of the 2 major overlords of Lingyun City, they also had some privileges in this Liu Yunwuxing branch. But for all the direct disciples of the Luo family, there are 10 free chances to challenge the arena every year, but the previous Luo Chen could not cultivate, and this opportunity can only be wasted. Hearing this, the old man in Huafa immediately took out a small token from the counter and handed it to Luo Chen, smiling, "Young Master Chen can wait for the challenge with this token." Seeing that token, Luo Chen couldn't help but stunned for a moment, and immediately said to the old man in Huafa, "The voucher of the low-level VIP, the shopkeeper is really willing." It's no wonder that Luo Chen behaved a little gaffe. You must know that the VIP voucher for Liu Yunwuxing is not something that everyone can get, even if it is only the most low-level VIP voucher. In the entire Lingyun city, except for Luo Qingxiu, who has already gone to Liuyun Academy, only the patrons of the Luo family and Li family have the low-level VIP vouchers for Liuyun Wuxing. Dust young master broke through from the 9th rank martial student to the 1st rank martial master overnight. This kind of talent can already be regarded as a low-level VIP certificate. The old man in Huxia clothes lowered his voice and laughed. Hearing the words of the old man in Huafo, Luo Chen was not too surprised. With the intelligence ability of flowing clouds and martial arts, it was not a problem to figure out his strength. Thank you for the shopkeeper. Then, Luo Chen received the low-level VIP certificate, and said with a smile to the old man in Huafo. The moment he received the low-level VIP certificate, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-level VIP voucher for Liuyun Wuxing, completing the hidden mission low-level VIP, and rewarding spiritual Qi 2000 points. Chapter 8. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen's heart moved, and then he rushed to the old man in Huafu and said, "The shopkeeper, can you prepare a quiet room for me?" "It's a trivial matter," the old man in Huafu nodded when he heard the words, and recruited a staff member to lead Luo Chen to the quiet room for cultivation. After Luo Chen left, a secret door suddenly opened on the wall behind the old man in Huafo, and then a handsome young son walked out of the secret door, looking at the direction Luo Chen had left, with a sense of exploration in his eyes. "Master Su," the old man in Huafo carefully glanced at the younger brother, and whispered, "Luo Chen's strength ascension speed is a bit weird, but it shouldn't be a low-level VIP certificate, right? Old Xie, don't you understand?" Young Master Su shook his head and said softly, that Luo Chen was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate before heading to the Magical Beasts mountain range. However, it has disappeared in the Magical Beasts for less than 2 days, and then it reappears as a 9th rank martial student, and then he broke through to become the 1st rank martial master overnight. Is it possible without the help of an expert? Master Su, what do you mean? The shopkeeper Xiavinyan's pupils shrank, and his eyes were full of horror. Behind Luo Chen is a master who has stepped through Xiantian. Young Master Su nodded lightly and murmured, "In such a short period of time, an ordinary person ascension to the 9th rank martial student or even the 1st rank martial master. These methods require at least the strength of the venerable realm to do it. What a lucky kid!" Hearing Su Gong's words, the treasurer Lao Xie turned up a storm in his heart. Looking at the direction Luo Chen was leaving, his eyes were full of envy. At the same time, Luo Chen, who was envied by the treasurer Lao Xie, had been in the quiet room under the leadership of the staff. After checking around and confirming that no one was watching secretly, Luo Chen sat down in lotus position, and then silently called out the attribute panel in his heart. Host, Luo Chen. Cultivation base, 1st rank martial master, 10/20,000. Cultivation qualification, waste qualification, 0/1000. Cultivation technique, Luo family gathering Qiju, reaching the peak, proficiency 1/5000. Martial skill, cross sword technique, integrity, proficiency 399/500. Spiritual Qi, 9484 points, current growth rate of 34 points per minute. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen raised his hand and clicked on the cultivation technique column. The spiritual Qi was consumed quickly, and the system prompts kept ringing in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for combining ascension to Deva in Luo family Qi gathering Ju, and the spiritual Qi growth rate ascension is 50 points per minute. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating a cultivation technique ascension to Deva, and achieving the achievement Deva 1 rewards spiritual Qi 5000, a random cultivation technique. Luo Chen didn't have the mind to pay attention to the system prompts. At this moment, he was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the surrounding spiritual Qi crazily. All of a sudden, a small spiritual Qi whirlpool formed in the quiet room. At the same time, the sky above Liuyun Wuxing suddenly dimmed, and then a dim starlight fell from the sky, as if it had not encountered any obstacles, and directly projected onto Luo Chen in the quiet room. In Lingyun City, all practitioners subconsciously cast their gazes in the direction of Luo Yun's martial arts, with incredible expressions on their faces. Every practitioner is no stranger to this vision, because this is the heaven and earth vision that can be triggered when cultivation technique or high-rank martial skill cultivation reaches the Deva unity realm. It's a pity that in the past 100 years of Lingyun City, no one has been able to provoke the vision of heaven and earth. Even the super genius Luo Qingshu who had attracted Luoyun Academy's special recruitment had not done it before. Chapter 9. In the quiet room, Luo Chen slowly exhaled a suffocating breath, and there seemed to be stars passing by in his eyes. Feeling the fullness of true qi in his body, Luo Chen couldn't help muttering, "Sure enough, even if one of the lowest cultivation technique cultivation is integrated into Deva realm, practitioner will have a completely reborn change. The total amount of true qi in my body now is almost the same as the average 5th rank martial master. Just cultivating the unqualified Luo family qi gathering technique to Deva can increase the total amount of true qi in my body by nearly 40%. What if I replace it with another cultivation technique?" Thinking of this, Luo Chen's eyes lit up, remembering the system's prompt sound before, and hurriedly asked in his heart, "System, where is the random cultivation technique for rewards? Does the host draw rewards for cultivation technique now?" The system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind. "Draw it right away," Luo Chen ordered in his heart without hesitation. Before he finished his words, Luo Chen only felt a flower in front of him, and his whole person seemed to be in the starry sky. Around him, countless balls of light of various colors appeared. Without system prompts, Luo Chen knew what to do, and immediately raised his hand to grab the nearest ball of light. The light ball shattered, and the scene in front of Luo Chen quickly disintegrated. When he recovered, he was already in the quiet room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-grade Huang Tier Cultivation Technique. As the system prompt sounded, Luo Chen only felt that a large amount of unfamiliar information emerged in his mind, which was the relevant content of Kongxiu Ju Yuanju. Huang Tier Top Grade Cultivation Technique. Luo Chen's expression was shocked, and there was joy on his face. His previous cultivation Luo family gathering Qi Ju was the lowest cultivation technique, but Huang Tier was inferior. This kind of cultivation technique can only make people cultivation to martial grandmaster realm at most. If you want to become a Xiantian great master, you have to watch it. Personal talent. And a cultivation technique of top-grade yellow rank is enough for people to cultivate to the Xiantian Great Master realm. If it is a genius like Luo Qingshu, he can even break through the realm of Xiantian with a top-grade yellow rank cultivation technique. But Luo Chen was not happy about this. For him, there was a system in his body, even if the cultivation technique was only a low-grade cultivation technique of the yellow rank, there would be no bottleneck. He was pleased that a yellow-level high-grade cultivation technique should allow his spiritual qi to grow faster ascension. Thinking of this, Luo Chen immediately tried to run Kongxiu Ju Yuanju, and soon he was immersed in the state of cultivation. And just as Luo Chen entered the cultivation state, the practitioners in Lingyun City also recovered from the shock brought to them by the vision of heaven and earth, and the entire Lingyun City quickly boiled as if the pot had exploded. Unexpectedly, in Lingyun City, there will be a peerless genius who combines cultivation technique cultivation with Deva realm. I am afraid that it will not be long before the masters of Luoyun Academy will come to Lingyun City. I just don't know who is so lucky. It should be the strong old generation. Among the younger generation of Lingyun City, except for Luo Qingshu who has already gone to Luoyun Academy, no one else has the talent to bring cultivation technique insight to Deva unity realm. Right. Whether it is an older generation of powerhouses, the ability to integrate cultivation technique cultivation to Deva realm is enough to be attracted by the major forces of Lingyun City. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a step to the sky. The major forces in Lingyun City? Since that person is making breakthroughs in Luoyun's martial arts, do other forces in Lingyun City still have a chance to compete? Compared with those who didn't know about Luoyun Wuxing, the treasurer of Luoyun Wuxing, Lao Xie, and the handsome and unusual young master Su looked at the direction Luo Chen had left before, their faces were full of shock. Chapter 10. After a long while, young Master Su came back to his senses, and said in a low voice, "Unexpectedly, in a remote place like Lingyun City, there is still a genius who combines cultivation technique insight to Deva realm. Genius is rare even in the imperial capital. What's more interesting is that this genius has always been treated as rubbish. Interesting, really interesting." As he said, young Master Su flipped his wrist, and a metal token appeared in his hand. The front of the token was a strange sign, and the back was the word Su painted on a silver hook and iron. "This is the Keqing token of the Su family." Seeing the token in Lord Su's hand, the treasurer Xie couldn't help but say no. All those who know the knowledge are forbidden to disclose Luo Chen's identity to the outside world. It is said to the outside that the person who combined cultivation technique insight with Deva is a veteran strong man who is a veteran with a cloud of martial arts. In addition, young Master Su threw the token in his hand to Lao Xie, the treasurer, and said lightly, "Keep this Keqing token first. If Luo Chen can pass the Luo family grand competition safely, you will use my Su family." He sent this token to Luo's house and handed it to Luo Chen in the name of. The shopkeeper Lao Xie nodded quickly, carefully put the token away, and looked in the direction of Luo Chen, with envy in his eyes. He is very clear about what such a token represents. It is no exaggeration to say that in most parts of the flowing cloud empire, as long as you hold this token, you can walk sideways. Luo Chen didn't know what happened outside the quiet room. After trying to run Kongxiu Yuanju once, Luo Chen's mind suddenly sounded a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful insight cultivation technique. It is detected that the host cultivation has more than 2 cultivation techniques. The cultivation technique auxiliary function is turned on. The host can freely switch the cultivation technique, and the spiritual qi growth effect brought by the cultivation technique will keep it forever. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen's face showed a touch of joy, and he quickly called out the attribute panel. Host, Luo Chen. Cultivation base, first rank martial master, 10/20,000. Cultivation qualification, waste qualification, 0/1000. Current cultivation technique, Kongxiu Yuanju, beginner first practice, proficiency 1/5000. Can be switched cultivation technique, Luo family gathering Qi Ju, Deva unity, proficiency max. Martial skill, cross sword technique, integrity, proficiency 399/500. Spiritual Qi, 10,485 points, current growth rate of 50 points per minute. This function came in time, Luo Chen muttered while looking at the attribute panel. The vision triggered by cultivation technique breakthrough to Deva unity realm cannot be hidden. Luo Chen believes that at this moment, many people in Liuyun Wuxing already know that the person who cultivated cultivation technique cultivation to Deva unity realm is himself. If you don't have this cultivation technique auxiliary function, you will inevitably arouse people's suspicion if you rashly use Kongxiu Yuanju. After all, even if it is a genius with amazing talents, it is impossible to change the cultivation technique and complete the transformation of true qi in such a short period of time. And compared to the Luo family gathering Qi Ju that was cultivated to Deva unity realm, today's Kongxiu Yuanju is much weaker than the Luo family gathering Qi Ju. Without this cultivation technique auxiliary function, his strength would even drop a lot in a short time. After switching the current cultivation technique to Luo family Qi gathering technique, Luo Chen slowly got up, opened the door of the quiet room, and walked towards the place where the challenge ring was located. Although this accident broke through the cultivation technique to the Deva unity realm, Luo Chen has not forgotten what his main purpose is to come to Liuyun Wuxing this time. Chapter 11. Inside Liuyun Wuxing, 10 huge arenas are arranged one after the other, and practitioners compete in each arena. The audience on both sides was full of people, shouting something from time to time. "It's really generous," Luo Chen withdrew his eyes from the ring, and exclaimed in admiration. Each arena is made of black flint. This kind of rock has no other properties besides being strong, but even so, the value of black flint is also high. The cost of casting a black firestone ring is enough for a family like the Luo family to cultivate a 9th rank martial master or even a martial grandmaster. In this Lingyun city, I am afraid that only Luo Yuxing has the courage to cast 10 black flint arena in one go. Please register for me, Luo Chen said as he walked to the registration office and handed the low-level VIP voucher to the staff in charge of registration. Low-level VIP. When the staff saw the low-level VIP voucher handed out by Luo Chen, a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. But he didn't say much. After registering for Luo Chen, he returned the VIP voucher to Luo Chen and said respectfully, "You are the 7th ring, and the next war practitioner is you. Regarding my identity, please keep it secret for me," Luo Chen said to the staff in charge of the registration after receiving the VIP voucher. After finishing speaking, before the staff member could speak, Luo Chen walked straight towards the number 7 ring. Luo Chen had just walked under the number 7 ring, and a strong man on the ring knocked his opponent back with one palm and won. There was a burst of cheers in the surrounding audience. Obviously, this man is good at strength, otherwise there would not be so many people supporting him. The MC did not know when he appeared on the ring, and announced loudly, "Congratulations to Feng Han, you have won 3 consecutive victories. Next, as long as Feng Han can defeat his opponent, then he will become the first player to win a 5-game winning streak today and win a mysterious gift prepared by me Luo Yuxing. Next, let us invite the next one to pick the war practitioner on stage." It's really not a coincidence, Luo Chen curled his lips, a little under his feet, and his whole body rose into the air and landed on the ring. Seeing Luo Chen boarding the ring, the surrounding audience immediately exploded the pot. "Isn't that Luo Chen from the Luo family? I heard that he was lucky and turned from a trash to a martial student of the 9th grade. Your news is out of date. Luo Chen is already the 1st-rank martial master. He even easily defeated Li Junhui of the Li family before." "Defeat Li Junhui? Are you kidding? Isn't this Luo Chen a famous trash? Even if luck can be cultivated, he won't defeat Li Junhui, right?" Li Junhui was indeed defeated by Luo Chen, but that Li Junhui was not the Li family genius back then. The 1st-rank martial master played a 9th-rank martial student, and he was ashamed of losing. That's right, it's that Luo Chen is on stage to challenge Feng Han at this time. Isn't that asking for trouble? Feng Han's Mianzhong has been cultivated to the level of proficiency, and Luo Chen may not be able to do 3 tricks in his hands. Who knows, it may be that you suddenly gained strength and swelled. Such examples are not uncommon. Luo Chen naturally heard the discussion in the audience, but he didn't say anything. He knew that he was still the Luo family trash in the impression of many people, and it was normal that no one was optimistic about himself. After taking a wooden sword from the weapon rack on the side, Luo Chen rushed to Feng Han to arch his cupped hands, and said sternly, "Please advise." Chapter 12. It turns out to be Chen young master. Feng Han also faintly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his opponent was Luo Chen. Luo Chen's image of waste has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, even he is no exception. What's more, in his opinion, even if Luo Chen has the cultivation base, where can he train his martial skill? With his strength, he could easily defeat Luo Chen. It seems that the mysterious gift of Luo Yuxing belongs to me, but I don't know if it is weapon equipment or medicine pill. Looking at Luo Chen, Feng Han said in his heart. "Can you announce the start?" Seeing the expression on Feng Han's face, Luo Chen guessed his thoughts somewhat, but Luo Chen didn't say much, but looked at the MC to the side and asked. "The battle begins." The MC glanced at Feng Han, and when Feng Han nodded his head to confirm, he said immediately. "Dust young master, you should take action first." Feng Han folded his hands on his chest, looked at Luo Chen, and said lightly, "I won't wait for others to say that I can't win." Hearing Feng Han's words, there was a burst of laughter from the auditoriums on both sides. Luo Chen didn't seem to hear the laughter from both sides, his eyes condensed slightly, and the Luo family Qi gathering Ju turned to the extreme, and he rushed directly towards Feng Han. "Stupid," Feng Han shook his head when he saw this, a little disdainful in his heart. If Luo Chen chooses to fight with him, with the advantage of the weapon, perhaps he can still play a few tricks with him. However, Luo Chen chose to fight himself head-on. Apart from making him lose faster, there would be no other possibility. "The mysterious gift of Luo Yuxing, it belongs to me. Feng Han laughed and urged true qi in his body, put his hands out, and grabbed it towards Luo Chen. As long as he holds Luo Chen down, the outcome of this battle can be determined. However, to Feng Han's surprise, Luo Chen didn't seem to see his hands. He actually slammed into his arms like a ruin returning home. And this also allowed him to easily put his hands on Luo Chen's shoulders. Just one. Feng Han looked a little dazed. He didn't think that Luo Chen would be able to come back when he was caught by his shoulders. Perhaps this Luo family's young master Chen has inexperienced in combat, right? Let's throw this Luo Chen out of the ring first, lest knights have more dreams. Thinking of this, Feng Han grabbed the palms of Luo Chen's shoulders and exerted force at the same time, intending to throw Luo Chen out of the challenge arena. However, before Feng Han could make a throwing action, Luo Chen suddenly raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth, and the Luo family gathering Qi Ju, which had been cultivated to the extent of Deva, broke out suddenly, and the tyrannical true Qi instantly shook Feng Hansen. Retreat! At the same time, the wooden sword in his hand was swung, and the two sword rays crossed into a cross, blooming on Feng Han's chest. Feng Han screamed. He was directly knocked off the ring by Luo Chen, with two crossed sword marks printed on his chest. Seeing this scene, the audience on both sides of the audience was silent, and the MC was completely stunned, as if he did not expect Luo Chen to defeat Feng Han so easily. Can you announce the result? Luo Chen held the wooden sword and looked at the MC, who was stunned. Ah! Oh! The master of ceremonies awakened like a dream after hearing the words, and then hurriedly announced loudly, "This battle, the winner, Luo Chen." As soon as the MC's voice fell, the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Feng Han, rewarding 100 spiritual chi points and 100 proficiency in cross-sword art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the limited time mission 5 consecutive victories. Please host within today to win the 5-game winning streak of the Liuyun Wuxing Challenge. Reward 10,000 spiritual chi points, and a random movement technique combat technique. Chapter 13. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen couldn't help showing a faint joy on his face. He didn't expect that. He just wanted to use the challenge of ascension to check the proficiency of cross-sword art, and even accidentally triggered a time-limited mission. At the same time, the audience in the audience also recovered, looking at Luo Chen standing on the challenge ring, discussing again. I'm not mistaken, am I? Feng Han was defeated by one move. Luo Chen's strength is so strong. Someone sighed with emotion, this Luo Chen is really going to stand up. Cut, good luck. If it weren't for Feng Han to underestimate the enemy, Luo Chen wouldn't have a chance at all. If the people who challenged later knew Luo Chen's strength, how could he give him another chance? Someone on the side retorted, and his tone was full of disdain. That's right. If it weren't for Feng Han to underestimate the enemy, how could Luo Chen win Feng Han? That person's words resonated with a group of people, and I don't know if they really think so, or simply don't want to admit that the waste in their impression has undergone a radical change, and even vaguely surpasses them. Hearing the discussion around him, Luo Chen smiled disapprovingly, and immediately said to the MC, "Thank you for the next one to pick the war practitioner on stage." Does young master still continue to challenge? The MC subconsciously asked when he heard Luo Chen's words. In his opinion, Luo Chen was able to defeat Feng Han completely because of luck. After winning a round, Luo Chen would accept it if he didn't see a good one, so he planned to continue to challenge? Didn't Luo Chen know how many people would want to pinch his soft persimmon if he continued to challenge? Let's give it a try, there is nothing to lose if you lose anyway. Luo Chen said with a smile, as if he had accepted the fact that he had failed. It seems that young Master Chen has made up his mind. The MC heard the words and said no more, looked at the bottom of the ring, and said loudly, "Please come to the stage for the next one to pick the war practitioner." Before the MC's voice fell, a thin man jumped up and landed on the ring, arched his cupped hands towards Luo Chen, showing a sure smile, and said with a smile, "Chen young master, accept it." Hearing the thin man's words, there was a burst of laughter from the audience, and those who failed to make the stage, war practitioner looked unhappy, and secretly cursed himself for not having such good luck, and collided with Luo Chen. Luo Chen just smiled, and his eyes fell on the MC. The master of ceremonies knew, and quickly announced, "The battle begins." Before he finished his words, the lean man had already displayed the movement technique combat skills. He appeared like a ghost and quickly appeared behind Luo Chen, leaping into the air, with strong wind in his hands, and smashed towards Luo Chen's heart. Hearing the breaking wind coming from behind, Luo Chen quickly turned around. Luo family gathering Qi Ju was running at full force, and the wooden sword in his hand was swung fiercely. The two sword rays interlaced, forming a dazzling cross, and hit the thin man. Passed. The reaction is so fast. The thin man didn't expect Luo Chen's reaction to be so fast. He was in midair and had no time to dodge, hitting the cross sword ray cut out by Luo Chen. There was a burst of blood in the air, and the thin man flew out and fell under the ring. Luo Chen glanced at the dumbfounded MC, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. This battle, the victor, Luo Chen. The MC saw Luo Chen look at him, quickly recovered, and quickly announced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent, rewarding 200 spiritual chi points and 200 points for cross sword art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascensioning cross sword art to the fullest, 199/1500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 2 consecutive victories in the challenge ring, with a 2/5 completion of the time-limited mission. Chapter 14. Luo Chen won again. There was an exclamation from the audience, and it seemed a little unbelievable that Luo Chen could beat another person. That idiot has underestimated the enemy, someone said with disdain. I know that Luo Chen has some strength, and dare to put himself in the air. There is nowhere to use it. He is not wronged. But leaving aside this point, Luo Chen's cross-sword technique should have reached the realm of integration, right? The speed at which sword ray emerged so quickly, it was obvious that he had mastered the cross-sword technique to a certain extent. It's nothing more than a mastery of realm, the person who had just spoken sneered. There is no shortage of practitioners who have climbed the challenge ring to cultivate martial skills to master realm. This Luo Chen is just cultivating a cross-sword technique to master realm. If you really want to fight against other people, you still lose more and win less. Hearing that the person had been belittle Luo Chen, the surrounding audience couldn't help but turn their eyes to the person who spoke, and suddenly saw the Li family disciple's costume on him. The Li family and the Luo family are in the same situation, and the disciples of the two families are also uncomfortable with each other. Since this person is a disciple of the Li family, it is normal to belittle Luo Chen crazily. Look, someone is going to challenge Luo Chen again. Suddenly someone said, interrupting everyone's discussion. Everyone in the audience quickly looked towards the ring, only to see a young man wearing the costume of a Li family disciple standing on the ring, looking at Luo Chen not far away, with a sneer on his face. That's Li Hanjiang of the Li family. It is said that he can rank in the top 10 among the 3 generations of the Li family disciples. He has even practiced the Dailang sword technique to a real realm. Among the Li family disciples, few can rival. An audience member exclaimed. Hi! It's my cousin Li Hanjiang. The Li family disciple who had spoken to belittle Luo Chen before laughed and said, my cousin made the shot himself, and Luo Chen, the kid who had been lucky enough to lose his feces, would never win again. The audience in the audience heard the words and stopped talking. Li Hanjiang's name is naturally familiar to them, so no one would naively think that Luo Chen would be Li Hanjiang's opponent. After all, due to the relationship between the Li family and the Luo family, the disciples of the Li family have always gone all out to the disciples of the Shang Luo family, and Li Hanjiang can't have the problem of underestimating the enemy. On the ring, hearing the discussion around him, Li Hanjiang couldn't help but show a smile on his face. Then he looked at Luo Chen and sneered, unexpectedly, you, the waste of the Luo family, will also turn over. But your good luck ends here. Did you get out of the ring by yourself, or let Grandpa I get you out of the ring? Luo Chen's face sank when he heard the words, and he said in a deep voice, don't talk so full, otherwise it's not me who is waiting for losing face. Cut, I really thought that I was too invincible to break through to the first rank martial master. Li Hanjiang sneered, then looked at the MC, and said lightly, "Can you announce the start?" Hearing Li Hanjiang's words, the MC gave Luo Chen subconsciously, and when he saw Luo Chen nodding, the MC announced loudly, "The battle begins." As soon as the MC's voice fell, Li Hanjiang and Luo Chen rushed towards each other at the same time, and the wooden swords in their hands were pierced towards each other's vital points. Seeing this scene, whether it is the audience in the audience or the practitioner under the ring, they can't help holding their breath, staring at the ring, trying to see what happens next. Chapter 15. Boom! The two wooden swords collided with each other, making a dull sound. Li Hanjiang and Luo Chen each stepped back a few steps, and then swung the wooden swords again and pressed towards each other. Li Hanjiang actually fell into the wind. Someone noticed that Li Hanjiang had retreated 4 steps in the previous confrontation, but Luo Chen only retreated 3 steps, and couldn't help muttering in a low voice. "It's just a step or 2, it doesn't explain the problem," someone next to him said, "but this Luo Chen can be equal to Li Hanjiang, and he is proud enough, after all, he has only been a practitioner for a few days." Hearing that person's words, the people around were a little bit sour. Luo Chen changed from a waste that could not be cultivated to the first-rank martial master, and now he is able to temporarily tie with Li Hanjiang of the Li family in the challenge ring, but it only took a few days. This kind of encounter is really enviable. Compared with the audience on the arena, Li Hanjiang's heart is full of jealousy and madness. In the collision with Luo Chen just now, he actually fell faintly. Why? Li Hanjiang has been working hard since he was a child, and relying on years of diligent study and practice, he has cultivated the sword technique to the level of proficiency. In terms of strength, the younger generation of Lingyun City can also be ranked in the top 20. This kind of strength has always made him quite proud, but today he is faintly suppressed by Luo Chen, a famous waste in Lingyun City. "It's impossible!" Li Hanjiang suddenly roared, his eyes filled with madness, and the wooden sword in his hand waved repeatedly, countless sword shadows rushing toward his face like a wave of layers, personally under great pressure. Luo Chen's expression also became solemn. Luo family chi gathering Ju quietly circulated, waving the wooden sword in his hand. 2 sword rays shot out, forming a cross sword ray in mid-air, and hit Li Hanjiang. Passed. Sword ray collided with the layers of sword shadows, and both disappeared, while the 2 wooden swords made a dull collision. Luo Chen and Li Hanjiang each retreated a few steps again. "The furnace is pure and pure." Li Hanjiang stopped his figure, looked at Luo Chen, and lost his voice. "Your cross-sword technique has actually been cultivated to the pure and pure realm." Hearing what Li Hanjiang said, the practitioner under the ring and the audience were in an uproar. Li Hanyun, the cousin of Li Hanjiang who crazily belittled Luo Chen before, was even more gloomy. He didn't expect Luo Chen to be like his cousin Li Hanjiang, who had practiced a yellow-level martial skill to the point of perfection. Judging from the cross-sword ray that Luo Chen cut out before, it is clear that his cross-sword technique was only right when he cultivated to the realm, who also cultivated cross-sword technique. He thought he could not read it wrong. Could it be? Li Hanyun suddenly had an absurd idea and muttered, could it be that Luo Chen brought the cross-sword technique ascension to the innocent realm in the battle just now? How is it possible? Li Hanyun shook his head quickly, putting this absurd idea behind him. With the waste of Luo Chen, can you make a breakthrough in battle? Cousin, we must defeat Luo Chen's trash. Li Hanyun turned his eyes to Li Hanjiang on the ring, praying in his heart. On the arena, Luo Chen took 2 steps backwards slightly, looked at Li Hanjiang with a look of horror, and said lightly, "That's right, it's a pity that there is no reward." Before he finished his words, Luo Chen slammed into Li Hanjiang like an arrow from the string. Luo family gathering Qi Ju was urged to the extreme by Luo Chen. With the wooden sword in his hand, a cross-sword ray bloomed in the air, slashing towards Li Hanjiang with unparalleled momentum. Chapter 16. Facing the sword ray cut out by Luo Chen, Li Hanjiang did not dare to neglect. True Qi urged to the extreme, holding the wooden sword in both hands, and slashed towards Luo Chen. Even if he already knew that Luo Chen had cultivated the cross-sword technique to the point of perfection, but with his pride, he did not allow him to retreat in front of a former waste. Boom! There was a dull crash from the ring, and Li Hanjiang was hit in the chest by Luo Chen, and he flew out and fell off the ring, looking wilted. Luo Chen was also uncomfortable. There was faint blood oozing out of his shoulders. It was obvious that although he had beaten Li Hanjiang in the collision just now, he was still a little reluctant after all. Holding the wooden sword, Luo Chen glanced across the silent auditorium, and finally landed on the MC beside him without speaking. The MC was given such a glimpse by Luo Chen, but he was suddenly agitated, and quickly announced loudly, "This battle, the victor, Luo Chen." As the MC's voice fell, the system prompt sounded quickly in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Li Hanjiang, rewarding 300 spiritual chi points and 300 points of proficiency in cross-sword art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his ascension of cross-sword art to perfection, 499/1500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 3 consecutive victories in the challenge ring, with a 3/5 completion of the time-limited mission. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen was overjoyed, but his face was expressionless. Looking at the MC, he said lightly, "Please choose War Practitioner next." When everyone in the audience heard Luo Chen's words, they came back to their senses. Someone was surprised to hear, "This Chen young master actually wants to continue to fight? Although he defeated Li Hanjiang, his own consumption is also a lot, right? Is he not afraid of being picked up by others? Why is it so easy?" Someone next to him said with a wry smile, "Look at the practitioners under the ring." The dusty young master gave them the courage. How many people dare to challenge him on the stage? The practitioner below also heard this person's words, but they were silent and did not refute. If the cultivation base is not restricted, it is naturally not difficult for them to defeat Luo Chen, but in the challenge arena, the cultivation base is restricted to the realm of the first-rank martial master. They only compete against martial skill, and they are really not sure to win over Luo Chen. After all, most of them have just cultivated a yellow-level inferior martial skill cultivation to master the realm. To Luo Chen, who can even defeat Li Hanjiang, isn't that humiliating? Is there no one? Luo Chen stood on the ring for a while, seeing no one on the stage, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He still counts on 2 people to challenge him and let him complete the time-limited mission. The 10,000 spiritual chi rewards are aside for the time being. Luo Chen's eyes are very hot for the remaining random movement technique combat skills. This Luo Chen is really... In a wing room, the handsome and unusual young master Su shook his head and laughed as he saw the scene on the ring. "I remember that the mysterious gift prepared by Liu Yunwu seeing today is a middle-grade yellow book. Saber technique, it's not that the Luo family doesn't have such a martial skill." With a sigh, Su Gongzi rushed to the Liu Yun martial arts staff next to him and said, "Go. Just arrange 2 people to challenge Luo Chen, let him go down early after taking the mysterious gift, don't keep occupying the ring." Hearing what Su Gongzi said, the staff on the side will arrange someone to challenge Luo Chen. Chapter 17. Boom! Above the ring, Luo Chen kicked the second war practitioner arranged by Liu Yunwuxing off the ring, and then turned to look at the MC on the side. "This battle, the victor, Luo Chen." The MC knew, and quickly announced loudly, "Congratulations to Chen young master for becoming the first 5-game winning war practitioner today. He will receive a special gift prepared by my Liu Yunwuxing. Huang Jishong taste a saber technique, Black Wind Saber Technique." Before the MC's voice fell, Luo Chen's mind suddenly sounded a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the war practitioner, rewarding 500 spiritual chi points and 500 points of proficiency in cross-sword art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the limited time mission 5 consecutive victories. Reward spiritual chi 10,000 points, a random movement technique combat technique. Hearing the system prompts in his mind, his face couldn't help but smile a little more. After receiving the Black Wind Saber technique handed over by Liu Yunwuxing's staff, Luo Chen jumped directly off the ring and headed towards the quiet room before. Go! After Luo Chen left, there were other people on the stage to challenge, but not many people had the intention to watch the battle, and many people's thoughts floated above the Luo family grand competition that was about to begin. It could be said that there was no suspense at the Luo family grand competition. Suddenly, a dark horse like Luo Chen came out. Many people were already planning to find a way to get in and see the excitement when they arrived at the Luo family grand competition. Luo Chen naturally didn't know the thoughts of those audiences. He returned to the quiet room before and told the staff not to disturb. Luo Chen sat on the chair and called out the property panel. Host, Luo Chen. Cultivation base, first rank martial master, 52/20,000. Cultivation qualification, waste qualification, 0/1000. Current cultivation technique, Luo Chi gathering technique, Deva unity, proficiency max. Switchable cultivation technique, Kongxiu Yuanju, for beginners, proficiency 1/5000. Martial skill, cross sword technique, proficient, proficiency 1399/1500. Spiritual chi, 25,985 points, current growth rate of 50 points per minute. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen directly raised his hand and clicked on the column of cultivation base. Ding! Congratulations to the host level ascension, the current realm, second rank martial master, 1/40,000, spiritual chi growth rate ascension is 60 points per minute. Looking at the remaining 37 spiritual chi points on the attribute panel, Luo Chen hesitated, and finally put his finger on the martial skill column. Although Kongxiu Yuanju ascension to the next level will definitely increase the speed of spiritual chi ascension. But in contrast, Luo Chen still wants to see if the cross-sword technique ascension is combined with Deva realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making cross-sword art ascension to the top, 1/5000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for combining the ascension of the cross-sword art to Deva. Comprehending the sub-level sword skill splitting shadow sword. As the system prompt sounded, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile a little more on his face. Cross-sword technique is considered the most widely circulated sword technique in Luoyun Empire. As long as you have money, you can basically buy it. It is rumored that by cultivating the cross-sword technique to Deva, you can comprehend a higher level sword technique from it. It's just that in this huge floating cloud empire, I have never heard of anyone who has learned sword technique from cross-sword technique. The reason for this situation is that those geniuses who can cultivate cross-sword technique to Deva Unity Realm do not lack advanced sword technique cultivation, and naturally they will not waste time on cross-sword technique for a vague rumor. Sword Ju cultivation to Deva Unite Realm. After all, not everyone can be like Luo Chen with a system. As long as spiritual chi is enough, no matter what cultivation technique martial skill is, it can instantly ascension to Deva Unity Realm. Chapter 18. There is no shortage of sword technique in a short period of time, Luo Chen thought to himself after sorting out the information about Sprite Shadow Sword that suddenly appeared in his mind. A low-grade sword technique of a profound stage, although not a big deal in the entire flowing cloud empire, in this rising cloud city, it is already enough to cause competition among the major forces. We must know that Luo family is one of the two major families in Lingyun City, and the deepest martial skill in the clan is no more than a low-grade Xian level, and only the patriarch and elders can cultivate. As for this Black Wind Saber technique, Luo Chen took out the mysterious gift given to him by Luoyun's martial artist before, and couldn't help feeling a little disgusted. If he would have considered cultivating the Black Wind Saber technique before he won the dispersive shadow sword, but now, he doesn't want to waste spiritual chi for the only yellow-level middle-grade saber technique. Let's sell it to Luoyun Wuxing, Luo Chen thought for a while, put away the cheat book, and then instructed the system in his heart, system, now the movement technique combat technique that draws rewards. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Chen had a flower in front of him. After he recovered, the whole person was already in a starry sky, and a large number of light balls of different colors appeared around him. Luo Chen, who had experienced a similar scene a long time ago, did not hesitate, and directly raised his hand to grab the nearest ball of light. The light ball shattered, and the scene around Luo Chen quickly shattered. When he recovered, he was already in the quiet room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the yellow tier top level movement technique combat technique crane shadow mistake step. As the system prompt sounded, Luo Chen only felt that a large amount of unfamiliar information emerged in his mind, which was exactly the relevant content of crane shadow mistake. The Huang tier is top grade, it's not bad, Luo Chen said with a low laugh after sorting out the information in his mind. The movement technique combat skills have always been more difficult to obtain than the simple martial skill. What's more, although the crane shadow lost trail he obtained is only a yellow level high grade, it is not necessarily better than some mysterious level lower grade movement technique combat skills. Worse. Putting away the attribute panel, Luo Chen got up out of the quiet room and walked straight to the counter. Congratulations to Chen young master for winning 5 consecutive victories. The shopkeeper Lu Xiao saw Luo Chen and immediately smiled at Luo Chen. Dust young master intends to sell the secret book of Black Wind Saber technique, right? Yes, Luo Chen nodded slightly, placed the Black Wind Saber technique secret book on the ring, and said, the shopkeeper also knows that my cultivation is sword technique. Although this Black Wind Saber technique is good, but it doesn't suit me. Dust young master, you can call me Old Xie, the shopkeeper Lu Xiao said quickly, but there is one thing to tell young master Chen in advance. If this Black Wind Saber technique is sold to me Liuyun Wuxing, I can only give 1,000 taels of silver. And if it is sold in the Lujia Fang market or the black market, the price will be higher. Chen young master is sure to sell this saber technique to me Liuyun Wuxing. If it were replaced by someone else, Lu Xiao, the shopkeeper, would naturally not specifically remind him, but who made Luo Chen a low-level VIP guest of Liuyun's martial arts. What's more, he knew that Luo Chen had brought a cultivation technique cultivation to Deva realm. Facing this kind of genius, he naturally had to find a way to get along well. Thanks to the shopkeeper for reminding me, Luo Chen smiled after hearing the words, and then said lightly, for sale in my Luo family's workshop or black market, the price will indeed be higher. But I don't have the leisure to waste time for hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, and please thank the shopkeeper to replace this saber technique with a silver ticket for me. The treasurer Xia Vinian didn't say much anymore, he had already reminded him that he should be reminded, if he continues to talk nonsense, it will inevitably arouse Luo Chen's disgust. So he put away the secret book directly, and then took out the 1,000 tael silver medal from the counter and handed it to Luo Chen. Thank you. The shopkeeper, Luo Chen took the banknote and put it in his arms, then turned around and walked towards the Luo family. Chapter 19. As soon as he walked into the gate of Luo's house, Luo Chen was stopped by Deacon, the crane who was already waiting here, and was then taken to Luo Xiao's residence. Old crane, guard the door, don't let other people come in, Luo Xiao Konghe Deacon instructed in the room. Crane Deacon nodded, turned around and walked out of the room, closing the door easily. Father, are you looking for something to do with me? Seeing Luo Xiao's solemn manner, Luo Chen felt a little guilty in his heart, and said in a nonsense. You have done a lot of good things. Luo Xiao looked at Luo Chen, and said in a deep voice, the cultivation base of the first-rank martial master, the cross-sword technique of realm, defeated Li Junhui on the street, and defeated in the challenge ring. Li Hanjiang. Daddy, do you know that? Luo Chen asked in a low voice, looking a little hairy by Luo Xiao. Hey! You treat me as a daddy, I'm deaf, can't I be blind? Luo Xiao didn't fight when he heard the words, and cursed, I will let you stay at Luo's house with peace of mind and choose 2 martial skill cultivation from the martial skill pavilion. Well, you ran outside to swagger through the market. Don't you know what a tree attracts the wind? You suddenly ascension to the 9th rank martial student. You originally let the big elder department notice you, now it's better, you directly show the cultivation base of the first-rank martial master. Why, do you think the big elder dare not attack you yet? Father, don't be angry. Luo Chen was silent for a while when he heard Luo Xiao's words, and then whispered, actually, I am not the cultivation base of the first-rank martial master. Luo Xiao was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, then raised his hand to put a strand of true qi on Luo Chen's shoulder and swept a strand of true qi into Luo Chen's body. Second rank martial master. Luo Xiao's eyes popped, and he lost his voice. And your total amount of true qi, which is so much. Compared to the average 6th rank martial master, it has failed to do so much. At this point, Luo Xiao's expression changed, and he asked quickly, Chener, could you be taken away by some old monster? Luo Chen couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard the words, and said with an aura, Father, do you want me to be taken away so much? The reason why my cultivation base ascension is so fast is actually very simple. Before Luo Xiao could speak, Luo Chen leaned to Luo Xiao's ear and whispered, I cultivated cultivation technique cultivation to Deva Unity Realm. Luo Xiao's face became stiff, and he swallowed the words that came to his mouth. After a long while, he said, why don't you tell me that you were taken away by the old monster? Luo Chen rolled his eyes again when he heard the words, and explained, Father, you know, I have cultivated Luo family Qi gathering Ju before. Although I can't cultivate true Qi, it doesn't affect my comprehension of cultivation technique. Before being rescued by the old senior, I had already realized cultivation technique into the realm that reached its peak. I had an epiphany last night and vaguely touched the threshold of Deva Unity Realm. After fighting against Li Junhui today, he successfully cultivated the Luo family gathering Qi Ju to Deva Unity Realm in the quiet room of Liu Yunwuxing. It turns out that you are the one who caused the vision. Luo Xiao was stunned for a while, and then laughed, unexpectedly, my Chener's savvy is so amazing. Who would dare to say that daddy's Chener is trash in the future? He broke his teeth. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Luo Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The reason for the soaring cultivation base can already be explained. Even if realm quickly ascension in the future, it can be explained by Deva Unity Realm's Luojia Qiju. After all, achieving Deva Unity Realm's cultivation technique has all kinds of incredible powers. That, old man, Luo Chen hesitated, looked at Luo Xiao who couldn't stop laughing, and whispered, there is one more thing. Chapter 20. Luo Xiao's smile stiffened when he heard the words, and the corners of his mouth twitched faintly, as if he had accepted his fate, and sighed, what else, let's talk, you daddy I can bear it. It's cross-sword art I also cultivated Deva Unity Realm. Luo Chen glanced at Luo Xiao cautiously, and then continued, then I learned from the cross-sword art a low-grade sword technique called splitting shadow sword. To Luo Chen's surprise, Luo Xiao didn't be too shocked by what he said. He just nodded and said indifferently, that distribution shadow sword is a good sword technique, and it's worth practicing. Father, you. Luo Chen's expression was shocked when he heard Luo Xiao's words, and a somewhat ridiculous thought rose in his heart. Is it possible that you can only allow you kid to cultivate cross-sword art to Deva and Realm? Luo Xiao glanced at Luo Chen, and said with no anger, okay, I know the matter, you go to rest first. Luo Chen nodded and turned around to go out. Wait. Luo Xiao's voice suddenly sounded, in the next period of time, be careful not to expose your strength. If you are only the cultivation base of the first rank martial master, the elder family can still stand your temper, but if you expose with stronger strength, elder probably won't be able to sit still. I understand, Luo Chen nodded and said with a smile, I plan to go to the Magical Beasts mountain range for the next period of time to experience, and I will come back when the competition is over. That's fine, Luo Xiao groaned for a while, and said, be careful of your own safety in the Magical Beasts mountains. Go down and rest first. Luo Chen nodded when he heard the words, then opened the door and left the room. After Luo Chen left, Luo Xiao murmured, unexpectedly, Chener's comprehension is so amazing, it's a pity that his cultivation qualifications. No, you can't waste Chener's savvy. Counting the time, that place should be open soon, so I have to find a way to get Chener a place. Even if Chener's cultivation qualifications can only be ascension to a medium level, Chener's future will not be limited. Looking at the direction of the door, Luo Xiao's eyes flashed with indeterminate light. After Luo Chen returned to the room, he looked at the attribute panel and found that there were only more than 2,000 spiritual qi. He immediately gave up the idea of upgrading cultivation technique and cultivation base, and fell asleep on the bed. Luo Chen woke up early the next day. After washing, he called out the attribute panel and looked at the 26407 spiritual chi points on the attribute panel, and did not hesitate to place his finger on Kongxiuju Yuanju. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the ascension of Kongxiuju Yuanju, 1/15,000, the growth rate of spiritual chi ascension to 64 points per minute. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the Kongxiuju Yuanju ascension to the highest level, 1/50,000, and the spiritual chi growth rate ascension to 68 points per minute. Ding! The host's current spiritual chi is insufficient to upgrade cultivation technique. Cultivation technique is really a big swallowing spiritual chi. Looking at the 6,409 spiritual chi remaining on the attribute panel, Luo Chen curled his lips and dropped his fingers on Crane Shadow Mistake. Going to the murderous magical beast's mountain range to experience, naturally cannot fall below the movement technique combat skill level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the ascension of Crane Shadow lost to the master, 1/4000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascensioning Crane Shadow lost to the level of perfection, 1/8000. Ding! The host's current spiritual chi is insufficient to upgrade combat skills. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the attribute panel, looking at the pitiful 411 spiritual chi, shook his head, put away the attribute panel, opened the door of the room, and walked outside the gate of Luo's house. Chapter 21. The Magical Beasts Mountain Range is also a famous and dangerous place in the entire Floating Cloud Empire. Although the nearby Lingyun city is only a branch of the Magical Beasts Mountain Range, there are many fierce beasts in it. The rank of the beast is similar to that of the practitioner. The first rank beast corresponds to the martial student of the practitioner, the second rank beast corresponds to the martial master, the third rank beast corresponds to the martial grandmaster, and the fourth rank beast corresponds to the Xiantian grade of the practitioner. Master. As for the fierce beasts above the fifth rank, they can only be found in the Magical Beasts Mountain Range. In Lingyun City, the branch of the Magical Beasts Mountain Range, the strongest fierce beast is only the fourth rank. The reason why Luo Chen chose the branch of the magical beasts for his experience was because of the complicated terrain. Once he went deep into it, few people could find him. He has experienced in the branches of the Magical Beasts Mountains. Apart from the danger, he doesn't have to worry about exposing his own strength. After leaving Lingyun City and confirming that no one was tracking him secretly, Luo Chen speeded up his pace and soon entered the branch of the Magical Beasts Mountain Range. On the periphery of the mountain range, some first-rank fierce beasts appeared one after another, and Luo Chen also began to become cautious, pressing his palm on the hilt of the sword, ready to do it at all times. Along the way, Luo Chen did not encounter a beast that was too advanced, and occasionally a few second-rank beasts appeared. They also seemed to perceive that Luo Chen was not easy to provoke, so they chose to avoid Luo Chen. Luo Chen was also worried that the movement of the battle would attract other practitioners on the periphery of the mountain range, but gave up the idea of practicing with those few second-rank beasts. After traveling to the interior of the mountain range, he killed a few first-rank beasts casually, and after gaining 800 spiritual chi points, Luo Chen suddenly stopped and his ears moved slightly. There is fighting. After breaking through to the second-rank martial master, with the blessing of true chi, Luo Chen has been able to hear large movements from a mile away and distinguish their source. After groaning for a while, Luo Chen drove Crane Shadow Mistake to the extreme, following the direction of the sound, and hurried over quietly. There is a dense forest in front of which the shaking of figures can be vaguely seen. In addition to this, beasts roar from time to time. Luo Chen thought for a while, raised true chi and jumped onto a nearby tree, hiding his figure completely by the cover of leaves. At the same time, relying on the superiority of being condescending, the scene below was captured by Luo Chen. There is a large open space in the forest. The ground is covered with gravel. Several practitioners armed with weapons surround a black-haired wolf-shaped beast. Judging from their outfits, they should belong to the same servant. Bing team. The surrounded fierce beast leaned low, with fierce light flickering in its eyes, and let out a low roar from time to time. The second-rank fierce beast, Ghost Shadow, Demon Wolf. The name of this fierce beast quickly appeared in Luo Chen's mind, and the expression in his eyes gradually became hot. The ghost wolf is one of the more well-known fierce beasts. For one thing, its combat power is strong, and it can usually compete with the practitioner that is one realm higher than it. Secondly, it is because the ghost wolf is a treasure, especially a black crystal bred in its heart. It is the key material for making the low-grade universe ring. It can be said that every ghost wolf is a treasure house for walking. Luo Chen's gaze fell on the ghost wolf, only to realize that the ghost wolf was limping on a hind leg, and there was a huge scratch on the back. I don't know what creature was scratching it. The wound has been so far. There is no healing. I think the reason why this ghost wolf is surrounded by the mercenary team is probably because it was seriously injured. Otherwise, the mercenary of the team, which is the strongest but the third-rank martial master realm, is not enough for this ghost. The magic wolf killed it. Chapter 22. Roar. The ghost wolf suddenly let out a low roar, and rushed towards a mercenary besieging it. It is worthy of being the top existence among the second-rank beasts, and even the ghost wolf of the martial grandmaster realm can compete with martial grandmaster realm. Even if it is injured, it still dared to attack the mercenaries besieging it first. That team of mercenaries obviously hadn't fought with the Shadow Demon Wolf before, and when they saw the Shadow Demon Wolf suddenly launch an attack, the formation was in chaos for an instant, and the Shadow Demon Wolf broke through the blockade and fled towards the distance. Chase! The only mercenary of the third-rank martial master realm shouted, "The ghost wolf is hurt, and it is definitely not our opponent. As long as we can kill it, we will make a fortune." The remaining few mercenaries lifted their morale when they heard the words, and chased them in the direction where the ghost wolf was fleeing. Luo Chen's expression on the tree became extremely exciting, and the direction in which the ghost wolf flees was exactly the direction he was in. Originally, he planned to wait until this team of mercenaries and the Shadow Demon Wolf fought a loss to see if he could get a bargain. He didn't expect that the Shadow Demon Wolf had chosen to escape so decisively. Headache. Luo Chen pinched his eyebrows, looking a little helpless. According to the speed displayed by the ghost wolf, even if it is injured, it is not the group of mercenaries that can catch up. If he doesn't take action again, waiting for the ghost wolf to escape to the distance, it will be difficult for him to find it from the branch of the magical beast's mountain range. Ugh! With a light sigh, Luo Chen quickly made a decision, pulling out a long sword hanging from his waist, leaping down from the tree, two criss-cross sword ray with fallen leaves. Cut towards the ghost wolf. Roar! The Shadow Demon Wolf had no idea that there were other people nearby, and it was too late to dodge, and it actually hit the sword ray that Luo Chen had slashed out. Boom! The ghost wolf flew out like a ruin, crashed into a tree, and brought up a lot of fallen leaves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the severely injured Shadow Demon Wolf, and reward spiritual chi with 200 points. Really young, Luo Chen curled his lips in disgust, then cast his gaze on the few mercenaries who had caught up with the ghost wolf corpse, frowning insignificantly. In the next biopan, thank you son for your help. The mercenary of the third-rank martial master realm who claimed to be White Jade Rock saw Luo Chen look over, and hurriedly stepped forward to Luo Chen and arched his cupped hands, saying sternly. Luo Chen glanced at the man when he heard the words, and said lightly, "I just fell in love with the crystal in the heart of this ghost wolf, so I don't need to thank me. The crystal in the heart of the ghost wolf belongs to me, and the rest belongs to you. How? You have a big appetite." A younger mercenary couldn't help furious when he heard the words. He raised his finger to Luo Chen and shouted, "Anyone knows that the most valuable thing about Shadow Demon Wolf is the crystallization in the heart. You are so good." 4th. Bai Yupan's face sank upon hearing this, and he reprimanded, "Shut up." The young mercenary mumbled a bit unwillingly, but when he saw Bai Yupan's gloomy and frightening face, he honestly closed his mouth. Bai Yupan looked at Luo Chen and smiled, "That's natural. If it weren't for the sun, this Shadow Demon Wolf would have already gotten off. It is already possible to get the body of this Shadow Demon Wolf. We took advantage." Hearing Bai Yupan's words, Luo Chen couldn't help taking a high look. Not everyone can keep his senses in front of the corpse of a ghost wolf, this person has some brains. With a smile, Luo Chen was just about to go forward to dissect the corpse of the ghost wolf, and there was a sudden sound of scattered footsteps not far away. Luo Chen paused in his footsteps and followed his reputation. He saw a young man with sharp-mouthed monkey gills jumping out of the dense forest. He saw the corpse of the ghost wolf on the ground. He immediately rejoiced, "Dage! There is a corpse of the ghost wolf here. We are rich." Chapter 23. Before the young man spoke, Daoist Shadow quickly jumped out of the dense forest, seeing the ghost wolf corpse on the ground, and a smile appeared on his face. "It seems that God is taking care of me, Lei San, and I can actually see the body of the ghost wolf here." The headed scared man laughed, and then glanced over the mercenary team and Luo Chen. A fierce light appeared in his eyes, and he said coldly, "You guys, this ghost wolf corpse, Daddy wants it, are you all right?" The few people behind the scar-faced man looked at Luo Chen and everyone in the mercenary squad also with a bloodthirsty light in their eyes. Lao Lei. Bai Yupan, the leader of the mercenary squad, frowned, as if thinking about something, then his face changed and he lost his voice. "Lei Lao San, the master of the 3 villages of Crazy Wolf Village." Luo Chen's heart moved when he heard the words. Crazy Wolf Village is a bandit den near Lingyun City. Blood Wolf, the master of Dazai, is said to be a master of the 2nd rank martial grandmaster realm. The Luo family and the Li family dare not be small. Watch for. Lei Lao San is the 3rd rank martial master cultivation base of Mad Wolf Village, the 5th rank martial master cultivation base. He has an extremely tyrannical temperament. However, anyone who offends him is rarely able to leave a corpse. Unexpectedly, you still have some knowledge. Hearing Bai Yupan's words, the scarred man Lei San had a little more smile on his face, then his expression quickly turned cold, and he hummed, "Since I know it's your grandfather Lei, why don't you get out?" When Bai Yupan heard this, an angry expression appeared on his face, but he did not dare to attack. Lei's 3 murderers are not well known, and he is also a master of the 5th rank martial master realm. Only Lei San can sweep their entire mercenary squad, not to mention how many bandits who don't seem weak behind Lei San. Some unwillingly glanced at the ghost wolf corpse on the ground. Bai Yupan gritted his teeth and ordered, "Let's go. It's not cost-effective to provoke a lunatic like Lei San for the corpse of the ghost wolf." Although everyone in the mercenary team was unwilling to provoke Lei San after hearing this, the group quickly ran out of the dense forest, and disappeared quickly, leaving Luo Chen still standing calmly on the spot. "Boy, aren't you going to roll?" Seeing Luo Chen still staying in place, the fierce light in Lei San's eyes flickered, matching the scar on his face, giving people great pressure. "Sorry, I don't know how to get rid of it. Why would you give me a demonstration?" Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and said to the 3rd son of Lei. He is not afraid to irritate Lei San. He is equipped with Deva Realm's Cross Sword Art and Realm's Crane Shadow Mistake. Even if Lei San is 3 little realm taller than him, it won't be him. Opponent. Even if the people like Lei Lao San swarmed up, relying on the mystery of Crane Shadow lost, he could easily get out of the battle, so Luo Chen didn't take Lei Lao San and the others into his heart from the beginning. How courageous! Lei San was furious when he heard the words, and ordered the bandit behind him, "Take this kid to Daddy. Daddy will kill him by himself." The bandit behind Lei Lao San quickly waved his weapon and rushed towards Luo Chen, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. "How many 9th-grade martial students can you get it right?" Perceiving the aura emitted by several bandits, Luo Chen sneered, swinging the long sword in his hand again and again. A large number of sword shadows appeared in the air, and quickly enveloped the several bandits. Spectroscopic Shadow Sword. Chapter 24. This splitting shadow sword, which Luo Chen comprehended because Luo Chen cultivated cross-sword art to Deva Unity Realm, was already a state of integration and penetration when Luo Chen realized it. Although the power is slightly inferior to Deva Hai Realm's cross-sword art, in terms of group battles, Splitting Shadow Sword is more than that of cross-sword art. A large amount of sword ray fell on the bandits of the 9th rank martial student realm like raindrops, causing them to have dense wounds in an instant, and they flew out screamingly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the 4 bandits, rewarding 400 spiritual chi points and 100 points of proficiency in splitting shadow sword. It's worse than that ghost wolf. Luo Chen curled his lips when he heard the system prompt, disdainfully said. The badly wounded ghost wolf could even provide him with 200 spiritual chi points. The 4 bandits added up to provide him with 400 spiritual chi points. It was a waste of his time. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Lei San was immediately furious. Those bandits were taught by him personally. Now they are so contemptuous. His face is a little bit awkward, and he drew the long knife from his waist and turned towards Luo Chen. Rushed over. Arrogant kid! You will regret that you provoke your grandfather Lei. Lei Lao San waved his long sword, and there was a vague howling of wolves in the air, and then a sharp blade of light suddenly appeared, slashing to Luo Chen fiercely. Huang Tier Middle Grade Saber Technique Crazy Wolf Saber Technique. Facing the blazing sword light, Luo Chen's expression remained unchanged. A little bit below his feet, the whole person appeared like a ghost and quickly appeared behind Lei Lao San. Then he waved the long sword in his hand, and 2 intersecting cross-sword ray appeared out of thin air. Severely imprinted on Lei Lao San with the trend of innocence. Puff! Lei Lao San immediately spouted a mouthful of blood, and took 5 or 6 steps towards the retreated. Only then did he stop his figure and stared at Luo Chen with blood red. Still. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows when he saw it. He knew how powerful Deva Hai Realm's cross-sword art was. The attack that even the overlord of the 2nd rank fierce beast like Shadow Demon Wolf can't handle has only caused Lei San to vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. His gaze fell on Lei San's back and saw the faintly copper-colored shiny skin. Luo Chen suddenly said, "It turned out to be cultivation technique, so it's no wonder that he is so resistant to beating. It's a bit knowledgeable." Lei Lao San sneered when he heard Luo Chen's words. The daddy cultivation is the cultivation technique golden bell cover, plus the daily rubbing and soaking with medicinal wine. It has long been practiced with bronze skin and iron bones. As long as you take a mouthful of true qi, you can hit it as many times as you want. Come on. Oh, looking for death. Luo Chen's eyes were slightly narrowed, a flash of cold light flashed in his eyes, and his footsteps were wrong, and the whole person quickly disappeared in place. The next moment, Luo Chen's figure suddenly appeared on Lei San's left side, and his long sword suddenly pierced Lei San's neck. Lei Lao San didn't dare to be big when he saw it. He was just stubborn. He knew his level very well. His golden bell had only reached the realm that he knew well, and the damage he could resist was limited. If Luo Chen was stabbed to the point, I'm afraid I would have to explain it directly here. Running the golden bell with full force, Lei Lao San's left hand was glowing with a faint copper-colored luster, grabbing the long sword that Luo Chen pierced, or he moved forward by half a minute. Boy, without weapons, let's see what you fight with your grandpa Lei. Old Lei San grinned and waved his right hand, and the long knife in his hand slashed towards Luo Chen with the sound of the wind. Chapter 25. Luo Chen stunned, and quickly released the long sword in his hand. With a wrong footstep, he appeared behind Lei Lao San and kicked his leg. Lei Lao San was kicked by Luo Chen like this, and he almost didn't directly fall to his knees. He turned around and swept the long knife in his hand. However, Luo Chen had already stepped out of his attack range earlier, picked up a long sword from the injured bandit on the side, and cut 2 crosses sword ray towards him. Lei San had no time to dodge, and was hit by 2 sword rays. He spouted blood again, and his expression became a lot weaker. It seems that your cultivation technique is not as powerful as you imagined, Luo Chen sneered when he saw it, and disappeared in place. Old Lei San's expression changed again. Facing Luo Chen's mysterious movement technique, even if his cultivation base was higher than Luo Chen, he was only passively beaten. Holding a long knife in his hand, Lei San looked around carefully, for fear that Xiao Tian would suddenly come out from an unexpected place. Call! Suddenly there was a breaking wind on the left side of Lei Lao San, and Lei Lao San had a terrifying expression, and quickly swung a long knife and slashed towards the left. The long knife tore through the air, slashed fiercely on a stone, cutting it into pieces. Lao San's face instantly turned pale, and before he could take any action, Luo Chen's voice sounded on his right side, "Where are you going to chop? Fool! Little master is on your right." Along with Luo Chen's voice, there was also a stern sound of breaking through the air. A long sword tore the air and pierced Lao San's neck directly. The blood spurted out, but Luo Chen had already withdrawn and left, not even a drop of the spurting blood splashed on him. "You!" Lao San clutched his neck, his eyes were red and he looked at Luo Chen not far away, his lips squirmed twice, and then he fell directly to the ground like pushing a jinshan down a jade pillar. Blood gurgled out, and soon a pool of blood formed under Lao San's corpse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Lao San, the master of the 3 villages of Crazy Wolf Village, rewarding 1000 spiritual chi points, and 300 points of proficiency in the Crane Shadow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the limited time mission Exterminate the Crazy Wolf Village. The host killed Lao San, the master of the 3 villages of Crazy Wolf Village. Although he did not disclose any information, in order to avoid future troubles, the host should kill the bandits in Crazy Wolf Village within 3 months. Task reward, spiritual chi 50,000 points, 1 chance to draw a lottery. Failure penalty, none. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile a little more on his face. After beheading the other injured bandit, Luo Chen took out the black crystal from the heart of Shadow Demon Wolf, and his figure quickly disappeared in this dense forest. Soon after Luo Chen left, Bai Yupan returned here with the mercenary squad, seeing the corpses of Lao San and others as well as the corpse of the Shadow Demon Wolf, his face was full of shock. Lao San is dead. The mercenary Lao Si who was scolded by Bai Yupan before looked at Lao San's corpse in a pool of blood. He shuddered suddenly, and said with a trembled, "Could it be that kid just now?" Thinking that I had been reprimanding Luo Chen recklessly just now, dense white hair sweat appeared behind the mercenary old fourth, and his body was trembling unceasingly. In such a short period of time, no one else should pass by. The only one who killed Lao San's group is the young man just now. Bai Yupan looked at the corpses around him, took a deep breath, and his voice trembled faintly. Chapter 26. Unexpectedly, that young man could kill Lao San at a young age, and so on. Another person in the team sighed, and then he seemed to think of something, a look of horror appeared on his face. Second, what's the matter? Bai Yupan's expression also changed when he heard that person's words, and he asked quickly. He thought that the speaker was aware of some crisis. When he was speaking, Bai Yupan had already drawn out his weapon and was always vigilant around him. The person just now, that person just now seems to be the trash young master of the Luo family, Luo Chen. The mercenary called the second swallowed his mouth and said with some difficulty. No, it doesn't seem to be. Before anyone else could speak, the mercenary second spoke again. That person was Luo Chen from the Luo family just now. The second child, are you sure? Bai Yupan's expression also changed when he heard the mercenary's second child, and he asked quickly. A well-known rubbish was able to kill an existence like Lao San. Bai Yupan felt faintly that he had discovered an incredible secret. I'm sure. The mercenary second also gradually calmed down at this moment, and said confidently, I caught a glimpse of the jade pendant unique to the Luo family disciple hung on his body. And the Luo family disciple with the word dust engraved in the center of the jade pendant, apart from Luo Chen, there will be no one else. Call. Bai Yupan exhaled deeply, looked at the corpse on the ground, did not hesitate at all, and immediately warned, we have not seen anything today, heard nothing, understand. He didn't know why a famous trash suddenly became an existence that even Lao San could kill, but he knew that if this news was leaked out, he and his team would definitely not have a good life. Understood, the other people responded quickly. Neither Luo Chen nor the Luo family could provoke them. If today's news leaked out, Luo Chen could not have imagined that they had leaked the news. For their own life, they naturally know what to do. Take the corpse of the ghost wolf, let's go back. Bai Yupan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words of others, and pointed to the corpse of the ghost wolf not far away, and said. 2 mercenaries stepped forward and carried the body of the ghost wolf, and then the group quickly walked towards the outskirts of the magical beast's mountain range. After they left, Luo Chen jumped down from a big tree and said with a smile, "It's also considered familiar. It seems that I shouldn't have to worry about exposing my strength in a short time." He just turned back not far after going out just now, just worried that the group of people like Bai Yupan would go and return. When he heard that Bai Yupan and others guessed his identity, he planned to kill this team of mercenaries. However, he did not expect that this Bai Yupan would still have the same knowledge as before, which allowed Luo Chen to calm down the killing intent in his heart and let them go. After looking around, Luo Chen no longer hesitated, and immediately started the movement technique and swept towards the depths of the mountain. 3 days later, in the depths of the branches of the magical beast's mountain range, Luo Chen sat on the trunk of a big tree, concealed his figure completely by the dense leaves, and then called out the attribute panel. Host, Luo Chen. Cultivation Base, 4th Rank Martial Master, 1/120000. Cultivation Qualification, Waste Qualification, 0/1000. Current Cultivation Technique, Luo Chi Gathering Technique, Deva Unity, Proficiency Max. Switchable Cultivation Technique, Cultivation of the Void and Ju Yuan Ju, Proficient in the Fire, Proficiency 1/50,000. Martial Skill, Cross Sword Art, Deva 1. Splitting Shadow Sword, Reaching the Peak, Proficiency 1/50,000. Movement Technique Combat Skills, Crane Shadow Mistakes, Reaching the Peak, Proficiency 1/15,000. Spiritual Chi, 385 points, current growth rate of 88 points per minute. Chapter 27. In the 3 days in the branches of the magical beast's mountain range, Luo Chen not only killed many first-rank and second-rank beasts, but also did not forget to use spiritual Qi Ascension own cultivation base and a cultivation technique. Luo Chen is now the 4th rank martial master, and the 2 cultivation technique Ascension of Crane Shadow Lost and Splitting Shadow Sword have reached the peak. Their combat power is much stronger than when they first entered the branch of the magical beast's mountain range. 1 chip. Luo Chen could pat his chest and say that if he confronted Lei Lao San again, he would be able to kill Lei Lao San within 3 swords, without having to spend a lot of effort like before. Putting away the attribute panel, Luo Chen jumped down from the tree and muttered, "It's been a few days since I came out, so I should return to Luo's house to see it." Thinking about this, Luo Chen no longer hesitated, and directly ran Crane Shadow Mistakes, bringing up a large amount of after images, and quickly swept toward the outskirts of the mountain range. Before he ran far away, a low beast roar suddenly attracted Luo Chen's attention, causing him to stop in place. This sound? It seems that there are fierce beasts fighting each other. Luo Chen's heart moved. His current position was almost close to the depths of the branches of the magical beast's mountain range. Second-rank beasts were everywhere, and there were even third-rank beasts hunted. The fighting between the 2 fierce beasts is so loud, it is very likely that the third-rank fierce beasts are fighting each other. Go and see, if it's really a third-rank beast, then wait for an opportunity to act. Luo Chen licked some dry lips, a bright light appeared in his eyes. I don't know if it is the cause of cultivation base ascension. The spiritual chi that he can obtain by killing the first-rank beasts now is pitiful. Although you can get some spiritual chi by killing the second-rank beast, it's not quite satisfactory. Therefore, unless the first-rank and second-rank beasts were massacred on a large scale, it would be a total loss for Luo Chen to kill a second-rank beast to obtain spiritual chi. Now it is suspected that 2 third-rank beasts are fighting. No matter who wins or loses, Luo Chen can wait for an opportunity. If he can take this opportunity to kill a third-rank beast, even if it is just a severely injured third-rank beast, I'm afraid I can get a lot of spiritual chi. What's more, a third-rank beast can provide him with more than just spiritual chi. Thinking of this, Luo Chen didn't hesitate anymore, and drove Crane Shadow Mistake to its extreme, and hurried away in the direction where the sound came from. When he was about to reach the place where the sound was coming from, Luo Chen slowed down, carefully concealed his own figure, and then jumped onto a big tree and looked down. Not far away was a messy clearing of about 20 feet away. A large number of trees broke off and fell to the ground. Two fierce beasts that looked very similar pounced on each other, constantly gnawing at each other's scales with their claws and sharp teeth. It turned out to be two iron spine beasts. Luo Chen's eyes appeared astonished when he saw the two fierce beasts biting together. The iron spine beast is one of the more common beasts of the third rank. This kind of beast has average attack power, but the defensive power of the scale armor is extremely strong. But the most famous thing about the ironback beast is not its thick scale armor, but its bloodthirsty and combative temperament. As long as it is stared at by the ironback beast, whether it is of the same kind or not, it will become its target of attack. And this is why the two iron spine beasts will fight together. It's a bit difficult. Luo Chen quietly sighed as he looked at the iron spine beast biting together below, looking a little helpless. With the defense and attack of the ironback beasts, the two ironback beasts may not be able to hurt each other until their physical strength is exhausted. Chapter 28. Looking at the two still energetic iron spine beasts below, Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, but still suppressed his inner restlessness. With the defense of the iron spine beast, even if he makes a sneak attack, it will be difficult for him to make merit, and he will anger the two iron spine beasts even more. Although Luo Chen is confident that with Realm's Crane Shadow lost, the two iron spine beasts will definitely not catch up with him, but he does not want to try to be chased by two third-rank beasts, especially when these beasts are everywhere. Among the branches of the magical beasts mountain range. It seems that we have to wait a while, Luo Chen thought in his heart. The movement of these two iron spine beasts fighting is so big that it will definitely attract other fierce beasts. Then I will see if I can wait for the opportunity to pick up the leak. Thinking about this, Luo Chen quickly reduced his breath and hid himself behind the dense foliage, only revealing a pair of eyes, looking at the surrounding scenes from time to time. Luo Chen's guess was not wrong, he was worthy of hiding himself, and there was a rustling sound not far away, only to see a firstborn one-horned golden-patterned python clinging to the ground, quietly. He sneaked into the vicinity of the two Iron Ridge beasts. The third-rank fierce beast golden-horned python. Luo Chen's pupils shrank, the breath in the body was a little out of control, and then quickly converged. He did not think that such a fierce beast actually existed in the branch of the magical beasts mountain range. If the ghost wolf that he has encountered before is the overlord among the second-rank beasts, then the golden-horned python is the well-deserved emperor among the third-rank beasts. This kind of beast should stay in the magical beasts mountain range. Hiss dash. The golden-patterned python suddenly looked towards Luo Chen's direction, a pair of mung-bean-sized snake pupils glowed with a cold luster, and a faint light of thunder glowed from the unicorn on its head. It was discovered. Luo Chen's heart jumped, he was worthy of being the top existence among the third-rank fierce beasts. He just lost control of his breath for a moment, and he was noticed by this fierce python. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen directly moved around the crane shadow mistake, and his figure quickly disappeared in place. Boom! Almost at the moment when Luo Chen disappeared, the trunk behind him was pierced by a flash of lightning, and a large hole was blasted into the thick trunk. Luo Chen, who appeared not far away, saw this scene, and couldn't help being a little afraid. Fortunately, he hid quickly, otherwise it was him who was penetrated by the lightning. Before he could think too much, Luo Chen took a wrong step and quickly fled to the distance. The golden stripe-horned python hates humans the most. Since it was discovered by the golden stripe-horned python, Luo Chen did not think that the golden stripe-horned python would let go. Live yourself. Seeing Luo Chen fleeing in the distance, the cold light in the golden stripe-horned python pupils flashed away, and then quickly chased out in the direction of Luo Chen's escape. Although knowing that the golden stripe-horned python hates humans most, Luo Chen couldn't help but want to scold his mother when he saw it really chasing it. The overlord among the third-rank beasts will not necessarily fail even if it is against the Xiantian martial master, and his fourth-rank martial master realms, and, in front of this beast overlord, there is no resistance at all. Room. Escape. Flee desperately. Luo Chen didn't dare to slacken the slightest, true qi in his body ran wildly, and the crane shadow fan moved to the extreme, fleeing towards the distance, leaving only a trail of vague after-images in the same place. The next moment, the afterimage was pierced by thunder and lightning, and the golden stripe-horned python quickly chased it, but everything that stood in the way was swept away by its tough body. Luo Chen and the golden stripe-horned python ran away and chased them, and soon entered the depths of the branches of the magical beast's mountain range. Chapter 29. The depths of the branches of the magical beast's mountain range are silent, and the air is filled with a faint bloody breath, which makes people feel extremely depressed. After entering the depths of the mountain range, the movements of the golden stripe-horned python obviously became a lot smaller. Although they still chased Luo Chen, they rarely released lightning to bombard the afterimage left by Luo Chen. Obviously, in the depths of this mountain range, there is an existence that makes fierce beasts such as the golden stripe-horned python be afraid of it. Although the chase of the golden stripe-horned python slowed down, giving Luo Chen a chance to breathe a sigh of relief, Luo Chen didn't dare to neglect a little. Superior. The rock wall is as high as 100 feet, and at the bottom of the rock wall, there is a crack like a knife cut, as if it was opened up by life. Regardless of whether there would be danger in the crack, Luo Chen flew out at a point under Luo Chen's feet, and slid into the crack as if a ruin came home. Boom! The huge body of the golden stripe-horned python slammed into the rock wall, the earth and rocks cracked, and a large amount of rubble fell down, and the cracks around it quickly cracked, as if it would collapse in the next second. Luo Chen didn't think this rock wall could stop the golden stripe-horned python, and quickly walked along the crack toward the depths of the rock wall. Hi! Before stepping out a few steps, there was a high-pitched eagle cry from outside the rock wall, and Luo Chen subconsciously looked towards the outside of the rock wall. I saw a pair of claws poured from the sky like fine iron, holding the golden stripe-horned python firmly, and then the sharp beak of the bird fell, directly piercing the golden stripe-horned python's head. The third-rank fierce beast overlord golden stripe-horned python that had been chasing Luo Chen frantically for a long time had no power to resist and was killed instantly. Luo Chen took a deep breath, quickly took out the fire fold from his arms and lit it, and continued to go deep inside along the crack. I don't know how long it has been, Luo Chen can't hear the movement outside. Call! Suddenly, a gloomy wind blew Luo Chen's temples. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, his right hand pressed on the hilt, true qi circulated rapidly in his body, and at the same time accelerated his pace and walked forward. Before I walked far, I saw a huge cave, about 4 or 5 feet high, and more than 10 feet long and wide. The rock walls on all sides were inlaid with night pearls, which were glowing faintly. In the center of the cave, there is a stone table and 4 stone benches, which are covered with dust, which is obviously the result of being left unattended for a long time. There are 2 huge wooden cabinets not far away. On the wooden cabinet on the left, there are many bottles and cans, while in the wooden cabinet on the right, there is only a picture scroll. The bottom of the picture scroll is covered with dust. Brocade box. Luo Chen's gaze fell on the picture scroll, and an astonishing color could not help appearing in his eyes. The picture shows a woman in a red dress with snow-like skin, long fiery red hair hanging down to her waist, and a phoenix mark on the center of her eyebrows. What frightened Luo Chen most was the woman's eyes. Just from the portrait, Luo Chen could feel the domineering temperament that the woman had in her eyes. His gaze fell on the lower right corner of the picture scroll, where there was a line of scribbled writing Queen Huang, Mengxian Huang. Luo Chen's expression stunned, and there have been many peerless powerhouses in the continent of universe for countless years, leaving a strong mark in the history books. And Huang Hao or Huang Mensuan is one of the best. More than 300 years ago, Huang Empress and Huang Mengxian was born. It is rumored that Huang Mengxian was a strong Xiantian Great Master realm right after he was born. World. What makes people feel puzzled is that after the Queen of Phoenix became the martial god realm, she suddenly disappeared, and there is no news of Queen of Phoenix on the mainland. Now 300 years have passed since the era of Queen Phoenix. If Queen Phoenix is still alive, with her talent, I am afraid that she has reached a realm that no one can imagine. Chapter 30. Withdrawing his gaze from the portrait, Luo Chen's thoughts were flying. The owner of this immortal cave has a portrait of the Queen of Phoenix, which is probably the same age as the Queen of Phoenix. About 300 years have passed since the era of Queen Phoenix, and this cave seems to have been abandoned for more than 100 years. I am afraid that the owner of Immortal Cave has already fallen accidentally, leaving only this immortal cave in the branch of the magical beasts mountains. With a light sigh, Luo Chen's gaze fell on the dusty brocade box. After dusting the brocade box, Luo Chen carefully opened the brocade box. At the bottom of the brocade box, there are 2 yellowed cheat books lying quietly, and a unique ring is placed in the corner. After pondering for a while, Luo Chen took the lead in taking out the 2 yellowed cheats. Opening the cover of the first cheat book casually, Luo Chen's pupils shrank, and a surprise appeared in his eyes. Barbarian Body Tempering Decision, the top grade of the mysterious stage, a secret book handed down hundreds of years ago, can greatly increase the defense of the practitioner, the cultivation to the extreme. It can expand the danshan, and increase the total amount of true qi that the practitioner can accommodate. What do you really want? Luo Chen couldn't help laughing as he looked at the secret book in his hand. After fighting with Lei Lao San before, he planned to find a cultivation technique to cultivate after returning to the Luo family, but he unexpectedly obtained a cultivation technique of the highest grade of the mysterious order. Look at another book. Carefully set aside the cheat book of Barbarian Body Tempering Decision, Luo Chen quickly opened another cheat book. Baikalu records the information of various rare spiritual herbs on the universe continent. It can only be said that chat is better than nothing. Luo Chen curled his lips, thinking a little greedily. In all fairness, this Baikalu is also a good thing. This kind of book containing information on rare spiritual herbs can be sold at a decent price even if Luo Chen doesn't use it himself and puts it on Liuyun Wuxing. Only with the Barbarian Body Tempering Decision jewels in front, this Baikalu is a bit shabby in comparison. Putting Baikalu and Bull Body Tempering aside, Xiao Tian picked up the unique ring. The faint spiritual qi fluctuations came out from the ring. Luo Chen's heart was shocked, and he looked at the ring carefully, only to find that there were 2 shallow small characters engraved on the back of the ring face middle grade. Middle grade universe ring. A look of ecstasy appeared on Luo Chen's face, and a middle grade universe ring could really be said to be of infinite value. You must know that even if it is a family like the Luo family, only the patriarch and a few elders have the universe ring, and they are all inferior without exception. Buying a medium-grade universe ring can completely hurt the vitality of a family like the Luo family. After pouring a strand of true qi into the middle-grade Qinqin ring, Luo Chen only felt a flower in front of him, seeing the space inside the Qinqin ring. It was a standard cube, about 5 feet long and 5 feet wide. In the corner, there was a small pile of low-grade spirit stones with light spiritual qi fluctuations, about several thousand pieces. It's a huge space, Luo Chen couldn't help exclaiming. The storage space in the low-grade Qinqin ring is about 3 feet long and wide, so there are not too many things in it. Compared to the middle-grade Qinqin ring, the space is much smaller. As for the small pile of low-grade spirit stones in the corner, it was not possible for Luo Chen to be too gaffy. Although thousands of low-grade spirit stones can be regarded as a lot of wealth, their value is almost equal to 2 medium-grade Qinqin rings. After seeing Barbarian Body Tempering Decision and this middle-grade universe ring, it is really hard to shock Luo Chen with these thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 31. Withdrawing his consciousness from the inner space of the middle-grade Qinqin ring, Luo Chen thought about it and took out 2 lower-grade spirit stones. Before he could take any action, the system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! 2 pieces of low-grade spirit stones are detected. Is it converted into 2000 spiritual qi? Luo Chen's expression was shocked, and there was ecstasy on his face. He did not expect that the system could directly convert spirit stones into spiritual qi. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen quickly took out all the spirit stones from the middle-grade universe ring, and ordered, transform, transform all. After all these thousands of spirit stones have been transformed, wouldn't it be enough to give him millions of points of spiritual qi? I am afraid it will be enough for him to instantly break through to the realm of the Xiantian Great Master. The host currently has insufficient realm, and the daily limit for the conversion of spirit stones to spiritual qi is 20,000 spiritual qi points. The sound of the system was poured on Luo Chen's head like a basin of cold water, but Luo Chen was only slightly lost, and he was excited again. He was a little impulsive just now. You must know that spirit stones are hard currency between practitioners. If he converts all these low-grade spirit stones into spiritual qi, if he encounters something good and doesn't have spirit stones to buy, then he will be caught blind. Fortunately, there is a conversion limit, and the spirit stones are not completely converted at one time. Converting 20,000 points per day. Although spiritual qi doesn't seem to be much, it is also an astonishing number over time, enough to make Luo Chen ascension's speed faster again. Putting away the extra spirit stones, leaving only 20 low-grade spirit stones, Luo Chen then again commanded, "Transform." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully transforming low-grade spirit stones 20 yuan and earning 20,000 spiritual qi points. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen hurriedly called out the attribute panel and looked at the spiritual qi that had surged to 28,385 points in the column of spiritual qi. Without any hesitation, he directly pointed his finger on the crane shadow mistake. He was chased by the golden stripe horned python before. If he hadn't relied on crane shadow's stray footsteps, he would have fallen into the hands of the golden stripe horned python. Now that he has enough spiritual qi, Luo Chen naturally thought of upgrading movement at the first time. Technique combat skills. Spiritual qi was consumed quickly, and at the same time the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unifying the ascension of crane shadow mistake step to Deva, and the promotion of crane shadow lost step to Xian tier. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen couldn't help but moved. He didn't expect that after the crane shadow was cultivated to the Deva unity realm, he would even be promoted from the yellow rank top grade to the profound rank lower grade. Subconsciously running crane shadow Mi's steps, his footsteps were wrong, and the whole person swept out several feet in an instant. A lifelike afterimage was left in place, and it took a few breaths before it slowly dissipated. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. Crane Shadow's lost track was still at its peak. Realm was able to leave afterimages to confuse the enemy, but he couldn't be as lifelike as it is now, and there was even a trace of Luochen aura on the afterimages. It seems that after being promoted to the lower grade of the mysterious rank, Crane Shadow Mistake Step has strengthened a lot in creating afterimages. Although this Crane Shadow Mistake Step is only a low-level Xian level, I am afraid that it is no less inferior to some high-level movement technique combat skills of Xian level, Luo Chen thought secretly in his heart. Then Luo Chen looked at the remaining 13,386 spiritual qi points on the attribute panel, pondered for a moment, and dropped his finger on the column of cultivation qualifications. Chapter 32. Because spiritual qi has not been sufficient before, he has never been able to upgrade his cultivation qualifications. Now that there are more spirit stones to transform into spiritual qi, he can use some spiritual qi to upgrade his cultivation qualifications. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing the cultivation qualification ascension to the inferior qualification, 1/100000, and the spiritual qi will grow at a permanent rate of 10% ascension. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen didn't seem too happy. Instead, he frowned and groaned, "This is a bit of a taste, so it seems that at this level, upgrading your cultivation qualifications is far from being a direct upgrade to cultivation technique." He doesn't know how much bonus spiritual qi's growth rate will be after upgrading the low-grade qualification to the middle-grade qualification, but he is certain that it will still be a percentage bonus. With his current spiritual qi growth rate, this percentage bonus is far less effective than a fixed bonus. Fortunately, upgrading his waste product qualification to inferior qualification only cost him 1,000 spiritual qi points, and the investment is not large. However, it takes a full 100,000 points of spiritual qi for the ascension of the inferior qualifications to the mid-tier qualifications. Luo Chen has decided to ignore the cultivation qualifications for the time being. Unless the spiritual qi is abundant, he will definitely not go to the ascension cultivation qualifications. After sighing, Luo Chen put away the attribute panel, and threw the Baiko Lu on the side into the middle grade Qinkan ring, and then carefully studied the barbarian body tempering decision. After a long time, Luo Chen put away the cheat sheet of Bull Body Tempering Ju, lotus position, sat down, mobilized true qi in his body, and rushed towards the acupuncture points recorded in Bull Body Tempering Ju. Following Luo Chen's movements, a large number of dense beads of sweat quickly appeared on his forehead, and before they could slip off, they were evaporated to dryness by the scorching aura from Luo Chen's body. And Luo Chen's face is constantly changing, sometimes bluish, sometimes flushed. If an outsider sees it, he will inevitably guess whether he is qi deviation. Puff! Suddenly, Luo Chen opened his mouth and spouted a mouthful of blood full of impurities. His face became a lot rosy, and his body had a faint white glow. Barbarian Bull Refining, getting started. Luo Chen opened his eyes and subconsciously called out the attribute panel, wanting to see how much spiritual qi is needed to upgrade the cultivation technique like Barbarian Bull Body Refining. With his gaze falling on a column of information that suddenly appeared, Luo Chen's mouth twitched twice, and he gave up on the idea of upgrading Bull Body Refining to Deva Realm as soon as possible. Cultivation Technique, Barbarian Bull Cultivation Technique, Beginner First Practice, Proficiency 1/100000. It takes 99,999 points of spiritual qi to complete the ascension of Barbarian Bull Refining the body to the realm. If the ascension goes on, the amount of spiritual qi needed is probably extremely terrifying. Ascension of cultivation technique seems to be more difficult than cultivation technique. Luo Chen sighed helplessly, rather speechless. The cultivation technique and martial skill he currently possesses are big players who swallow spiritual qi. Although he can grow close to 140,000 spiritual qi points every day, it is not enough for his cultivation technique and martial skill to consume. Especially the two cultivation techniques Kongxiu Yuanju and Bull Body Tempering, within a few days or even 10 days, I am afraid it is difficult to combine ascension to Deva realm. Hey, Bull Body Tempering Ju, don't count on it. I hope to bring Kongxiu Yuanju ascension to Deva Unity realm before the competition in the clan. Luo Chen stood up and flexed his muscles a few times, thinking a little greedily, then patted the dust on his body, and left Immortal Cave along the road when he came. Chapter 33. Passing through the long and narrow cracks, a bright light came. Luo Chen slowed down subconsciously, true qi in his body vibrated, his hands on the hilt of the sword, his expression dignified. He didn't know if the mysterious beast he had glimpsed that killed the golden-horned python had left before he went deep into the crack, so he didn't dare to be careless. After all, with his strength, even the golden stripe-horned python is inferior. How can he compete with that mysterious beast? The entrance was a mess, gravel was everywhere, and there was still a lot of dark red snake blood remaining on the ground, exuding a nauseating stench. Luo Chen secretly took a fluke in his heart, looked carefully, and did not find the figure of the fierce beast. Only then did he fully urge the crane shadow fans to follow, and rush towards the periphery of the mountain range frantically. After being promoted to the lower rank of crane shadow mistake, the movement speed is much faster, not to mention, even the consumption of spiritual qi has been reduced a bit. If you don't deliberately arrange the after-image, with the abundant true qi in Luo Chen's body, it can fully support him to run the cultivation technique for a long time. It's just that Luo Chen was worried about encountering other fierce beasts, so he didn't save the use of true qi, leaving a lot of lifelike after-images along the way. That is to say, Luo Chen's true qi is abundant, and there are spirit stones in the middle grade universe ring as a support, which dare to do so. When Luo Chen got out of the magical beast's mountain branch, the true qi in his body had been exhausted, and even the lower grade spirit stones had absorbed 2 pieces. After resting for a while, Luo Chen took off the middle grade universe ring he was wearing, put it next to his body, and then rushed towards Lingyun City. After entering Lingyun City, Luo Chen realized that the atmosphere in Lingyun City was a bit wrong. Everyone was talking about Luoyun Academy, and there were few young people wandering around in the city, as if they were missing the special level tutor of Luoyun Academy. Luo Chen's heart moved when he heard what those people were talking about, and he secretly said, "Isn't it caused by the vision of my cultivation technique breakthrough?" When Luo Kingxiu cultivated the Luo family gathering Qi Ju to the realm, which reached its peak, it attracted the tutors of Luochen Academy. Although there seemed to be other reasons for this, it also shows that Luochen Academy attaches great importance to this kind of genius. A few days ago, he broke through the cultivation technique to Deva Unity Realm in Luochen Wushu, and the vision of heaven and earth could be seen throughout Lingyun City. Therefore, it seemed that it was not impossible to disturb the instructor of Luochen Academy. Some helplessly shook his head. Luo Chen knows why there are almost no young people wandering in the city. I am afraid that those young people are cultivating hard, hoping that he will be lucky enough to be favored by the tutor of Luochen Academy. Since then, one step has reached the sky. Only. A mocking smile appeared on Luo Chen's face. At the beginning, his big sis Luo Qingxiu was such a genius, but the person who came to recruit Luo Qingxiu into Luochen Academy was just an intermediate instructor. Now the one who is coming is a special level instructor whose status is far above that of the intermediate level instructor. I am afraid that even Luo Qingxiu from the beginning may not be able to see him, let alone other people. Settling down, Luo Chen raised his foot and hurried towards the Luo family. He didn't know exactly why Luochen Academy's special level instructor went to Lingyun City, and he didn't bother to guess. For him, the attraction of Luochen Academy is really not that big. After all, even if he joins Luochen Academy, the only useful thing to him is the collection of books in Luochen Academy. Other than that, other things have little effect on him. In contrast, even if he does not join Luochen Academy, he can still become a strong generation with the help of the system, and he does not need to be bound by so many rules. Chapter 34. Soon, Luo Chen returned to Luo's house and walked straight to own residence. When passing by the martial arts field, Luo Chen found that his cousins were sweating like rain on the martial arts field, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. The face of this Luochen Academy's special tutor is really big. Apart from a few people like Luo Fan, who are my cousins, who are not the dudes who have been bullying men and women all day long. Let them cultivate, it would be better to kill them. As a result, this Luochen Academy's special level tutor only came to Lingyun City, without even showing his face, so that he could cultivate these dudes at ease, which really made Luo Chen a little bit speechless. Shaking his head, Luo Chen walked quickly towards the own room and spent 3 days in the magical beasts mountain range. He was also chased by a fierce beast such as the golden stripe-horned python. Luo Chen was also a little exhausted, and now he just wants to get a good night's sleep. After returning to the room, Luo Chen ignored the washing and fell directly on the bed. Soon, the snoring sound rang in Luo Chen's room. When Luo Chen woke up, it was already the next afternoon. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Luo Chen went directly out of Luo's house and rushed towards Luochen Wuxing. Now that there are still 10 days before the Luo family grand competition, Luo Chen wants to take this opportunity to complete the limited time mission exterminate the crazy wolf village triggered in the magical beasts mountains. Just Luo Chen alone, naturally can't smooth the crazy wolf village now, but as a VIP guest of Luochen Martial Arts, Luo Chen has the right to rent the strong from Luochen Martial Arts. As a low-level VIP of Luochen Wuxing, Luo Chen can rent from Luochen Wuxing a powerhouse no higher than the 9th Martial Grandmaster realm every year. Even if Lingyun City is too remote and there is no 9th rank Martial Grandmaster in charge, it will never be difficult to rent a 2nd rank Martial Grandmaster. And Blood Wolf, the master of the Great Wolf Village, was nothing more than the 2nd rank Martial Grandmaster. As long as the powerhouse rented by Luochen Wuxing can entangle the Blood Wolf, Luo Chen is sure to slay all the other bandits in the crazy wolf village under the sword. Luo Chen's speed was not slow, and soon he went outside Luochen Wuxing, opened the door and walked in. It was the smiley face of the treasurer Lu Xiao who greeted him. I said why I heard the magpies in the yard calling early in the morning. It turned out that it was Chen young master coming here. Seeing Luo Chen, the shopkeeper Lu Xiao quickly greeted him from behind the counter and smiled at Luo Chen. The shopkeeper Xia laughed. Luo Chen couldn't help but shook his head and laughed, and immediately said to the shopkeeper Lu Xiao, "Thank shopkeeper, I am here this time, there are 2 things I want to trouble Xia the shopkeeper." "Dust young master," Xia shopkeeper patted his chest when he heard the words, and said with a serious face, "As long as my old Xie can do it, I will never refuse." "No thanks to the shopkeeper for being so serious." Luo Chen shook his head and said, "The first thing is that I have a crystal from the heart of the ghost wolf. I plan to sell it to Liu Yuxing." After speaking, Luo Chen took the crystal out of his arms and placed it on the counter. He now has a middle-grade universe ring. Luo Xiao also promised that as long as he can win the Luo family's first place, he will give him a lower-grade universe ring, so Luo Chen sold the crystals from the beginning. Idea. Seeing the crystal that Luo Chen had taken out, the treasurer Lao Xie's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. He took it and gave it to Liu Yuxing's casting master to cast a low-grade Qinqin ring. Seeing the expression of Lao Xie, the shopkeeper, Luo Chen smiled slightly, then took out the low-level VIP voucher from his arms, and said in a serious tone, "As for the second thing, I intend to rent a strong person above Martial Grandmaster realm to protect me." Crazy Wolf Village. Chapter 35. Crazy Wolf Village. The shopkeeper Xie was taken aback for a moment, and asked subconsciously, "There are a bunch of lunatics in Crazy Wolf Village. What is young Master Chen doing there?" After speaking, Lao Xie, the shopkeeper, found out that it was wrong, and said quickly, "I was a mistake. Now there is only one 4th rank martial grand master in the martial arts, and I just don't know whether it meets the requirements of the young master." "It's not something that can't be said," Luo Chen grinned and said, "I slaughtered Lei San from Crazy Wolf Village in the Magical Beasts Mountains 2 days ago. The Crazy Wolf Village is flattened." Hearing the killing intent contained in Luo Chen's words, the treasurer Lao Xie's pupils shrank, and his eyes looked at Luo Chen a little more awe-inspiring. "Dust, young master, don't worry. I am a powerful man who cannot say that I am invincible with realm, but it is not comparable to the bandits in Crazy Wolf Village. Thanks to the 4th rank martial grand master I recommended, he can completely smooth the Crazy Wolf Village." The shopkeeper Old Xie said proudly, rubbing his fingers subconsciously after finishing, hesitated, "It's just the price. The crystallization in the heart of the shadow demon wolf is my deposit," Luo Chen said immediately after hearing the words. "If the Crazy Wolf Village can be completely wiped out, half of the collection of the Crazy Wolf Village will return to Liu Yuxing. Deal." Hearing Luo Chen's words, the shopkeeper Lao Xie no longer hesitated, and immediately agreed, and then rushed to Luo Chen and said, "Dust young master, please wait here for a while, Lao Xie, I will invite the senior." Before Xie's words were finished, a handsome man in a white robe, about 30 years old, suddenly walked out of Liu Yuxing. He thanked the shopkeeper with a smile. "The shopkeeper, let me follow this young master. How about a trip? Mr. Jun, how did this make it?" The shopkeeper Lao Xie said with a bitter expression, "If you let young Master Su know that I asked you to do this kind of thing, then young Master Su can't take my skin off." Hearing the words of shopkeeper Xie, Luo Chen subconsciously looked at the man, and finally his eyes fell on the moire embroidered on the man's sleeves. His expression shook suddenly. He had seen this moire before. The instructor who came to Lingyun City to pick up Luo Qingxiu and went to Liuyun Academy had such a moire on his sleeves. Although Luo Chen didn't know who the SUS young master was in the words of shopkeeper Xie, Luo Chen had already guessed the identity of this man. Except for the Liuyun Academy's special instructor who has been going viral in Lingyun City these days, I am afraid that no one in this Lingyun City dares to embroider such a moire on the sleeves, and he can let the shopkeeper Xie treat it so respectfully. I'll talk to him about Mingch. Mr. Jun waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm just a little curious, what kind of person is little brother who has been talking about by Qingxiu's girl?" After speaking, Mr. Jun smiled at Luo Chen and said with a serious face, "Introduce myself, my name is Jun Moxio, Liuyun Academy's special tutor, and also your big sis Luo Qingxiu's tutor." Luo Chen's expression was shocked when he heard the words, and immediately said with a serious face, "It turned out to be Mr. Jun. I don't know how my sister is doing now." "Your sister is fine, don't worry about her." Jun Mo smiled and shook his head, his eyes fell on Luo Chen, and Luo Chen felt a little hairy. Before Luo Chen could speak, Lord Grimm said astonishingly, "I came to Lingyun City this time, and I came here specially for you. Come for me. Luo Chen's heart beat wildly when he heard the words, and he subconsciously glanced at the treasurer Xie on the side. He cultivated Luo family gathering Qiju to Deva realm in the quiet room of Liuyun Wuxing, so he didn't expect to be able to hide it from the treasurers yet. Now Lord Grimm suddenly came to the door, making Luo Chen a little doubtful whether it was because the treasurer Xie revealed the news that he had cultivated the Luo family Qi gathering technique to Deva Unity Realm to Liuyun Academy. Chapter 36, Sending Pills from Thousands of Miles, Mid-Class Qualification. Seeing Luo Chen looking at him, the shopkeeper Xie quickly understood what Luo Chen meant, and shook his head quickly, indicating that he had not disclosed the news. No. Luo Chen couldn't help frowning when he saw this, with some doubts in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he cultivated Luo family Qi gathering technique to Deva Unity Realm, why would Lord Grimm say that he came here specially for himself? Don't guess it, Luo Chen's small movements can't hide from Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm shook his head and said speechlessly, "Your sister asked me to run this time." My sister? Luo Chen was stunned, a little dazed. He didn't know why Luo Qingxiu suddenly invited a special level tutor from Liuyun Academy to come to him. Could it be that what happened to Luo Qingxiu? But if it was Luo Qingxiu who had an accident, it wouldn't work to find herself. Luo Qingxiu couldn't know that she had a system. Well, your sister. Jun Mo smiled and nodded, flipping his wrist, and an exquisite jade box appeared in his hand, a little helplessly said, "Your sister had completed the Academy's mission before and gave up the high-grade cultivation technique awarded by the Academy. On the contrary, I replaced it with a Yume Ziyashui pill used to improve physical fitness, and specially asked me to send it to Lingyun City to improve your physical fitness. Who knows that you kids suddenly became able to cultivate, but it was a waste of your sister's hard work." This. Luo Chen was stunned when he heard the words, not knowing what to say. He knew how precious the cultivation technique of the top grade of the ground level was. He could not get such a reward. I am afraid that Luo Qingxiu would die in all his life in order to complete the task. However, Luo Qingxiu gave up the cultivation technique of the ground level top grade, just to exchange for a Yume Ziyashui pill that was used to improve his physique? You don't have to blame yourself. Seeing Luo Chen's expression, Jun Mo smiled and comforted, with your sister's talent, a high-grade cultivation technique is not something difficult to obtain for her. As for this Yume Ziyashui pill, I still suggest you to absorb it. Although you are now able to cultivation, this Yume Ziyashui pill can also ascension your cultivation qualifications, making you more cultivation. Take it easy. Having said that, Lord Grimm handed the jade box in his hand to Luo Chen. Luo Chen took the jade box and opened it carefully. A light blue medicine pill the size of a longan lay quietly in the center of the jade box. A faint fragrance radiated from the medicine pill, refreshing people. When Luo Chen was hesitating how to absorb this Yume Ziyashui pill, Lord Grimm's voice suddenly sounded, "Yume Ziyashui pill is mild in nature, just swallow it directly." Luo Chen didn't hesitate when he heard the words, reached out and grabbed the pale cyan medicine pill and stuffed it into his mouth. The medicine pill melted at the entrance, turning into a warm current flowing along Luo Chen's meridians, and finally merged into Luo Chen's meridians. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swallowing Yume Ziyashui pill. Cultivation Qualification Ascension is a medium-grade qualification, 400000/10000000, and the growth rate of spiritual qi will increase by 30% forever. The system prompt sounded suddenly in Luo Chen's ears, making Luo Chen's expression excited. Unexpectedly, after Ascension's cultivation qualifications, the progress of Ascension was 400,000. Luo Chen was shocked. Doesn't it mean that this Yume Ziyashui pill is equivalent to 500,000 points of spiritual qi? As for the permanent increase of 30% of the spiritual qi growth rate, Luo Chen did not take it too seriously. Because his current spiritual qi growth rate is not fast, the percentage bonus is actually not a fixed bonus to be effective. Chapter 37. Hi. Slowly exhaling a murky breath, calming down the excitement in his heart, Luo Chen looked at Lord Grimm and said with a serious face, "There is Mr. Le Jun. It seems that you have gained a lot, Jun Mo smiled and nodded in satisfaction. It's not a waste of your sister's efforts. With that said, Lord Grimm turned around with a joke, and asked, then are you planning to consolidate the cultivation base now, or go to Crazy Wolf Village? Luo Chen looked at Lord Grimm helplessly when he heard the words, and a wry smile appeared on his face. How could he not understand Lord Grimm's meaning? It's just that he doesn't understand. How can Lord Grimm, such a special level tutor of the dignified Floating Cloud Academy, be so concerned about the bandits who are the highest but the second-rank martial grandmaster realm? However, Luo Chen didn't refuse Lord Grimm's kindness. With Lord Grimm like a Luochen Academy special tutor escorting him, he didn't have to worry about his own safety when he went to Crazy Wolf Village this time. Then Mr. Lao Jun will escort the boy to the Crazy Wolf Village, set his mind. Luo Chen clung to Lord's cupped hands with a smile and said sternly. Well, for the sake of that girl in Kingxiu, I will solve the blood wolf of the second-rank martial grandmaster realm for you. Lord Grimm nodded and laughed. Luo Chen nodded, and immediately rushed to the shopkeeper Lao Xiet and said, thank you, shopkeeper, we have agreed to pay for it before. After we have settled the Crazy Wolf Village, I will send Liuyun Wuxing again. Dust young master, what are you talking about? Shopkeeper Xie waved his hand quickly and said, since Mr. Jun is willing to do something for you, Chen young master, then there is nothing I can do with Liuyun. If Chen young master is willing to sell, we will trade at the market price. Luo Chen groaned after hearing the words, then nodded, and said, I thank the shopkeeper. The crystallization of the heart of the shadow demon wolf, the price on the market is 100 inferior spirit stones. The shopkeeper Xie quickly quoted the price, and then asked, I wonder if young master wants to downgrade the spirit stones or exchange it into a silver ticket. Low-grade spirit stones, Luo Chen said immediately upon hearing this. Shopkeeper Xie took out 100 low-grade spirit stones from the counter, put them on the counter, and pushed them towards Luo Chen. Do you have a Qinqin ring? Jun Mo laughed suddenly, looking at Luo Chen, and asked, do you need me to lend you one first? With that, Lord Grimm flipped his wrist and a middle-grade universe ring appeared in his hand. It is worthy of being the super-level tutor of Liuyun Academy, the middle-grade Qinqin Ji with rich wealth and high value, just borrow it. No, Luo Chen waved his hand, took out the middle-grade universe ring from his arms, and smiled, I have one here, it's enough for the time being. He wasn't worried that Lord Grimm would give up any other thoughts on a medium-grade universe, so he took it out in front of Lord Grimm and skillfully stuffed 100 low-grade spirit stones into the universe ring. Middle. Seeing the middle-grade Qinqin ring in Luo Chen's hand, Lord Grimm couldn't help but be a little surprised, and then laughed and said, it seems that you have some adventures too, but I am self-sufficient. However, with your current strength, wearing a medium-grade universe ring is too ostentatious. You should use this first, and wait for your cultivation base to reach the Xiantian Great Master realm before using the medium-grade universe ring. Before he finished speaking, Lord Grimm had a low-grade universe ring in his hand and handed it to Luo Chen. Then thank you Mr. Jun, Luo Chen didn't refuse, and took the lower-grade Qinqin ring, and said with a stern face, I will return it to Mr. Jun after we have eliminated the Crazy Wolf Village. Crazy Wolf Village has done a lot of evil over the years, and has also accumulated a lot of wealth. A low-grade universe ring can definitely be taken out. It's just a mere inferior Qinqin ring. Lord Grimm shook his head and said lightly, give it back to me and take up space, just treat it as my gift to you. How can you say that you are also the little brother of Kingxiu's girl? If I, as a tutor, don't show it, I'm afraid Kingxiu should blame me again by then. Chapter 38. When Lord Grimm laughed, Luo Chen didn't say much anymore. Anyway, Lord Grimm is wealthy, and he really doesn't care about this mere inferior Qinqin ring. If he insists on paying it back, he will refute Lord Grimm's face instead. Transferring everything from the middle-grade universe ring to the lower-grade universe ring, Luo Chen casually threw the middle-grade universe ring into the corner of the lower-grade universe ring space, and then looked at Lord Grimm and said, Mr. Jun, you can go now. Lord Grimm nodded, waved his big sleeve, and supported Luo Chen with a soft force, and quickly led him to the direction of Crazy Wolf Village. On a low mountain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack to the west of Lingyun City, a cottage stands, and there are many twisted corpses hanging along the way up the mountain, which is daunting. Pedestrians passing by didn't consciously avoid this short mountain, or even took a long way, because they knew very well that the cottage on this short mountain was the famous Crazy Wolf village in Lingyun City and even several nearby cities. Call. Suddenly, a breeze blew, and Luo Chen and Lord Grimm appeared at the entrance of the mountain road. Looking at the scene on the mountain road, Lord Grimm frowned. Luo Chen's expression did not change much. He killed Lei Lao San, the master of the 3 villages of the Crazy Wolf village. He had already forged a feud with the Crazy Wolf village. The behavior of the Crazy Wolf village can only intensify the killing intent in Luo Chen's heart. With a long sword drawn out of his waist, Luo Chen walked directly along the mountain road towards the upper cottage. Lord Grimm relaxed when he saw it, and followed Luo Chen like a stroll in a leisurely courtyard. Collapse. Not 2 steps out of Luo Chen, the sound of crossbows trembling suddenly came from the mountain roads on both sides, and then the 2 green crossbow arrows tore through the air and shot towards Luo Chen. 2 bandits with strong crossbows got up from the ground and looked at Luo Chen on the mountain road with bloodthirsty killing intent in their eyes. Luo Chen seemed to be only 13 or 14 years old, and he hadn't heard of a 13 or 14-year-old super genius near this Lingyun city. Therefore, the 2 bandits didn't think Luo Chen could avoid the crossbow arrows they suddenly shot. A boring method, Luo Chen shook his head. He didn't see any movement. The 2 green crossbow arrows passed directly through his body, nailed to the distant tree trunk, and the arrows couldn't help shaking. Frustrated. Seeing this scene, the 2 bandits couldn't help flashing shock in their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. The blow they were bound to win didn't even hurt Luo Chen. If Luo Chen used movement technique to avoid them, they wouldn't be so surprised. But what shocked them was that Luo Chen didn't seem to be moving at all, but the crossbow arrow passed through Luo Chen's body directly, as if there was no entity in Luo Chen at all. Seeing the expressions of the 2 bandits, Luo Chen shook his head, his figure flickered, and appeared in front of the 2 bandits. 2 crosses sword ray suddenly appeared, directly beheading the 2 bandits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 bandits and rewarding spiritual chi with 200 points. The system sound rang in Luo Chen's mind. Luo Chen shook his head with disgust, holding the long sword, and continued to walk upward. Lord Grimm at the back also had a heartbeat, and he thought to himself, what an exquisite movement technique, judging by this level of proficiency, at least it is also a realm. There is also the sword technique, with a faint Taoist rhyme when the sword is released, it is clear that Deva is one realm. This kid hasn't been in cultivation for a long time. In such a short period of time, he has cultivated a movement technique and a sword technique to such a realm, his comprehension has almost caught up with that girl King Xiu. Chapter 39. The 2 bandits are too weak to see how Luo Chen avoided the crossbow arrows they shot before, can he still not see it with Lord Grimm? When the crossbow arrow was about to hit Luo Chen used movement technique to avoid the crossbow arrow, and then quickly returned to the original place. Because the speed was too fast, this caused it to look like the crossbow arrow passed directly through Luo Chen's body and nailed to the big tree behind him. What an interesting kid! Seeing Luo Chen once again swung his sword to kill the 2 bandits, Lord Grimm couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If the cultivation qualification is higher, he can definitely be admitted to Luochen Academy. Next, let's look at his good fortune. If I can get the cultivation qualification ascension to the top grade qualification before the enrollment 1 year later, I have a reason to bring this kid into the Luochen Academy. Before Lord's joke sounded, Luo Chen, who was killing the bandit, suddenly stopped, because the system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being valued by Luochen Academy's special tutor, Jun Moxio, for triggering a special task. Enter Luochen Academy. Please host successfully to become a student of Luochen Academy within 1 year. Task reward, 200,000 spiritual chi, 1 lucky draw chance, 1 special item. Failure penalty, none. Hearing the content prompted by the system, Luo Chen looked back at Lord Grimm with some doubts, wondering why he was suddenly valued by the special tutor of Luochen Academy. Is it because of my sister? Luo Chen secretly guessed in his heart that apart from Luo Qingxiu's factor, he really couldn't think of any of his own worthy of a knowledgeable Luochen Academy special tutor's value. After all, although his current strength is good, he is probably not a big deal in Luochen Academy where the geniuses are everywhere. With Lord Grimm's vision, there is no reason to look at him. FK it. Luo Chen shook his head, and it was not a bad thing for him to be valued by a special level tutor of Luochen Academy. Thinking of this, Luo Chen quickly threw away his happy distracting thoughts and waved a long sword to kill the two bandits who rushed up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing two bandits and rewarding spiritual chi with 200 points. Ignoring the system prompts, looking at the crazy wolf village in front of him, Luo Chen was holding a long sword, and true chi quickly gathered in his right hand, and then a dazzling cross-shaped sword ray suddenly appeared, slashing at the door of the crazy wolf village. Superior! Boom! The simple gate of the village shattered, bringing up a lot of dust. The bandits of Crazy Wolf Village never thought that anyone would dare to kill Crazy Wolf Village, so they never reinforced the gate. Except for a few bandits on the mountain road, there is not even a bandit who is responsible for guarding the gate of the village. Where is the rat, dare to come to my Crazy Wolf Village to be presumptuous? A roar full of anger suddenly came from the depths of the Crazy Wolf Village, apparently because the gate of the village collapsed too much, and it alarmed the bandits in the bandits. Hearing the angry roar, Luo Chen smiled coldly, looking at the bandits gathered towards the gate of the village. Chi Luk Danshan, a clear voice resounded over the Crazy Wolf Village. Luo family, Luo Chen, come to destroy the village. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Lord who was not far behind smiled unconsciously and twitched twice, and said silently, "This kid is too mad, isn't it?" Although the bandits of Crazy Wolf Village were just a group of mobs that could easily be wiped out in his eyes, it was undoubtedly a hard bone for Luo Chen now. Even if he promised to help Luo Chen solve the Blood Wolf, the remaining bandits were enough for Luo Chen's headache. In this case, Luo Chen dared to anger these bandits, which really surprised him. Chapter 40. What a guts! An angry roar came from the cottage. A large number of bandits gathered at the gate of the village, and then two Daoist shadows walked out slowly among the bandits. The head one was burly in shape, with a hideous scar on his face, and his eyes towards Luo Chen carried an undisguised killing intent. The person behind him was a little thinner, and his eyes always had a bit of shadowy light in his eyes, which made people want to beat him up. Boy, Daddy Blood Wolf has been here for so many years, and I haven't seen anyone who dares to come to Daddy's Crazy Wolf Village to be presumptuous. The Blood Wolf glared at Luo Chen and said fiercely, "Let's talk about it, how do you want to die?" Before Luo Chen could speak, Lord Grimm behind him suddenly took 2 steps forward, squinted and smiled, "How bad is it to fight, kill and kill? Let's watch the show." As he said, Lord Grimm raised his hand and said lightly, "Forbidden." The spiritual chi around the Blood Wolf fluctuated rapidly, and then 4 beams of light fell from the sky, confining the Blood Wolf in place. After doing all this, Lord Grimm clapped his hands, looked at Luo Chen, and said with a smile, "Boy, I have taken care of the Blood Wolf for you, and you will take care of the rest." Luo Chen nodded, looked at the thin man behind the Blood Wolf, stretched out his left hand and hooked his fingers. A 4th-rank martial master would dare to be so arrogant. The thin man had a cold expression, and bloodthirsty killing intent appeared on his face. "Since you are looking for death, then Grandpa, I will fulfill you." Before the words fell, the thin man quickly disappeared in place and rushed towards Luo Chen. "That kid is dead." Seeing the thin man's movements, a bandit said with confidence, "The 2nd village master has cultivated a yellow-ranked movement technique to the highest level. Although it is only the cultivation base of the 9th-rank martial master, even the Dazai master should not try to catch him. The kid is just the 4th-rank martial master. I am afraid that the next moment will be killed on the spot." "That's right," another bandit sneered, "this kind of arrogant kid, I don't know how many people kill in Crazy Wolf Village every year. It's already his honor for this kid to let the 2nd village master take action." When the bandits were talking, the second village master had already arrived behind Luo Chen, and suddenly there was a dagger exuding a green light in his hand, and he pierced towards Luo Chen's heart. All the robbers' discussions stopped abruptly, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face, as if he had seen the next moment Luo Chen fell to the ground and howled, and then desperately struggling. Call! There seemed to be wind in the air, but apart from Lord Grimm, no one cared at all. I saw that the dagger that exuded the faint green light with a sense of innocence, fiercely poured into Luo Chen's heart. Boom! As if the bubbles were smashed, Luo Chen's figure quickly shattered and disappeared. At the same time, Luo Chen's slightly disdainful voice sounded behind the lord of the second village, "Where do I poke? The young master is behind you." A group of bandits discovered that Luo Chen had put away the long sword in his hand without knowing when, standing on the open space not far behind the second village master with his hands on his back, with an undisguised mocking smile on his face. The face of the second village master suddenly became gloomy, and the cultivation base of the 9th rank martial master exploded, and the movement technique ran to the extreme, bringing countless after-images, and rushed towards the location of Luo Chen. Puff! The sound of the weapon entering the meat rang, and before the bandits had time to cheer, their necks seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, and they couldn't make any sound. Because Luo Chen didn't know when he appeared behind the master of the second village again, the long sword in his hand easily pierced the heart of the master of the second village. At the same time, Luo Chen, who was stabbed by the second village master, slowly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 41. It's faster than me. The second village master turned his head with some difficulty and looked at Luo Chen with a calm face. Before he could finish his words, the corpse lost his vitality and fell to the ground feebly, splashing a lot of dust. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the second master of Crazy Wolf Village, Shadow Wolf, and rewarding spiritual chi 2000 points. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen shook off the blood bead on the long sword. His eyes swept over the bandits around him. The bandits had just awakened like a dream, and their faces showed a look of horror. How is it possible? This kid killed the second village master so easily. A bandit lost his voice while looking at the corpse of Shadow Wolf. What are you doing in a daze? The Blood Wolf, who was imprisoned by the beam of light, suddenly roared, "Don't hurry up and slaughter this kid. This kid is also very good at movement technique. You can't be able to cope with it together." Hearing the words of the Blood Wolf, a group of bandits seemed to have found the backbone, and quickly surrounded Luo Chen. The master of Dazai is right, this kid is very good at movement technique. Let's go together, kill this kid and avenge the master of the second village. A bandit in the crowd suddenly echoed. Boy, do you want me to help? Seeing the bandits surrounded Luo Chen, Lord Grimm who was watching the play suddenly asked. It's nothing more than a bunch of chickens and dogs. Luo Chen shook his head disdainfully, and said lightly, I can solve it, it doesn't need Mr. Jun to take action. Before he finished speaking, Luo Chen's true chi vibrated in his body, and Crane Shadow Mistake was turned to the extreme by him, and his body quickly disappeared. Sword Ray appeared in the air, and bandits kept falling while clutching their throats. The strongest of these bandits is no more than the 4th rank martial master. Even the Shadow Wolf of the 9th rank martial master can't do a single trick in Luo Chen's hands. How can this group of bandits be an exception? However, after a few breaths, the corpses of the bandits lay all around. The remaining bandits were frightened by Luo Chen, and quickly fled in all directions. No matter how angry the Blood Wolf was, they could not stop these mountains. The thief ran away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 24 thieves, rewarding 2400 spiritual chi points and 2400 points of proficiency in splitting shadow sword. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen was a little disappointed. The strength of these bandits is too weak, and the spiritual chi that he can provide him is too small. It's just that Luo Chen didn't notice the faint shock on Lord Grimm's smile on the side. This kid's movement technique turned out to be a low rank of the profound stage, and reached the realm of the unity of Deva, and the sword technique that was just performed is also a lower rank of the profound stage. Although it has not reached the realm of the united Deva, I am afraid it is not far away. According to the news in Lingyun City, this kid's ability to cultivate is what happened in the past few days. Lord Grimm looked at Luo Chen, as if looking at a monster who didn't know where it came from. In just a few days, I cultivated a sword technique cultivation of a yellow level inferior grade to the Deva integrated realm, and cultivation a movement technique of a profound level inferior grade to the Deva integrated realm. By the way, I also mastered a culmination realms sub-level sword technique. This kind of savvy, even in places where monsters gather like Luochen Academy, not many people have it. Wait. Someone in Lingyun City previously combined cultivation technique cultivation with Deva realm. Lord Grimm looked at Luo Chen's figure, his heart moved, and he couldn't help but guess, is it this kid? Chapter 42. Before Lord Grimm arrived in Lingyun City, he stayed in Luochen Wuxing. During this period, he also asked shopkeeper Xie who was the person who broke the cultivation technique to Deva Unity Realm in Luochen Wuxing. But shopkeeper Xie only said that he was an old-fashioned expert in Luochen's martial arts, and he would make a breakthrough in Lingyun City, and he had already left Lingyun City. But after seeing the savvy demonstrated by Luo Chen, Lord Grimm had to wonder if shopkeeper Xie was deliberately concealing the identity of that person. After all, although he and Su Mingche are inextricably linked, the battle between Luochen Wuxing and Luochen Academy has never stopped, especially when it comes to the fight for genius. Both forces are eager to make all the geniuses of the Luochen Empire in the bag, do not leave half of the opponent. Under this circumstance, it is not impossible for Xie shopkeeper to conceal Luo Chen's identity from him. If this kid really cultivates cultivation technique cultivation to Deva realm, he will be able to enter Luochen Academy after 1 year's enrollment, but his aptitude is a little worse, otherwise he can directly recruit Luochen Academy. Lord Grimm looked at Luo Chen's back, and said in his heart, Mr. Jun. Luo Chen's voice suddenly sounded just as Lord Grimm was thinking to himself, I want to try against the Blood Wolf, and ask Mr. Jun to take the battle for me. Luo Chen is still a little enthusiastic about the Blood Wolf. A Shadow Wolf of the 9th rank Martial Master Realm provided him with 2,000 points of spiritual chi. Then the Blood Wolf of the 2nd rank Martial Grandmaster Realm should be able to provide more spiritual chi. You kid, Lord Grimm couldn't help but laugh when he heard the words, well, then you can try it. With that, Lord Grimm raised his hand and removed the beam of light that bound the Blood Wolf. Boy, if you want to find death by yourself, then no one can blame others. After releasing the restraints, the Blood Wolf glared at Luo Chen, gritted his teeth. Because of Luo Chen's reasons, the Crazy Wolf Village now exists in name only, and he is the only commander of the Polished Rod. Originally, he was desperate for revenge, after all, he could be sure that he was not Lord Grimm's opponent. Who knows that Luo Chen didn't know what kind of wind he drew, and he actually sent it to him by himself. In ecstasy, Blood Wolf couldn't help but feel a little irritated. He was a dignified 2nd rank martial grandmaster. He had a fierce reputation in Lingyun City and several nearby cities, and he was now despised by a 4th rank martial master. Thinking of this, the Blood Wolf couldn't help it anymore, the long sword was out of its sheath, and the figure quickly disappeared in place. There seemed to be a howling of a wolf in the air, a bloody sword light suddenly appeared, and then turned into a galloping wolf, biting towards Luo Chen. Huang Tier Middle Grade Saber Technique Crazy Wolf Saber Technique. Compared with the old Lei San who was killed by Luo Chen in the Magical Beasts Mountain range before, Blood Wolf's Saber Technique has undoubtedly reached a very deep realm. Although it has not yet reached the Deva 1 realm, it is still extremely strong. Of oppression. Luo Chen made a wrong footstep, leaving only an afterimage on the spot, and then the blade light descended, tearing the afterimage to pieces, and the aftermath of the blade light slashed to the ground, tearing a very deep crack in the ground. There was a sound of wind in the air, and the Blood Wolf expression moved, and the long knife in his hand slashed diagonally, just hitting a cross-shaped sword ray. So fast response speed, worthy of being a strong player in Martial Grandmaster Realm. Luo Chen was secretly surprised. With Deva Unity Realm's craned shadow mistakes, whether he had dealt with Lei San before or when he had dealt with Shadow Wolf, he seemed comfortable. However, this unfavorable trick was deflated when dealing with the Blood Wolf, which also made Luo Chen understand how big the gap between Martial Master and Martial Grandmaster was. Chapter 43. Just when Luo Chen was secretly frightened, Blood Wolf had already swung his knife towards Luo Chen's location. Luo Chen didn't dare to neglect, he gave a sharp sip of true qi, and took a few steps to the side. The wind of the knife swept across Luo Chen's body, making his clothes hunt and hunt. It has some strength. Blood Wolf looked at Luo Chen unscathed and said with a grinning smile, "Unfortunately, the gap between Martial Master and Martial Grandmaster is not what you can imagine." Before the words fell, the Blood Wolf was surrounded by the blood-colored true qi, and ran into Luo Chen. Compared to before, the Blood Wolf's speed at this moment is actually more than 30% faster. Luo Chen's expression was awe-inspiring, and he didn't dare to slacken the slightest. The crane shadow fan moved to the extreme, leaving a lot of after-images around him in a flash. The Blood Wolf snorted when he saw it, and the bloody knife light flew out of his hand. The next moment, Luo Chen's after-images were all shattered, and the Blood Wolf spotted Luo Chen and rushed directly. "Damn it!" Luo Chen cursed secretly, gritted his teeth, a faint blood glow appeared on his body, and then instead of retreating, he rushed towards the Blood Wolf. "Why is this kid so reckless?" Lord Grimm's expression condensed when he saw this scene. True qi in his body was agitated, his eyes fixed on the Blood Wolf, ready to rescue Luo Chen at any time. Under Lord Grimm's gaze, Luo Chen and Blood Wolf quickly collided, bringing up the sky of smoke and dust. Then the sound of the two weapons entering the meat came out of the smoke and dust at the same time. Lord Grimm's heart suddenly burst. Before he had time to move, the shocked voice of the Blood Wolf sounded in Lord Grimm's ears. "How can it be?" Lord Grimm was shocked when he heard the words, and with a wave of his sleeves, he flicked away the smoke and dust, revealing the scene in it. Luo Chen stood in front of the Blood Wolf, with a hideous wound on his shoulder. Blood ran down the wound, dyeing the surrounding clothes red. Opposite Luo Chen, there was a long sword stuck in the Blood Wolf's chest, cutting off vitality. "This kid!" Lord Grimm looked at Luo Chen, and a hot light suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Leapfrogging challenge is nothing. At Luochen Academy, if you can't leapfrog challenge, you are embarrassed to say that you are a student of Luochen Academy. But if Luo Chen's previous performances are added, such a genius is rare even in Luochen Academy. When this happens, I will return to Yun Academy immediately and exchange a special offer with other tutors." Lord Grimm looked at Luo Chen, and said in his heart, "This kid must enter my Luochen Academy and cannot be attracted by Luochen's martial arts." N.S. Luo Chen didn't know what Lord Grimm was thinking, clutching his shoulders, listening to the system prompts that suddenly sounded in his mind. An unstoppable smile appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Blood Wolf, the master of the Great Wolf Village, rewarding spiritual chi 5,000 points, 3,000 points of proficiency in splitting shadow sword, and 1,000 points of proficiency in bull body tempering final. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 3 masters of Crazy Wolf Village, killing off the thief of Crazy Wolf Village, completing the time-limited mission suppressing Crazy Wolf Village, rewarding spiritual chi 50,000 points, and a chance to draw a lottery. If it weren't for Lord Grimm beside him, Luo Chen couldn't help laughing out loud at the moment. This trip to Crazy Wolf Village directly made his spiritual chi soar to 95,658 points, which is enough for him to combine Kongxiu Ju Yuan Juan splitting shadow sword at the same time ascension to Deva realm. Controlling the excitement in his heart, Luo Chen looked at Lord Grimm to the side and said with a serious face, "Thank you, Mr. Jun, for taking the battle for me." Chapter 44. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Lord Grimm quickly came to his senses, nodded lightly, and smiled, "It's okay, let's go and see in the cottage." Although this group of bandits are not very powerful, they have a foothold near Lingyun City. After so long, there should be some savings. Luo Chen couldn't help but brighten up when Lord laughed. He had been patronizing and happy before, but he had forgotten another benefit of this eradication of Crazy Wolf Village. "Thank you, Mr. Jun, for reminding." Luo Chen nodded with a smile, and ran towards the cottage in a hurry. "Wait!" Lord Grimm couldn't help being speechless when he saw Luo Chen's movements. Turning his wrist, an amber medicine pill with a faint pill fragrance appeared in his hand. Next, treat the trauma. Jun Mo smiled lightly, and threw the medicine pill in his hand to Luo Chen. Luo Chen took medicine pill, smiled at Lord and thanked him, stuffed medicine pill into his mouth, and then walked towards the inside of Crazy Wolf Village. Anyway, he now owes Lord Grimm a lot of favor, and it makes no difference whether he owes more or less. Lord Grimm laughed when he saw it. Compared to Luo Qingxiu, who had a cold personality, Luo Chen's temperament was quite to his appetite. Shaking his head, Lord Grimm followed Luo Chen and entered the Crazy Wolf Village. In the next 2 hours, with the help of Lord Grimm's terrifying perception, Luo Chen lifted the inside of Crazy Wolf Village to the sky. He and Lord Grimm joined hands to find all the treasures in Crazy Wolf Village. Came out. In the lobby of Crazy Wolf Village, Luo Chen couldn't help being a little speechless looking at the mountains of jewels pouring out of Qinqin Ring in front of him. These bandits are crazy, right? Luo Chen looked at the pile of gold and silver jewels, without even the desire to count them, speechless. The thieves of Crazy Wolf Village are all practitioners anyway, so what are they doing to collect so much floating wealth? After taking this pile of jewels into the low-grade universe ring found from Crazy Wolf Village, Luo Chen turned his attention to the other side. There is a small pile of low-grade spirit stones, about 500 or 600 yuan, and on the pile of spirit stones, there are 3 cheat books. Crazy Wolf Saber Technique, Yellow Level Middle Grade Saber Technique, a saber technique secret book created by posterity based on the broken chapters of Blood Wolf Saber Technique. It is said that if the Crazy Wolf Saber Technique can be cultivated to the Deva United Realm, it may be possible to insight into the mysterious high-grade saber technique Blood Wolf Saber Technique from it. Gathering Breath Technique, gradeless secret method, able to hide one's own cultivation base, which is invalid for those with a realm higher than one's own strength. Blood Escape, the secret method of the lower rank of the yellow ranks, which burns the blood essence in the body, so that the speed of the body increases sharply, and it will fall into a short period of weakness after use. This Mad Wolf Saber Technique has nothing to learn. Jun Mo laughed suddenly and said lightly, although it evolved from the Blood Wolf Saber Technique, no one has ever comprehended the Blood Wolf Saber Technique from it. Instead of wasting time to insight, it's better to find a saber technique with the highest grade of profound steps to cultivation. Luo Chen nodded when he heard the words. He also had no intention of cultivating Mad Wolf Saber Technique. After all, although he could upgrade Cultivation Technique Martial Skill with spiritual qi, he was not so profligate. At least until Cultivation Base reaches Xiantian Martial Master Realm, he will not learn martial skill other than sword technique. As for the 2 secrets of the breath suppression technique and the blood escape, Jun Mo smiled and looked at Luo Chen, and said lightly, the surge technique is worth learning, and it will be useful when traveling abroad. And the words of blood escape. Jun Mo smiled and curled his lips, disdainfully said, this kind of rubbish secret technique Luochen Academy is too lazy to include it. With your talent, cultivation of this rubbish secret technique is completely wasteful. Chapter 45. Hearing Lord Grimm's words, Luo Chen's expression suddenly became a little stiff, turning his head to look at Lord Grimm. He didn't think that just relying on a Deva in one realm's yellow level inferior sword technique and a Deva in one realm's profound level inferior sword technique could make Lord Grimm say such a thing. Why, do you think you can hide from my eyes? Jun Mo smiled and looked at Luo Chen with a smile, and said with some emotion, to be honest, even I didn't expect to cultivate cultivation technique cultivation. The one who went to Deva One Realm turned out to be the rumored Lingyan City Waste. Luo Chen's heart trembled wildly, he was worthy of being the super instructor of Lingyan Academy. He only ran the Luo family Qi gathering Ju with all his strength when he finally collided with the Blood Wolf, and immediately stopped the cultivation technique operation after beheading the Blood Wolf. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, Lord Grimm had already noticed the clue. And Lord Grimm didn't seem to see Luo Chen's face change, and said to himself, with your talent, you can enter Luochen Academy. I don't know how you like it. Luo Chen hesitated when he heard the words, it was a good thing to be able to join Luochen Academy, not to mention that there was a special task enter Luochen Academy in his task list. It's just that if he enters Luochen Academy too early, he will inevitably feel a little constrained. After all, even after taking Yume's usse pill, his cultivation aptitude is only that ascension has reached the middle level. Compared with the frequently advanced and even superclassed Tianjiao in Luochen Academy, his medium-level aptitude is almost like a little green among thousands of flowers, so eye-catching. If his cultivation base ascension was too fast at that time, I am afraid it would attract the attention of caring people. After all, in the martial student martial master realm, even if one day is the first rank, he can excuse the role of cultivation technique, but if he gets to the martial grandmaster or even the Xiantian martial master realm, he is still the first rank for one day, then it is a bit unreasonable. Are you worried about missing the Luo family grand contest? Seeing Luo Chen not speaking, Lord Grimm couldn't help but wonder. In his opinion, with Luo Chen's current strength, he can completely sweep the younger generation of Lingyun City. This small place can no longer hold him. The reason why Luo Chen still stays in Lingyun City is probably because he wants to be Luo in a few days later. Home is a blockbuster. Before Luo Chen could speak, Lord Grimm smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this. If you are willing to enter Luochen Academy, then it is my special offer. As long as you report to the academy before the start of next year's school." "Mr. Jun, you are all talking about it. If I refuse any more, I would be a little too ignorant to praise." Hearing Lord Grimm's words, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and had a year as a buffer, enough for him to ascension his cultivation qualifications. At that time, no matter how enchanting he was when he enrolled in school, he could excuse himself for having some adventures during this period. Therefore, Luo Chen didn't hesitate, and immediately said with a smile to Lord Grimm, "I don't know how many young people dream to join Luochen Academy. Naturally, I can't refuse it." Lord Grimm was delighted when he heard this. Although Luo Chen's cultivation aptitude was not high, his comprehension was amazing. As long as his cultivation aptitude was able to be ascensioned, the future would be limitless. And once Luo Chen's fame will move the world in the future, as the mentor who unearthed Luo Chen in one hand, his position in the academy will definitely go further, and he may even become the youngest vice principal of Luochen Academy. "You take this token." Thinking of this, Lord Grimm flipped his wrist, and a unique token appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Luo Chen. "Before the school starts next year, if you go to Luochen Academy and show this token, someone will naturally go through the admission procedures for you." Lord Grimm looked at Luo Chen, and said with a serious face, "It's just that you haven't registered for school yet, so I can't teach you cultivation technique combat skills, so after the Luo family competition, you should report to the college as soon as possible." Chapter 46. Luo Chen nodded lightly, and then took the token. As soon as he received the token, the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the qualification for admission to Luochen Academy. The special task Enter Luochen Academy has completed one half of the progress. Please report to Luochen Academy before the end of the enrollment of Luochen Academy. The task reward will be entered into Luochen Academy later. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen couldn't help smiling a little more on his face, and then put the token that Lord Grimm handed him into the lower grade universe ring, and put it together with the middle grade universe ring. "I plan to stay at Luo's house for the next period of time and wait for the Luo's home competition to begin. Tutor, do you stay in Luochen Wuxing or live in my Luo's house?" After receiving the token, Luo Chen looked at Lord Grimm and said sternly. Hearing Luo Chen's name, Lord Grimm couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction, and then smiled. "I'm still staying in Luochen Wuxing, so as not to ruin your plan." "Plan? What's the plan?" Luo Chen couldn't help but stunned for a moment, but he didn't show it. He just nodded slightly and smiled. "If this is the case, then the student doesn't force it, it's just that the instructor will take me for a ride. You should call me Mr. Jun, listen to it smoothly." Jun Mo smiled and shook his head, and said bitterly, "I am too stressed to ask you such a little monster to call me a mentor." Before the words were over, Lord Grimm raised his hand and exploded with a soft energy, holding Luo Chen, the two quickly flew to Lingyun City. Soon, the two of them arrived outside Lingyun City. Lord Grimm put Luo Chen down, and walked towards Liuan Yu, while Luo Chen hurried to Luo's house. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the Luo family, Luo Chen found that the atmosphere of the Luo family was a bit wrong. Because Lord Grimm, Liuyun Academy's special tutor, came to Lingyun City before, the younger generation of the Luo family had also become extremely diligent. However, as soon as he entered the gate of Luo's house, Luo Chen found out that his cousins hadn't stayed in the martial arts field to pretend to practice kung fu. "Dust young master, you are back," Luo Chen wondered. Before he had time to think carefully, the figure of Crane Deacon suddenly appeared in front of Luo Chen. "Uncle Crane," Luo Chen came back to his senses, pointing to the Luo family disciples gathered not far away, and wondering, what is going on? Shouldn't Luo Yun and the others practice on the martial arts field? "That's it," Crane Deacon quickly explained after hearing the words. Because the Liuyun Academy's special tutor came to Lingyun City, Elder discussed with the elders to advance the competition to tomorrow, and invited the Liuyun Academy. "My teacher came to watch, and I hope that some of my Luo family disciples can be valued by that teacher." "The Luo family disciple?" Luo Chen sneered when he heard the words, and said lightly, "I'm afraid Luo Fan has made a breakthrough, right? Big Elder intends to take this opportunity to let Luo Fan show his face in front of the Liuyun Academy instructor." "If I didn't guess wrong, Big Elder sent someone to ask that mentor, and he planned to use my sister's name." "Dust young master is wise," Crane Deacon smiled. "Just yesterday, Luo Fan successfully broke through to the third-rank martial master." "Third-rank martial master?" Luo Chen shook his head, didn't say much, and walked directly toward the own room. Seeing Luo Chen's expression, he Deacon felt a sudden, but didn't ask much, hurried to Luo Xiao's residence and reported the news to Luo Xiao. "Lao He, do you mean Chener behaved very calmly?" In Luo Xiao's room, Luo Xiao rubbed a unique token in his hand, and smiled at Deacon. If Luo Chen were here, he could find that the token in Luo Xiao's hand was exactly the same as the token that Lord Grimm gave him, but the token in Luo Xiao's hand seemed to be obviously more refined. Chapter 47. "Yes," Crane Deacon solemnly said, "after knowing that Luo Fan is the cultivation base of the third-rank martial master, Chen young master not only behaved calmly, but even." Crane Deacon recalled Luo Chen's expression at the time, and then continued, "There is even a bit of disdain. This kid." Hearing he Deacon's words, Luo Xiao laughed, and said with a smile, "It seems that this kid has gained a lot in the magical beasts mountains. I think there will be a good show tomorrow." "Patriarch, what do you mean?" Crane Deacon hesitated, lowered his voice and said, "Dust young master's strength is higher than that of Luo Fan." Luo Xiao just shook his head, did not speak, but had a smile that couldn't be hidden. At the same time, Lord Grimm also received the invitation letter from the Luo family that was handed over by the shopkeeper Xiet. After a moment of surprise, Lord Grimm also accepted the invitation letter with a smile. "It seems that I can watch a good show before leaving Lingyun City." Jun Mo smiled with an uncertain look in his eyes, turned to look at the shopkeeper Xiet, and said lightly, "Old Xiet, Ming Che should have given you a piece of Sujia Keking token." The shopkeeper Xiet was stunned when he heard the words, and then nodded. He knew that Lord Grimm and Su Gongza met Moni, this kind of thing was not a secret at all. He had no need to conceal it. "Get ready, personally send the Keking token to Luo's house tomorrow," Jun Mo smiled and said softly, looking at Luo's direction. "Mr. Jun, are you so optimistic about that young Master Chen?" Upon hearing Jun Mo's laugh, the shopkeeper Xie couldn't help but said in amazement. Lord Grimm stopped talking, waved his hand, and walked towards the guest room. Luo Chen didn't know what was happening outside. After returning to the room, he closed the door for the first time, and then called out the attribute panel. "Host, Luo Chen. Cultivation Base, 4th Rank Martial Master, 1/1200000. Cultivation Qualification, Zongpin Qualification, 40000/100000000. Spiritual Qi Growth Rate Permanent Ascension 30%. Current Cultivation Technique, Luo Jia Qi Gathering Technique, Deva Unity, Proficiency Max. Switchable Cultivation Technique, Cultivation of the Void and Ju Yuanju, Proficient in the Fire, Proficiency 1/50,000. Cultivation Technique, Bull Body Tempering, Beginner's First Practice, 1001/100000. Martial Skill, Cross Sword Art, Deva 1. Sprite Shadow Sword, Reaching the Peak, Proficiency 5400/50,000. Movement Technique, Crane Shadow Lost Step, Deva in 1. Secret Method, Surging Breath Technique, Proficiency 1/5000. Spiritual Chi, 125,658 points, current growth rate of 88 points per minute. Looking at Spiritual Chi with 125,658 points on the attribute panel, Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, and dropped his finger on the column of cultivation base. In fact, he can completely upgrade Kongsu Ju Yuanju N Dispersion Shadow Sword to Deva 1 realm, but only Dispersion Shadow Sword is okay, even if the sword technique of the lower grade of Xianji is Cultivation to Deva He realm can't cause visions. But Kongsu Ju Yuanju is different. Once Luo Chen merges Kongsu Ju Yuanju Ascension with Deva, it will inevitably lead to the phenomena of heaven and earth. In order not to affect tomorrow's good show, Luo Chen had to temporarily suppress the urge to upgrade Kongsu Ju Yuanju. Ding! Congratulations to the host level Ascension, the current realm, 5th rank Martial Master, 1/160000, Spiritual Chi growth rate Ascension to 98 points per minute. Chapter 48. Feeling the true Chi in his body quickly becoming more full, a smile appeared on Luo Chen's face, and then he pondered for a while, and his fingers directly landed on the sudden breath technique. The remaining 5,659 points of Spiritual Chi instantly became 660 points, and the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating the secret technique Cultivation Technique to the highest level. Ascension, the cultivation base can hide its own cultivation base, and it is invalid for 2 realms higher than its own strength. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile a little more. Unlike cultivation technique and martial skill, the effect of the secret technique is fixed, and even if it is used skillfully, its effect will not increase. The reason why Luo Chen chose to upgrade the simulation surgery just now was because the remaining spiritual chi was only enough to upgrade Surge. But he didn't expect that after upgrading the level of the sudden breath technique, there would be such an unexpected joy. Originally, the breath-holding technique could only exist for practitioners who were not higher than 1 realm, but now it has been strengthened to be effective for practitioners who are not higher than 2 realms. After trying to run the breath-gathering technique, Luo Chen's breath quickly weakened, and in a blink of an eye it fell to the realm of the 1st rank Martial Master. After finishing all this, Luo Chen put away the attribute panel and fell on the bed, ready to sleep. However, not long after Luo Chen lay down, there was a sudden violent slamming sound outside the door. Luo Chen looked cold, turned over from the bed, and opened the door with a dark face. Outside the door, a Luo family disciple still maintained the posture of smashing the door. Behind him, a 14 or 5-year-old boy stood in place with an undisguised arrogance on his face. Seeing the two, Luo Chen's face became more gloomy, and he hummed something. He knew both of them. The young man behind was the grandson of Elder Luo Fan, the first genius of the Luo family after Luo Qingxiu went to Liuyun Academy. As for the Luo family disciple who smashed the door, it was Luo Fan's dog leg, Luoning. When Luo Chen couldn't cultivate before, these two people did not find Luo Chen troubleless. I heard that you can cultivate. Luo Fan stepped forward, squinting at Luo Chen, and said with a sneer, "Congratulations, my Luo family won't always be laughed at for one of the direct disciples that can't be cultivated." "No," Luo Chen retreated 2 steps, and said lightly, "You should stay away from me. I am more afraid of contact with fools, lest others think I am a fool too." "You." Luoning's face suddenly became gloomy when he heard Luo Chen's words, and he raised his hand and hit Luo Chen. Luo Fan frowned, but didn't say anything to stop it. Luo Chen saw a flash of cold light in his eyes, and the long sword suddenly came out of his waist, and countless sword rays suddenly appeared around him, enveloping Luoning. Spectroscopic Shadow Sword. Under Luo Chen's deliberate control, although this sword looked amazing, its power was limited to the full blow of the first-rank martial master. However, Lu Wuning only had the cultivation base of the 9th-rank martial student. Faced with Luo Chen's strike, he was hit by sword ray before he could react. A large number of wounds quickly appeared on his body, and he fell to the ground constantly wailing. "Take care of your dog, otherwise I won't promise to show mercy next time." Luo Chen flung off the blood on the long sword, looked at Luo Fan, and said lightly. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Luo Fan's face quickly became gloomy, and he grinned and said, "A trash can dare to be so arrogant, it's good. When the competition tomorrow, I will personally abolish you." "Waste, it should look like waste." Luo Chen smiled disdainfully, turned around and went back to the room, closing the door easily. Luo Fan glanced at Luoning on the ground, and quickly left with a gloomy face, leaving only Luoning who was lying in place and howling constantly. Chapter 49. No Words for a Night. In the early morning of the next day, Luo Chen finished washing and walked towards the martial arts field. The Luo family's martial arts field was crowded, and many people in Lingyun City specially rushed over. Even the Li family, who had never dealt with the Luo family, sent a big elder and another elder to watch the ceremony. After all, the Luo family was one of the 2 major families in Lingyun City, and it would be harmful to them to find out the strength of the Luo family's younger generation. And the Luo family is also happy to use this opportunity to show their strength. So even if you didn't receive an invitation from the Luo family, as long as your strength reached the martial master realm, you could enter the Luo family to watch the battle, but there was no special servant like the VIPs invited by the Luo family. Luo Chen's gaze swept across the VIP seat, and he didn't find any acquaintances. He shook his head insignificantly, walked straight to the contestant's seat, found an empty place to sit down, and closed his eyes for a fake sleep. Liu Yun Yuxing, thank the shopkeeper for coming to watch the gift. Not long after Luo Chen sat down, a loud voice suddenly came from the gate of Luo's house. Coming to the martial arts field. Thank the shopkeeper, while he was busy, he was able to spare time to come to my Luo family to watch the jokes of the juniors. It really made my Luo family flourish. Seeing shopkeeper Xiet, Lu Xiao from the VIP table hurriedly greeted him and laughed. Patriarch Luo is polite, thank you, I'm just running errands. Shopkeeper Xiet hurriedly waved his hand, swept away from Luo Chen on the contestant stand without a trace, and then said with a serious face, the instructor of Liu Yun Academy is behind me. Patriarch Luo should greet him as soon as possible. Before the treasurer Xia's voice fell, a loud voice came from the gate of Luo's house again. Lu Xiao, the special tutor of Liu Yun Academy, came to watch the ceremony. Boom! Hearing the sound coming from the gate of Luo's house, the martial arts field immediately exploded. Unexpectedly, the Luo family invited a special level tutor from Liu Yun Academy to watch the ceremony. A man in a Huxia suit said in a blank voice, the Luo family is such a big face. This is also normal, who made Luo Qingxiu out of the Luo family, someone next to him replied, but everyone could hear the sourness in his words. Hey, why don't we have such good luck as the Luo family? Someone envied him. While everyone was discussing, Lord Grimm walked over under the leadership of the Luo family. The moment he saw Lord Grimm, neither the disciples of the Luo family nor the younger generation of other forces in the city consciously raised their heads in an attempt to leave a good impression on Lord Grimm. Luo Chen, who was in a false sleep state, opened his eyes and looked at Lord Grimm, who was generally surrounded by stars in the center. The corners of his mouth twitched twice, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Lord Grimm caught a glimpse of Luo Chen's expression, the smile in his eyes was fleeting, and then looked at Luo Xiao and Luo family elder who were approaching him, and smiled, Patriarch Luo, I take the liberty to come, Patriarch Luo will not be welcome, right? Before Luo Xiao could speak, elder waved his hand quickly, and said with a serious face, Tutor Jun is joking, you can come to watch my Luo family grand by, it is simply making my Luo family flourish, please take a seat. With that said, elder led Lord Grimm to the VIP seat and sat down in the first row of the VIP seat. After Lord Grimm took his seat, Luo Xiao's gaze swept from all around, and then Danshan was out of luck, and said loudly, I announce, Luo family competition, start. Chapter 50. After the announcement, Luo Xiao returned to the VIP table. A Luo family deacon hurriedly stepped forward, took out 2 paper balls from the box standing next to the martial arts field, opened it and took a look, and then announced loudly, the first game, Luo Chen vs Luo Han. Luo Chen got up from the seat, and at the same time swept his eyes from the big elder on the VIP seat, with a little disdain in his eyes. In the past, the Luo family's disciples used to draw lots by themselves, but this time it was changed to draw lots directly by the Luo family's deacon. The lottery was still elder's confidant. To say that there was nothing tricky in this, Luo Chen would not believe it anyway. Not to mention that Luo Han is the top 10 of the Luo family's younger generation, and he has quickly made friends with Luo Fan, and his strength is just as good as Li Hanjiang, who was defeated by him in the Liuyun Wuxing challenge ring. How could it be such a coincidence if no one specially arranged this? Secretly shook his head, Luo Chen jumped forward and landed on the martial arts arena, looking at Luo Han who was standing opposite him, said lightly, I didn't expect that the first opponent would be you. I didn't expect that your cousin could turn over, and even better luck defeat Li Hanjiang. Luo Han looked at Luo Chen with a bit of disdain in his eyes, and said indifferently, unfortunately, I am not Li Hanjiang. I am afraid today, cousin, you will lose your face in front of the entire Lingyun city. Hearing Luo Han's words, the audience couldn't help but talk. This Luo Han is said to be the top 10 master of the Luo family's younger generation, right? Although Luo Chen was lucky enough to defeat Li Hanjiang, his chances of winning against this Luo Han are probably slim. Who said no? At the beginning, Li Hanjiang was unavoidable in the challenge ring. If he really meets his hands, Luo Chen may not be Li Hanjiang's opponent, let alone Luo Han who knows him well. Speaking of this, Luo Chen is also unlucky. He had hoped to get a good ranking in the Luo family grand competition to justify himself, but now I am afraid I will have to be eliminated in the first round. Hearing the discussion around him, Luo Han couldn't help showing a touch of pride, but no one noticed the fleeting joke on Lord Grimm's smile on the VIP table. Ha ha! On the martial arts arena, Luo Chen looked at Luo Han on the opposite side with an unexplained laughter in his mouth, and said lightly, okay, stop playing tricks, see the real chapter under your hand. Luo Han's face sank when he heard the words, and looked at the Luo family deacon on the side. Luo Chen vs Luo Han, start. Luo family deacon immediately announced when Luo Han looked at him. Let's lose. Before the Luo family's deacon's voice, Luo Han suddenly shouted, and the long knife in his hand slashed towards Luo Chen. Realm's Swanyu Saber Technique of Realm. Someone in the audience exclaimed. Swanyu Saber Technique. Although it is only a yellow-ranked low-grade saber technique, it takes a very strong understanding to be able to practice it to the ultimate realm. Another person exclaimed, this Luo Han is worthy of being the top 10 master of the Luo family's younger generation. Luo Chen is probably in danger. Yes, Luo Chen's cross-sword technique used to defeat Li Hanjiang in the challenge ring has only been practiced to the point of perfection. It is also a Huang-tier inferior martial skill, and it is a realm short of it. Luo Chen will undoubtedly lose. Luo Jiada elder couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene, then turned to look at Lord Grimm beside him, and said with a smile, Teacher Jun, what do you think of this kid Luo Han? Just so, Jun Mo smiled and nodded calmly, but rolled his eyes secretly in his heart. At this level, even the ones who clean the latrines in Liuyun Academy can't compare to it. If it weren't for the consideration that this was Luo Chen and Luo Qingshu's clansman, and wanted to give the Luo family a bit of face, Lord Grimm would have been stunned. Chapter 51. On the martial arts arena, Luo Chen was shrouded in the light of the sword, but there was no expression on his face. If you look closely, you can find the faint disdain hidden in Luo Chen's eyes. Seeing Luo Chen seem to be stunned in place, Luo Han's face showed a grinning smile, and the movement in his hand was a bit faster. The wind caused by the swing of the long knife caused Luo Chen to hunt and hunt. Rattle. Kang. At the moment when the sword wind approached the body, a clear sound of the unsheathing of a long sword sounded, and then a stunning cross-shaped sword ray tore the bright moon that Luohan had cut out, and with a sense of innocence, it severely stamped on Luo. Cold chest. Puff. Luohan flew out and fell to the edge of the ring. There were 2 more bone wounds on his chest, which looked rather miserable. Carry away, Luo Chen glanced at the dumbfounded Luo family deacon, and said lightly. Hearing Luo Chen's words, the surrounding audience just woke up like a dream. Someone said, how is it possible? Even defeated Luohan with a single sword. Luo Jiada elder had an expression of seeing a ghost even more, looking at Luo Chen standing proudly on the ring, his eyes were full of haze. Even Luo Xiao, who knew that Luo Chen had cultivated the cross-sword technique to Deva Unity Realm, couldn't help but opened his mouth, then slammed the table and stood up. Ha ha ha, Chener, well done. Luo Xiao's voice resounded above the martial arts arena, his eyes swept over everyone around him, and he said viciously, Daddy, who dares to say that Daddy's Chener is rubbish? All the people who were swept by Luo Xiao's gaze showed bitter smiles, but did not answer. If Luo Chen who defeated Luo Han with a single sword is considered waste, then I am afraid that the younger generation of Lingyun City is basically waste. Seeing everyone's expressions, Luo Xiao nodded in satisfaction and sat back on his seat. Patriarch Luo, if I'm not mistaken, Lord Ling should have cultivated the cross-sword technique to Deva Unity Realm. Not long after Luo Xiao sat down, Lord Grimm on the side suddenly said. Hearing Lord Grimm's words, Luo Xiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't think that with Lord Grimm's eyesight, Luo Chen would not be able to see the details of Luo Chen. However, in this situation, Lord Grimm still asked this question, and Luo Xiao's intention was naturally not difficult to guess. This Liuyun Academy's special grade actually intends to help Luo Chen become famous. This Lord Grimm helped Chener so much, could it be? Thinking of Lord Grimm's identity, Luo Xiao's heart jumped, and he immediately smiled. Mr. Jun said it well, the child is indeed lucky enough to cultivate the cross-sword technique to Deva Unity Realm. It's no wonder that Luo Chen can defeat Luo Han in one piece, but he did not think that he actually cultivated the cross-sword technique to Deva Unity Realm. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, someone couldn't help exclaiming, this Luo Chen is only 14 years old, right? What a terrifying savvy! This time the Luo family competition has a good show. It is said that Luo Fan, the strongest among the Luo family's young generations, seems to be the cultivation base of the third-rank martial master. If you are against this Luo Chen, who will win or lose? It's really hard to tell. Who said no? Someone echoed, that Luo Fan is better than Luo Chen in cultivation base, but it is unimaginable how powerful a Deva and realm martial skill can be. Maybe Luo Chen everyone will be defeated by Luo Chen. This Luo Xiao is really a fate. I won't say that there is such a wicked daughter as Luo Qingxiu. His son Luo Chen is also a monster with terrifying understanding. I am afraid that when Luo Chen and Luo Qingxiu grow up, this Lingyun City will be the Luo family. It's a word. Listening to the discussion around, Luo Fan on the contestant stand suddenly turned gloomy, gritted his teeth, and quickly took out a maroon medicine pill from his arms and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 52. Although Luo Fan's movements were concealed, he had not concealed the amazing Lord Grimm and Luo Chen who was always paying attention to him. As for the medicine pill that Luo Fan swallowed, Lord Grimm and Luo Chen are also very familiar with it, because it is one of the most accessible medicine pills with ascension strength that the low-level practitioners of the universe continent can come into contact with. Blow blood pill, only effective for martial master. After taking ascension 2 small realms, the effect lasts for 1 day. After the effect disappears, realm drops to the first rank martial master. Shaking his head insignificantly, Luo Chen cast his gaze on the Luo family deacon who was stunned in place, and said lightly, isn't the result announced yet? While speaking, Luo Chen looked at Luo Han who was lying on the side of the ring, with an unkind smile on his face, the long sword in his hand shook slightly, and the sound of the sword was clear. Oh, oh! Seeing Luo Chen's movements, the Luo family deacon woke up like a dream, and quickly said, this battle, young Master Chen wins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Luo Han and rewarding spiritual chi with 500 points. Before Luo's deacon spoke, the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's ears. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen nodded slightly, his figure flashed, appeared on the contestants' bench, put away the long sword, lotus position sat on the spot, closed his eyes and entered the cultivation state. Hi! Pretending to be. Seeing Luo Chen's movements, Luo Fan couldn't help but snorted coldly, feeling the abundant true qi in his body, his face couldn't help showing a hideous smile. It's just a Deva and Realm's yellow level sword technique. Under the absolute realm crush, what storms can you afford? The next game, Luo Fan vs Luo Yun. Just when Luo Fan was thinking about how to abolish Luo Chen, the voice of the Luo family deacon who served as the referee below came from afar. Luo Fan quickly reduced his expression upon hearing the words, jumped, and landed on the martial arts field. And Luo Yun quickly boarded the ring, hugged the cupped fist towards Luo Fan, and said with a smile, "Cousin Luo Fan, you must be merciful." "Good to say," Luo Fan nodded with a smile, and said softly, "I will let you 3 tricks." "Thank you cousin then." Luo Yun's face showed joy when he heard the words. After the referee announced the start of the battle, Luo Yun quickly exploded and shot out the sky full of palm shadows, covering Luo Fan. Realm's yellow level middle grade palm technique, shadowless palm technique of Realm. Someone in the audience exclaimed, "It is indeed the Luo family, even a little known disciple in the clan has such strength." Luo Fan's expression remained unchanged, walking in the shadow of the sky as if strolling in a leisurely courtyard, and then his right hand suddenly came out. The sky full of palm shadows quickly dissipated, and Luo Yun was grasped by Luo Fan's shoulder with one hand, with a wry smile on his face. "I thought that Realm's shadowless palm technique made me more serious, but it seems that I'm just crazy." Luo Yun smiled bitterly and shook his head, and immediately said loudly, "I give up." "Cousin, your strength is already very good, this time you have the opportunity to rank in the top 10 of the competition." Luo Fan patted Luo Yun on the shoulder and laughed. After speaking, Luo Fan turned to look at Luo Xiao on the VIP table, and said loudly, "Second uncle, I remember the grand competition has regulations. The last grand competition champion has the right to challenge any Luo family disciple who participated in the grand competition." "Bar." "Yes." Luo Xiao nodded lightly when he heard the words, and said lightly, "There is indeed this rule, as long as the strength of the selected war practitioner is in the same realm as you, and it does not refuse." He can guess Luo Fan's thoughts, but this rule has been in place since the Luo family was founded. Even if he is the Luo family patriarch, he has no right to change it. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Luo Fan's eyes flashed with coldness, looked at Luo Chen on the contestant stand, and said every word, "Cousin Luo Chen, cousin also wants to see and experience Deva Unity Realm's cross-sword technique. How strong is it, but I don't know if cousin Luochen would you like to enlighten me." Chapter 53. Boom! Hearing Luo Fan's words, the audience quickly exploded, and quickly began to discuss. Luo Fan actually challenged Luo Chen, this time there is a good show. I just don't know if Luo Chen will accept it. "How could you not accept it?" someone next to it said. "It's not that there has been such a challenge in the Luo family grand competition in the past, and who has refused it? That is, if you refuse to challenge at this time, you will be discredited. No matter how strong you are, you will be looked down upon." Luo Fan is really embarrassed now. Luo Chen is just the first rank martial master. Even if he has mastered a yellow level lower rank sword skill of Deva and Realm, how can he be Luo Fan of the third rank martial master Realm? Opponent. I have long heard that the elder family of Luo family and the patriarch family have never been at peace. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Luo Fan clearly wants to destroy Luo Chen. Well, whether it is Luo Chen or Luo Fan being destroyed, it is a good thing for us, isn't it? That's true, now it's up to Luo Chen whether he will challenge him. A group of spectators were talking, and then they all turned their eyes to Luo Chen, who was sitting in the audience with his eyes closed. Ding! Because Luo Fan provoked the host and triggered a special task Li Wei, please the host completely destroy Luo Fan's fighting spirit and shock the rest of the people who have bad intentions. Task reward, 20,000 spiritual chi, cultivation base ascension first level. The system prompt suddenly sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Luo Chen's heart was shaken, and he opened his eyes blankly, looked at Luo Fan on the martial arts arena, and said lightly, "Since Luo Fan wants to see my sword technique, naturally, I will not refuse." With that, Luo Chen slowly got up, tapped his feet gently, and landed on the martial arts arena. Unexpectedly, "You really dare to accept the challenge?" Seeing Luo Chen agreed, Luo Fan couldn't help but sneered, "Do you think I'm just the third-rank martial master cultivation base?" Before he finished his words, a violent aura radiated from Luo Fan, blowing his clothes into a hunting noise. 5. Fifth-rank martial master. Someone in the audience exclaimed, "Isn't it said that Luo Fan is only the third-rank martial master? I didn't expect it to be the fifth-rank martial master. Luo Chen will be defeated now." Someone continued, "The cultivation base of the fifth-rank martial master, even if you look at the entire Lingyun city, it is considered a strong one. Luo Chen is no more than the first-rank martial master, even if he has mastered a Deva in one realm sword technique, but faced with the absolute suppression of the cultivation base, Luo Chen cannot have any chance of turning over." Yet, who would have thought that Luo Fan turned out to be the cultivation base of the fifth-rank martial master? Someone said with emotion, "I'm afraid Luo Qingxiu could only do this level, right?" Hearing the discussion in the audience, Luo Fan couldn't help showing a smug smile on his face. He looked at Luo Chen and said with a grin, "You are too late to give up now. Otherwise, you should be able to guess what it will end up." "Ha ha, Patriarch, let Chen young master give up." Hearing Luo Fan's words, Luo family elder turned his head to look at Luo Xiao, and laughed softly, "Fanner's shot is not serious or serious. If Chen Young really hurts Chen Young master, didn't that hurt the harmony among the people?" Luo Xiao's face suddenly turned pale after hearing this. But thinking that Luo Chen was already the cultivation base of the second-rank martial master before he went to the Magical Beasts Mountains to experience, he felt a little relieved, and said indifferently, "It won't be a big deal, elder will bother. I don't know how to promote." The big elder snorted when he heard the words, and immediately looked at the martial arts field with a cold expression. Fifth-rank martial master. On the martial arts field, Luo Chen looked at Luo Fan, who was smiling wildly on the other side, and couldn't help shook his head, and said lightly, "Is it amazing?" Chapter 54. As he said, Luo Chen stepped out suddenly, and the cultivation base of the first-rank martial master fluctuated rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he ascensioned to the second-rank martial master realm. The discussion in the audience was a pause, and before they could say anything, Luo Chen stepped out again. Clatter! With the sound of crisp footsteps, Luo Chen's breath was strengthened again, ascension directly to the realm of the third-rank martial master. The audience was silent, and Elder's face was blue. As for Luo Fan, who was opposite Luo Chen, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his Adam's apple rolled twice unconsciously, a little panic hidden under his eyes. "Now, do you still think you have the winning ticket?" Luo Chen laughed suddenly. Before Luo Fan could speak, he took another step. Clatter! The crisp footsteps hit the hearts of Luo Fan and the surrounding audience. Luo Chen's face was full of mockery. The cultivation base of the fourth-rank martial master radiated from him, and it was actually for others. A suffocating sense of oppression. Fifth-rank martial master. Luo Chen shook his head disdainfully, and took another step. Boom! He completely removed the breath-trapping technique that was covering Luo Chen's body, and the breath of the fifth-rank martial master was unabashedly released, hitting the hearts of the surrounding audience like a heavy hammer. "Now, what else can you be proud of?" Seeing that his face suddenly became pale, and Luo Fan could not see a trace of blood, Luo Chen said with a touch of disdain across his eyes. This. Hearing Luo Chen's words, everyone in the audience recovered and said in amazement, "This Luo Chen is also the fifth-rank martial master. It's so hidden." The people around nodded deeply, not knowing what to say for a while. In the VIP table, an old man wearing a Huxia suit complained to Luo Xiao, "Patriarch Luo, you are not kind, the noble son is already so strong, and he is still hiding it from us." "That's it." Before the old man's voice was over, someone agreed, "Fifth-rank martial master cultivation base, and masters a yellow level lower grade sword skill of Deva and Realm, Chen young master's talent is lighter than the original one. I'm afraid Snow Miss won't let it go too much, right? Luo Xiao was overjoyed when he heard the words, but he waved his hand modestly, and said helplessly, don't talk about you, even I don't know when this kid broke through to the 5th rank martial master realm. As for the cross-sword technique of Deva Unity realm, it's just luck, nothing. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, everyone around couldn't help rolling their eyes, but they didn't know how to refute. Who made Luo Xiao have such a talented son as Luo Chen? Even if Luo Xiao now says that Luo Chen is a trash that can't be cultivated, and it's all luck to reach the current realm, what else can they say besides a bitter smile? On the arena, Luo Fan's eyes suddenly became blood red when he heard the discussion around him, and he rushed to Luo Chen hysterically, impossible. How can it be possible to reach the realm of the 5th rank martial master with a waist like you? Blind eye method? Yes. It must be the blind eye method. Luo Fan suddenly drew out the long sword around his waist and madly attacked Luo Chen. Ignorance. Luo Chen shook his head lightly, tapped his feet, leaving a shadow on the spot, but he had already swept back 5 or 6 steps, with his hands on his back, coldly looking at Luo Fan who was like a madman. Chapter 55. A sword failed. Luo Fan still refused to stop, his red eyes rushed towards Luo Chen, and countless sword rays suddenly bloomed in the air, covering Luo Chen entirely. Huang Tier Top Grade Sword Technique Cloud and Mist Sword Technique. Luo Chen shook his head, made a mistake, and took a few steps to the side again, looking at Luo Fan calmly. When everyone in the audience saw this scene, they couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Those who were able to come to watch the Luo family grand tournament had their eyes on them, but how could they not see the current situation in the martial arts field? According to Luo Chen's strength, even if Luo Fan performs supernormally, his chances of winning are slim. What's more, now Luo Fan has lost his mind and will only launch attacks indiscriminately. The reason why Luo Fan can still stand on the ring is only because Luo Chen didn't make a move. In this way, Luo Chen and Luo Fan fought in the martial arts arena for more than 10 minutes. During this period, Luo Fan was always attacking frantically, while Luo Chen strolled on the martial arts arena like walking in a leisurely court, as if Luo Fan was not at all existence in general. In the VIP seat, Luo Jiada's elder's face became more and more gloomy with Luo Chen's movements, and now it has become the same color as the bottom of the pot. Patriarch Luo, let Chen young master end the battle, a practitioner who had come to befriend elder of the Luo family suddenly said in a deep voice, the outcome of this battle can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye, there is no need. Fight again. Luo Xiao glanced at the speaker, smiled, and then said loudly, Chener, don't waste time, just end the battle. On the martial arts arena, Luo Chen heard Luo Xiao's words, and after avoiding Luo Fan's attack, he drew out the long sword around his waist and looked at Luo Fan who was panting, coldly said, you thought it was with a blood pill can you be invincible? Well, today I will let you know how big the gap between us is. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Luo Fan's face changed, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes, but before he could move, Luo Chen had already moved a step ahead of him. Luo Chen's footsteps were wrong, and the true qi in his body was agitated. Crane shadow mistake turned to the extreme, and a few Luo Chen suddenly appeared on the martial arts field, surrounding Luo Fan in the middle. Then several Luo Chen raised their long swords at the same time, and countless sword rays sprinkled like raindrops, quickly covering Luo Fan. In order to complete the special task of the system and completely destroy Luo Fan's fighting spirit, Luo Chen also had no reservations this time, and directly exploded his full strength. Boom! Sword ray landed on the ring, making earth-shaking noises, smoke and dust everywhere, covering Luo Chen and Luo Fan completely. Fanner! Luo Jiada elder's face changed wildly, and he suddenly stood up from his seat, his whole body true qi agitated, and he rushed towards the ring. Big elder stay calm, Lord Grimm's voice sounded leisurely, and Lord Grimm raised his hand and pointed. The Luo family's big elder who was still in midair was directly imprisoned in place, and then lost by Lord Grimm. Back to the seat. That kid Luo Chen has a sense of measure, don't worry, said Lord Grimm, with a big hand. The strong wind swelled, blowing away the smoke and dust on the martial arts arena, revealing the scene in it. I saw Luo Fan sitting on the ground with a pale face, sweat on his face, a pool of obvious water stains under him, and despair in his eyes. But what was surprising was that he couldn't see any wounds on Luo Fan's body. On the contrary, the ground around him was full of criss-crossed sword marks, as if he had been ravaged by some kind of beast. He glanced at Luo Fan disdainfully. Luo Chen put away his long sword, and walked straight to the bottom of the martial arts field. Chapter 56. When Luo Chen stepped off the ring, Luo Fan stood up desperately and looked at Luo Chen's back with despair in his eyes. Although Luo Chen's attack did not hurt him, it completely destroyed his fighting spirit. Whenever he closed his eyes, the scene shrouded by thousands of sword rays would appear before him, and there was no more courage in his heart. Ha ha! With a somewhat self-deprecating smile, Luo Fan looked at the dumbfounded Luo family deacon, and said lightly, "I lost." After speaking, he staggered towards the bottom of the martial arts field. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special task Li Wei, rewards 20,000 spiritual qi, cultivation base ascension first level. Ding! Congratulations to Ascension, the current realm, 6th rank martial master, 1/200000. As soon as Luo Fan's voice fell, the system prompt suddenly sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Luo Chen only felt that the true qi in his body suddenly boiled, and the aura exuding from his body rapidly increased, reaching the 6th rank martial master realm in the blink of an eye. It turned out to be breakthrough again. Perceiving the change in Luo Chen's breath, someone in the audience couldn't help exclaiming. And Luo Fan turned his head and glanced at Luo Chen, the color of despair in his eyes thickened. After taking blooding pill, realm will fall back to the 1st rank martial master tomorrow. The gap between him and Luo Chen has been pulled to a terrifying level. Now Luo Chen has broken through again, I am afraid he will never have it again. Any possibility of chasing Luo Chen? On the VIP table, Luo Xiao looked at Luo Chen who had broken through again, with a stunned expression, and said, "When has Chen's strength been so strong?" When everyone around heard Luo Xiao's words, they rolled their eyes. "You ask us, who are we going to ask? Patriarch Luo, I don't think there is any need for the next big competition to go on anymore," Liu Yunmuxing's shopkeeper Xie suddenly said with emotion. After seeing the strength of Chen young master, I don't think no one has any more thoughts. Watch other Luo family disciples fighting. That's right, in this big competition, Chen young master is already the well-deserved number one. The others quickly agreed upon hearing the words. After seeing Luo Chen take action, let them watch the battles of Luo family disciples who are not even the 1st rank martial master or even martial master realm. It is undoubtedly the same. In contrast, it would be better to let the Luo family grand tournament end earlier, and they would also have to go back and think about how to befriend Luo Chen and his son. Hearing what everyone around him said, Luo Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the Luo family's elder, and said in a deep voice, "I don't know what elder's intention is." "Hi!" Elder snorted coldly, stood up, and announced, "The Luo family competition is over, 1st place, Luo Chen. If any Luo family disciples are dissatisfied, they can challenge now." The Luo family disciples below heard the words and shook their heads, joking, even Luo Fan was easily defeated by Luo Chen, didn't they ask for trouble when they went up? You must know that these people have more or less friction with Luo Chen. Before Luo Chen was just a waste, naturally no one took it to heart. But now Luo Chen's strength already surpassed them, Luo Chen would be grateful to them without asking them to trouble them. How dare he jump out to add a blockage to Luo Chen at this time? Seeing that the Luo family disciples did not move, the elder of the Luo family flashed a cold light in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "In this case, the Luo family's first match is Luo Chen, and the following rankings are the same as in previous years. No changes." After finishing speaking, before anyone else could speak, elder of the Luo family suddenly said coldly, "The Luo family listened to the order and take down Luo Chen and Luo Xiao and his son." Chapter 57. Before elder had finished speaking, his cronies quickly drew out their weapons and surrounded Luo Chen and Luo Xiao. "What does elder mean?" Luo Xiao said coldly when his face sank when he saw it. "What am I?" Patriarch still doesn't understand. Elder of the Luo family leaned to Luo Xiao's side and said coldly, "Originally, I planned to wait for Fanner to abolish Luo Chen's BD, and then find another opportunity to deal with it. You father and son. It's just that I didn't expect Luo Chen's BD's strength to be so strong. Fortunately, I have left behind a long time ago. Otherwise, after today, I'm afraid your father and son will really become a climate." After finishing speaking, Elder looked at the people around him and said loudly, "Through this competition, I would like to ask you all to be a testimony." During Luo Xiao's tenure as the Luo family patriarch, his perverse behavior has caused public anger, so Elder decided to abolish the position of Luo Xiao patriarch after discussion, and at the same time abolish Luo Xiao and Luo Chen's cultivation base, and drive out the Luo family. Hearing what Elder said, everyone around couldn't help but cast their eyes on Luo Chen and Luo Xiao, with a bit of gloating in their eyes. For them, if Luo Chen and Luo Xiao were really abolished today, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for them. Even if Luo Xiao and Luo Chen succeeded in making a comeback, it would have no effect on them. They are naturally happy to see it happen. Li Jiada elder and another elder who came to watch the ceremony also quickly got up and walked to Luo Jiada elder's side. Li Jiada elder said with a sense of righteousness, "Brother Luochen said rightly. This Luo Xiao is the tumor of Lingyun city. My Li family would like to help Luo family." Hearing what the Li family elder said, everyone around could not help but roll their eyes secretly. Who didn't know that the Li family and the Luo family were not dealing with each other, and who would be most happy to see Luo Chen and Luo Xiao being abolished, except for the Luo family's elder one. In addition to the people in the department, I am afraid it is everyone from the Li family. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen has joined forces with the Li family. Luo Xiao is probably going to be planted this time. Someone around him whispered. Hearing that person's words, someone whispered, "Luo Xiao's line is too sharp. First Luo King Xiuzuya was in front, and now there is another Luo Chen. It is normal for Li Jiawei and Luo Zhen to join forces. It's a pity." Someone shook their heads and sighed, and they were not optimistic about Luo Chen and his son. After all, Luo Xiao's strength is not weak, but it is only the 4th rank martial grandmaster, and the Luo family elder and Li family elder are both the 3rd rank martial grandmaster realm, and the other elder of the Li family is the 1st rank martial grandmaster. With Luo Xiao and his son, they couldn't handle it at all. "Hehe, I didn't expect to see such a good show today." The shopkeeper Xie who was sitting on the VIP seat suddenly laughed, then looked at Luo Zhen and said coldly, "Big elder, I can't control the others. But Chen young master, you are not qualified to move." With that, the treasurer Xie flashed with brilliance, and a unique token appeared in his hand. It was the token of Sujia Keking given to him by the mysterious Su Mingsh Su master. The young master Chen is the guest of the Su family of the imperial capital. If the young master Chen loses a hair today, then the Luo family will wait to meet the anger of the Su family of the imperial capital. The shopkeeper Xie held the token and coldly said, "If elder doesn't believe me, you can give it a try. It's a coincidence." Before the treasurer Xie said, Lord Grimm stood up from his seat and raised his hand with a gentle move. The token he had handed to Luo Chen before suddenly fell from Luo Chen's hand. The ring flew out, floating in front of him. "This token, you must be familiar with it, right?" Jun Mo smiled holding the token in one hand and said coldly, "Luo Chen, this kid is from my Liuyun Academy, I want to see who dares to touch him." Hair. Chapter 58. Hearing the words of shopkeeper Xie and Lord laughing, everyone couldn't help but turn their eyes to Luo Chen, who was surrounded by big elder Luo Zhen's cronies. For a while, they didn't know what to say. This kid. Why? Even Luo Fan, who was crushed by Luo Chen and desperate, couldn't help but look at Luo Chen more. His entire face quickly became hideous and distorted. Being watched by everyone, Luo Chen smiled slightly, then looked at Elder, and said lightly, "Big Elder, this is the end of the matter, should the Luo family be over." Hearing Luo Chen's words, the corners of the audience's lips twitched secretly, and some of them couldn't understand Luo Chen's brain circuit. Is it time to care about the big competition? Luo Xiao and the others were also a little confused. After thinking about it, they could only think that Luo Chen had just rectified his name, so he was a little concerned about the result of this competition. Compared with Luo Xiao and Lord Grimm, shopkeeper Xie's mind was more active, and he soon realized that this was a good opportunity to sell Luo Chen. Without any hesitation, shopkeeper Xie narrowed his eyes to look at Luo Chen, threateningly said, "I am also quite curious about Chen young master's question. I don't know if elder can answer it." Being stared at by shopkeeper Xie, Luo Chen felt a chill in his heart, as if being stared at by a ferocious beast, with a sullen expression. "That's natural. The Luo family grand tournament is officially over. Luo Chen is the grand tournament. 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task greater than famous. Reward spiritual chi 50,000 points and a chance to draw a lottery." As soon as Luo Zhen's voice fell, the system prompt suddenly sounded in Luo Chen's mind. A smile appeared on Luo Chen's face, and then he arched the cupped hands at Lord Grimm and shopkeeper Xie, and said with a serious face, "Mr. Jun, shopkeeper Xie, the two of you helped each other." Luo Chen was grateful. "But this time it's my Luo family's family affair, I want to solve it myself, please don't interfere." Hearing Luo Chen's words, the surrounding audience was in an uproar. They couldn't understand why Luo Chen broke his arm in the middle of the time. Isn't this giving Luo family elder a chance to come back? Originally thought that Luo Chen was too much, but now it seems that he is just an arrogant fool. A practitioner who has always had a good relationship with Luo Zhen disdainfully said. When shopkeeper Xie and Lord Grimm stood up before, he was already ready to figure out a way to clear up the relationship with Luo Zhen, but Luo Chen took such a stinky move. With Luo Chen's words, even Lord Grimm and shopkeeper Xie couldn't do anything. "Dust young master, oh!" He deacon couldn't help sighing when he heard the words, and looked at Luo Xiao sadly. "Ns. Chener has been suppressed for too long, let him indulge and indulge." Luo Xiao just smiled, his eyes swept over Luo Zhen and the two elders of the Li family, with a faint disdain in his eyes. "Boy Luo, are you serious?" Lord Grimm couldn't help looking at Luo Chen when he heard the words, and his expression became serious. "You have to think clearly, really don't want me to interfere." Mr. Jun's kindness, Luo Chen accepted it. Luo Chen nodded and said seriously, "But this is my Luo family's family affair. If Mr. Jun intervenes, it will inevitably arouse criticism." "Never mind," Lord Grimm shook his head when he heard the words, and said helplessly, "Since you don't want outsiders to interfere, then I don't want to interfere." Chapter 59. "Thank you, Mr. Jun." Luo Chen nodded lightly when he heard Lord Grimm, his eyes fell on Luo Zhen, and said lightly, "Big elder, my Luo family's family affairs, let outsiders intervene, I am afraid it is a bit inappropriate." While speaking, Luo Chen raised his finger and pointed at the two Li elders beside Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen's face froze. Without the help of the two elders of the Li family, would he be Luo Xiao's opponent with his strength? But Luo Chen had already spoken to this point, and even foreign aid such as Luoyun Academy's special grade teacher was not used. If he had to rely on the power of the Li family, even if he was able to successfully eradicate Luo Xiao and his son, he would be discredited, let alone sit as the head of the Luo family. What a cunning kid! Luo Zhen hated him. Luo Chen's move of two strong aides seemed stupid, but he directly pushed him to a dead end, leaving him no room for maneuver. If he agrees to Luo Chen, he who has lost the help of the Li family can only be slaughtered by Luo Xiao. But if you don't agree to Luo Chen, I'm afraid those neutral Luo family members and even the Luo family members who originally supported him will quickly fall to Luo Chen and his son. Thinking of this, Elder's face was blue and white, and his chest rose and fell rapidly, obviously suppressing his anger. Seeing this, the surrounding audience also realized Luo Chen's thoughts, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Young Master Chen's draw from the bottom of the pan is undoubtedly breaking Luo Zhen's back path." At a young age, not to mention the strong strength, even the thoughts are so careful, the Luo family really picked up the treasure this time. Just hearing the discussion around him, Luo Zhen's face became more gloomy, and his eyes toward Luo Chen were full of resentment. "It seems that elder is determined to let outsiders intervene in the affairs of my Luo family." Luo Chen looked at Luo Zhen, coldly said, a coward like you is also worthy of coveting the position of Luo family patriarch." As he said, Luo Chen's eyes swept over the people around him, and finally fell on Luo Chen, and said in a shocking voice, "Well, I will give you another choice. Without the power of anyone, you and I will fight alone. If it were you, if you win, you will be the head of the Luo family. If you lose, get out of the Luo family by yourself." Luo Chen couldn't help feeling a little moved when he heard the words, but his expression was still a little hesitant. He didn't know if Luo Chen was setting a trap for him. Just a few words, Luo Chen put him in a dilemma. He was also very jealous of Luo Chen at the moment. When everyone around saw Luo Chen's expression, they couldn't help but sounded a boo. Even the people who had been close to Luo Chen before looked at Luo Chen with contempt. "You don't even have the courage to fight against a junior whose strength is far lower than yourself. Can such a person be the elder of the Luo family?" Someone in the crowd sarcastically said, "Anyway, it's a tortoise, so I can change it for me." Many of the Luo family members who surrounded Luo Chen and Luo Xiao had already quietly stepped back a few steps unconsciously, and their expressions on Luo Chen were full of contempt. Hearing the discussion around him, Luo Chen smiled inwardly, looked at Luo Chen, and coldly said, "Old dog, you wouldn't even dare to fight alone with me. Arrogant kid, the old man is afraid that you won't make it." Luo Chen's eyes flashed coldly when he heard Luo Chen's words, and suddenly he burst into a loud shout. True Qi surged in his body, slamming his fist towards Luo Chen. Huang Tier Top Grade Fist Technique Breaking Army Fist. Chapter 60. Shameless. Seeing Luo Chen's movements, someone who had been close to Luo Xiao shouted angrily. The Luo family members of Luo Chen's line are even more embarrassed, and they can't wait to dig a hole to bury themselves. Although it seems that Luo Chen suddenly made a move from embarrassment to anger, anyone with a discerning eye can see the clues. In the face of a junior with a cultivation base lower than own, Luo Chen even used this almost sneak attack method, which made the Luo family members who had supported Luo Chen deeply felt that he was blind at the beginning. The strong wind blew his face. Luo Chen didn't see much panic on his face. He made a wrong step, and quickly swept out a few steps toward the side. "It's really a dog that can't change eating shit." Luo Chen's figure appeared not far to Luo Chen's left, not without mocking. "On weekdays, only conspiracy against the clansmen is enough, even when fighting with others, I only dare to use some dirty tricks. Means." Luo Chen didn't say a word, but the look of resentment in Luo Chen's gaze was a little bit more obvious. True Qi surged in the body, and Luo Chen's figure suddenly disappeared in place. After a while, countless green glowing hidden weapons hit Luo Chen from all directions like raindrops. The hidden weapons technique of hidden weapons Tianu scattering flowers. It's a pity, such a martial skill in your hands is really a secret caste. Luo Chen shook his head, his eyes became serious, and the long sword hanging from his waist suddenly came out of his body, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of sword rays were formed, directly facing the hidden weapons that shot from all around. Ding 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 ding. Dense metal humming sounded on the martial arts arena, and a lot of sparks burst out, which looked quite spectacular. After a while, Luo Chen stopped his hand movements, and a large number of poisoned hidden weapons scattered around him. The heavenly girl scattering flowers. Although it is a martial skill of the mysterious rank, but in your hands, I am afraid that even the power of the Huang rank's lower rank has not been used. Luo Chen looked at when he appeared on the martial arts arena, with an unbelievable Luo Chen on his face, and said with disdain, "Well, I will let you see what the power of the martial skill of the Xian level low grade should have." With that, Luo Chen lightly tapped his feet, and the crane shadow mistakes turned to the extreme, and the whole person quickly disappeared in place, leaving a lot of after-images on the martial arts field. Deva Unity Realm's Xian level movement technique. This kid is a bit bullying. Lord Grimm couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. "Mr. Jun, are you saying that young Master Chen has cultivated the movement technique cultivation of Suanja's inferior grade to Deva Unity Realm?" Hearing Lord's smile, someone swallowed his saliva and spoke with difficulty. The people around couldn't help but cast their gazes on Lord Grimm, with a trace of luck in their hearts, hoping that Lord Grimm had made a mistake. Lord Grimm glanced at the speaker, nodded lightly, and said lightly, "This kid has a really good savvy, even if he is in the Luochen Academy, he is considered a middle-class bourgeoisie. Hearing what Lord Grimm had almost admitted, everyone around could no longer conceal the shock in their hearts. Looking at the afterimage left by Luo Chen on the martial arts field, they didn't even know what to say for a while. Originally thought Luo Chen's cultivation of cross-sword technique to Deva Unity Realm was already a remarkable achievement. Who knew that in addition to cross-sword technique, Luo Chen had actually cultivated a low-grade movement technique cultivation of a profound stage. Deva is one realm. This is the achievement they can only look up to in their entire lives. Even shopkeeper Xie's expression was a bit stiff, because he knew very well that in addition to Luo Chen's exposed cross-sword technique and that unknown movement technique, Luo Chen also cultivated the cultivation technique to Deva Unity Realm. These geniuses are really FG creatures that strike people. The shopkeeper Xie couldn't help muttering in a low voice while looking at the martial arts field full of Luo Chen's remnants. Chapter 61. On the martial arts arena, Luo Chen looked solemn, and a faint haze clouded his eyes. When Luo Chen and Luo Fan fought, he had shown this movement technique before, but he didn't take it to heart at that time. At that time, he was holding the winning ticket, he didn't put Luo Chen to put in one's eyes at all. His goal was to get rid of Luo Xiao from beginning to end. As for Luo Chen, he just did it in order to cut the grass and root. But when he really faced it, he discovered how difficult Luo Chen's movement technique was. Every afterimage of Luo Chen on the martial arts field carried the aura of Luo Chen, so that he did not dare to have any slack, because no one knew whether that afterimage was really just an afterimage. Maybe his little negligence will become his reminder. You are far worse than the blood wolf of Crazy Wolf Village, Luo Chen's voice suddenly sounded on the martial arts arena, and then a sword ray penetrated the afterimage left by Luo Chen and struck towards Luo Zhen. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Luo Zhen's heart jumped, and before he could react, sword ray, who was cut out by Luo Chen, hit his left shoulder. Blood splashed, and a hideous wound appeared on Luo Zhen's shoulder, almost cutting off his left shoulder directly. Too weak. Luo Chen's voice resounded through the martial arts arena, and then countless sword ray flew towards Luo Zhen from all directions. Luo Zhen's face changed suddenly, and he had only time to hold on to his defenses. The countless sword rays fell on him one after another like rain hitting plantains. Boom 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 boom. The explosion sounded continuously, and smoke rose from Luo Zhen's surroundings, enveloping him. Luo Chen's figure appeared on the martial arts arena, looked at the smoke and dust in front of him, shook his head, and mocked. It seems that these years, Elder only conspired to calculate the clansmen, his strength can't be retreated a lot. With that, Luo Chen waved his sleeves, and a strong wind blew away the smoke and dust, revealing the very miserable Luo family elder Luo Zhen who was covered in blood. As a practitioner, I have lost even the foundation of my standing. Luo Chen looked at Luo Zhen, who was covered in blood, and said with disdain, just like you are also worthy of coveting the position of Luo family patriarch. Unexpectedly, after hearing Luo Chen's words, Luo Zhen suddenly laughed, with undisguised sarcasm and pity in his eyes. Arrogant kid, cough cough, bah. Luo Zhen spit out blood, and suddenly a strange token appeared in his hand. Above the token, there was only a coquettish black lotus burning with flames. Seeing the token in Luo Zhen's hand, Luo Xiao flashed a deep killing intent in his eyes. Black, lotus, demon, teach. Lord Grimm's expression became gloomy in an instant, and his tone was as cold as ice. Originally I didn't want to use these backhands. Upon hearing Lord Grimm's words, Luo Zhen smashed the token in his hand and said with a grin, you forced me. As the token shattered, Luo Zhen quickly burned with a layer of black flames, which looked quite infiltrating, and Luo Zhen's breath was also rapidly increasing. In just a few breaths, he rushed directly into Xiantian from Martial Grandmaster Realm. Great Master, there is even an upward trend. Call. The black flame on Luo Zhen's body rose rapidly, and then turned into a black fire python, spitting out Xinzi and rammed Luo Chen. The alarm bell in Luo Chen's heart was masterpiece. Crane shadow mistake worked to the extreme, leaving behind after images in the same place. It's useless. Luo Zhen shook his head disdainfully when he saw this scene. He saw that the black fire python flicked its tail, directly smashing all the after-images left by Luo Chen, and then opened his blood basin with a big mouth. Luo Chen bit the past. Enough! Seeing that the black fire python was about to collide with Luo Chen, a sound like muffled thunder suddenly sounded over the martial arts arena. The black fire python seemed to be caught by some kind of power, frozen in place, and then directly annihilated in Luo Zhen's horrified gaze. Chapter 62. The crisis was lifted, but Luo Chen couldn't see any joy on his face. He turned his head stiffly, and saw Luo Xiao floating in the air, exuding a daunting aura. The corner of Luo Chen's mouth twitched twice unconsciously. At this moment, the aura exuding from Luo Xiao's body was stronger than Luo Zhen's. Even Luo Chen had a faint feeling that Lord Grimm might not be Luo Xiao's opponent. My dad, who usually doesn't show up, hides so deeply. Compared to Luo Chen, the faces of the Lingyun city practitioners who came to watch the Luo family grand competition were even more exciting. This time the Luo family competition, Luo Chen, the dark horse suddenly jumped out, and defeated a lot of opponents with a sweeping momentum to get the first place in the competition. Then it was elder Luo Zhen who was in trouble again, but it broke out that Luo Chen was the Emperor Sujia Keqing, a student of Liuyun Academy. Next, Luo Zhen was crushed and beaten by Luo Chen, and then it turned out that Luo Zhen and the Black Lotus demon cult were in collusion. Relying on some unknown secret technique, his strength skyrocketed and he almost killed Luo Chen. And now, they discovered that Luo Chen's father Luo Xiao, the legendary Luo family patriarch, who only had the 4th rank martial grandmaster, turned out to be a hidden powerhouse. For a while, these Lingyun city practitioners only felt as if they were dreaming, and still felt an unreal feeling. Exit. Just when the surrounding audience was in a state of shock, Luo Xiao raised his hand and pointed towards Luo Zhen, and said lightly. There was invisible power surging around Luo Zhen, turning into a big hand that covered the sky, grabbed Luo Zhen, and then shook it hard. Luo Zhen only had time to scream, and he was cut off from life, and he could not die again. After doing all this, Luo Xiao looked at Lord Grimm and waved his hand. The invisible power surged and turned into a barrier, separating him and Lord Grimm from the others. Others outside the barrier could only see the movements of Luo Xiao and Lord Grimm, but could not hear any sound. Amidst the barrier, Luo Xiao looked at Lord Grimm with a complicated tone. When did you recognize me? I discovered it when I entered Lingyun city. Lord Grimm spread out his hands and said with a wry smile, although your appearance has changed a lot through secret methods, your breath has not changed at all. It's too troublesome to change your breath, Luo Xiao said helplessly after hearing the words. Anyway, no one in this place can detect something wrong, so I don't bother to waste energy, but I never thought that you came to this Lingyun city suddenly. Now Luo Chen and King Xiu are both college students, or you can go back to the college too. Lord Grimm hesitated for a moment, persuading, as long as you go back to the college, based on your identity, the imperial capital Xiaojia I dare not put one. The grievances between me and the imperial Xiao family, I will solve it myself. Luo Xiao's face became cold when he heard Lord Grimm's words, and said every word. No wonder Luo Chen is so stubborn. Lord Grimm shook his head with a wry smile when he heard Luo Xiao's words. At this point, your father and son are carved out of the same mold. That's the kind of daddy. Who else can you follow if you don't follow daddy? Luo Xiao laughed at the words, and then said solemnly, the grievances between me and the imperial Xiao family will eventually end if one party falls. What accident happened to me at that time? Take care of Chen'er and King Xiu girl for me. After finishing speaking, Luo Xiao waved his hand to remove the barrier before Lord Grimm answered. He looked at own Luo Chen and said indifferently, there are some things that you should not know now. You only need to worry about Ascension's strength, daddies. You don't need to worry about things. Chapter 63. Then when will I know what you said? After a moment of silence, Luo Chen looked at Luo Xiao and asked. Luo Xiao hesitated when he heard this, and then rushed to Luo Chen and said, as long as you can become the Xiantian Great Master within a year, you are qualified to know the things of the year. If you can't do it, you can stay at the Liuyun Academy cultivation with peace of mind, don't go. Take care of things back then. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, before Luo Chen could speak, the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind suddenly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a series of quest's previous complaints. In the past, Luo Xiao, the first arrogant of the imperial capital, left the capital because of grievances with the imperial Xiao family, and stayed in Lingyun City, hiding his name. Ask the host to find out the reason, and assist Luo Xiao to complete the revenge against the imperial Xiao family. Task: 1/9. Please host the cultivation base ascension to Xiantian Great Master Realm within 1 year to reward spiritual chi 2 million points and 1 chance to draw a lottery. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen couldn't help being stunned for a moment. His expression quickly returned to normal, but his heart was as if he was overwhelmed by the river. It was the first time that he triggered the so-called serial task, but just from the reward for the first task given by the system now, we can infer how amazing the reward is after completing the serial task. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen looked at Luo Xiao and said solemnly, "I will break through to the Xiantian Great Master Realm in 1 year." Ambitious, Luo Xiao said with a little more smile on his face, admiringly said, "I'll wait and see." Speaking of this, Luo Xiao paused, and immediately looked at Lord Grimm, and said solemnly, "I'm taking this shot. I am afraid that the group of people will find clues soon, and I will leave Lingyun City next. As for the Luo family, please protect me. In addition, if Chen really breaks through to the Xiantian Martial Master within a year, then there is no need to hide things from him, and you can tell him exactly what happened. Don't worry, I will leave the token of my Jun family in the Luo family." Jun Mo smiled and nodded, proudly said, "Although the group of people are crazy, they still don't dare to be an enemy of my Jun family. Then I don't worry, Chener and Luo family will leave it to you." Luo Xiao's expression was relaxed when he heard the words, and his figure disappeared. "I haven't seen him for so many years, I still have such a violent temper." Lord Grimm shook his head, looking at the direction of Luo Xiao's disappearance, and sighed. After speaking, Lord Grimm looked at Luo Chen and said solemnly, "Are you going to the Liaoyun Academy with me to report, or will you go to the academy to report after a while?" "I'll go by myself." Luo Chen groaned for a moment, and said, "These things have happened to the Luo family, and the old man is nowhere to be found now. Someone has to stabilize the Luo family. In addition, I also want to experience a period of time outside. After I arrive at Liaoyun Academy, I will definitely not be as free as I am now. You can decide for yourself." Jun Mo smiled and nodded, then took out 2 cheats from Qinqin Ring and handed them to Luo Chen. "You haven't reported to the school yet, so I can't teach the Cultivation Technique Martial Skill in your school. This book of Streaming Sword Technique and Streaming Step was obtained when I was traveling abroad. You should learn it first, and you will be able to protect yourself when you go out to practice." Luo Chen took the cheat book that Lord Grimm handed over, flipped through the Streaming Sword Technique cheat book that was opened on it, glanced at it at random, and then lost his voice. Sword Technique in the Ground Level. Chapter 64. Hearing Luo Chen's gaffe, Lord Grimm couldn't help but feel dumb. Since he knew Luo Chen, he had never seen this little monster-like teenager show such an expression. When you enter Liaoyun Academy, you will understand that martial skill is not a rare thing. Lord Grimm shook his head and said, "What's more, this streaming sword technique can only be counted now. It's no more than the top grade of the mysterious rank. But the record on this secret book..." Luo Chen hadn't finished speaking, suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, "Could it be that this streaming sword technique is incomplete?" "No, this is a complete sword technique, without any omissions." Jun Mo smiled and looked at Luo Chen, and said with a serious face, "The reason why this sword technique can only be regarded as the top grade of the mysterious stage is because it lacks the supporting cultivation technique and weapons, only sword technique and footwork are left." So that's it. Luo Chen suddenly realized that on the continent of universe, there are many martial skills with matching cultivation techniques like streaming sword technique. And once such a martial skill appears, it will inevitably attract looting, because the power that this martial skill with supporting cultivation technique can exert is far from what other martial skills can compare. This is too precious. Luo Chen said with a smile on the streaming sword technique and streaming step in his hands. Even if streamer sword technique doesn't have a matching mental technique, but streamer sword technique and streamer step are used together, the power that can be exerted may not be inferior to the general low-grade combat skills. And once you find the matching mental method and matching weapons, the power that streaming sword technique can exert will probably be close to the legendary martial skill. If I have in my hand the portable saber of the former Liu Guang sword master and his cultivation streaming mind method, then this streaming sword technique and streaming step I won't give you anything. Lord Grimm pushed the 2 cheats to Luo Chen and said faintly, but since the Lord of Streaming Sword fell, the whereabouts of Streaming Sword is unknown, and the most important flowing heart technique is also lost. The sword technique and footwork alone are actually not as important as you think. Luo Chen groaned for a moment before he accepted the 2 cheats. Then Luo Chen seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly asked, if it is a complete streaming sword technique, what level of martial skill is it? Martial skill? Lord smiled and looked at Luo Chen, and said every word. Back then, the Sword of Flowing Light used this sword technique to dominate the Flowing Cloud Empire, and the limelight was the same. If it weren't for him to go deep into the continent's extremity, I'm afraid now the Flowing Cloud Empire will have one more King Realm's peerless powerhouse. Luo Chen's expression was shocked when he heard the words. Before he could speak, Lord Grimm's voice sounded again. However, Streaming Sword Sovereign has become a thing of the past. Without the support of Streaming Sword and Streaming Mind method, relying only on Streaming Sword technique and Streaming Step, if you want to reproduce the glory of Streaming Sword Sovereign, you are undoubtedly a foolish dream. Luo Chen took a deep breath, did not speak, but an extremely hot light burst into his eyes. He may not be able to find the Streaming Light Sword, but with the help of the system, it shouldn't be difficult to perform Streaming Heart method. Even if it is impossible to reproduce the Heavenly Sword technique in the hands of the Sword Master Liu Guang, it shouldn't be a difficult task if you just ascension the sword technique to the ground level. Chapter 65. Why do you want to reproduce the original streamer sword technique? Seeing Luo Chen's expression, Lord Grimm raised his brows and asked with surprise. Can't it? Luo Chen looked at Lord Grimm, with doubts in his eyes. Could it be that the streaming light sword master provoked too many enemies at the beginning, and doing so would cause unnecessary trouble? That's not true. Lord Grimm shook his head and explained, the sword technique of streaming light has been circulated in all major forces in the imperial capital. Since the fall of the sword of streaming light, it is not that no one has tried to reproduce the sword of streaming light in the first place. Brilliant, but no one has ever succeeded. Maybe I succeeded, Luo Chen smiled, I have always been lucky. As soon as Luo Chen's voice fell, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the special task Incomplete Heaven skill. The famous sword technique of the former Light Sword Lord streaming sword technique. Since the fall of the Light Sword Lord, it has become a second-rate sword technique of the highest grade of the mysterious stage. Reproduce the glory of streaming sword technique. Reward: 3 chances to draw a lottery and 1 chance to enlighten you. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and didn't even notice what Lord Grimm said just now. Mr. Jun, what did you just say? Luo Chen returned to his senses, looked at Jun Mo and smiled, and asked a little embarrassedly. I'm returning to Yun Academy first, so that you can finish the Luo family's affairs as soon as possible and report to the academy. Lord Grimm didn't get angry when he heard the words, I really don't know what's going on with your kid, so he suddenly lost his mind. Sorry, Luo Chen looked at Lord Grimm and said apologetically, then I won't send Mr. Jun away. After all, the Luo family's current mess has to be cleaned up. Lord Grimm nodded with a smile, and his back figure flashed before disappearing into Luo Chen's sight. After Lord Grimm left, Luo Chen looked around, his gaze swept over the Luo family members, and said lightly, I will temporarily take the position of Luo family patriarch before my father comes back. You have no objections, right? It's a matter of course that Chen young master assumes the position of patriarch, how can we have opinions? A group of Luo family members said quickly after hearing this. Not to mention that Luo Chen's strength has already topped Luo's family, even the big elder Luochen is not his opponent, and Luo Chen's identities alone are enough to make them dare not oppose Luo Chen. Whether it is a guest of the Su family of the imperial capital or a student of Luochen Academy, anyone with one of these two identities can dominate this Lingyun city, let alone Luo Chen has two identities at the same time. Very good, Luo Chen nodded, his eyes fell on He Deacon, and he said in a deep voice, Uncle He, I will go out to practice during the next period of time, and then I will go to Luochen Academy to report. You and Elder will negotiate and decide. I understand, Crane Deacon said quickly after hearing the words, don't worry, young Master Chen, I will definitely protect the Luo family's family business for you and the Patriarch. Well, Luo Chen heard a little more smile on his face, and then his figure flashed before disappearing into everyone's sight. Seeing Luo Chen leaving, the surrounding spectators who were invited to watch the Luo family grand tournament also left on their own wittily. In a short time, the entire Luo family martial arts arena was only left with the Luo family disciples who were still in a dream and a messy ground. It was Crane Deacon that was the first to respond and arranged all the matters in an orderly manner. The Luo family soon became busy again, but these have nothing to do with Luo Chen. Chapter 66. Outside the Magical Beasts Mountain Branch, Luo Chen walked slowly toward the depths of the Magical Beasts Mountain Branch along the last road. After leaving the Luo family, Luo Chen rushed directly to the branch of the Magical Beasts Mountain Range. After all, he is already on the cusp of the storm now. If he continues to stay at the Luo family, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Therefore, Luo Chen planned to leave Lingyun City after breakthrough in the mysterious immortal cave deep in the Magical Beasts Mountain Range before leaving Lingyun City to experience the outside world. He didn't know what he was willing to. Luo Chen didn't encounter too many fierce beasts along the way, and under the condition of fully operating the crane shadow mistake, he quickly rushed to the original huge rock wall. The blood stain left by the golden stripe horned python on the outside of the rock wall has disappeared, only a few broken snake scales scattered on the ground, exuding a sickening smell. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen flashed sideways into the crack on the rock wall, and then along the crack, he quickly reached the mysterious immortal cave. This mysterious immortal cave was no different from when Luo Chen left. Luo Chen's eyes swept across the immortal cave, and finally fixed on the portrait of the Queen of Phoenix, with an astonishing color in his eyes. Even if it wasn't the first time he saw the portrait of the Queen of Phoenix, when he caught a glimpse of the Queen of Phoenix in the portrait, he still couldn't help feeling amazed. I don't know when will I be able to move the entire universe continent like the Queen of Phoenix, Luo Chen muttered while looking at the portrait of the Queen of Phoenix. After speaking, Luo Chen laughed first himself. He is only the 6th rank martial master now, not even the Xiantian martial master. The legendary martial god realm is too far away for him. Shaking his head, throwing the distracting thoughts aside, Luo Chen directly called out the attribute panel. Host, Luo Chen. Cultivation base, 6th rank martial master, 1/200000. Cultivation qualification, Zongpin qualification, 400000/10000000. Current cultivation technique, Luojia Qi gathering technique, Deva Unity, proficiency max. Switchable cultivation technique, cultivation of the void and Ju Yuan Ju, proficient in the fire, proficiency 1/50,000. Cultivation technique, bull body tempering, beginner's first practice, 1001/100000. Martial skill, cross sword art, Deva 1. Sprite shadow sword, reaching the peak, proficiency 5400/50,000. Movement technique, crane shadow lost step, Deva in 1. Secret method, the technique of restraining breath, Luochen. Spiritual Qi, 91,160 points, current growth rate of 98 points per minute. Remaining chance to draw, 1 time. Spiritual Qi is a little bit scarce, Luo Chen sighed helplessly as he looked at the 5-digit spiritual Qi value on the attribute panel. Forget it, let's draw a lottery first, Luo Chen quickly cheered up and said in his heart, System, I want to draw a lottery. As soon as Luo Chen's voice fell, a flower suddenly appeared in front of him, and when he came back to his senses, he was already in a starry sky. A dazzling star turntable appeared in front of him, with a large number of items listed on it, which made Luo Chen coveted. But soon, Luo Chen's gaze was fixed on the two objects, and he could no longer look away. The first item is a long sword that looks like a puddle of autumn water. Looking at the small print next to it, it is the saber used by Liu Guang's sword sovereign back then. And the second item is a simple roll of sheepskin, with the 4 small characters flowing light mind on the side. Chapter 67. Originally, Luo Chen was still worried about how to find the lost flower heart method and the former saber of flowing venerable, but he didn't expect that these two things would be included in the prizes of the system lottery. Settling down, Luo Chen looked at the star roulette in front of him, without system reminders, and quickly muttered in his heart, "Start the lottery." As soon as Luo Chen's voice fell, the star wheel in front of him quickly turned, and soon he couldn't see the objects on it. After a few breaths, Luo Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Stop." The turntable stopped, and the pointer pointed to a quaint book. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel disappointed when he saw it. Now he wants to say what he wants most, it must be the old saber of the streamer venerable and the method of streaming the heart. Without waiting for Luo Chen to check the information of the ancient book, a flower suddenly appeared in front of him, and when he recovered, he had already appeared in the mysterious immortal cave. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the volume of pill refining experience from the 9th rank pill refining master. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen took a breath immediately, the disappointment in his heart disappeared without a trace in an instant, his eyes scorching staring at the primitive book that suddenly appeared in his hands. There were too many items on the star turntable before, and he just glanced at it roughly, and he didn't know much information about many things, so he didn't expect that there would be such a good thing on the star turntable. We must know that although Qincan continent respects Wu, it is not without a profession with a higher status than practitioner, and pill refining is one of them. After all, there is no practitioner who dare to say that he will not use medicine pill all his life. The huge practitioner group and the rare pill refining teacher group have created the current status of the pill refining teacher. The pill refining division is divided into ranks 1 to 9 according to his own level, and Luo Chen doesn't know if there are other divisions after rank 9. However, Luo Chen knew exactly how high the status of the pill refining teacher was. If it is in a place like Lingyun City, a first-rank pill refining division is enough to be on the same level as a family like the Luo family's Li family, or even higher than these two families. Now he actually got a volume left by a 9-level pill refining master pill refining experience. What is the difference between this and the treasure left by the strong martial emperor and even the strong martial god when he travels outside? After flipping through the pill refining experience in his hand, Luo Chen's mind was quickly attracted by the information recorded on it, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Because in this volume of pill refining experience, in addition to recording the lifelong comprehension of the 9th grade pill refining teacher, it also records 3 improved pill recipes. Enhanced body tempering pill recipe. The body tempering pill that is refined according to this pill recipe has an effect of 30%. It is only effective for practitioners below Martial Grandmaster realm. General Purpose Body Tempering Pill recipe. The body tempering pill refined according to this pill recipe has double the effect of the original. It has an effect on all realm practitioners, and each person can only take one. Improved Body Tempering Pill recipe. The body tempering pill refined according to this pill recipe has an effect of 70% of the original and a 50% reduction in side effects. Luo Chen is naturally no stranger to body tempering pills. This medicine pill is considered to be one of the most common types of medicine pills on the universe continent. When cultivating cultivation technique, taking a body tempering pill can get twice the result with half the effort. Even if you haven't cultivated the cultivation technique, after taking the body tempering pill, you can still have a lot of physical fitness. The most important point is that body tempering, as the first-rank medicine pill, is a compulsory test for the first-rank pill refining teacher. Chapter 68. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and said to himself, "It seems that I have to find a chance to try pill refining in the next experience." He has the pill refining experience left by the 9th grade pill refining master, and it is not difficult for him to start pill refining. According to the urinary properties of the system, after he successfully developed medicine pill for the first time, he should be able to use spiritual chi ascension pill refining. Putting pill refining experience into the lower grade Qinkan ring, and putting it together with the Baikalab previously obtained in this mysterious immortal cave, Luo Chen turned his attention to the attribute panel, pondered for a moment, and pointed his finger at Kongxiu Ju Yuan Juan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making Kongxiu Ju Yuan Ju ascension to its peak, 1/100000, and the growth rate of spiritual qi ascension to 102 points per minute. Spiritual qi was consumed wildly, and the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Looking at the remaining 21,161 spiritual qi, Luo Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, a little helpless, and then took out 20 low-grade spirit stones from the low-grade universe ring and absorbed it. After doing all this, Luo Chen took out the 2 cheats that Lord Grimm gave him from the lower-grade universe ring. The Secret Book of the Mysterious Stage Top-Grade Sword Technique Streaming Sword Technique and the Secret Book of the Mysterious Stage High-Grade Footwork Streaming Step. Although the 2 cheats are only top grades of the mysterious rank, Luo Chen knows that this is only temporary. As long as he can find the flowing light heart method, he can bring the 2 martial skill ascension to the ground level. If you can find the original Streamer Venerable's portable saber on this basis, you can even ascension the Streamer Sword Technique to the level of martial skill in one fell swoop. Opening the Secret Book of Streaming Sword Technique, Luo Chen's mind was quickly immersed in it. At the same time, in the Liuyun Wuxing secret room in Lingyun City, Lord Grimm sat opposite the mysterious Su Mingche, and a broken token was placed on the table in front of them. If anyone who has witnessed the Luo family competition is here, it is not difficult to recognize that the token on this table is the token of the Black Lotus demon cult that was crushed by the Luo family elder Luochen before. Unexpectedly, even places like Lingyun City have been infiltrated by the Black Lotus demon. Su Mingche looked at the token fragments on the table with a serious expression. There is more than one Black Lotus demon cult in this Lingyun City. Jun Mo smiled and curled his lips, and said lightly, Lu Xiao is also in Lingyun City? Thinking about it this way, it seems that the Black Lotus demon cult's infiltration into Lingyun City is not unacceptable thing. Lu Xiao's matter is special. Su Mingche shook his head, and then suddenly asked, by the way, did Luo Xiao say anything about Luo Chen becoming my Su family guest Qing? The Su family, the imperial capital, had a lot of conflicts with Luo Xiao at the beginning. Although the 2 sides are not dead feuds, it is undoubtedly a dream to say that they are sitting together and talking and laughing. Therefore, Su Mingche worried that Luo Xiao would prevent Luo Chen from becoming a guest of Su Jie. If it were in the past, Su Mingche would naturally not take Luo Chen too seriously. But now it's different. Luo Chen is Luo Xiao's son. After more than 10 years of disappearance of the former number 1 imperial capital, no one can guess how strong his current strength has reached. In this case, Luo Chen's identity is particularly important. If Luo Chen can be drawn to the Su family, then the Su family will be able to use Luo Chen's line to connect with Luo Xiao in the future. Not to mention turning the enemy into friends with Luo Xiao, but as long as the suspicion can be cleared up with Luo Xiao, the Su family has already made a lot of money. After all, no one wants to be worried about by an enemy of unknown strength all day long. Chapter 69. Upon hearing Su Mingche's words, Lord Grimm couldn't help but shook his head, and said helplessly, this time the focus is on the Black Lotus demon cult, right? As for Luo Chen becoming your Su family keking, Luo Xiao did not stop it. The Black Lotus demon cult has nothing to do with me. Su Mingche spread his hands and said with a joking expression, that's what the Emperor Xiao family should take care of. We can just watch the show. When Lord Grimm heard the words, he glanced at Su Mingche with a smile. He probably could guess his friend's thoughts. It was nothing more than adding a blockage to the imperial capital Xiao family. But Lord Grimm didn't expose Su Mingche either, because he had already seen the Emperor Xiao family displeased. In fact, the current imperial capital of the Xiao family in the Liuyun Empire can be described as enemies on all sides, but because martial god, the founding country of the Luochen Empire, promised the safety of the Xiao family for thousands of years, the emperor's forces did not attack the Xiao family. When the Millennium Agreement is over, or when Luo Xiao is in the imperial capital, it will be hell if the other forces in the imperial capital don't secretly seduce the Xiao family. Don't look at me like that. Su Mingche saw Lord Grimm's expression, curled his lips, and said lightly, "It's normal for the arrogant and domineering moths of the Xiao family to be targeted everywhere, right? What's more, Luo Chen's kid is more than just my Sujia Keking." As he said, Su Mingche flipped his wrist, and a strange book made of black silk appeared in his hand, and a faint coercion radiated from the black book in Su Mingche's hand. "What are you doing with the British list?" Lord Grimm frowned when he saw the black silk booklet in Su Mingche's hand and asked. "See it for yourself," Su Mingche said lightly, placing the black silk booklet in his hand on the table. Lord Grimm glanced over it subconsciously, only to see a few dragon and phoenix characters suddenly appeared on the cover of the black silk booklet. West Kanglan County, Lingyun City, Luochen, 37th on the list. That kid Luo Chen was on the British list. Jun Mo looked a little surprised when he saw those big characters. You have to know that this black silk booklet, that is, the Luoyun Yingbang, was produced by Martial God, the founding country of the Luoyun Empire, and was kept by the Su family. There are odd lists and dragon and phoenix double lists above the British list, but none of those three lists can be controlled by Su Mingche. And those who can be ranked in the Yinki double list and the dragon and phoenix double list are all leaders in the world. Although Jun Moxio is optimistic about Luo Chen, he just thinks that Luo Chen has a chance to be on the British list within 2 years. Could that kid hide any hole cards? I don't know. Lord Grimm murmured, "What a little monster. I am a little bit looking forward to what will happen after he goes to Luoyun Academy." Hearing Lord's smile, Su Mingche shook his head helplessly, put away the black silk booklet, got up and left the secret room. At the same time, Luo Chen in the mysterious immortal cave in the magical beasts mountains also slowly opened his eyes, and sword ray seemed to pass by in his pupils. This streaming sword technique deserves to be the sword technique that the streaming sword sovereign relied on at the beginning to become famous. Luo Chen slowly let out a suffocating breath, and said with emotion, "It's really mysterious." Calling out the attribute panel, Luo Chen's gaze fell on the streaming sword technique, and immediately smiled bitterly. As expected, streaming sword technique mysticism is profound enough, but the spiritual chi required to upgrade is also extremely large. It takes a full 100,000 spiritual chi to just practice the streaming sword technique from beginner to ascension to mastery. Try the power of this streamer sword technique first. Luo Chen stood up, drew out the long sword around his waist, and swiped it forcefully. In an instant, countless sword rays flooded the immortal cave and drew Taoist swords on the surrounding rock walls. Mark. Chapter 70. His. Looking at the criss-crossing sword marks on the surrounding rock walls, Luo Chen couldn't help taking a breath. The first time he used the streaming sword technique, he was so powerful. If he becomes proficient in the future, how terrifying would it be? It's worthy of being a legendary martial venerate powerhouse stunt for fame. Luo Chen said in a speech, just the sword moves that are greatly reduced without the assistance of cultivation technique have such power. If I find the flowing heart method in the future, with the assistance of cultivation technique, the power of this sword technique should be. How horrible! Thinking of this, Luo Chen couldn't help but cheer up, then his eyes suddenly condensed, and his brows wrinkled unconsciously. This portrait. Luo Chen looked at the portrait of the Queen's Queen hanging in Immortal Cave, with a look of surprise on his face. Unlike the stone walls surrounded by sword marks, the Queen's portrait seemed to be protected by some invisible force. The sword ray that filled the entire Immortal Cave just now failed to affect the Queen's portrait at all. After pondering for a while, Luo Chen raised his hand and cut out with a sword. Sword chi condensed and flew straight to the portrait of Queen Huang. In the portrait, the twin pupils exuding amazing domineering Huang Empress seemed to come alive, their eyes pierced through the sky and fell directly on Luo Chen. Luo Chen only felt in a trance. When he recovered, he found that he was already on a desolate battlefield. Luo Chen held the long sword and looked around subconsciously, but did not find any clues. Damn! It shouldn't be messy. Luo Chen looked at the vast yellow sand around him, his expression turned gloomy in an instant. He did not expect such a mystery on the portrait of the Queen of Phoenix. Being trapped in such a ghost place now really makes Luo Chen a little uncomfortable. Call. A gust of wind whizzed past, rolling up the wind and sand in the sky. Luo Chen's eyes condensed, and the long sword in his hand pierced into the wind and sand. Ding! The crisp metal clash sounded, and a dazzling spark suddenly appeared in the air. Luo Chen shook his sour wrist and looked into the wind and sand with a solemn expression. Soon, the wind and sand dissipated, and a white skeleton appeared in Luo Chen's line of sight. 2 clusters of purple ghost fire were beating in the eye sockets of the skeleton, and he held a slender iron sword in his hand. Obviously, it was this skeleton who attacked Luo Chen just now. Bone race. Luo Chen's eyes flashed a look of surprise. There were hundreds of races in the universe continent, and there were a large number of other races besides the human race. The bone race is one of them, and the bone race and the human race are deadly enemies. Once they meet, they will end up endlessly. It's just that although Lingyun City is located on the border, it does not border the bone race territory, but there are very few bone race invasions, so Luo Chen has only seen information about this race in some ancient books. However, he did not expect that today because of the portrait of Queen Huang, he actually saw the legendary Bone Clan. No. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he cursed in a low voice, "Damn, I won't be sent to the bone race territory, am I?" Just when Luo Chen was a little lost, the ghost fire in the skull's eyes jumped twice, and then the iron sword in his hand quickly slashed towards Luo Chen. Hearing the sound of the breaking wind, Luo Chen quickly condensed his mind, and the crane shadow fan moved to the extreme, leaving a few lifelike after-images on the spot. The ghost fire in the skull's eyes jumped twice again. After hesitating for a while, he swung his sword and slashed towards an after-image. Chapter 71. Idiot! Seeing the skeleton's movements, Luo Chen's eyes flashed with disdain, his figure flashed, and he appeared behind the skeleton, waving his long sword, and countless sword rays shrouded toward the skeleton. Streamer sword technique. After discovering that the skeleton could not distinguish the after-image of Crane Shadow's lost steps, Luo Chen instantly dispelled his plan to kill the skeleton with the splitting shadow sword, and instead chose to use the streaming sword technique he had just learned. After all, I don't know when I will meet such a good living target next time, so Luo Chen will naturally not miss it. Sword ray landed on the skeleton, making a sound of gold and iron, and a large amount of bone debris fell from the skeleton, which looked quite frightening. The ghost fire in skeleton's eyes jumped a few times, and the iron sword in his hand swept across, but it only cut off the after-image of Luo Chen left in place. And Luo Chen had already appeared behind the skeleton, and the streamer sword technique was deployed again. On this desolate battlefield, countless streamers appeared, directly enveloping the skeleton, cutting off a lot of bone debris. Just half an hour later, the skeleton finally couldn't hold it, the ghost fire in the eye sockets quickly extinguished, and the originally white bones became grey and turned into a pile of dead bones scattered on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the trial bone puppet and gaining 10 spiritual chi points and streaming sword technique 5000 points of proficiency. After killing the skeleton, the system prompt suddenly sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Damn! Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen couldn't hold back a swear word. Looking at the dry bones scattered on the ground, the eye exploded with sharp light. Killing such a skeleton actually made streaming sword technique's proficiency ascension a full 5000 points. Luo Chen guessed that if it weren't for the reason that his Crane Shadow Me tracker had been cultivated to Deva Unity Realm, I am afraid that Crane Shadow Me tracker's proficiency would also get a great ascension. And more importantly, it is the name of the skeleton he killed as prompted by the system. Trial Bone Puppets. The ability to master the Ascension martial skill by a large margin is also related to the Queen of Phoenix. Luo Chen's heart beat wildly, licking some dry lips, and muttered, "This is probably the trial realm created by Queen Huang in the legend. Phoenix Empress Huang Mengxian is a world-class talent, and this trial realm is a strange treasure created by the Phoenix Empress when she set foot on the martial god realm. It's just that with the disappearance of the Queen's Queen, the whereabouts of Trial Realm is also unknown, and I did not expect to fall into this branch of the magical beasts mountain range near Lingyun City. No, Luo Chen shook his head suddenly, thinking to himself, in addition to killing the puppets, the realm of legendary trials can also guide the practitioner into a state of enlightenment. But I have been standing here for so long, except for the windy sand or the windy sand, there is absolutely no sign of enlightenment. Thinking of the mysterious immortal cave outside, Luo Chen flashed a flash of light in his mind and blurted out, could it be the trial realm imitated by later generations? Interesting Junior. Before Luo Chen's voice fell, an old laugh suddenly sounded in Luo Chen's ears. Before Luo Chen came back to his senses, an old man wearing a navy blue robe suddenly appeared in Luo Chen's sight. Hi! Luo Chen didn't hesitate, he took a wrong step, and Crane Shadow's fans showed their full steps, and instantly swept out more than 10 steps to the side. At the same time, he waved the long sword in his hand, and the sky full of sword shadows shrouded the green-robed old man. Chapter 72. Shrouded by the sword shadow cut out by Luo Chen, the old man stood still and looked at Luo Chen quietly. The sky full of sword shadows fell on the green-robed old man, as if submerged in the water, causing ripples to appear on the green-robed old man. Spirit! Luo Chen reacted to the strange appearance of the old man in Qingbao, surprised. It should be the formation spirit. The old man in Qingbao nodded with a smile, and said in a deep voice, what you said just now was only half right. Before Luo Chen asked, the old man had already said astonishingly, this is indeed the trial realm created by Queen Phoenix. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. With the means of existence like Queen's Queen, even though the strange treasure they created could not be said to be completely unaffected by time. However, in a mere 300 years, it would not be right for such treasures as Trial Realm to become the shabby things they are now. Boy, are you wondering why this Trial Realm has become the way it is now, right? The Qingbao old man seemed to penetrate Luo Chen's thoughts and asked with a smile. Luo Chen nodded honestly. Firstly, he was really curious about it. Secondly, Luo Chen didn't think he could hide this kind of old monster that had existed for at least a few hundred years. Boy, do you know what this trial realm really is? The Qingbao old man looked at Luo Chen and asked with a smile. Hi! Luo Chen's eyes condensed when he heard the words of the old man in Qingbao, thinking that the old man called himself a formation spirit before, he blurted out and said, could it be that this trial realm is a formation that can't be achieved? To be precise, it should be an array weapon, the Qingbao old man said proudly, Huang Hushan is a masterpiece. In addition to the cultivation base reaching martial god, his knowledge in the array is also unique in the world, above the mainland. There are only a handful of people who can surpass Queen Phoenix in the formation. And this trial realm is a heavenly formation tool created by Empress Huang after summing up her life's experience in formation. Luo Chen opened his mouth when he heard the old man in Qingbao, not knowing what to say. He didn't expect that in addition to her amazing achievements on Martial Dao, Empress Huang was actually a formation master with outstanding formation. That's a noble profession as rare as a pill refining teacher. And the value of the array weapon is even more incalculable. Even a low-grade array weapon of the yellow rank will cause a berserk grab by many forces. A heavenly array weapon may be enough to make the existence of martial god be moved by it. But that's all from the past. Seeing Luo Chen's expression, the green-robed old man suddenly sighed and said with some regret, now this trial realm is only a top-grade Huang tier. Although it is also a good treasure, it is like a firefly and how you compared to the beginning, and there is no way to compare it. This. Luo Chen couldn't help being stunned when he heard the words of the old man in Qingbao, and then surprised, why is this happening? Not long after the Queen of the Phoenix cast the realm of trial, the Lost Sea changed, and the Queen went deep into the Lost Sea. Since then, there is no news. The old man in Qingbao shook his head and sighed, 200 years ago, the old man passed by the Lost Sea and found this incomplete trial realm on the periphery, so he brought it back. Later, I was caught in the enemy's family and fled to this desolate place, but after all I was unable to return. In the end, I could only sacrifice myself and become the spirit of this trial realm, and this was able to survive. Chapter 73. Luo Chen's expression was shocked when he heard the old man in the green robe. According to the old man, isn't the owner of the mysterious immortal cave he discovered the old man in the green robe? Originally, he thought that the owner of Immortal Cave had already passed away, but he didn't expect it to be turned into a spirit weapon, transformed into another form of existence with the help of the incomplete formation left behind by the Queen of Phoenix. I don't know the title of senior. Realizing the identity of the old man in King Bao, Luo Chen immediately arched his cupped hands at the old man in King Bao, and said with a serious face. In any case, the bull body tempering decision he cultivated, the thousands of spirit stones placed in his lower grade universe ring, and the middle grade universe ring are all leftovers by this green-robed old man. Now seeing the Lord, Luo Chen would naturally not be too rude. The old man's name is Qing Xian. The green-robed old man smiled and said lightly, since you can enter this trial realm, you must have gained what the old man left in the immortal cave. It's a pity that when I was hunted down by my enemy, most of my collection was destroyed, leaving only a copy of Cultivation Technique that I barely read. The Cultivation Technique and Spirit Stones left by Senior have helped me a lot, Luo Chen said to Qing Xian quickly after hearing the words, speaking of which, I haven't thanked the Senior yet. It's okay, Qing Xian waved his hand and said lightly, the old man left these things before he sacrificed himself, but he just wanted to leave a chance for future generations. The realm of trial, the opening time is limited, so I won't waste your time. After finishing speaking, before Luo Chen could speak, Qing Xian's figure disappeared in place like a water wave. After Qing Xian left, the surrounding yellow sand shook quickly, and several bright white skeletons crawled out of the sand, awkwardly brandishing an iron sword and smashed towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen subconsciously wanted to move Crane Shadow's mistake step, but quickly suppressed this idea, and unfolded the flowing step slightly unfamiliarly, leaving obvious tracks on the sand. At the same time, Luo Chen swung out the long sword in his hand, and 10,000 streams of light emerged out of thin air, covering a skeleton in it. As the saying goes, it is better to break one of his fingers than to hurt his 10 fingers. Luo Chen knew that the attack power of streaming sword technique was temporarily lacking. Therefore, Luo Chen didn't support it, but directly focused his attack on a skeleton, ready to defeat each one. Although Luo Chen's response was not bad, there were a lot of skeletons around him. 5 skeletons came from all directions. Luo Chen's slightly unfamiliar streaming step could not perfectly avoid damage. In a moment of negligence, Luo Chen was cut in the waist by a skeleton, his clothes were torn in an instant, and then a faint blood trace appeared on his skin. It seems that the attack power is not strong, Luo Chen was certain, his only scruples disappeared, and he started running Liu Guang step to fight with a few skeletons. After more than an hour, Luo Chen stood on the spot panting heavily, and there were a few dead bones piled under his feet, and in front of him, the bones of a white jade skeleton were quickly turning grey, and then scattered to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing trial bone puppets, and rewards spiritual chi with 10 points, streamer step proficiency 5000, streamer sword technique proficiency 5000, bull body tempering judgment proficiency 5000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing trial bone golem. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing trial bone golem. Chapter 74. Hearing the continuous system prompts, the smile on Luo Chen's face became more intense. Looking at the withered bones scattered under his feet, his heart became proud, and he shouted, "Come again!" The dark place noticed the old King Xuan's face turned black, resisting the urge to show up and beat Luo Chen, and with a wave of his hand, a cloud of white light enveloped Luo Chen. Luo Chen only felt his expression in a trance. After he recovered, he had already appeared in the immortal cave that Qing Xian had left behind. What's the situation? Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously prepared to wave the long sword in his hand and cut towards the portrait of Empress Huang. Boy, today's trial realm is only a top-grade Huang tier, and the time it can last is extremely limited. After trial realm has enough energy, it will open again. Qing Xian's voice came from the portrait of Queen Huang with a bit of speechlessness. In addition, if you want to enter the trial realm in the future, just pour your true qi directly into the picture scroll. So that's the case. Luo Chen was stunned when he heard Qing Xuan's words, and then asked, Qing Xuan Sr., when will the trial realm be opened next time? A month later, Qing Xuan's voice came from the picture scroll, if you can find a way to repair trial realm, the opening interval will gradually become shorter. Repair a heavenly array weapon. Luo Chen smiled bitterly after hearing the words, Qing Xuan Sr., you really can count on me. It's not for you to try to repair it now, Qing Xuan said helplessly, it's just to give you a chance to try to repair it again in the future. Hearing Qing Xuan's words, Luo Chen didn't say much anymore. He took off the Huang Queen picture scroll hanging on the wall, put it into the lower grade universe ring, and then called out the attribute panel. Host, Luo Chen. Cultivation Base, 6th Rank Martial Master, 1548/200000. Cultivation Qualification, Zongpin Qualification, 400000/10000000. Current Cultivation Technique, Luo Qi Gathering Technique, Deva Unity, Proficiency Max. Switchable Cultivation Technique, Cultivation Technique of Cultivating the Void, achieving the highest level, Proficiency 1451/100000. Cultivation Technique, Bull Body Tempering, Beginner's First Practice, 96001/100000. Martial Skill, Cross Sword Art, Deva 1. Splitting Shadow Sword, Reaching the Peak, Proficiency 45400/50,000. Streaming Sword Technique, Beginner, First Practice, Proficiency 95001/100000. Movement Technique, Crane Shadow Lost Step, Deva in 1. Streamer Step, Beginner's First Practice, Proficiency 90001/100000. Secret Method, the Technique of Restraining Breath, Dachen. Spiritual Qi, 81,161 points, current growth rate of 102 points per minute. Remaining chance to draw, 0. Looking at the crowds of Cultivation Technique Martial Skill not far from the breakthrough, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile on his face, and then without any hesitation, his fingers fell on the Bull Body Tempering decision. His current spiritual qi is not enough to combine ascension of Kongxiu Yuanju into Deva realm, so Luo Chen will naturally not be too demanding. What's more, Luo Chen is also curious about what will happen after the Cultivation Technique breakthrough. The spiritual qi was consumed rapidly. Luo Chen only felt that countless warm currents suddenly appeared in the meridians all over his body, passing along each meridian's flow tube, and finally converging towards the heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the ascension of Barbarian Body Tempering to the Master, 1/200000, the Cultivation Qualification Ascension to the Middle Grade Qualification, 500000/10000000. Chapter 75. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile a little more on his face and muttered, I can't think of this effect after the upgrade of Cultivation Technique. Looking at the remaining 77,162 spiritual qi, Luo Chen didn't hesitate, and his fingers quickly landed on the splitting shadow sword. More than 70,000 points of spiritual qi are not enough for his ascension level and upgrade Kongxiu Yuanju for the time being, so Luo Chen can only choose to upgrade the remaining martial skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unifying ascension to Deva from splitting shadow sword. Ignoring the system prompts, Luo Chen's fingers landed on streaming sword technique and streaming step one after another. Spiritual qi was consumed quickly, and at the same time the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the ascension of streaming sword technique, 1/150000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascension of streamer step to the mastery, 1/150000. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen looked at the remaining 50,000 points of spiritual qi, took a deep breath, and put away the attribute panel. I don't know what level of my current strength is. Luo Chen moved his lower body after putting away the attribute panel, and then muttered. Prior to the Luo family grand competition, he was able to beat the 3rd rank Martial Grandmaster Realm Elder Luo with the help of the 6th rank Martial Master's cultivation base and these few martial skills that hadn't reached the peak. Now he brought the splitting shadow sword ascension to the Deva 1 realm, and even got the ascension level with Kongsu Ju Yuanju and bull body tempering. Coupled with streaming sword technique and streaming step, the 2 high-level martial skills, Luo Chen's combat effectiveness is now stronger than it was when it was at the time. If he played against the previous self, Luo Chen felt that he could easily defeat the previous self within 5 rounds. After hesitating, Luo Chen directly took the long sword and walked outside the immortal cave left by Qing Xian. Luo Chen intends to explore the place near Immortal Cave. After all, with his current strength, even if he encounters a 3rd rank beast, he can still fight, and even many 3rd rank beasts may not be his opponent. As long as he doesn't hit the 4th rank fierce beast, he will be too safe in this branch of the magical beasts mountain range. And even if it is bad luck and the 4th rank fierce beast, with Deva Unity Realm's Crane Shadow Mistake Step and Xian Tier's movement technique Flowing Step, Luo Chen is confident to escape safely. Passing through the long and narrow rift, Luo Chen quickly appeared under the huge rock wall. I don't know if there are any fierce beasts at the top of this rock wall. Luo Chen stood on the side of the rock wall, raised his head and looked up, and couldn't help muttering in a low voice. Why don't you go up and take a look? As soon as this thought appeared in Luo Chen's heart, it grew like a weed, and it lingered no matter what. After gritting his teeth, Luo Chen looked left and right, and then moved directly along the rock wall towards the left. After tens of feet away, Luo Chen found a weedy path leading directly to the top of the rock wall. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen directly used the movement technique to rush towards the top of the rock wall. There were no obstacles along the way. After half an hour, Luo Chen stood in front of a cliff. Looking at the snake bones scattered on the ground opposite the cliff, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he murmured, "Is it the golden stripe horned python back then?" Chapter 76. At the beginning, Luo Chen was chased by a golden stripe horned python in the branch of Magical Beasts Mountain Range, and hurriedly broke into the depths of the branch line of Magical Beasts Mountain Range, and finally found the immortal cave left by Qing Xian. However, the golden stripe horned python that hunted down Luo Chen was killed by an unknown animal. According to the situation at the time, Luo Chen guessed that the exotic animal that hunted the golden stripe horned python should be some kind of bird and alien. The huge snake bones scattered on the top of this rock wall are most likely the golden horned python that was killed by birds and animals. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen held the saber and suddenly mentioned True Qi, directly over the cliff, landed on the top of the opposite rock wall, and walked carefully towards the place where the snake bone was. After approaching the snake bone, Luo Chen discovered that there were many broken snake scales scattered on the ground around the snake bone, almost exactly the same as the snake scales scattered in front of the cracks in the rock wall below. Sure enough, it is the golden stripe horned python. Luo Chen's heart beat, his heart tense to the extreme, and he did not miss the slightest turbulence around him. Just kidding, the golden stripe horned python is the overlord of the 3rd rank beast. Even Luo Chen now dare not say that it is safe and secure. However, he was easily killed by an unknown bird and beast, and Luo Chen naturally couldn't support it under such circumstances. Choo choo! Suddenly, a few slight birdsong sounded. Luo Chen's mind moved, his gaze crossed the huge snake bone, and finally stayed among a few huge rocks. His gaze quickly became fiery. Because among those rocks, there is a nest woven of chaotic grass. Inside the nest, a golden-winged and white-haired chick is lying on the edge of the nest and constantly sings. And beside the nestling, there are several eggs with weird patterns on their shells. This is the golden-winged Shiratori carving. Looking at the golden-winged and white-haired chick, Luo Chen's heart trembled wildly, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, and slowly spit out a few words. At the moment when he saw the young bird, Luo Chen also understood why the 3rd rank fierce beast overlord level golden stripe horned python would be killed so easily. Because the adult golden winged Shiratori eagle is the top existence among the 4th rank fierce beasts, and more importantly, it is the golden winged Shiratori eagle is the natural enemy of the golden horned python. But it was not this reason that made Luo Chen the most excited, and the golden-winged Shiratori eagle was a fierce beast that was extremely easy to domesticate. In the flowing Cloud Empire, many big forces like to domesticate this fierce beast and use it as a means of transportation for the disciples of the clan. Even to a certain extent, if there is no golden-winged Shiratori in a power, then such a power is only third-rate after all, not even second-rate. Taking a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, Luo Chen carefully held the saber and looked around. After discovering that there was no danger, Luo Chen did not hesitate to unfold the crane shadow mistakes step by step, and rushed straight to the nest of the golden-winged Shiratori eagle. The road when I came ran towards the bottom of the mountain wall. When Luo Chen fled with all his strength, he quickly appeared under the rock wall. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen dashed into the crack on the rock wall and hurried towards the immortal cave of Qingxian. Luo Chen knew very well that if he flees outside the magical beast's mountain range at this time, if he is hit by the golden-winged Shiratori, he has no chance of escaping from that kind of beast. Especially in the branch of the magical beast's mountain range, where the fourth-rank beast can dominate, a bird, the fourth-rank beast can be said to be a well-deserved overlord, and no beast can get it. In this situation, if he is targeted by the golden-winged Shiratori eagle, then there is no chance of even causing trouble. Chapter 77. Hi! Just as Luo Chen rushed into the crack, an angry bird's song suddenly sounded in the sky, and then a strong wind blew, a pair of sharp claws poured from the sky fell from the sky and grabbed on the rock wall. The solid rock wall was like fragile tofu, and was quickly grabbed by the pair of sharp claws, and the rubble was splashed and blocked outside the cracks. Luo Chen's heart jumped, and he hurried towards Qingxuan's immortal cave. He knew very well that once he faced the golden-winged Shiratori sculpture, he was likely to be killed as quickly as the golden stripe-horned python at the beginning. Therefore, Luo Chen didn't dare to be careless. The crane shadow fan moved to the extreme, leaving countless after images in place. Soon, Luo Chen appeared in Qingxuan's immortal cave, and then he took out the golden-winged Shiratori eagle chick that he had thrown into his arms while escaping before. Fortunately, the golden-winged Shiratori eagle is a fourth-rank beast, and even the young bird's vitality is extremely tenacious. Otherwise, Luo Chen would have lost his life long ago if he replaced it with an ordinary mortal beast cub just now. That's the case. When Luo Chen took the golden-winged Shiratori eagle's nestling out of his arms, the slap-sized nestling also looked wilted, and it was obvious that the bumps just now made it hard to toss. Carefully put the golden-winged Shiratori carved chick on the stone table, and Luo Chen discovered a desperate fact. He will not domesticate fierce beasts. In fact, on the great road of the universe, although beast trainers whose main profession is to domesticate fierce beasts are not as rare as pill refining divisions and formation divisions, the profession of beast trainers appears to be withered compared to the practitioner, who is like the Ganges sands. Ns. This. Luo Chen couldn't help showing a deep wry smile when he looked at the ailing Shiratori chicks on the stone table. He had just been impulsive, but he had forgotten even the most important point. He hadn't mastered the method of taming the beast. Even if he got the golden-winged Shiratori's nestling, what's the use? Unless he can now escape from the magical beast's mountain range under the gaze of the golden-winged Shiratori eagle outside, and then find a trainer to domesticate the chicks of the golden-winged Shiratori eagle for him. Otherwise, this golden-winged Shiratori eagle's nestling is of no use to him at all. It's hard to handle now. Luo Chen sighed, his expression a little helpless. He was impulsive, didn't get any benefits, and even provoked a fourth-rank fierce beast. How he wanted to lose money. Where am I going to find an animal trainer to help me domesticate this golden-winged Shiratori? Luo Chen groaned weakly in his heart, it's really impossible. It's okay to have this animal training technique for me to learn. His gaze swept from all around and landed on the wooden frame on which the portrait of the Queen of Phoenix was originally hung, and Luo Chen suddenly flashed a flash of light in his mind. By the way, Qingxian Sr. Luo Chen quickly took out the portrait of the Queen of Phoenix from the lower-grade Qinqin ring and unfolded it, and at the same time entered true qi into it. Although he doesn't know how to train beasts, Qingxian is an old monster who doesn't know how long he has survived. Maybe Qingxian has mastered beasts. As Luo Chen entered true qi into the portrait of the Queen of Phoenix, a faint white light quickly enveloped the scroll, and then Qingxian's slightly helpless voice sounded, Luo Ziazi, you are not as impatient as you state come out from inside, just thinking about going in again. Qingxian Senior, I don't want to enter the realm of trial, Luo Chen said quickly after hearing King Xuan's words. Junior is asking Qingxian Senior for advice. Chapter 78. Oh! Hearing Luo Chen's words, Qingxian's slightly surprised voice came from the portrait of Queen Huang. Before Luo Chen could speak, a clear light flashed, and Qingxian's figure emerged from the portrait of the Queen's Queen and appeared in the immortal cave. With the savvy you showed in the trial realm before, if it is cultivation technique and martial skill, there are not many problems that can stump you, right? Qingxian looked at Luo Chen and said with a smile, could it be that something is wrong with cultivation? While speaking, Qingxian looked around, his eyes fell on the golden-winged Shiratori carving cub, and he couldn't help being stunned. Wait! Before Luo Chen could speak, Qingxian asked first, are you looking for me because of this little thing, right? Luo Chen nodded hurriedly, and said with a serious face, Junior just wants to ask Qingxian Senior. I don't know if Senior can train beasts. You kid. Qingxian couldn't help feeling helpless when he heard this, and said in a deep voice, you are no more than the martial master cultivation base. It is not easy to domesticate this golden-winged Shiratori. And even if you tame this golden-winged Shiratori eagle, I am afraid that it will only attract the coveting of others. Are you still determined to tame this young eagle? Please Qingxian Senior teach me. Luo Chen's eyes lit up when he heard Qingxian's words, and he quickly said respectfully. Since Qingxian asked him if he insisted on tame the golden-winged Shiratori carved cub, it was clear that Qingxian mastered the animal taming technique. What Qingxian was worried about was whether he could domesticate Luo Chen and whether he could retain the golden-winged Shiratori after the domestication was successful. It seems that you are determined. Qingxian shook his head when he heard Luo Chen's words, and said helplessly, also, the technique of beast taming is not a secret, but almost every practitioner whose strength reaches the martial ancestor realm is a little bit better. The art of animal taming is just not as proficient as an animal tamer. I am now the body of the spirit. I can't use mental energy to directly introduce the cultivation technique into your sea of knowledge, so I can only dictate it, and listen carefully. Qingxian paused when he said that, and then saw Luo Chen staring at him intensively, and then slowly said, the way to tame beasts is nothing more than fear of mighty virtue. The beast taming technique that Qingxian mastered was not long, and in just a few minutes, Qingxian dictated the entire cultivation technique. After finishing the narration, Qingxian waited for a long time before looking at Luo Chen, and said in a deep voice, how much did you write down the magic formula just now? Back to Senior, I have already written down all of them, Luo Chen said quickly and respectfully. Well, Qingxian nodded lightly, and then said with a serious face, the method of beast taming that I have just taught you is called controlling beasts, and it is only a low-grade Xian level. However, this cultivation technique is one of the scattered inheritances left after the destruction of the ancient Great Beast Divine Sect. It is said that there is a more advanced beast taming technique on top of the controlling beast technique. If you have a chance in the future, you can find it in the ruins of the Beast God Sect on Duanyunling. Duanyunling. Luo Chen's heart jumped when he heard Qingxian's words, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He didn't expect to hear this place name from Qingxian's mouth under such circumstances. You must know that there are many strange places on the continent of universe. Among the many strange places, there are many places called practitioner-restricted areas, and even martial god powerhouses have been buried. These places are collectively referred to as the mainland extremities. The lost sea of Huang Empress Mensuan's disappearance mentioned by Qingxian before and the broken cloud ridge that Qingxian just mentioned are one of the continent's exquisite territories. And compared to the lost sea, Luo Chen is undoubtedly more familiar with Broken Cloud Ridge, because Broken Cloud Ridge is located in the depths of the magical beasts mountains in the floating cloud empire. Chapter 79. Yes. Seeing Luo Chen's expression, Qingxian smiled and nodded, and said lightly, "It is the broken cloud ridge in the depths of the magical beasts mountains. After you become a martial venerate powerhouse, you can go there to explore. After all, it's too early to talk about this," Luo Chen said with a bitter smile on his face when he heard the words. "Too arrogant?" "That's true," Qing Xian didn't refute. He pondered for a moment, and said in a serious tone, "Xiantian Great Master is a hurdle. Many geniuses are stuck in this realm and cannot make a breakthrough all their lives. In the end, everyone. Although your talent is good, this level is not so easy to pass." "Forget it," Qing Xian stopped talking when he said that, and smiled. "You first get familiar with the determination of controlling beasts, and then try to sign a soul contract with this golden-winged Shiratori eagle chick." Luo Chen nodded, then closed his eyes and sorted out what Qing Xian had previously dictated. After less than half an hour, the system prompt suddenly sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the secret method, the judgment of controlling the beast, incomplete. Current proficiency is 1/99999. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen's eyes flashed with astonishment. He didn't expect that the beast control technique was actually the same secret technique as the breath containment technique. Originally, he thought this technique should be counted as a cultivation technique. Right. But this is not what he cares most about. What he cares most about is the word incomplete in the system prompt. According to Qing Xian's previous statement, this beast control technique Ju is a complete profound rank lower grade technique, but now it seems that Qing Xian doesn't know much about this technique, at least not. Found the problem in this method. I don't know to what extent this beast control technique will definitely ascension after the completion, Luo Chen secretly said in his heart, and then turned his gaze on the golden-winged Shiratori carved chick on the stone table, raising his hand to light a clear light. I realized it so soon. Seeing Luo Chen's movements, Qing Xian's eyes on the side showed a strong shock, and the look in Luo Chen's eyes seemed to be looking at a monster. As an existence who has reached the martial venerate realm, Qing Xian is also quite proud of own talent, but for that, it took him a long time to comprehend the determination of controlling the beast at the beginning. For this, with the Cultivation Technique manuscript as a reference, if there is no Cultivation Technique manuscript, and only relying on his narrative, Qing Xian thinks that he can't comprehend the method of controlling the beast in one day. However, Luo Chen just listened to his dictation, but within half an hour, he had a preliminary understanding of the control of the beast. With such talents, he no longer knew how far he had left Qing Xian. Could this kid be able to rank among the king of martial Dao or even a higher realm? Seeing Luo Chen, who kept lighting up the light to comfort the golden-winged Shiratori eagle chicks, Qing Xian suddenly raised a somewhat ridiculous thought. Luo Chen didn't know what Qing Xian was thinking. After several attempts to control the beast, he found that there was a faint connection between himself and the golden-winged Shiratori bird. Recalling the information recorded in the judgment of controlling beasts, Luo Chen did not hesitate, his handprint changed, and a mysterious trajectory was drawn. A strange rune quickly took shape and landed on the golden-winged Shiratori eagle chick. Choo choo! The golden-winged Shiratori eagle chick suddenly made a faint chirping sound, flapped its wings towards Luo Chen, and then bit on Luo Chen's finger in one bite. Chapter 80. Seeing the movements of the golden-winged Shiratori eagle chick, Luo Chen was not surprised, but a touch of joy appeared on his face. Luo Chen only felt a tingling pain from his fingertips, and then a drop of blood was swallowed by the golden-winged Shiratori chick along the beak. A bright light appeared on the golden-winged Shiratori sculpture, and then it fluttered and landed on Luo Chen's shoulder, rubbing Luo Chen's neck affectionately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing a soul contract with the 4th rank Shiratori eagle chick, completing the hidden task partner, rewarding 10,000 spiritual chi points and 1,000 points of proficiency in the destiny of controlling beasts. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and stroked the golden-winged Shiratori eagle bird twice, then smiled and said, "Just call you Jinyu." Choop chop! Golden-winged Shiratori chick called twice and nodded softly. Unexpectedly, the first contract was successful. Seeing Luo Chen and Jinyu so intimate, Qingxian couldn't help taking a breath. If it took Luo Chen only less than half an hour to comprehend the determination of controlling the beast and it only made him feel a little surprised, then the first time Luo Chen signed a soul contract with the fierce beast, then let him completely. I was shocked. We must know that Luo Chen now only has the martial master cultivation base, but he is signing a contract with a 4th rank beast. Even if it is just a cub of the 4th rank beast, the difficulty of signing a soul contract with it is unimaginable. Is it possible that this kid is born to be a beast trainer? Qingxian thought while looking at Luo Chen. Except for those legendary beast trainer geniuses, Qingxian has never heard of anyone else who can sign a soul contract with the beast with martial master cultivation base and succeeded once. Luo Chen didn't know what Qingxian was thinking. After teasing Jin Yu for a while, he looked at Qingxian and said with a serious face, "Thank you Qingxian Senior for teaching the beast taming secret technique, otherwise I am afraid I can't domesticate Jin Yu." "This is your own credit," Qingxian waved his hand and smiled, "although I have taught you the art of taming beasts, it would be difficult to domesticate this golden-winged Shiratori eagle in a short period of time if it weren't for your amazing talent." "Thank you, no need. If you have any cultivation problems in the future, you can always find me." Although the old man has fallen for more than 100 years, he is still a little older than you. If it had been before, Qingxian would naturally not say such a thing. He was also a venerable realm powerhouse famous at the beginning of the Flowing Cloud Empire. Even if he died, he still retained the arrogance of being a venerable realm powerhouse. It was enough to leave Cultivation Technique and Luo Chen to form a good bond before, but it was absolutely impossible for him to guide Luo Chen carefully and solve Luo Chen's confusion at any time. But after seeing Luo Chen's terrifying insight, he then made up his mind to win over Luo Chen. If Luo Chen could really become a generational powerhouse, he might be able to avenge him. Luo Chen is also a person with exquisite thoughts. Hearing King Xuan's words, he didn't hesitate, and immediately said solemnly, "In this case, Junior has thanked Qingxian Senior. If Junior has enough strength in the future, he will definitely help Senior kill Senior. The original enemy. You have a heart," Qingxian couldn't help but smiled before saying, "but this matter is not in a hurry. If my enemy has not fallen, I am afraid that it is at least the existence of Martial Dao's king. Before you become the Martial King, you don't have to think about revenge for me. Anyway, the old man has fallen for more than 100 years, and there is no shortage of dozens of hundreds of years." After speaking, Qingxian's figure fluctuated for a while, and then sank into the portrait of Queen Huang. Chapter 81. Luo Chen took the Huanghao picture scroll into the lower grade universe ring, and then took Jin Yu towards King Xuan's immortal cave outside. More than an hour has passed since he comprehended the method of controlling the beast to the successful signing of the soul contract with Jin Yu. Luo Chen felt that the golden-winged Shiratori sculpture outside should have already left. After all, the golden-winged Shiratori eagle has never been a patient beast, not to mention that there are several golden-winged Shiratori eagle eggs in the nest above the rock wall. After Luo Chen stole a young bird, the golden-winged Shiratori eagle would probably focus on protecting the remaining bird eggs and would not stay here for long. When he reached the exit of the crack in the rock wall, Luo Chen couldn't help slowing down, carefully drew out his saber, and walked forward. Tweet Jin Yu on Luo Chen's shoulder suddenly yelled twice, then fluttered his wings and flew out of the fissure. Luo Chen moved in his heart when he saw this, holding the sword and looking at Jin Yu. Jin Yu quickly flew out of the crack, and Luo Chen only felt dizzy for a while. When he recovered, the scene outside the crack suddenly appeared in his mind. This is vision sharing. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. Ecstasy appeared on his face. According to the records in the Controlling the Beasts, some fierce beasts are born with powerful souls and can establish a spiritual connection with their masters, and transmit the images seen by the fierce beasts to their masters. This is the so-called visual sharing. However, the golden-winged Shiratori eagles are not known for their soul strength. Even adult golden-winged Shiratori eagles rarely can establish visual sharing with their masters. But now that Jin Yu, who was still in his infancy, was able to establish visual sharing with him, how could Luo Chen not be excited? It seems that on impulse this time, I found the treasure," Luo Chen couldn't help muttering when he found out that the golden-winged Shiratori eagle had left through Jin Yu's vision. Judging from the soul power displayed by Jin Yu, once Jin Yu is cultivated, it may be a great help in the future. "Jin Yu, come back!" Luo Chen calmed down his excitement and instructed Jin Yu through the soul contract. Tweet! Jin Yu's voice rang in Luo Chen's mind, and then quickly waved his wings and flew back to Luo Chen's shoulders. After Jin Yu came back, Luo Chen smiled and immediately launched a stream of light, and quickly swept towards the outside of the magical beast's mountain range. After half a day, outside Lingyun City, Luo Chen slowly walked towards the city. Jin Yu flapped his wings and kept spinning around him, appearing very excited. Somewhat helplessly, Luo Chen shook his head. Luo Chen didn't stop Jin Yu. After entering Lingyun City, he quickly walked towards Liuan Yu. The residents of Lingyun City also knew Luo Chen, and they had heard of the things that had happened in the Luo family grand competition. From time to time, people looked at Luo Chen, but they were afraid to come forward and talk to him. After all, the current Luo Chen is not the previously uncultivated Luo family waste young master. In the Luo family grand competition, Luo Chen played against the third-rank martial grandmaster realm's Luo family elder Luochen alone, and news of crushing the latter had spread throughout Lingyun City. Now in the entire Lingyun City, no one knows that Luo Chen is another super genius of the Luo family after Luo Qingxiu, and some people even think that Luo Chen's talent is even higher than that of Luo Qingxiu. Being watched by everyone, Luo Chen didn't feel any strangeness. On the contrary, Jin Yu seemed a little embarrassed. After yelling twice, he quickly landed on Luo Chen's shoulders, no longer active before. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and quickly speeded up and walked towards Lu Yunwu. Chapter 82. Luo Chen rushed to Liu Yunwuxing in a light car, opened the door and walked in. What surprised him was that it was not the shopkeeper Xie who sat at the counter, but a young face. "Dust young master, welcome to Liu Yunwuxing. Next is the new treasurer Zhang Tian. I don't know what can I do for you." Seeing Luo Chen walk in, a smile quickly appeared on the young man's face and greeted him. It turned out to be the shopkeeper Zhang. Luo Chen nodded, and immediately asked, "It's just that when did Liu Yun martial arts change the shopkeeper? Master Chen Yang doesn't know anything about it." The shopkeeper Xie has been transferred to Kanglan County to serve as the shopkeeper because of his merits in operating this Lingyun City branch. Zhang Tian quickly replied after hearing the words, full of envy in his words. However, there is one more thing Zhang Tian didn't say, that is, the reason why Treasurer Xie was able to be transferred to the chief treasurer of the county city was because he had a good relationship with Luo Chen. Coupled with the fact that shopkeeper Xie stood up and supported Luo Chen on top of the Luo family grand competition, this allowed him to be appreciated by Su Mingche, and he was promoted to the great shopkeeper of the county city. Luo Chen nodded lightly when he heard the words. From Zhang Tian's own eyes, he had guessed the reason for Xie's promotion, but he didn't say much. After all, this is an internal matter of Liu Yunwuxing. After all, he is just an outsider and it is not convenient to interrupt. The shopkeeper Zhang is also asked to prepare 10 bone quenchweeds, 10 bronze bone fruits, 20 lost fruits, 2 snake grass, a bucket of cold spring water for me. Luo Chen recalled the medicinal materials recorded in the 3 body tempering pill recipes, and said slowly. Zhang Tian didn't dare to neglect when he heard the words, and quickly wrote down what Luo Chen had said. After Luo Chen finished speaking, Zhang Tian was surprised and said, "Dust young master, do you want to refine body tempering Dan?" The medicinal materials needed for refining the body tempering pill are no secret in the entire Liu Yun Empire. Zhang Tian would be able to act as the treasurer of Liu Yun's martial arts, and he would naturally not know these common senses. The only thing that made him a little puzzled was that there were 2 more snake shrimp grasses in the medicinal materials Luo Chen wanted, so he asked more. "Yes," Luo Chen nodded lightly and smiled, "Thank you, shopkeeper Zhang, and prepare another pill furnace for me." Hearing Luo Chen's words, Zhang Tian's mouth twitched slightly. He originally thought that Luo Chen was planning to buy body tempering pills to invite other pill refining masters to refine them, or he wanted to try to train a pill refining master for the Luo family. But he never thought of Luo Chen himself. After all, Luo Chen's martial Dao qualifications are so terrifying. Even if he really has the potential to become a pill refining teacher, the elders of the Luo family will never agree to let Luo Chen be distracted to learn pill refining. We must know that in the entire Qincan continent, there are no strong people who take care of martial Dao and alchemy at the same time. But even those who are famous for dual cultivation of pill martial arts, or strong people of dual cultivation of formation martial arts, most of them are concentrated on studying alchemy or formation Dao after martial Dao's success. And those who have both considered martial Dao and alchemy or the formation from the beginning, except for the Phoenix Queen Mengxian 300 years ago, and the Danwu Great Emperor 1000 years ago, there has never been one of them at the same time. Dao, the existence that reaches its peak in the end. Dust young master, pill refining requires no less effort than cultivation martial Dao. Zhang Tian hesitated, and whispered, your martial Dao talent is so outstanding, you might as well specialize first. Thanks to the shopkeeper Zhang for reminding me, Luo Chen smiled at Zhang Tian and said lightly, I have a sense of measure. Chapter 83. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Zhang Tian didn't say much anymore. Talking shallowly and deeply is a big taboo. He and Luo Chen have nothing to do with Luo Chen. One reminder can be said to be good, but if they continue to be entangled, it will only arouse Luo Chen's disgust. Being able to sit as the treasurer of Liuyun Wuxing, Zhang Tian would naturally not be a foolish fool. Dust young master, wait a moment, those medicinal materials are easier to get, but it's the pill furnace you want, young master. I'm afraid it will take a while. Zhang Tian called a staff of Zhou to explain that they had prepared what Luo Chen wanted, and then said to Luo Chen. Luo Chen nodded when he heard the words, and immediately said with a calm expression, thank you, shopkeeper Zhang, to arrange a quiet room for me, and I will send things to the quiet room later. Naturally, Zhang Tian would not refuse, and personally took Luo Chen to a luxurious quiet room before turning around and leaving. Tweet. Jin Yu on Luo Chen's shoulder suddenly yelled twice, flapping his wings and turning around Luo Chen, only then did he fall on Luo Chen's shoulder again, and lightly pecked Luo Chen's shoulder. Seeing Jin Yu's movements, Luo Chen couldn't help being a little amused. He naturally knew what Jin Yu meant, and hurriedly shouted at Zhang Tian, who had not yet gone far, Treasurer Zhang, please wait a minute. Zhang Tian paused, turned around and asked, what else does Chen young master give? Thank you, shopkeeper Zhang, to prepare some fierce beast meat for me, this little guy on my shoulder is hungry. Luo Chen pointed to Jin Yu on his shoulder, and said helplessly to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian only noticed the golden feather on Luo Chen's shoulders, and he took a closer look, then his pupils shrank, and said, golden-winged Shiratori eagle. Before Jin Yu stayed on Luo Chen's shoulders, he thought it was a pet raised by Luo Chen, so he didn't pay much attention. But he didn't expect this to be a cub of a fourth-rank fierce beast. You must know that the adult golden-winged Shiratori carving can compete with the Xiantian Great Master Realms practitioner. In a place like Lingyun City, a golden-winged Shiratori carving can easily sweep the entire Lingyun City. As a result, Luo Chen had been waiting on his shoulders for such a terrifying beast that could easily destroy Lingyun City after it grew up. Hearing what Zhang Tian said, Luo Chen just smiled, without saying much, turned and walked into the quiet room. After Luo Chen left, Zhang Tian came back to his senses and ran to urge Liuyun Wuxing's staff to prepare what Luo Chen needed. I have to say that Liuyun Wuxing's work efficiency is still very fast. Luo Chen didn't wait long in the quiet room, and the staff sent the pill furnace and medicinal materials he needed. Along with the medicinal materials and the pill furnace, the hind leg of a roasted second-rank sword-toothed porcupine was also delivered. Looking at the hind legs of the saber-toothed porcupine occupying half of the table, Luo Chen couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly, then drew out the long sword around his waist, cut a large piece of meat from it and threw it to Jin Yu, while the rest was put into the lower-grade universe ring. Allowing Jin Yu to compete with the saber-toothed porcupine hind leg meat, Luo Chen's gaze fell on the pill furnace sent by Liuyun Wuxing's staff. The pill furnace is a relatively common single-hole pill furnace, which is most suitable for novices. At the bottom of the pill furnace, there seems to be a fire-gathering formation. Luo Chen can easily perceive that the surrounding fire attribute vitality is slowly moving towards the bottom of the pill furnace. Gather. Chapter 84. Trying to inject a trace of true qi into the pill furnace, the fire formation at the bottom of the pill furnace quickly speeds up, and a group of bright yellow flames suddenly emerges, slowly beating. When Luo Chen saw this scene, a smile flashed across his eyes, recalling the contents recorded in the pill refining experience left by the 9th grade alchemist. Luo Chen took a deep breath and grabbed it from the side. 2 copper bone fruits were thrown into the pill furnace. The hard shell of the copper bone fruit slowly shattered under the burning of the flame, turning into a pool of copper-colored liquid, suspended in the pill furnace, and quickly evaporating at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Luo Chen saw this, he didn't dare to neglect, and quickly grabbed 2 lost fruits from the side, a body-tempering grass, and some common medicinal herbs for auxiliary use, mixed with a small spoonful of cold spring water and sent them into the pill furnace. And mixed with the copper-colored liquid made by the copper bone fruit. The flame below the pill furnace suddenly flourished, engulfing all the medicinal materials, and then a black smoke rose from the pill furnace, and at the same time, a stinky smell filled the quiet room. Ding! Host pill refining failed, proficiency +1, turn on apprentice level pill refining, current proficiency 1/10,000. The system prompt suddenly sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Luo Chen couldn't help but shook his head, got up and waved his sleeves, brought a strong wind, and brought the black smoke out of the window, and then called out the attribute panel. Seeing the apprentice-level pill refining technique suddenly appeared on the attribute panel, Luo Chen did not hesitate, and quickly clicked on the apprentice-level pill refining technique. Spiritual qi was consumed quickly, 97,564 points. Spiritual qi instantly became 87,565, and the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for turning apprentice pill refining ascension to first rank pill refining. The current proficiency is 1/100000. As the system prompt sounded, Luo Chen only felt that a large amount of content closely related to pill refining suddenly appeared in his mind. After calming down and sorting out the extra content in his mind, Luo Chen sat back in front of the pill furnace, cleaned up the residue in the pill furnace, and then poured a trace of true qi into the pill furnace. As the bright yellow flame ignited, Luo Chen looked like a veteran who had been immersed in alchemy for several years. He grabbed the medicinal materials needed to refine the body-tempering pill from the side and threw it into the pill furnace. At the same time, he released a few strands again. True qi wraps up various medicinal materials. Under the burning of the flame, the medicinal materials were quickly turned into liquid medicinal essence. Luo Chen did not hesitate when he saw it. He urged true qi and manipulated several clusters of medicinal liquid essence to mix together. At the same time, he added half a spoonful of cold spring water to it. Immediately after grabbing the snake salivation grass from the side, threw it into the pill furnace. After doing all this, Luo Chen once again entered a wisp of true qi into the pill furnace. The bright yellow flame suddenly flourished, and the flames licked the snake grass, instantly calcining this medicinal herbs into a few drops of medicinal liquid with a faint fragrance, and then mixed with other medicinal liquids. At this step, Luo Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, sitting in front of the pill furnace, quietly waiting for the final pill. About half an hour later, the liquid medicine in the pill furnace had completely merged under the action of the flame, and Luo Chen took a deep breath and raised his hand to make a few seals in the pill furnace. The bright yellow flame rose in an instant, and then disappeared. In the pill furnace, a refreshing rich pill fragrance floated out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining enhanced body tempering pill, rewarding pill refining proficiency 2000, first rank pill refining proficiency 2001/100000. Chapter 85. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen was overjoyed, and quickly looked towards the pill furnace. In the pill furnace, a green medicine pill was floating in the belly of the furnace. It radiated from it, which shocked people's spirits. Taking out the medicine pill from the pill furnace, before Luo Chen could move, there was a knock on the door. Luo Chen frowned insignificantly. The quiet room of Liu Yunwuxing was not a place where ordinary people could stay, so generally no one would disturb the people in Liu Yunwuxing quiet room. After all, no one knows where the big guys are staying in the quiet room. If someone interrupts the other person while they are being cultivated, it is undoubtedly to provoke a great enemy for oneself. Therefore, unless the relationship is very good, or it is explained in advance, otherwise no one will disturb the existence in the quiet room. Luo Chen didn't believe that the person who knocked at the door didn't know such unspoken rules. After a while, Luo Chen slowly got up and opened the door of the quiet room with a calm face. He wanted to see who was so unruly. As the door of the quiet room opened, a white-haired old man wearing a pill refining robes appeared in Luo Chen's line of sight. After seeing the robe on the old man, Luo Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. Judging from the robe on the old man should be a second-rank pill refining teacher. You must know that in a remote place like Lingyun City, even the first-rank pill refining teacher is precious, and can even have an equal conversation with a family like the Luo family and the Li family. A second-rank pill refining division is enough for all forces in Lingyun City to provide it. However, in Luo Chen's memory, he had never heard of a second-rank pill refining teacher in Lingyun City. Old Ling Feng, the old man arched the cupped hands to Luo Chen, and then apologized. I just noticed the Dangxiang coming from the little friend's room, and I saw Li Xingxin for a while, so I could not help knocking on the door. If I bother the little friend, the old man will first make no mistake to the little friend. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Luo Chen's face was slightly darkened, and a smile appeared on his face, and said, "It turns out that it is Ling Senior. If Ling Senior doesn't dislike it, you might as well go inside for a while. I can't ask for it." Ling Feng heard that a smile appeared on his face, and then nodded to Luo Chen. "Ling Senior, please." Luo Chen felt helpless. He just casually said, but he didn't expect that Ling Feng would hit a snake with a stick. But the words were already here, and he couldn't refuse any more, lest he offend Ling Feng. After all, as far as he knows, many pill refining masters have a weird temper. They rashly offend a second-rank pill refining master. Although it is not a big deal for Luo Chen, he does not want to cause unnecessary trouble to himself. Ling Feng didn't seem to see Luo Chen's helpless expression, walked into the quiet room under Luo Chen's leadership, and closed the quiet room door smoothly. "Huh? Golden Wing Shiratori Eagle." After entering the quiet room, Ling Feng's eyes fell on Jin Yu, surprised. However, Luo Chen noticed that when Ling Feng spoke, his face did not fall on Jin Yu's body as Zhang Tian did before. Ling Feng's surprise seemed to be not because of Jin Yu himself, but because the golden-winged Shiratori sculpture appeared in such a remote place as Lingyun City, which made him feel surprised. The origin of this old man may not be simple. Perceiving the weirdness of Ling Feng, Luo Chen frowned insignificantly, and said inwardly. Chapter 86. You must know that the golden-winged Shiratori eagle is the fourth-rank beast, and it can compete with the Xiantian Great Master. Although a second-rank pill refining division has a high status in the Flowing Cloud Empire, his status is comparable to that of the Martial Grand Master. Only in a remote place like Lingyun City, the status of the second-rank pill refining division will surpass that of small families like the Li and Luo families. So when facing Jin Yu, if he is just an ordinary second-rank pill refining teacher, he shouldn't behave as calm as Ling Feng. However, although Luo Chen was surprised, he did not show it. He just looked at Ling Feng and said with a smile, "Jin Yu was rescued by coincidence. I have always regarded him as my own family member." Luo Chen believed that as long as Ling Feng was not a fool, he would definitely be able to hear what he meant. "Don't worry, the old man has no covetous heart for this golden-winged Shiratori." Ling Feng smiled upon hearing the words. "It's just that I was surprised to see these fierce beasts suddenly in a place like Lingyun City. The old man is just a pill refining division. He doesn't like to fight and kill life. It's not very useful to subdue these fierce beasts." With that, Ling Feng paused, and then he seemed to think of something, patted his forehead, and smiled. "I forgot to ask the little friend for his name." "My name is Luo Chen." Luo Chen took a deep look at Ling Feng. He didn't believe Ling Feng's nonsense. I am afraid that Ling Feng has no covetous heart for Jin Yu. More likely, it is because he doesn't like the fourth rank fierce beast. Fortunately, this Ling Feng can't see the strangeness of Jin Yu. As long as Jin Yu doesn't show it, he can't find it. Thinking of this, Luo Chen must be quite lucky. If Ling Feng knew that Jin Yu could share the vision with him now, I am afraid that even if Ling Feng's identity is not simple, he might not have any other thoughts. I just smelled the pill fragrance. Little friend Luo Chen is refining body tempering pill? It's just that the pill smell is mixed with the smell of snake saliva. When do I need snake shrimp to refine body tempering pill? Ling Feng obviously didn't care much about the outside world. After hearing Luo Chen's name, he didn't react at all. On the contrary, he was quite interested in the medicine pill refined by Luo Chen. Luo Chen's heart stunned when he heard the words. With the quiet room door isolated, the spilled Dangxiang could tell what kind of medicinal materials he used. To say that Ling Feng was just a second-rank pill refining teacher. He didn't believe it when he was killed. Ling Senior is a good method. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and said sternly, when Junior was refining body tempering pill, he did add a snake salvia officinalis. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Ling Feng frowned immediately and murmured, snake salivation is a very yin thing. If it is added in the process of refining body tempering pill, it will only destroy a medicine pill. But since there is a pill fragrance overflowing, it is obviously already a pill. It shouldn't be. Hearing what Ling Feng said, the corners of Luo Chen's mouth twitched twice. Before he could speak, Ling Feng suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted, I see. Little friend Luochen, you must be the snake grass that you added after you have finished fusing other medicinal materials, just before becoming a pill, and use the extremely negative properties of snake grass to stimulate the medicinal effects of other medicinal materials and play an ascension body tempering. The role of Dan effect. Ling Feng looked at Luo Chen with scorching eyes, and said in a deep voice, however, the drawbacks of this are also obvious. That is, the medicine pill refined in this way can only be effective for practitioners below the Xiantian Great Master. I don't know what the old man said. Right. Chapter 87. Luo Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then he looked at Ling Feng and said in a deep voice, Ling Senior is a good method, and he is almost exactly right. There is only one point, that is, the side effects of snake shrimp is relatively large. The body tempering pill refined in this way can only work on practitioners below the martial grandmaster realm. But in the same way, the medicinal effect of body tempering pill will be ascension about 30%. These methods are nothing. Ling Feng shook his head and said with a smile, if you go to the county town of Kanglin County in the west, you will find that as long as the pill refining division is above the 4th rank, you will be able to pass Dan. Xiang identified the medicinal materials used to refine medicine pill. Speaking of this, Ling Feng paused, his expression moved. In contrast, the idea of heavenly horse like Xiao Luo is even more rare. Luo Chen was a little embarrassed when he heard this, and said modestly, Ling Senior is too acclaimed. Before Luo Chen finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ling Feng. Little friend Luo doesn't have to humble himself, this pill recipe of body tempering Dan hasn't changed for hundreds of years. Countless pill refining teachers have used this pill recipe as the basis for learning pill refining. However, no one has dared to improve the pill recipe of body tempering Dan. Based on this alone, you are better than most pill refining teachers. Ns. Ling Feng looked at Luo Chen as if looking at a piece of uncut jade, with surprises in his eyes. Then Ling Feng seemed to have thought of something, and asked Luo Chen, by the way, I don't know how long Xiao Luo have you studied pill refining? Ling Senior, Luo Chen had the opportunity to speak, looked at Ling Feng, and smiled bitterly, this pill recipe was not improved by me, but I saw it from a senior's relic. As for pill refining, I have never studied before, and this is my first attempt at pill refining. It turns out to be the pill recipe left by the predecessors, Ling Feng said with a bit of regret after hearing the words, that senior must have accomplished a lot on alchemy, but unfortunately I didn't see it. Before he finished speaking, Ling Feng suddenly reacted, looking at Luo Chen with scorching eyes, and widened his eyes and said, wait. Little friend Luo, you just said that you are pill refining for the first time. It's the second time to be exact. Luo Chen was a little guilty by Ling Feng's reaction, and whispered, the first time the pill refining failed, and then the second time, just after the refining was successful, you would knock on the door. Ling Sr. N.S. His. Ling Feng couldn't help taking a sigh of relief when he heard the words. His old face was full of shock. In the normal refining process of the body tempering pill, add the snake grass, even if there is a pill recipe guide, but if you are not familiar with the steps of refining the body tempering pill, even the pill refining master who comes in hand will not be able to do this. Degree. Ling Feng looked at Luo Chen, his eyes lighted and said, you unexpectedly succeeded the second time. Luo Chen nodded in embarrassment, looking very shy. Unexpectedly, when I came to Lingyun City this time, I found a treasure. Ling Feng took a deep breath, flipped his wrist, and a unique token appeared in his hand. When Luo Chen saw the token, the look of surprise in his eyes was fleeting, because the token was so similar to the token that Lord Grimm gave him before. The only difference is that there is an extra pill furnace above the token in Ling Feng's hand. Little friend Luo, introduce yourself again. The old man is the Deputy Dean of the Dan Academy of Liuyun Academy, Ling Feng. Ling Feng handed the token in his hand to Luo Chen and said sternly, now, as the Deputy Dean of the Liuyun Academy, I solemnly invite Luo Xiao to enter my Liuyun Academy to study. I don't know what Luo Xiao thinks. Chapter 88. Seeing Ling Feng's performance, Luo Chen felt a little speechless. He was not an orthodox pill refining teacher who learned pill refining since he was a child, so he didn't know what he said just now. Refining ordinary body tempering pills is naturally not difficult. Even a slightly talented apprentice pill refining master is likely to succeed in the first refining. However, the pill recipe of body tempering pill has been improved many times over hundreds of years, and it has long been perfected. Adding any extra medicinal materials to it will greatly increase the difficulty of refining body tempering pill. After all, basic things like the body tempering pill recipe have been improved countless times by the predecessors. If you want to make changes on this, it is naturally difficult to imagine. Not to mention the addition of snake shrimp, which is a medicinal material with extremely negative properties that is incompatible with other medicinal materials used to refine body tempering pill. Faced with this pill recipe improved from the basic pill recipe, even if it is Ling Feng, the Deputy Dean of Liuyun Academy and the 6th rank alchemist, he dare not say that it can be perfected within 2 times. However, although Luo Chen was helpless, he quickly recovered, his superior grade universe ring Guanghua flashed, and the token that Lord Grimm gave him before appeared in his hand. Then Luo Chen looked at Ling Feng and said with a wry smile, Ling Senior's kindness, Luo Chen has taken the lead, but Junior has been valued by Mentor Jun and has been specially recruited to Liuyun Academy. Lord laughs at that kid. Ling Feng raised his brows when he heard the words, and then said domineeringly, don't worry about him, the man that the old man values, that kid wouldn't dare to grab it. What's more, what can those reckless men in the war college teach you? No matter how good your Martial Dao qualification is, can it match your alchemy qualification? Believe me, only Danyuan is your best home. When Luo Chen heard the words, the bitter smile on his face became even stronger, and said helplessly, Senior Ling, can I think about it for a while? What is there to consider? Ling Feng frowned somewhat dissatisfied. But it seemed that he was afraid that his own attitude would scare away the alchemy genius Luo Chen. Ling Feng took a deep breath, pulled out a somewhat blunt smile, and said with a pleasant tone, Little friend Luo, or else, you join my alchemy, old feud you can go to the War Academy to study instead of staying in the Pill Academy all day, how about it? Speaking of the triumphant expression on Ling Feng's face, he hummed, Lord Grimm, that kid is just a special level tutor, but he can't give you such power back. Luo Chen's mouth twitched faintly when he heard that, and said helplessly, Ling Senior, I am already a student of Liuyun Academy, but after all, I haven't gone to the academy to report. Why don't you decide whether to enter the Battle Academy or the Altar Academy when I go to the college to report? I also have time to weigh the pros and cons, right? Why is your kid so stubborn? Ling Feng was also a big head when he heard the words, and said depressed, once you become a pill refining division, how can you use yourself to fight? A lot of people come to the house crying and begging to help you do things. With such a big good thing in front of you, you still want to go to the war courtyard to be a hard-working practitioner. Before Luo Chen could speak, Ling Feng suddenly waved his hand and said impatiently, "That's it, that is, your kid has amazing talent. It's up to you, wait for you to report to the school before deciding whether you belong to the War Academy or our Pill Academy. Is this okay?" "Thank you Ling Senior." Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Ling Feng's words, and immediately smiled. "Don't thank me first," Ling Feng said with a stern face, "I have the conditions." Chapter 89. Senior, please speak. Luo Chen also knew that Ling Feng couldn't just give up so easily. After all, looking at his previous attitude, he didn't hesitate to give out the privileges directly. Therefore, Luo Chen had long anticipated that Ling Feng would raise the conditions, and now he said in a serious manner. "You have to know that in Luochen Academy, Martial Dao is qualified to contact many students. Even if you have outstanding Martial Dao qualifications, it is not a simple matter to get ahead in the War Academy. But the Pill Refining Academy is different. Pill Refining Master was originally selected from 100, and your qualifications are unique even among Pill Refining Masters. Ling Senior, let's talk about business, don't brainwash me." Ling Feng was interrupted by Luo Chen with a wry smile before he finished speaking. "You kid." Seeing On's careful thoughts, Ling Feng said with no good air, "The old man has only one condition, and that is, before you officially become a student of the War Academy, the ascension of pill refining cannot fall. Now that you can refine the body tempering pill, although it is not the orthodox body tempering pill that we know well, it can be regarded as the first-rank alchemist. Before the formal enrollment of the college next year, if you have not become a third-rank alchemist, then don't blame the old man, I tie you into the alchemy with a rope." "Junior understands," Luo Chen nodded when he heard the words, and said helplessly. Fortunately, he thought about temporarily slowing down the ascension of the cultivation base and devoting his energy to the pill refining technique. After all, there is systematic help. He does not need to study hard all day like other people. More time is spent on studying pill refining. Seeing Luo Chen's agreement, Ling Feng didn't say much. He handed the token in his hand to Luo Chen. He immediately looked at the pill furnace in the quiet room with disgust, and said with sorrow, "With this kind of tattered, it is simply spoiled your talent." With that said, Ling Feng's hands flashed with the brilliance of the universe ring, and a rather domineering black pill furnace appeared in the quiet room. "This pill furnace was used when I was young. Although it is only a third-rank pill furnace, it is not comparable to the broken pill furnace you used." Ling Feng pointed to the black pill furnace and said in a deep voice, "As a pill refining division, there is no good pill furnace. Isn't that as nonsense as a practitioner is not suitable for own cultivation technique and weapons? There is nothing else on the old man, this pill furnace should be given to Xiao Luo as your meeting gift." Luo Chen's gaze fell on the black pill furnace. Even if he had only come into contact with pill refining not long ago, he could easily see the beauty of this pill furnace. "This Ling Feng really paid a lot of money in order to pull me into the Alchemy Academy," Luo Chen said with emotion in his heart. A third-rank pill furnace, although not too important to a big man like Ling Feng, it is definitely valuable. Ling Feng just gave it out, and he can naturally guess the intention. "Then Junior is disrespectful," Luo Chen nodded at Ling Feng and smiled. Seeing Luo Chen's agreement, Ling Feng couldn't help showing a smile on his face, and immediately said, "Try this pill furnace before taking advantage of it." Luo Chen was silent for a while when he heard the words, and then rushed to Ling Feng and said, "I don't know if there is sleepless flower in Ling Senior's hand." "Sleepless flower?" Ling Feng was stunned for a moment, and said in doubt, "Are you planning to refine the God pill?" Divine pills and body tempering pills are both first-rank medicine pills, but the difficulty of refining pills of divine pills is much higher than that of refining body tempering pills. Chapter 90. Luo Chen shook his head and said with a smile, "It's still refining body tempering pill." "Refining body tempering Dan?" Ling Feng was surprised when he heard the words, and asked quickly, could the senior who improved the body tempering Dan pill recipe left other pill recipes? There are 3 pill recipes, Luo Chen nodded, but did not hide Ling Feng. He didn't think that the deputy dean of Dangdang Liaoyun Academy would be ill-intentioned because of the 3 improved body tempering pill recipes. What's more, Luo Chen never felt that this improved body tempering pill recipe was anything extraordinary. Even if it was leaked out, he would not suffer any loss. Little friend Luo really has amazing luck. Ling Feng swallowed his saliva when he heard the words, and said with some emotion. Since Luo Chen said so, it is obvious that these 3 pill recipes are all improved body tempering pill recipes. It is a great thing to make a little change to this kind of basic pill recipe. And the senior who left the pill recipe improved 3 different pill recipes in one go. This alone is enough to prove how amazing the senior's alchemy is. Luo Chen can get this kind of relic left by senior, which shows how terrifying his luck is. No, this kind of genius must not let the reckless people in the war courtyard be delayed. Ling Feng looked at Luo Chen, and thought to himself, the old swordman in the war courtyard was looking for medicinal materials for refining Jian Yuan Dan recently. Luo Chen didn't know what Ling Feng was thinking. Seeing Ling Feng suddenly wandering outside the sky, Luo Chen felt a little helpless. He whispered, Ling Senior. Ah? Oh. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Ling Feng quickly recovered, and gave Luo Chen a guilty look, turning his wrist. Several small white flowers that seemed to have no rhizome appeared in his hands. It is the sleepless flower that Luo Chen said before. Let's see if it's enough. If it's not enough for me. Ling Feng put the sleepless flower on the table and smiled at Luo Chen. Enough, I'll just give it a try. Luo Chen nodded, walked to the black pill furnace that Ling Feng took out, took a close look, then a smile appeared on his face, and he turned directly towards the black pill furnace. Enter a strand of true qi in it. The fire-gathering formation at the bottom of the pill furnace circulates quickly, and a bright yellow flame emerges below the pill furnace, constantly swaying. Sure enough, I am a novice, and I have not touched the orthodox pill refining technique. Ling Feng sighed secretly when he saw this scene. Almost all orthodox pill refining masters will practice a fire attribute cultivation technique to condense pill fire to refine medicine pill, or pill refining with the help of the strange fire between heaven and earth. For the orthodox pill refining division, the fire-gathering formation at the bottom of the pill furnace is actually just an auxiliary function. There will never be someone like Luo Chen, who directly relies on the flame pill refining condensed by the fire-gathering formation. After discovering this, Ling Feng was even more determined to dig Luo Chen to the Alchemy Academy. A Luo Chen who had not yet contacted the orthodox pill refining technique and completely relied on his talent pill refining had already given him enough surprises. Then if Luo Chen systematically learns the orthodox pill refining technique, what height should he reach? Luo Chen didn't know that one of his subtle movements actually strengthened Ling Feng's determination to dig him into the alchemy courtyard. After recalling the contents of the improved body tempering pill recipe in his mind, Luo Chen smiled, and directly supported the medicinal materials for refining the body tempering pill with true qi and the sleepless flower that Ling Feng just took out and flew into the pill. In the furnace. Chapter 91. Seeing Luo Chen's movements, Ling Feng quickly removed the distracting thoughts in his heart, and his eyes fell on Luo Chen, for fear of missing half a point. Luo Chen didn't care about Ling Feng. After changing the pill refining technique from the apprentice-level pill refining technique ascension to the first-rank pill refining technique, he refining the first-rank medicine pill said it was easy to come by. The various medicinal materials that were calcined by the flame into a liquid medicinal liquid were mixed together with ease, and then a spoonful of cold spring water was added to the pill furnace from the side. Ling Feng on the side was shocked by Luo Chen's movements that looked more proficient than him, but he couldn't help frowning in secret. With so much cold spring water, wouldn't it affect the efficacy of body tempering pill? However, although Ling Feng was puzzled, he did not interrupt Luo Chen loudly, but watched quietly from the side. After adding cold spring water to the pill furnace, Luo Chen once again input a wisp of true qi into the pill furnace, and the bright yellow flame suddenly flourished, enveloping the liquid medicine. After finishing all this, Luo Chen got up and walked to the pill furnace he used for pill refining before, and injected a wisp of true qi. Before Ling Feng could react, Luo Chen directly grabbed the medicinal materials on the table and threw them into the pill furnace. Under the burning of bright yellow flames, the medicinal materials quickly turned into clusters of colorful medicinal liquid. Ling Feng came back to his senses, and a shocking color appeared in his eyes, and he thought to himself, this kid is really big-hearted. It hasn't been long since he first started with the pill refining technique. He even dared to try one mind and two purposes and refine two furnaces at the same time. Medicine pill. But thinking of Luo Chen's previous skillful movements, Ling Feng actually faintly raised the absurd idea that Luo Chen could successfully refine two furnaces of medicine pill at the same time. Luo Chen didn't pay attention to Ling Feng on the side. After adding the snake grass and cold spring water into the pill furnace according to the steps of refining the enhanced body tempering pill, and increasing the flame to burn the liquid, Luo Chen moved towards the black pill furnace. When I walked, I poured a trace of true qi into it. For the next half an hour, Luo Chen continued to wander between the two pill furnaces, injecting a trace of true qi into the pill furnace from time to time, maintaining the high speed of the fire formation engraved on the pill furnace. And Ling Feng on the side became more and more numb as he watched. He was accustomed to all the magical aspects of Luo Chen, and couldn't make any waves in his heart. Ling Feng also understood that a monster like Luo Chen couldn't handle it with common sense at all. After half an hour, Luo Chen stopped inputting true qi into the two pill furnaces, and then made a series of mysterious handprints toward the two pill furnaces. After a while, the fire-gathering formation engraved on the two pill furnaces ceased operation, and at the same time a strong pill incense floated out of the pill furnace, filling the entire quiet room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining improved body tempering pill, rewarding 2000 pill refining proficiency and first rank pill refining proficiency 4001/100000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining enhanced body tempering pill, rewarding 2000 pill refining proficiency and first rank pill refining proficiency 6001/100000. Two system prompts sounded in Luo Chen's ears. Luo Chen smiled, raised his hand, and took out the two body tempering pills from the furnace. Looking at the two body tempering pills, Luo Chen could easily distinguish the difference between the two medicine pills. The enhanced body tempering pill was undoubtedly much darker in color, the whole body was green, and the pill fragrance was also richer. In contrast, the improved body tempering Dan is very restrained, emerald green, and the Dan fragrance is also slightly lighter. Chapter 92. Putting away the two body tempering pills, Luo Chen looked at Ling Feng and said with a smile, the pill furnace presented by Ling Senior is really easy to use. Junior thanked Senior. Ling Feng nodded, took out a low-grade Qinqin ring and placed it on the table, and said lightly, there are some medicinal materials for refining the first-rank medicine pill and a few pill recipes for the first-rank medicine pill. Remember to take time. Practice, I have other things, so I will leave first. Senior, please do it yourself, Luo Chen said. Although he was surprised at why Ling Feng's attitude changed so quickly, he didn't say much, nodded and said with a serious face. Ling Feng didn't speak, turned around and left the quiet room, then quickly left Luoyun Wuxing and flew towards Luoyun Academy. He is now going to return to Luoyun Wuxing as soon as possible, taking advantage of the fact that the group of people in the battle yard have not seen Luo Chen. They will give Luo Chen to the pill yard. As for Lord Grimm, a special instructor, Ling Feng hadn't cared about it yet. Not to mention that Ling Feng is a high-ranking 6th-rank pill refining teacher. The privileges he can grant Luo Chen as the Deputy Dean of the Alchemy Academy alone are enough to give him the upper hand in the battle with Lord Grimm. After all, if Lord Grimm wants to give Luo Chen privileges, he still has to look at the Vice President or the Dean of the War College above, and Ling Feng can make his own decision. So now he has to hurry up before Luo Chen goes to the college to report, and the old men in the Huiyu War Academy refuse to reject the privileges Lord Grimm has applied for Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't know that Ling Feng had worked so hard for him to join the Alchemy Academy of Luoyun Academy. Putting away the two pill furnaces, Luo Chen went directly out of the quiet room, left Luoyun Wuxing, and walked towards Luo's house. Next, he is going to go out to practice. The Luo family's affairs also need to be arranged first. Although Crane Deacon will take care of the Luo family for him, he has to say some things to have more weight. Only when Luo Chen walked out of Liu Yunwuxing, he saw a group of people walking towards Liu Yunwu surrounded by a young girl in a red dress. Luo Chen's gaze fell on the young girl, with a moment of loss, and immediately returned to normal, and walked towards the Luo family. Master Luo, please stay. Luo Chen didn't take 2 steps, and the girl in the red dress suddenly shouted, her voice like a jade bead. Luo Chen paused, turned his head to look at the girl in red, frowning insignificantly, and said coldly, I don't know the girl. Sorry, the girl in red said, apologetic expression on her face, and said softly, my name is Susuner. I heard that my brother has recruited a new guest for the family. I was curious, so I came here. Lingyun City, I want to see Lord Luo. Keqing? It turned out to be from the Su family in the imperial capital. Luo Chen's expression softened slightly, but his tone was still a bit blunt. Miss Su has seen me now. If there is nothing else, I will take a step forward. Susuner was stunned when she heard this. She was born in the Su family, the royal capital. She is a distinguished background. In addition, she has shown a strong talent for pill refining since she was a child. She is regarded as the jewel in the palm of the Su family and is a star no matter where she goes. The focus of holding the moon. Unexpectedly, in this small Lingyun city today, he would be ignored by the son of a small family in Lingyun city. Before Susuner had time to say anything, a teenager suddenly walked out of the people surrounding her, and snorted coldly, boy, how dare you be rude to Suner. Susuner frowned upon hearing this, and scolded the boy, Xiao Hen, I remember I said, don't call me Suner, I'm not close to you. Chapter 93. After that, Susuner turned to look at Luo Chen, and apologized, Master Luo, I'm sorry, this Xiao Hen is the 3rd young master of the imperial capital Xiao family. He has been following my A with a faceless expression. Hearing Susuner's words, instead of having any shame on Xiao Hen's face, she looked at Luo Chen triumphantly, and sneered, boy, do you know the identity of the young master now? Get away from Suner if you are acquainted. Miss Su, where are the 3rd young masters of the Xiao family you said? Luo Chen looked at Susuner as if he hadn't heard Xiao Hen's words. Susuner let out a pouch laugh. Before she could even speak, Xiao Hen roared, arrogant kid, open your dog's eyes and see, the little master is here. Think of him as the 3rd young master of the Xiao family, except for a bit of scorn in front of Susuner. In other places, he is said to be one and the same. A rundown from a remote place like Lingyun City, dare to ignore him. Thinking of this, Xiao Hen's chest continued to rise and fall, and his gaze toward Luo Chen was full of murderous intent. If it weren't for Luo Chen but Su family Keqing, Xiao Hen was worried that Susuner would be disgusted with Luo Chen's action, and he would have slapped Luo Chen to death. People didn't see it, but saw a vicious dog that barked. Luo Chen raised his eyelids and said lightly, a good dog doesn't stand in the way. You're looking for death. Xiao Hen's face suddenly became gloomy when he heard Luo Chen's words, and couldn't help it anymore, and directly drew out the long sword from his waist and slashed towards Luo Chen. It's just a mere 6th rank martial master. Dare to be rampant in front of the young master. Xiao Hen's cultivation base of the 4th rank martial grandmaster showed no doubt. A sword chi shot out from the long sword, taking Luo Chen's throat. Xiao Hen. When Susuner saw this scene, she also had a pretty face and stared at Xiao Hen coldly, but she was just a pill refining teacher, her strength was not strong, and she couldn't intervene at all. Susuner cast his gaze on the others around him, but no one was willing to make the first move. Susuner is the jewel in the palm of the Su family, the imperial capital. Naturally, you can ignore Xiao Hen, the 3rd young master of the Xiao family, but they can't. If they help Luo Chen, they are likely to attract Xiao Hen's hostility. In contrast, Susuner is mild-tempered. Even if they sit on the sidelines at this time and find someone to say a few good things to Susuner after the matter is over, the matter can be revealed. Under such circumstances, naturally no one would be willing to offend Xiao Hen, a lunatic for a shabby family from a small place like Lingyun City. Seeing that no one was willing to take action, Susuner's eyes fell on Luo Chen, eyes full of anxiety. Luo Chen's expression remained unchanged, and Crane's shadows lost track moved to the extreme, and the whole person quickly disappeared, leaving only an afterimage that was chopped by Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen's expression changed. Before he had time to react, Luo Chen's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Your moves are scattered, your footsteps are vacant, realm is unstable, and your brain is not good enough. You want to fight me at this level? Go ahead and dream of your spring and autumn. Luo Chen appeared behind Xiao Hen with a grim expression, and he swung out the long sword in his hand suddenly, imagining countless streams of light, and enveloped Xiao Hen with a look of horror. It was the unique skill streamer sword technique of the Liuyun Empire that the flowing light sword master relied on at the beginning. After a while, the streamer dissipated, and Luo Chen put away the long sword and walked towards the Luo family. Xiao Hen stood there and touched Zhou's body subconsciously, but found no injuries. The horror on Xiao Hen's face quickly faded, and a frantic laughter was replaced by it. This is your attack? Even the young master's defense has not been broken. What's so arrogant? Luo Chen, who was about to disappear from the sight of everyone, paused when he heard the words, and then coldly said, Blast! Chapter 94. As soon as Luo Chen's voice fell, Xiao Hen's frantic laughter stopped abruptly, because a large amount of blood stains suddenly appeared on his body, and then suddenly exploded, directly dyeing him into a blood man. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leapfrogging the 4th rank Martial Grandmaster Xiao Hen, rewarding Spiritual Qi 5000 and Streaming Sword Technique Proficiency 5000. Ignoring the system prompt, Luo Chen directly raised his foot and walked away. At the same time, his extremely calm voice resounded in everyone's ears, look at Sumis's face this time, leaving you a dog's life. If there is another time, the Imperial Xiao family will not be able to keep you. When everyone came back to their senses, Luo Chen's figure had long since disappeared. A nobleman dressed in Huxia clothes and apparently born in Bufan looked at the blood-covered Xiao Shen lying on the ground, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Although this Xiao Hen is just a dude, and his strength is not ranked among the young people of the same generation in the imperial capital, the cultivation base of the 4th rank martial grandmaster, placed in a remote place like Lingyun City, is enough to dominate the king. However, Xiao Hen was actually defeated by a ruined residence in Rising Clouds City, and defeated by the ants of the 6th rank martial master realm. Such an existence can be regarded as a small famous genius in the imperial capital. However, Susuner looked at the direction Luo Chen was leaving, and there was a little more splendor in her bright eyes. She just heard Su Mingche say that he had recruited a guest Qing for Sujiexin, and she didn't know that Luo Chen was on the floating clouds. Otherwise, when Xiao Hen suddenly shot Luo Chen, she wouldn't be so anxious. Now that Luo Chen defeated Xiao Hen simply and neatly, this made her more curious about Luo Chen. Xiao Hen got up from the ground with some difficulty, and when he saw Susuner's expression, a wave of nameless jealousy rose in his heart. Coupled with the fact that Luo Chen was defeated on the spot just now, his face was swept away. Under the new hatred and old hatred, Xiao Hen looked at the direction Luo Chen had left, and his red eyes were full of tyranny. Damn boy! Xiao Hen grinned and roared, Shadow Guard, kill that boy for this young master, and annihilate his whole family. As soon as Xiao Hen's voice fell, an expressionless, skinny old man walked out of the dark and said respectfully, Yes, young master. With that, the skinny old man chased directly in the direction where Luo Chen left. Xiao Hen, do you dare? Susuner immediately scolded when seeing the old man, his face changed suddenly. That shadow guard was the 5th rank great master and the guardian arranged by the Xiao family for Xiao Hen. Unless Xiao Hen was in danger of life, he would not appear. Susuner didn't expect that Xiao Hen would dare to make the guardian deal with a peer or even an entire clan. What do I dare not? Xiao Hen said grimly after hearing Susuner's words, the kid has to pay the price if he dares to provoke this young master. As for you, Suner, when I return to the imperial capital, I will beg my grandfather to ask the Emperor Yun to marry me. I want to see if your Su family dare to violate the will of the Emperor Yun. You. Susunur's apricot eyes widened, glaring at Xiao Hen. For a moment she didn't know what to say. What am I? Xiao Hen's expression was quite calm at the moment, and he sneered, I know you look down on a dude like me, but I want to see it. After receiving Yun Huang's will, what are you? Expression. Boy, let's do the daydream later, Xiao Hen said before he finished speaking. A very calm voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. I saw a burly figure walking out of the direction where Luo Chen disappeared, with a mask on his face, making his face invisible. The strong man glanced at Xiao Hen, raised his hand and threw something over. Boom, boom. The thing fell on the ground, and Gilyula rolled around for a few times, and it happened to fall under Xiao Hen's feet. If you provoke the dust again, young master, you will end up just like this old thing. Chapter 95. Everyone looked at Xiao Hen's feet subconsciously, only to realize that what the brawny man had thrown was a human head. And they all knew that person. It was the 5th-rank Great Master who was sent out by Xiao Hen to hunt down Luo Chen before. Everyone took a breath, and their eyes were full of horror. The old man is the 5th-rank Xiantian Great Master. Although he is nothing in the Emperor, he is considered invincible in Lingyun City or even in Kanglan County in the west. However, he was quietly hurt in this short period of time. Beheaded. What kind of cultivation base does that brawny man have to make the 5th-rank Great Master Realm's Great Master be beheaded without even making any movement? And what kind of background is Luo Chen, who is called the Dust Young Master by the strong man, to allow such a strong man to protect him in secret? Thinking of this, a group of noble princes from the imperial capital turned pale. Although it was Xiao Hen who shot Luo Chen, they did not stop Xiao Hen except for Susunur. Who knows if Luo Chen will hate them together? Anyway, saving people by themselves, they felt that if they encountered this situation, they would definitely not let others go, and Luo Chen would be no exception. Seeing the expressions of the people, the strong man didn't say much, just glanced at Xiao Hen, and then turned around and disappeared. Xiao Hen was thrown away by the brawny man, and she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body trembled unconsciously, and tears and nose could not help streaming out. Seeing this shameful scene of Xiao Hen, Susunur couldn't help laughing, and then coldly glanced at Xiao Hen and walked towards Lu Yunyu. The remaining noble princes hesitated, and finally left Xiao Hen together and followed Susunur. Xiao Hen had already offended the mysterious Dust Young Master. If they were involved in this, it would be impossible to guarantee that they would not be involved in the family behind them. The family behind them is not as powerful as the imperial Xiao family. If they are involved in the confrontation between these two forces, they may not be able to retreat. In this case, I still follow Susunur to ensure a lot. After all, Luo Chen is the Su family keking no matter what, he always wants to give Su family a face, right? After everyone left, Xiao Hen looked at the direction they were leaving with a bitter expression on his face, then glanced at the place where the mysterious strong man had disappeared, gritted his teeth, and ran towards the outside of Lingyun City. Luo Chen didn't know that this kind of twists and turns had happened after he left. After returning to Luo's house, he went directly to his own room. After instructing his servant not to disturb him, Luo Chen lay on the bed, resting his arm, and called out the attribute panel. Host, Luo Chen. Cultivation Base, 6th Rank Martial Master, 3548/200000. Cultivation Qualification, Zongpin Qualification, 400000/10000000. Current Cultivation Technique, Luo Chi Gathering Technique, Deva Unity, Proficiency Max. Switchable Cultivation Technique, Cultivation of the Void and Ju Yuan Ju, Reaching the Peak, Proficiency 3451/100000. Cultivation Technique, Bull Body Tempering, Integration, 1/200000. Martial Skill, Cross Sword Technique, Deva 1, Splitting Shadow Sword, Deva 1, Streaming Sword Technique, Integration, Proficiency 5001/150000. Movement Technique Combat Skills, Crane Shadow Lost Step, Deva in 1, 1, Streaming Step, Integration, Proficiency 1/150000. Secret Method, Surging Breath Technique, Luochen, the Judgment of Controlling the Beast, Incomplete. First Rank Pill Refining, 6001/100000. Spiritual Qi, 367,564 points, current growth rate of 102 points/minute. Remaining chance to draw, 0. Unfinished tasks, enter Luochen Academy, Old Gratitudes, Missed Heaven Skills. Chapter 96. Looking at the remaining 300,000 spiritual qi on the attribute panel, Luo Chen did not hesitate, and raised his hand to click on the Kongxuju Yuanju. Spiritual qi was consumed wildly, and at the same time, the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unifying ascension to Deva from Kongxuju Yuanju, and the spiritual qi growth rate ascension is 120 points per minute. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the 5th Deva Unity Realm Martial Arts, achieving the achievement Deva Unity 2, rewarding spiritual qi 50,000, and a chance to draw a lottery. Ignoring the sound of the system prompts, Luo Chen suddenly turned over and sat up in a cultivation posture. A large amount of spiritual qi rushed towards Luo Chen from all around, forming a small spiritual qi vortex in the room. Luo Chen was slowly ascending supported by the spiritual qi vortex, and actually hit the roof directly, floating in the air. At the same time, the sky above Luo's house suddenly became dim, and then a dim starlight fell from the sky, penetrated the spiritual qi vortex, and projected onto Luo Chen's body. Luo Chen is no stranger to such a scene. He had aroused such a vision when he broke through the Luo family gathering art of qi to Deva Unity Realm when Luochen Wuxing broke through. Therefore, Luo Chen didn't have any waves in his heart, and concentrated on absorbing the spiritual qi from the surrounding heaven and earth. Once I had the experience of breaking through the cultivation technique to the realm of Deva, Luo Chen would naturally not waste this opportunity to absorb a large amount of spiritual qi from heaven and earth. You know, this is all spiritual qi. He now absorbs more spiritual qi from heaven and earth, and then consumes less spiritual qi in ascension cultivation base. Maybe the saved spiritual qi can be used in other places. Luo Chen can deal with it indifferently, but the others in Lingyun City can't. In Lingyun City, all practitioners subconsciously cast their eyes on Luo Chen's location, with lingering shock on their faces. They couldn't be more familiar with the movement that Luo Chen made, because just over half a month ago, someone had broken through the cultivation technique to Deva Realm in Luochen Wuxing, which inspired such a vision of heaven and earth. Although Luochen Wuxing explained at the time that it was a veteran expert of Luochen Wuxing who had an epiphany on the cultivation technique of cultivation, he made a breakthrough to the realm of Deva. But after the Luo family grand competition, the practitioner in Lingyun City had guessed who was the one who caused the vision of heaven and earth in the first place. Apart from Luo Chen who shined in the Luo family grand competition, how could there be anyone else? It's just that they didn't expect that after more than half a month, Luo Chen actually cultivated another cultivation technique to Deva Realm. What kind of monster is this? In Lingyun City, a solo master of the 9th rank martial master realm looked at Luo Chen floating in the air and muttered. The people around nodded their heads with deep conviction, and looked at Luo Chen in midair with pious eyes, as if they were worshipping a god. Susuner and his group, who had just entered Luochen Wuxing shortly, were also attracted by this vision and quickly walked out of Luochen Wuxing. Looking at Luo Chen floating in midair, someone disdainfully said, "Isn't it the breakthrough of cultivation technique to Deva? This kind of genius is everywhere in the imperial capital, and people in small places just don't know it." Others couldn't help but look at the person who was speaking, but found that there was undisguised envy and jealousy on his face. Obviously, what he said just now was just self-comfort. But Susuner on the side didn't seem to see that the person was comforting himself. After hesitating for a while, Susuner looked at the speaker and said with a serious face, "My brother told me before that Lord Luo once cultivated another cultivation technique cultivation to Deva 1 realm half a month ago." Chapter 97. Hearing Susuner's words, the complexion of the young masters who came from the emperor's capital suddenly became extremely exciting. In half a month, 2 cultivation techniques are cultivated to Deva in one realm. Even if it is a cultivation technique from the same source of cultivation, it saves the time to convert true qi, but if it can achieve this level, even looking at the imperial capital, it is also a genius with a name. In Lingyun City, where martial grandmasters are considered top combat power, such a genius actually appeared. But thinking of the mysterious Brahmi who suddenly appeared before and killed Xiao Hendao protector, everyone felt relieved. In their opinion, Luo Chen's origin may not be much worse than that of the imperial Xiao family, or even worse. To be valued by such forces, and to send guardians, Luo Chen has such talents for granted. Susuner didn't pay attention to the expressions of the group of people around, her eyes fell on Luo Chen, and her bright eyes were full of splendor. The vision of heaven and earth quickly dissipated, and Luo Chen slowly fell back into the room, ending his cultivation state. Called out the attribute panel, watching the column of cultivation base changed from 6th rank Martial Master, 1548/200000, to 6th rank Martial Master, 52487/200000, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile a little, and then he didn't hesitate. Raise your hand and point it on the column of cultivation base. Spiritual qi was consumed wildly, and at the same time a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi poured in from all directions, gathered in Luo Chen's body, turned into thin strands of true qi, circulated among Luo Chen's surrounding meridians, and finally merged into Danshan. Ding! Congratulations to the host level ascension, the current realm, Martial Master, 1/240000, spiritual qi growth rate ascension is 130 points per minute. Call. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen slowly exhaled a suffocating breath, looked at the only 171,502 spiritual qi remaining on the attribute panel, pondered for a moment, and directly clicked on the streaming sword technique. Spiritual qi instantly reduced 144,999 points, and the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascensioning the streaming sword technique to the fullest, 1/200000. Glancing at the remaining 26,503 spiritual qi on the attribute panel, Luo Chen shook his head helplessly, put away the attribute panel, opened the door and walked out. Outside the gate, the members of the Luo family who were attracted by the vision induced by Luo Chen's breakthrough cultivation technique looked at Luo Chen in awe, with an unconcealable enthusiasm on his face. Dust young master, Crane Deacon hurriedly greeted him, and then smiled bitterly. They were all attracted by the movement you just made. Luo Chen nodded lightly and said lightly, Uncle He, let everyone go to the chamber, I just have something to say. After speaking, Luo Chen glanced over the Luo family members and walked directly to the chamber. Everyone in the Luo family looked at each other, followed Luo Chen quickly, and the group headed towards the chamber. In the Luo family chamber, Luo Chen sat in the position of the patriarch, and looked at the Luo family people below with a plain expression. I'm calling you over this time because I am going out to practice. Luo Chen looked at the people of the Luo family below, and said lightly, originally, I should have left after the Luo family competition. It was only because some things were delayed, and this has been delayed until now. But this is fine. It just happens that there are some things I want. Confess. While speaking, Luo Chen's gaze swept across everyone, and finally fell on an old man in a white robe. Chapter 98. 3 Elders. Luo Chen looked at the white-robed old man and groaned for a while before he said, 3 elders guarded the library for many years, and it is considered a hard work. When I am away, I will ask the 3 elders to temporarily take the place of the head of the family. When he went to the branch of the Magical Beasts mountain range, Luo Chen asked Crane Deacon to take charge of the Luo family temporarily. When he encountered something that he couldn't decide, he discussed with the elders. But Luo Chen thought about it carefully just now. Although Crane Deacon is Luo Xiao's confidant, he is not a member of the Luo family after all, and it is difficult to convince the Luo family. At the beginning of his departure, Crane Deacon could still use his Luo Chen's aftershock to deter the Luo family, but after he left the Luo family this time, he planned to go directly to Liuyun imperial capital, and practice along the way, before returning to Lujiadu next time. I don't know when it happened. For such a long time, Crane Deacon could hardly resist the Luo family. So after thinking about it, Luo Chen decided to let the older generation of Luo family members temporarily take the position of patriarch, and the three elders guarded the library for many years. He was not a person who was fighting for power and profit. He sat in the position of patriarch. Let the Crane Deacon assist, and it is completely possible to firmly hold the Luo family in his hand. Young master, don't worry, San elder nodded, and said in a serious tone, I will take care of the Luo family, and wait for patriarch and young master to come back. Then there will be Lao San elder. Luo Chen smiled, looked at the Crane Deacon, and said faintly, Uncle He, you assist the third elder. If there is anything that can't be decided, then discuss with the elders of the Elder Council and make a joint decision. Old Crane understands. Crane Deacon solemnly nodded, and said solemnly. As for the others, Luo Chen groaned for a moment, and then the brilliance of the lower grade universe ring was flashed, and 3 simple books appeared in his hands. These are the 3 cheats that I found after I picked the Crazy Wolf Village. One is the yellow rank mid-range saber technique Mad Wolf Saber Technique, the other is the gradeless secret method Grab Breathing Technique, and the other is Huang Tier's secret method Blood Escape. I will stay in the Luo family for these 3 cheats. As long as they are people who have made enough contributions to the Luo family, whether they are from the Luo family or not, they can copy and learn. Luo Chen looked at the people below and smiled, you can also inform other practitioners in Lingyun City of this news. The people of the Luo family below heard Luo Chen's words, their expressions quickly became excited, and at the same time a mystery that had troubled them for a long time was solved. It turns out that Crazy Wolf Village was actually wiped out by young Master Chen, a Luo family disciple exclaimed. Before the Luo family contest, news of the demise of the Crazy Wolf Village was circulated in a small area in Lingyun City. Later, someone once went to the Crazy Wolf Village to investigate and found that the Crazy Wolf Village did not know who had taken the shot. It's just that before the news could spread, it was the Luo family Grand Bai that immediately overwhelmed the news of the destruction of Crazy Wolf Village. Therefore, the news of the demise of Crazy Wolf Village is now only circulated in a small area, and this Luo family disciple is obviously one of the insiders. Crazy Wolf Village was indeed destroyed by me, Luo Chen smiled when he heard the words, but did not deny it. Although the Luo family's momentum has been greatly boosted by the big competition, Luo Xiao has nowhere to go, and he is about to leave the Luo family to go out to practice, and indeed needs a more shocking news to ascension the morale of the Luo family. And the fact that he wiped out the Crazy Wolf Village is indeed good news. In addition to inspiring the Luo family, he can also deter other forces in Lingyun City by the way, lest they do anything they shouldn't do after Luo Chen's experience goes out. Thought. Chapter 99. Hearing Luo Chen's words, everyone in the Luo family below couldn't help but become short of breath, and an expression of Ronjian appeared on their faces. Luo Chen saw all this in his eyes, nodded secretly, and then got up from his seat, and said lightly, okay, there is only so much I have to say, it's all gone. After speaking, Luo Chen left the chamber directly and returned to the own room. Everyone in the Luo family looked at each other, and they dispersed, but it might not be long before the news that Luo Chen single-handedly destroyed the Crazy Wolf Village will spread throughout the entire Lingyun City. There was no word for a night, and Luo Chen woke up early the next day. After hearing the 3 elder and Crane Deacon, Luo Chen left Luo's house and walked outside Lingyun City. After passing the city gate, walking out along the official road for more than 10 miles, there is a dense forest. As soon as Luo Chenfu stepped into the dense forest, he noticed something was wrong, and instantly drew out the long sword around his waist. His eyes swept around, and then said lightly, everyone, don't hide, just come out. There was a rustling sound from all around, and then a group of heavily armed practitioners with weapons came out from everywhere, surrounding Luo Chen. It deserves to be the Chen young master who shines in the Luo family grand competition, and his perception is really keen. An old man separated from the crowd and appeared in Luo Chen's line of sight, sneered, it's just that Chen young master is a little too big, aware of our existence, dare to stay here. Luo Chen smiled when he heard the words, eyes drooping, and said lightly, if Patriarch Li has the confidence to keep me behind, then you can give it a try. Having said that, Luo Chen directly ignored the people around him and walked forward with his foot raised. Get out of the way, Luo Chen glanced at the Li family practitioner who was blocking him in front of him, his tone of calmness couldn't be more serene. The few Li family practitioners trembled when they heard the words, thinking of Luo Chen's brilliant record, subconsciously stepped back 2 steps, and made a gap for one person to pass through. Luo Chen smiled disdainfully, holding the long sword and walked directly forward. Trash! Li Xiao, the head of the Li family, couldn't help cursing when he saw this, and then ordered, give it to me, don't let that kid go. With that said, Li Xiao took out a long knife from Qinqin ring and slashed it towards Luo Chen. Several masters of the Li family followed behind Li Xiao and swung their own weapons towards Luo Chen. The Li family practitioners around did not hesitate when they saw it, and quickly swung their weapons to kill Luo Chen. Hearing the movement behind him, Luo Chen's footsteps paused, a flash of cold light flashed in his eyes, and the crane shadow fans moved around, leaving a shadow on the spot. Li Xiao's long knife slashed on the afterimage left by Luo Chen, and instantly tore the afterimage to pieces, then his face changed wildly, and he quickly pulled back and exploded back. However, to his surprise, Luo Chen did not attack him, and when he was still wondering, several screams suddenly came from his ears. Luo Chen did not know when he appeared among the Li family practitioners, waving the long sword in his hand, and the sword rays shed one after another, covering the Li family practitioners. The strongest Li family practitioner is only the 5th rank martial master, and there is even the martial student realm among them. Is it Luo Chen's opponent? Under Luo Chen's streaming sword technique fully used, the group of Li family practitioners could not even hold on for a few breaths, and they were all killed by Luo Chen with a single sword. Li Xiao's eyes were distraught. Although the strength of this group of practitioners was uneven, they were all the backbone of his Li family, and he couldn't imagine that they were all killed by Luo Chen now. And without this group of practitioners, his Li family will no longer be able to secure the position of one of the 2 major families in Lingyun City. Thinking of this, Li Xiao suddenly looked into the depths of the dense forest and roared, "What are you waiting for? Don't you want everyone in my Li family to die before you are willing to take action?" Chapter 100. Seeing Li Xiao's abnormality, Luo Chen's expression changed, and he quickly swung his sword to kill the Li family practitioners around him, then drew back and looked into the depths of the dense forest. Gg. There was a harsh laughter from the depths of the dense forest, and then a group of pitch-black flames shot out from the dense forest, turning into a fire net and shrouded in Luo Chen. At the same time, a hoarse voice sounded in the depths of the dense forest, "What is Patriarch Li's worry about? This kid has broken the major event of my religious sect. Naturally, it is impossible for the old man to let him run away." Luo Chen's expression condensed, and the long sword in his hand was swung repeatedly, countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air, and he directly shredded the fire net, looked into the depths of the dense forest, and snorted coldly, "It turns out that it is a person of the Black Lotus demon cult. Some concealment methods." When the dark flame appeared, Luo Chen guessed the identity of the person who shot it. After all, after Luo Chen crushed the token of the Black Lotus demon cult, after Luo Chen was above the Luo family grand competition, such flame was shrouded in his body. Arrogant kid! Hearing Luo Chen's words, the voice of the man in the dense forest suddenly became gloomy, and said gloomily, "The old man is going to take your skin, twitch your muscles, and tear your bones apart. I know your heart." As he spoke, a rickety figure walked out of the dense forest, shrouded in black robe, making it hard to see his appearance. On the black robe, there was a coquettish black lotus burning with flames printed. "Two elder, why did you do it yourself?" Li Xiao's expression changed when he saw the visitor, and he quickly said respectfully, "This kid is a bit wicked, I don't worry about other people's actions." The rickety figure raised his head slightly, and a pair of scarlet eyes appeared under the hood. Unexpectedly, the patriarch of the Li family would collude with the Black Lotus demon cult. Seeing Li Xiao behaving so courteously in front of the so-called two elder, Luo Chen curled his lips and said with disdain, "Just put it right. If people don't do it, they have to be the dog of the Black Lotus demon sect." Pointy teeth and sharp mouth. Lu Xiao snorted coldly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and said coldly, "Let's talk about it when you survive." After speaking, Lu Xiao turned to look at the rickety figure, and respectfully said, "Tu elder, please retreat." Tu elder glanced at Lu Xiao, a dangerous light appeared in his scarlet eyes. Lu Xiao's heart shuddered, not daring to neglect, and quickly withdrew the few remaining masters of the Li family for dozens of steps, watching the battle from a distance. "Boy, it's too late to kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, after the old man captures you, he will surely extract your soul and place it on the Black Lotus sacred fire day and night." Seeing Lu Xiao and others retreating away, Tu elder looked at Luo Chen. His voice was like the cold wind blowing in the Ju nether prison, which made people tremble twice unconsciously. While talking, the cultivation base of the 9th rank martial grandmaster radiated from the black robe Tu elder, and the tyrannical aura instantly shredded the surrounding grass blades, brought up a large amount of grass clippings, and pressed towards Luo Chen. Facing the aura and pressure of a 9th rank martial grandmaster, Luo Chen only felt his body sink, and his face suddenly became serious. "Boy, it's still too late to kneel down and beg for mercy." Tu elder saw Luo Chen's face change, and a trace of banter flashed across the scarlet eyes under his hood, and said gloomily. Before Luo Chen had time to speak, the system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host is in crisis, and the special mission Desperate Fight is triggered. Please hold the host for half an hour in the hands of the 9th rank martial grandmaster Tu Lai, and wait for the opportunity to severely damage Tu Lai. The task reward depends on Tu Lai's injury. Chapter 101. Luo Chen's mouth twitched faintly twice, and the system really looked at him. He was only a rank 7 martial master, and this Tu Lai was already a rank 9 martial grand master, and he was only half a step away from the realm of the Xiantian Great Master. If he only persisted under Tu Lai for half an hour, with the mystery of crane shadow walk and streaming light step, he would not be unable to do it, but it would be more difficult to damage Tu Lai. Secretly sighed, Luo Chen's gaze fell on Tu Lai, and he coldly snorted, "It's just a 9th rank martial grandmaster, I'm afraid you won't succeed." Before the words were over, Luo Chen's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and then Wandao streamer appeared behind Tu Lai, weaving into a dazzling sword ray web. A touch of contempt flashed across the scarlet pupils under Tu Lai's hood. Under the black robe, a thin palm stretched out, and a black flame burned in the palm and quickly enveloped his whole body. The sword chi web fell on the dark flames, and was instantly distorted and melted. Luo Chen's massive attack was easily resolved by Tu Lai. Lu Xiao on the side saw this scene, his face couldn't help showing joy, looking at Luo Chen like a dead person. Without a single blow, Luo Chen didn't hesitate, stepping on a stream of light, and quickly fleeing towards the distance. "Want to run?" Tu Lai's voice suddenly sounded in the dense forest. The pitch-black flame in his hand was thrown out by him, and it turned into a flexible flame python in mid-air, chasing him in the direction where Luo Chen was walking away. "Damn it! Luo Chen made a mistake and left an after-image on the spot. I took this opportunity to rush towards Lu Xiao." Luo Chen knew very well that it was unrealistic to contend with Tu Lai with his own strength. Seeing Luo Chen rushing towards him, Lu Xiao's face suddenly became difficult to look at. His strength and Luo Zhen were also in the same position as Luo Zhen. Luo Chen was able to suppress Luo Zhen when he was in the Luo family competition. Now that Luo Chen has combined a cultivation technique cultivation with Deva, realm has made a breakthrough. In this case, how can he be Luo Chen's opponent? Without any hesitation, Lu Xiao quickly moved closer to Tu elder. He knew that only the outer sect elders of the Black Fire cult could save himself. Seeing this, Luo Chen flashed a glimmer of light in his eyes, the stream of light stepped to the extreme, and he quickly passed Lu Xiao and rushed forward, while the flame python, under the leadership of Luo Chen, slammed straight toward Lu Xiao. "Tu elder, save me!" Seeing the flame python slammed into him, Lu Xiao was shocked and hurriedly shouted. "Trash! A fierce killing intent appeared in the pupils under two elders' hood. Then he suppressed it and raised his hand with a move. The flame python turned into countless fragments of flames, and then condensed in his hands. Formed. Get away! After retracting the dark flames, looking at Luo Chen with a joking expression, two elder felt a wave of nameless anger hit his heart, and immediately kicked Li Xiao, and said coldly, being next to him again. Get in the way, the old man will kill you first. If it hadn't been for Li Xiao's help to the religious plan, he would have killed this waste long ago. A cloud of haze passed through Li Xiao's eyes, but the situation was stronger than that of others, so he could only nod and bow with a strong smile, and then quickly ran towards the distance. When Luo Chen saw this scene, his heart moved, stepping on a streamer, rushing directly towards Li Xiao. Chapter 102. Li Xiao's strength is inferior to Luo Chen, not to mention that with Li Xiao's identity, the highest movement technique skill that can be touched is the middle rank of the profound rank, while Luo Chen's cultivation is left by the former Liu Guang sword master. Although due to the lack of flowing light mind method, the current flowing light step is only the top grade of Xian level, but in terms of mystery, flowing light step is not inferior to the movement technique of the ground level. In terms of speed, it is even more complete. The movement technique of the lower grade. Therefore, Li Xiao was quickly overtaken by Luo Chen, and then he was enveloped by countless sword rays. Two elder, save me! Li Xiao was enveloped by sword ray, scared to death, and shouted in a panic. As for the other masters of the Li family, Li Xiao has no hope at all. After all, the strength of those masters of the Li family is inferior to him, so how can they be Luo Chen's opponent? Trash! Two elders' angry voice sounded in the dense forest, and then the pitch-black flame rose up and turned into a rope, electric shot out, wrapped around Li Xiao's waist, and pulled him toward the depths of the dense forest. Luo Chen couldn't help feeling a little regretful when he saw this. Tu Lai had just walked out of the deep forest. Luo Chen couldn't guarantee that there were no other arrangements of the Black Lotus demon cult in the deep forest. Now that Li Xiao was thrown into the deep forest, he really didn't dare to chase him rashly. He sighed slightly. Luo Chen did not hesitate, and rushed directly out of the dense forest. There were too many obstacles in this place, and the restrictions on his movement technique were too great. Changing to an open place, his full use of streaming light step should be able to throw Tu Lai away. Cunning kid! Tu Lai's scarlet eyes showed fierce killing intent, and the whole person turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. In the next second, Tu Lai appeared in front of Luo Chen, and the dark flame in his hand rose. Turned into a domineering Fang Tianji smashed towards Luo Chen's pocket. Boy, although your movement technique is good, it's a pity that your strength is too weak to show the power of movement technique. Die! Tu Lai said with a sneer, as if he had seen the next moment Luo Chen was smashed into brains, the scene of his death on the spot. Boom! The flame Fang Tianji smashed Luo Chen's body, directly tore it to pieces, and then undiminished, smashing the ground into a big pit. Luo Chen's figure appeared more than 10 steps away, looking up at Tu Lai, eyes full of ridicule. When Tu Lai saw this, the blood in his eyes became more intense, his figure flashed, and he appeared beside Luo Chen. The dark flame turned into a long whip and swung out, and countless whip shadows intertwined into a large net, covering Luo Chen. Luo Chen took a deep breath, and the crane shadow fan moved at full speed, leaving countless afterimages on the spot. The next moment, the afterimage was torn apart by the flame whip and disappeared. Hi, hi! After avoiding Tu Lai's attack, Luo Chen appeared not far away, leaning on a big tree, breathing heavily. Although he practiced 2 cultivation techniques to Deva 1 realm, his total amount of true qi did not lose to the average martial grandmaster, but the quality of true qi and cultivation base were far behind. Just now, in order to avoid Tu Lai's attack, he used his full strength to use the streaming step and crane shadow's mistake step, which has consumed most of the true qi in his body. Ns. Boy, true qi is not enough, right? Tu Lai was taken aback when he saw this scene, and then coldly snorted, "You can run away if you have the ability." With that, the pitch-black flames in Tu Lai's hands rose rapidly, turning into a large net and moving towards Luo Chen. Boy, the old man wants you not to survive, not to die. Chapter 103. Seeing the giant flame net enveloping him, Luo Chen flashed a decisive color in his eyes, and instead of retreating, he directly swung his long sword towards the flame giant net to greet him. While the long sword was swiping, a bright stream of light emerged, hitting the giant flame net. Boy, don't waste your effort. Seeing Luo Chen's movements, Tu Lai couldn't help but sneer, if you step into the martial grandmaster realm, the old man may not be your opponent, but now. Tu Lai paused, a playful color appeared in his eyes, and said lightly, you are just an ant that can be slaughtered. Luo Chen's face sank when he heard that. Before he had time to speak, a very flat voice suddenly sounded in the dense forest, really? Before the words fell, the giant flame net seemed to be suppressed by something, quickly collapsed, and then was annihilated. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi was turbulent, and in an instant, it condensed into a big hand covering the sky and pressed it towards the place where Tu Lai was. Tu Lai didn't even have a chance to resist, so he was shaken to dust by the big hand covering the sky and the surrounding vegetation. Even Xian Tian is not rubbish, dare to speak loudly in front of the old man. The voice sounded again, and then a scroll of pictures flew out of the Qinqin ring in Luo Chen's hand and quickly unfolded. A phantom in a green robe walked out of the picture scroll, his eyes filled with gaze. Qingxian Sr. When Luo Chen saw the blue figure, he was taken aback for a moment, and then surprised. Can you make a move? Who told you that the old man couldn't make a move? Qingxian couldn't help but laugh, and explained, you didn't make a move before, but it was because you didn't meet a decent opponent. With that said, Qingxian couldn't help taking a closer look at Luo Chen, and said with a smile, can use the 6th rank martial master's cultivation base to be chased by a 9th rank martial grandmaster realm's Black Lotus demon elder for so long, even if some arrogant people can't do it. You are proud enough. But it's just a 9th rank martial grandmaster, isn't it? Luo Chen felt helpless when he heard that, and said with a wry smile, Qingxian Sr., you don't need to comfort me, I'm not that easy to be hit. You kid. Qingxian couldn't help feeling a little anxious when he heard the words, blowing his beard and staring. The old man was also the peak martial venerate back then. He is only half a step away from Martial Dao becoming the king. What kind of genius has never been seen before, Will can't praise you. Luo Chen couldn't help being silent for a while. Qingxian said nothing wrong. You must know that Queen Huang and Empress Huang are almost the powerhouse of the same era. In that era when Tianjiao was born in large numbers, Qingxian was able to become the pinnacle of martial venerate. I am afraid it was also killed by stepping on the bones of many geniuses. The talents he currently showed may not be able to enter King Xuan's eyes. Boy, I'm afraid you still don't know what the words of Black Lotus Demon Cult represent. Seeing Luo Chen's expression, Qingxian asked aloud. Is there any mystery in this? Luo Chen couldn't help being interested when he heard Qingxian's words. According to his understanding, the Black Lotus Demon Cult is only a force that believes in killing and intends to subvert the Flowing Cloud Empire. Only then was it vigorously suppressed by the Flowing Cloud Empire, and even sent troops to annihilate it several times. But now, it seems that there are some other things inside. Let's put it this way, after Huang Empress stepped into the martial god realm, she once teamed up with the Emperor Yun to chase down the leader of the Black Lotus Demon Cult. He chased down half a continent. Eventually, the Emperor Yun broke his arm, and the Empress returned with severe injuries. The leader of the Black Lotus Demon Cult is missing. Qingxian looked at Luo Chen and slowly said, do you think it will be simple for such a peerless and powerful person? Chapter 104. Luo Chen's heart was turbulent when he heard the words, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He is naturally no stranger to who the Queen of Phoenix is. 300 years ago, a peerless wizard who moved the mainland. Even now there are various legends of the Queen of Phoenix circulating on the mainland. Even in a remote place like Lingyun City, there is no practitioner who has never heard of the title of Queen Huang. As for the Cloud Emperor of that generation, although Luo Chen has not heard too many legends about the Cloud Emperor of that generation, he can become the master of the Floating Cloud Empire, and is qualified to join forces with Tianjiao such as the Queen of Phoenix. I am afraid it is also martial god realm. The presence. And the two martial gods teamed up to hunt down the Black Lotus demon cult leader, and they came to such a miserable ending? What kind of strength should the Black Lotus demon cult leader be? Boy, do you know the horror of the Black Lotus demon cult now? Qing Xuan didn't feel angry when he saw Luo Chen's expression. Don't look at the foreign affairs of the Black Lotus demon elder that I easily annihilated the Black Lotus demon cult. But that was crushed by Realm. If you switch to playing against Realm, even if I have to fight hard for a long time to win, you can support the Black Lotus demon cult's foreign affairs elder for so long without a big Realm. This talent is already above me. What else are you unsatisfied about? Qing Xuan said that this was also a bit violent, completely lost his usual high temperament, and roared. Forget it, someone else is here, it should be the one who hunted down Elder, the foreign affair of the Black Lotus demon cult, and you should deal with it yourself. Before Luo Chen could speak, Qing Xuan waved his hand suddenly and sank into the portrait of Queen Huang. The scroll lost Qing Xuan's support and instantly fell to the ground. Luo Chen reluctantly picked up the scroll and put it into the universe ring. Before he could make any other actions, the system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully holding on to the 9th rank Martial Grandmaster Tu Lai for half an hour and killing Tu Lai. The special task Desperate Strike is completed. Reward Spiritual Chi 50,000 points, Streamer Step Ascension to Perfection, 1/200000, Streaming Sword Technique Ascension to the Peak, 1/300000. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen showed joy on his face, and walked towards the place where Qing Xuan had been crushed into powder. He wanted to see if the Black Lotus demon cult elder left anything. Luo Chen didn't go far, a rush of footsteps came from the dense forest behind Luo Chen. With a helpless sigh, Luo Chen quickly turned around, holding the long sword in his right hand, looking towards the dense forest. Several figures in black armor walked out of the dense forest with grim expressions, and their bodies exuded a daunting killing intent. Luo Chen frowned insignificantly, and true qi inside his body faintly boiled. He felt threatened by this group of people, especially the scarred man in the lead, which made it difficult for him to breathe. Even when facing Tu Lai's 9th rank Martial Grandmaster, he didn't feel that way. Obviously, the strength of the incoming person is probably higher than that of Tu Lai. Xiantian Great Master. Boy, have you seen this person? Seeing Luo Chen with no expression on his face, the headed scared man shook a picture scroll and said coldly. Luo Chen's complexion instantly sank, and the hand holding the sword couldn't help tightening again, calling out in his heart, Qing Xuan Sr. You brat, you are so temperamental, you can't bear any grievances. Qing Xuan's voice sounded in Luo Chen's heart, and he said with a smile, these people are the Kanglan guards of Kanglan County in the west. Only those whose strength is recognized by them are eligible to receive their courtesy. What to do is up to you. Of course. Luo Chen let out a long scream, and a piece of sword ray shook out of the long sword in his hand, covering all the figures in black armor. Life and death bearish, just do it if you don't accept it. Chapter 105. Seeing Luo Chen's movements, the scarred man's face was a bit more surprised. He didn't expect that a mere 7th-rank martial master realm ant would dare to make a move when facing his coercion. You must know that he is famous in Kanglan County in the west, and the commander of Kanglan Guards, who is notorious enough to stop children from crying at night. Had it not been for the sensitive identity of the Black Lotus demon cult elder who was hunted down this time, he would never have acted for such a small role. The remaining Kanglan guards wearing profound armor quickly withdrew a few steps towards the back, holding both hands, making it clear that they were going to watch the show. This kid is a bit interesting, even those arrogant talents in Kanglan County City, few dare to make a move in front of the boss, right? The only female among the Kanglan guards looked at Luo Chen, with a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, and smiled. That kid is proud. Another young scribe wearing a profound armor and holding a folding fan smiled. When the boss asked, the boy's expression changed so obviously, it was obviously dissatisfied with the boss's way of speaking. Later, the kid hesitated for a while, maybe he was weighing the pros and cons, or he was trying some kind of backing. It's an interesting little guy. If he can survive the 3 moves under the boss, he should be eligible to join us. It's not easy to take the boss's 3 tricks, the burly man among the few people laughed. Even among the group of geniuses in Kanglan County, there are not a few who can do it. This kid is probably not good at it. Qi Jinzhao heard the discussion coming from behind him, reluctantly shook his head, raised his hand a little, and a sword qi flew out of his fingertips and hit Luo Chen's long sword. Luo Chen only felt his wrists numb for a while, and the sky full of sword ray disappeared quickly. Continue, Qi Jinzhao looked at Luo Chen, with a slight smile on his stern face, and said lightly. Luo Chen took a deep breath, and the streamer stepped to the extreme. The whole person turned into a streamer and disappeared in place. After a while, a long sword pierced out of Qi Jinzhao's back, directly taking away the current heart. Interesting little guy, Qi Jinzhao murmured in a low voice, turned around quickly, suddenly raised his left hand, and stopped on the path of Luo Chen's long sword. Ding! The long sword and the black armor collided with each other, making a crisp metal humming sound. Luo Chen missed a hit and quickly withdrew and retreated. In a twinkling of an eye, several Luo Chen appeared out of thin air, surrounding abandoned current. This kid's movement technique is a bit interesting, the young scribes who watched the battle flicked a splendor. Even with his vision, he couldn't fault the movement technique that Luo Chen used. Haha, the boss is also the strongest movement technique. This kid shows off movement technique in front of the boss. That's asking for trouble, the burly man couldn't help laughing. Before the burly man spoke, the figure of abandoned Jinzhao suddenly disappeared in place, and there was wind around him, and countless figures of abandoned Jinzhao appeared in the dense forest, surrounding a few Luo Chen. Luo Chen's eyes condensed when he saw it, and Crane Shadow's fans moved to the extreme. Several after-images quickly appeared, and at the same time he raised the long sword in his hand. In an instant, countless sword rays emerged in the dense forest, shredding all the after-images left by the present abandoned. That's it, Qi Jinzhao's voice sounded in the dense forest, and Luo Chen's after-image quickly shattered. Before Luo Chen could move, a big hand suddenly fell on his shoulder, making him unable to move. Chapter 106. Hehe, boy, no matter how I put it, it is also a 7th rank martial spirit. If you can't subdue a 7th rank martial master, wouldn't it be too useless? The figure of Qi Jinzhao appeared behind Luo Chen and said with a smile. Luo Chen's eyes condensed. Before he had time to speak, the voice of abandoning the present sounded again, then Tu Lai should have died in your hands, right? As he said, Qi Jinzhao released his hand and said with a smile, officially introduce, my name is Qi Jinzhao, commander of the Kanglan Guard. Boy, your strength is good, are you interested in joining us Kanglan Guards? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and said lightly, Kanglan Guard? What is that? Don't you know? Now it is the turn to abandon the current accident. In Kanglan County in the west, there are people who haven't even heard of the name of our Kanglan Guard. It's interesting, really interesting. Boss, are you still pretending to be stupid? At this moment, the young scribe sighed and said helplessly, this little brother is dissatisfied with your attitude just now. With that said, the young scribe walked up to Luo Chen and said with a serious face, our boss is a vulgar person, and he was rude. Please don't take offense, little brother. Luo Chen nodded slightly, and said lightly, it's okay, but I have never heard of Kanglan Guards. Isn't there only an Anwu army composed of practitioners in Kanglan County in the west? This. Hearing Luo Chen's words, the young scribes couldn't help but stunned for a moment, and immediately explained, the Kanglan Imperial Guard does belong to the order of the Anwu army, but it is independent of the Anwu army and is not controlled by the Anwu army. Specially responsible for hunting down those murderous people, such as the Tu Lai who was killed by you. That's it, Luo Chen couldn't help but nodded. He only heard Qing Xian mention such a name before. Although he guessed that the Kanglan Guard might not be of low status in Kanglan County, he was now personally confirmed by the young scribe. Luo Chen was still a little surprised. Tu Lai is just a 9th rank martial grandmaster level Black Lotus Demon Elder, but he can attract the pursuit of the Kanglan Guards. Among them, there is even a 7th rank martial spirit like this one. I am afraid its origin is not simple. It's a pity that Tu Lai was slapped by Qing Xian's slap, and he had no chance even if he wanted to continue the investigation. No. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's heart shuddered, and quickly ran toward the place where the big hand fell. The few people in Kaijin Chao saw Luo Chen's sudden movements, and they were a little confused, but they didn't say much, just watched quietly from the side. The place where the sky-covering big hand fell has long been smashed out of a big pit. The pit is full of clothes fragments, and at the bottom of the pit, there is a pool of fuzzy blood and mud with no human shape. Luo Chen's gaze fell on the blood mud, and his gaze moved inch by inch. After searching back and forth several times, Luo Chen finally found a Qianqin ring stuck in the soil in the middle of the blood mud, revealing only a little ring face. If it weren't for Luo Chen's keen eyes, he carefully searched the pool of blood mud back and forth several times. I am afraid he would have missed this Qianqin ring. The long sword in his hand was slashed out, and a sword ray hit the soil beside the Qianqin ring in the air, shaking the Qianqin ring out of the soil and falling outside the big pit. I don't know what Tu Lai left behind, Luo Chen thought to himself as he put away Tu Lai's Qianqin ring. But he didn't open the universe ring. After all, although the Qi Jin Zhao and others on the side didn't do anything, Luo Chen still couldn't believe them. Therefore, Luo Chen directly threw Tu Lai's universe ring into the own universe ring, and then looked towards Qi Jin Chao and said indifferently, the matter of joining Kanglan Guards is hard to forgive. If there is nothing else to abandon the commander, I left first. Chapter 107. After speaking, Luo Chen walked directly out of the dense forest. Luo Chen didn't have much interest in Kanglan Guards. Besides, he was already a student of Luoyun Academy. Compared with Kanglan Guards, he had a better future in entering Luoyun Academy. Little brother, please stay. Seeing Luo Chen's movements, he couldn't help but anxiously yelled. Hi! Luo Chen paused, turned around to look at Qi Jin Zhao, and asked, what else is there to abandon, commander? Little brother, the universe ring you took out of the pit just now should be Tu Lai's. Qi Jin Chao rubbed his hands in embarrassment, and asked, I wonder if my brother can exchange that universe ring with us. Luo Chen's eyes condensed, and the attitude of abandoning the present strengthened his guess about Tu Lai's identity. Otherwise, there is only a 9th rank martial grandmaster. How can he leave behind this powerhouse who has abandoned the 7th rank martial spirit so much, and even lower his body for this? Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen knew that if he insisted on leaving Tu Lai's Qianqin ring, this group of Kanglan Guards would chase after him to death. Although Qing Xian was secretly protecting him, he was not worried that Kanglan Guardsmen would dare to disadvantage him, but it was really annoying to have such a few tails behind him all the time. What are the conditions that I can't give up the command? Luo Chen took out Tu Lai's universe ring from the lower grade universe ring, and said lightly. Although he was curious about what Tu Lai left behind, he also knew that it was a hot potato. After all, to give up the things that the Kanglan Guards attach so much importance to this group of Kanglan Guards, the importance of the Black Lotus Demon Cult is not low. Once the Black Lotus Demon Cult learns that this thing has fallen into his own hands, I am afraid that in addition to the entanglement of the Kanglan Guards, he will have to meet the endless plots of the Black Lotus Demon. Luo Chen didn't take the Black Lotus Demon Cult too seriously before, but after Qing Xian told him about the glorious deeds of the Black Lotus Demon Cult leader, Luo Chen's fear of the Black Lotus Demon Cult was infinitely magnified. With his current cultivation base of the 7th rank martial master, in front of that huge power, it is not worth mentioning. So Luo Chen had already made arrangements for the universe ring left by Tu Lai before his thoughts turned. With his current strength, this thing definitely can't be kept in his hands, but if the people like abandoned Jin Zhao want to take this universe ring from his hands without paying a price, it is even more impossible. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Qi Jin Zhao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Luo Chen to be so straightforward. He groaned for a while before Qi Jin Zhao spoke, one local level sword skill, one local level movement technique. It's useless, change something useful. Luo Chen curled his lips and said lightly. Lu Guang Bulletin and Lu Guang Sword Technique. Although they are only the top grade of the mysterious order, they are the foundation of the Luoyun Empire that the Liu Guang Sword Venerable relied on at the beginning. As long as he can find the streaming mind method, streaming step and streaming sword technique will not be inferior to any martial skill. Qi Jinzhao's face became stiff when he heard this. He did not expect Luo Chen to dare to bargain with him. Who is he to abandon the present? The commander of the Kanglan Guards, the existence that can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire western Kanglan County. His own bad name can stop children crying at night. When facing him, the big forces in Kanglan County in the west had to be respectful, even if he abandoned the present and took a piece of scrap iron to exchange with those big forces would have to give away what he wanted with a smile. This Luo Chen dared to bargain with himself. Chapter 108. Luo Chen didn't know what Qi Jin was thinking. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't care about it. Standing behind the former martial venerate like Qing Xian, Luo Chen was not afraid to abandon the present and become angry and attack him. Qi Jinzhao's face changed several times, and he could also see that the kid in front of him was clearly confident. Think about it, after all, that Tu Lai is the 9th rank martial grandmaster, and he came from the Black Lotus demon cult. That means that many Xiantian great masters also have a headache. And the boy in front of him was no more than the 7th rank martial master. Even if he could circulate in Tu Lai's hands for a while with that weird movement technique, it would be impossible to kill Tu Lai. Obviously an expert is secretly helping this kid in front of you. Boss, it is not appropriate to act rashly. The young scribe suddenly took 2 steps forward and whispered to Qi Jinzhao's ear. The strength and cultivation base demonstrated by this kid before can be regarded as the forefront in Kanglan County. A big power or a certain expert has taken a fancy. I know. Qi Jinzhao nodded and whispered softly, if it is an ordinary teenager, facing 2 martial skills, I am afraid that I would be too happy to find north. Then the kid will face after hearing the conditions I offered. There wasn't even the slightest wave. Obviously I didn't like the martial skill I gave. If he hadn't already mastered the martial skill above the ground level, how could he be so indifferent? It's better. The young scribe hesitated for a while, and then whispered, isn't the Xiantian great master we chased last time good at formation? If you don't have to fool him with the formation cheat book, anyway, we don't have an own formation master in the Kanglan Guard, so it's useless to keep that formation cheat book. Qi Jinzhao hesitated for a while, then nodded, flipping his wrist, and a simple book appeared in his hands. Boy, I use this Xuanguang formation art to exchange the universe ring left by Tu Lai with you, how about? Qi Jinzhao looked at Luo Chen, and said in a deep voice, although this Xuanguang formation art is only a mid-level profound rank, the formation cheat book has always been rarer than other cheats. Skill. Boy, let him show you the Xuanguang formation art. Before Luo Chen could speak, Qing Xian Venerable's voice suddenly came from his heart. Qing Xian Sr., is there something weird about this Xuanguang formation art? Luo Chen asked in his heart when he heard Qing Xian Venerable's words. He suddenly remembered that Qing Xian Venerable itself was also an array master. Otherwise, how could he transform himself into a trial realm array spirit when he was about to fall? Is the Xuanguang array secret art taken out by abandoning Jin's good or bad? Just let Qing Xian Venerable take a look at it. I once heard of a formation of the highest grade of heaven, called Zhao Xuanguang formation, which is the secret technique of Zhao formation. It's just that before my fall, Zhao formation Venerable went to the Lost Sea because of the trace of a formation weapon, and his whereabouts are still unknown. This Xuanguang formation art is very likely to be related to Zhao Xuanguang formation. Qing Xian Venerable's voice rang in Luo Chen's heart, causing Luo Chen's heart to jump wildly. Jin Zun? That's a title that can only be given to the strong who enters the Dao through formation, and the formation is respected. If you really want to fight against each other, a formation can lay down a large formation, which is enough to strangle the strong martial venerate who is 10 times his body. And this Xuanguang formation art is very likely to be related to the secret technique, which is considered to be the expert of the formation venerable. Chapter 109. Licking some dry lips, Luo Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart, looked towards Qi Jinzhao, and said lightly, may I have a look first? The most important thing now is to let Qing Xian Venerable determine whether this Xianguang formation art has anything to do with the original Zhaou formation master's secret technique Zhaou Xianguang formation. Qi Jin Zhao took a deep look at Luo Chen, then threw the Xianguang formation art to Luo Chen. Judging from the change in Luo Chen's face at that moment, this Xianguang formation art probably has a lot of origin. But what does that have to do with his abandoning the present? As the trophies of the Kanglan Guards, it was originally handled internally by the Kanglan Guards. They would not sell the formation sheets like this, and would only stay in the Kanglan Guards' treasure house. However, Kanglan Guards didn't have the formation masters for cultivation formation, and those who were qualified to enter the Kanglan Guards' treasury didn't look down on the formation of the middle rank of profound rank. This Xianguang formation art placed in the treasure house of the Kanglan Guards had no other purpose besides occupying space. Even if there are any secrets hidden in this Xianguang formation art, it is the loss of those formation masters who are qualified to enter the Kanglan Imperial Guards treasury, and it has nothing to do with his abandonment of the present. Luo Chen took the quaint books that had been thrown away today, and immediately asked in his heart, Qing Xian Senior, do you need me to read it again, and then repeat it to you? No, Qing Xian's voice rang from the bottom of Luo Chen's heart, and Luo Chen's hand flashed with the brilliance of the universe ring, the queen's picture scroll flew out, and Qing Xian's figure emerged from the picture scroll. Faced with something that might be left behind by a strong array, even Qing Xian, a strong martial venerate, could not contain the excitement in his heart, directly exposing the existence of On. After coldly glanced at abandoning the present, Qing Xian took the Xianguang formation art from Luo Chen's hand, and turned it over. A faint joy flashed across his eyes. Boy, give them the universe ring left by Tu Lai. Qing Xian handed the Xianguang formation art to Luo Chen, and then said lightly. Qing Xian Senior, who really left this secret book? Upon hearing Qing Xian Venerable's words, Luo Chen immediately took out Tu Lai's Qianqin ring and threw it to Qi Jin Zhao, and then quickly asked in his heart. Yes, it is something left by Zhaou formation master, but unfortunately it is too severely mutilated. There is still a long way to go if you want to reproduce Zhaou Xianguang formation. Qing Xian's slightly regretful voice sounded in Luo Chen's heart, and then he became excited again, but the old man was also a formation teacher at the beginning. Although it hasn't reached the point where Zhaou formation sovereign can be respected by formation Dao, at any rate, it is also the existence of formation sect level. It is not too difficult to complete this Xianguang formation art for you. Although you don't know what your formation qualifications are, with your martial Dao qualifications, you don't have to spare some time to learn formation apart from ascension martial Dao. Even if you can't become a battle division in the end, you can still have one more method of pressing the bottom of the box. Hearing Qing Xian's voice, Luo Chen's face quickly showed uncontrollable joy. Qualification of formation? With the cheating artifact of the system, as long as he tries to arrange the formation once, he can then directly rush the formation with spiritual qi. What's more, Array Dao is different from alchemy. Array Dao is closely related to martial Dao. He only needs to focus on the formation mastered by ascension and treat it as a martial skill. In this case, should he still consider whether Luo Chen has any formation talent? Chapter 110. Settling his mind, Luo Chen took the Xianguang formation art into the universe ring, and then looked towards Qi Jinzhao, and said lightly, now that the transaction has been completed, if there is nothing else to do with the command and envoy, then I will take the first step. Boy, you really don't plan to join us Kanglan Guard? Qi Jinzhao glanced at Qing Xian, a little unwilling to say. I'm going to Liuyun Academy to report. If I join Kanglan Guards, wouldn't it be a conflict? Luo Chen didn't expect that after seeing Qing Xian, Qi Jinzhao hadn't extinguished his thoughts of recruiting himself into the Kanglan Guard, and he had no good spirits at the moment. This doesn't affect it. Qi Jinzhao said quickly, the Kanglan Guards are actually very loose inside, and they are free to enter and exit. There are not many requirements. You only need to complete one task issued by the Kanglan Guards every year. The rest of the time, whether you want to accept the task or not is up to you, and the points you get for completing the task are the things you need in the Kanglan Guardian treasury. No wonder abandonment will be like this now. Needless to say, Luo Chen's own talents need to be able to use movement technique to support him in front of this martial spirit powerhouse for a period of time. This alone is better than most geniuses in Kanglan County. What's more, Luo Chen is also followed by a Qing Xuan of unknown strength. Once Luo Chen was pulled into the Kanglan Guard, wouldn't that mean that Qing Xuan was also drawn in? This kind of buy one get one free is still a good thing for a strong man with unknown strength. How could he let it go by abandoning the present? Boy, let's go ahead, Qing Xuan suddenly said with a smile, joining the Kanglan Guards does have a lot of benefits for you. There are some things that you can't learn in Luoyun Academy. In addition, the Kanglan Guard is strict and wide out. The requirements for joining Kanglan Guard are very high, but if you want to quit, it is very simple. Hearing Qing Xuan's words, Luo Chen pondered for a moment, then looked towards Qi Jinzhao, and said lightly, if this is the case, then I will join the Kanglan Guard. Qi Jinzhao quickly took out a token from Naja and threw it to Luo Chen, and said in a deep voice, this token is your identity certificate. By the way, what is your name? I have to register it here. Custom armor for you. Hearing Qi Jinzhao's words, the practitioners of the Kanglan Guards behind him all looked helpless. His elder Dalian Luo Chen didn't know what he called, so he wanted to pull Luo Chen into the Kanglan Guards. If the people in Kanglan County were to see the look of Qi Jinzhao's dead skinny face, I'm afraid they could drop their eyeballs. Luo Chen was also a little speechless. He took the token that was thrown over now, played with it twice, and said lightly, Luo Chen. With that, Luo Chen put the token in his hand into the Qinkan ring. Following Luo Chen's actions, the system prompt sounded suddenly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the Kanglan Guardian, completing the hidden mission Kanglan Guardian, rewarding 20,000 spiritual chi points, and a chance to draw a lottery. Luo Chen was stunned when he heard the words. He didn't expect that there would be such a good thing to join Kanglan Guard. However, Luo Chen didn't show it, but looked at Qi Jinzhao calmly, and said lightly, if the commander has nothing else to do, then I will leave first. Remember to go to Kanglan County City to pick up your armor. Qi Jinzhao waved his hand and said, then just make time to complete a mission. Luo Chen nodded, no longer said anything, his figure flashed, and soon disappeared from the sight of Qi Jinzhao and others. Chapter 111. At night, on a high mountain dozens of miles away from Lingyun City, Luo Chen searched for a hidden cave and lived in it. Qing Xuan returned to the portrait of Queen Huang early and fell into a deep sleep. In Qing Xuan's words, that is that he has consumed too much energy today. He has consumed the energy accumulated in the trial realm these days. Before he has enough energy, he can't get out of the portrait of the Queen of Phoenix. Yes, let alone shot. Luo Chen lay on the haystack with his right hand, thought for a while, and asked in his heart, System, I still have 2 chances to draw, right? Before he left Lingyun City, he ascension of Chong Void Ju Yuan Ju to Deva 1 Realm, so that he had mastered Deva 1 Realm's Cultivation Technique Martial Skill to 5, completed the achievement, and the system rewarded a lottery chance. At that time, the movement made by his breakthrough was too big and there were many people with mixed eyes, so he suppressed the urge to start the lottery right away and saved the chance of the lottery until now. And the second chance to draw a lottery is when he became Kanglan Guards. He completed the hidden task, and the system was awarded another chance to draw a lottery. The host has 2 chances to draw the lottery. Will the host draw the lottery right away? The prompt of the system soon sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Luo Chen suddenly turned over and sat up, instructing in his heart, draw a lottery now. As soon as the voice fell, the scene in front of Luo Chen changed for a while, and when he recovered, he was already in a starry sky. 2 huge star turntables appeared side by side in front of him, with a large number of items listed on them, making Luo Chen dazzled. Once there was a lottery draw experience, Luo Chen was already familiar with it. After casually glanced at the things on the 2 star turntables, Luo Chen silently said in his heart, start the lottery draw. As soon as Luo Chen's voice fell, the 2 star dials quickly turned, and soon the objects on them could not be seen clearly. After a few breaths, Luo Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, stop. The turntable stopped, and Luo Chen's eyes quickly swept across the two turntables. The pointer on the left of the turntable pointed to a broken feng shui compass, while the pointer on the right pointed to a red medicine pill. Without waiting for Luo Chen to check the information of those two things, the scene in front of him changed rapidly. When he recovered, the scene in front of him had changed back to the cave before. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mutilated sky rank large array I. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-grade qualification pill. As the system prompt sounded, a broken plate and a crimson medicine pill appeared in front of Luo Chen. Seeing these two things, Luo Chen couldn't help being stunned. Because the two things extracted this time. He doesn't understand either. Mutilated sky rank large array I. He can still understand that it is probably those left after the heaven rank formation was destroyed for some reason, but he doesn't know exactly what it's useful for. As for the low-grade qualification pill, he has never heard of this kind of thing. System, what are the functions of these two things? After thinking for a while and unable to figure out what the two things are, Xiao Tian asked the system decisively in his heart. Mutilated sky rank large array I is the material for repairing the array weapon. As for the low-grade qualification pill, after taking it, the martial Dao qualification of the ascension user can be equally effective for the fierce beast. Hearing the answer given by the system, Luo Chen grabbed the two things floating in front of him, the joy on his face could no longer conceal. Chapter 112. Among other things, the incomplete formation of the heavenly formation can be used to repair the realm of trials left behind by the Queen of Phoenix. Only the trial realm of the yellow rank top grade has all kinds of magical effects. If it can be repaired, not to mention letting it become a heavenly rank formation tool again, even if it is ascension to the profound rank, it is also an extremely good thing for Luo Chen. Big happy event. And the low-grade aptitude pill can be effective whether it is taken by humans or beasts, even if he doesn't use it, it can be taken by Jinyu. After all, although Jinyu is only a 4th rank beast, he can establish visual sharing with him at an early age, which shows Jinyu's potential. If the low-grade aptitude pill can improve Jinyu's aptitude, Jinyu may grow into his great help in the future. It's just that when he left Lingyun City, Jinyu had asked him to return to the branch of the magical beasts mountain range. Now Luo Chen can only perceive Jinyu's state through the soul contract, but where Jinyu is now, Luo Chen also not sure. After groaning for a while, Luo Chen put the incomplete formation of the heavenly formation into the universe ring, ready to wait for Qing Xian to wake up and ask him how to repair the trial realm left behind by Emperor Huang. As for the low-grade qualification pill, Luo Chen hesitated for a while, and finally put it directly into his mouth. Compared to Jinyu, he needs ascension qualifications more, just a medium-grade cultivation qualification, which is really low for him now. Once he enters Luoyun Academy, he, who is only a medium-level cultivation qualification, will inevitably arouse people's suspicion if he achieves realm breakthrough too quickly. Therefore, before entering Luoyun Academy, it is the safest way to cultivate qualifications and ascension. The low-grade aptitude Dan enters the mouth, instantly transforms into a warm stream flowing through the meridians in Luo Chen's body, and finally merges into the meridians. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the low-grade qualification pill, and the current cultivation qualification is medium-grade qualification, 54000/1000000000. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, and then a smile of joy appeared on his face. Can you only say that it is a system product? The Yume Zisui pill that he took at the beginning was only to allow him to go from the low-grade qualification ascension to the middle-grade qualification, which is equivalent to 500,000 spiritual qi. And this low-grade qualification pill directly caused his qualification ascension's progress to hit more than half, which is equivalent to saving him a full 5 million points spiritual qi. Settling down, Luo Chen took out 20 low-grade spirit stones to absorb, looked at spiritual qi in the early 250,000 level on the attribute panel, smiled, and raised his hand to click on the column of cultivation base. Spiritual Qi instantly reduced by 240,000, and the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host level ascension, the current cultivation base, Martial Master, 1/280000, Spiritual Qi growth rate ascension to 140 points per minute. Feeling the fullness of true Qi in the body, and then looking at the spiritual Qi with only more than 10,000 left on the attribute panel, Luo Chen couldn't help sighing, and said helplessly, "It seems that I have to find a way to find another cultivation technique cultivation." With the existence of the system, he is not worried about the conversion of cultivation technique, and the more important point is that the speed of spiritual Qi ascension brought by cultivation technique ascension can be superimposed. If he can cultivate a few more advanced cultivation techniques, his spiritual Qi growth rate may be ascension to a higher level. Otherwise, the 30% bonus of spiritual Qi growth rate given by the cultivation qualification of Zongpan is basically useless. Chapter 113. It seems we have to go to Luoyun Academy as soon as possible, Luo Chen couldn't help muttering when he thought of this. It is safe to wait for him to enter Luoyun Academy after he has cultivated the cultivation qualification ascension to the top grade qualification, but it is also a good thing for him to enter Luoyun Academy now. Among other things, the cultivation resources provided by Luoyun Academy alone can save him countless hard work. As for cultivation base ascension too quickly aroused suspicion. If it was before, he was still a little worried, but now. Looking at the first rank pill refining technique on the attribute panel, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile a little. As a genius pill refining teacher, I refine some ascension cultivation base medicine pill to quickly break through realm. Is there a problem? Thinking of this, Luo Chen immediately pulled out the third rank pill furnace given to him by Ling Feng, the vice president of the Alchemy Academy, and the low-grade universe ring left by Ling Feng. After investigating Ling Feng's low-grade universe ring, Luo Chen couldn't help taking a breath and murmured, as expected, "It is the deputy dean of the Alchemy Academy, this is really big." The space left by Ling Feng's low-grade Qinqin ring is not too big, with a length of 5 feet each, and a height of 1 foot. However, in this small space, Ling Feng filled half of the space with low-grade medicinal materials, including some rare and precious medicinal materials. Luo Chen roughly converted it, and the medicinal materials in this subgrade universe ring alone were worth hundreds of thousands of subgrade spirit stones. Not to mention the pill recipes of the first-rank medicine pill that Ling Feng put in the Qinqin ring. It can only be said that Ling Feng deserves to be the deputy dean of the Alchemy Academy with rich wealth. First refine the Qi gathering pill. Luo Chen groaned for a while, digging out a large amount of medicinal materials for refining the Qi gathering pill from the universe ring left by Ling Feng, and soon cast his eyes on the pill furnace in the cave. Although he had never tried to refine Qi gathering pill before, after his pill refining technique was upgraded to the first rank, any first-rank medicine pill refining was not a difficult task for him. According to the pill recipe left by Ling Feng, the difficulty of refining the first-rank Qi gathering pill is far less than that of the 2 improved body tempering pills he previously refined. The reason why Luo Chen chose this medicine pill was that it was simple to refine, which was convenient for him to impact the level of pill refining, and secondly, the Qi gathering pill could take effect on the martial master, allowing him to quickly upgrade the cultivation base ascension. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen injected a wisp of true Qi directly into the pill furnace. A bright yellow flame emerged in the pill furnace, and the temperature in the cave slowly increased. After sorting out about 20 medicinal materials of Qi gathering pill, Luo Chen directly wrapped it in true Qi and sent it into the pill furnace. The bright yellow flame rose up, quickly melting the medicinal materials, burning them into a colorful medicinal liquid, and then quickly fused together under Luo Chen's control. It's time to find a cultivation technique cultivation with fire attributes. After the medicinal liquid was completely fused together, Luo Chen shot a few seals and flew into the pill furnace, then wiped off the sweat bead on his forehead, thinking to himself. Road. Generally, the pill refining teacher cultivates the cultivation technique with fire attribute or controls the strange fire that exists between the heaven and the earth in the legend. While saving the consumption of the pill refining division true Qi, it can also make the refined medicine pill more effective. Although Luo Chen has cultivated both Luo family gathering Qi Ju and Kongxiu Ju Yuan Ju to Deva Unity Realm, both of these cultivation techniques are non-attribute cultivation techniques. Therefore, Luo Chen can only rely on the pill refining of the fire gathering array that comes with the pill furnace. Even if his total amount of true Qi is no worse than some first-rank martial grandmasters, it is difficult for him to support his long-term pill refining. Chapter 114. Soon, half an hour passed, the liquid medicine in the pill furnace had become viscous under the calcination of the flame, and at the same time a faint pill incense floated out of the pill furnace and filled the cave. Luo Chen hurriedly typed out a few seals, and at the same time entered a true Qi into the fire-gathering array below the pill furnace. The bright yellow flame suddenly flourished and swallowed all the liquid medicine in the pill furnace. After a while, the fire light extinguished, and a strong pill incense floated out of the pill furnace, which invigorated people. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining Qi Pill *20, the first rank pill refining proficiency ascension to 26001/100000. Only more than 20,000 proficiency. Luo Chen curled his lips in disgust. I replaced it with the refined and improved body tempering pill. By now, he has more than 60,000 proficiency. The 3 improved body tempering pill recipes he has mastered may be due to their particularity. Each refining one can provide 3,000 proficiency, compared to the 1,000 proficiency given by refining Qi gathering pill. Look at how this Qi gathering pill is effective. Luo Chen took out 20 Qi gathering pills from the pill furnace, divided them into 2 and stuffed them directly into his mouth. The Qi gathering pill entered the mouth and turned into a spiritual Qi torrent, rushing into Luo Chen's body, impacting Luo Chen's meridians. That is to say, Luo Chen cultivation has passed barbarian body tempering, and the physical strength is amazing. Otherwise, let alone the 8th-rank martial master, even the 9th-rank martial grandmaster will only be blown up by the huge spiritual Qi transformed by this Qi gathering pill. As the spiritual Qi flooded into Luochen Danshan, system prompts continued to sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Qi gathering pill, cultivation base ascension 100,000, current cultivation base 100,001/280000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Qi gathering pill, cultivation base ascension 100,000, current cultivation base 200,001/280000. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host level ascension, the current realm, Martial Master, 20001/500000, spiritual Qi growth rate ascension to 150 points per minute. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host level ascension, the current realm, 3rd rank Martial Grandmaster, 70001/1400000, spiritual Qi growth rate ascension to 240 points per minute. It took a long time for Luo Chen to recover from the system's bombardment-like prompts, and shook his head with a wry smile. System, can these massive repetitive prompts be blocked? Luo Chen rubbed his dizzy head. When he absorbed the Qi gathering pill just now, he was not blown up by the huge spiritual Qi, but his brain was almost exploded by the system prompt. Yes, the system prompt sounded again, and then fell silent. Luo Chen didn't say much. After he settled down, he invested in the pill refining plan again. I just took 20 Qi gathering pills and directly allowed him to break 4 consecutive stages from the 8th rank Martial Master to the 3rd rank Martial Grandmaster. If it weren't for his breakthrough to Martial Grandmaster realm, the effect of the Qi gathering pill was halved. Luo Chen might be able to take this directly to the 5th rank Martial Grandmaster's realm. But this time Luo Chen was not refining Qi gathering pill. After all, the effect of Qi gathering pill on him was halved, and Luo Chen would naturally not be stunned by this kind of medicine pill. What he refined this time was improved body tempering pill. Originally, Luo Chen planned to use the enhanced body tempering pill ascension to check the cultivation progress of barbarian body tempering decision. But now that he has become the third rank martial grandmaster, the enhanced body tempering Dan has no effect on him, which makes Luo Chen somewhat helpless. Chapter 115. More than half an hour later, a pill fragrant wafted from the pill furnace in front of Luo Chen, and then the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining improved body tempering pill *20, first rank pill refining proficiency ascension to 86001/10W. Luo Chen wiped the sweat beads on his forehead, took out 20 improved body tempering dans from the pill furnace, and then poured them directly on the haystack behind him. Even if he breaks through to the third rank martial grandmaster, the total amount of true qi is not even worse than some martial grandmasters of ranks 6 and 7, but his soul power does not have any ascension. 2 consecutive high-intensity pill refining has already made his head a little bloated. If he continues to refine, Luo Chen is worried that he will pass out directly. It's time to find a way to ascension soul power, Luo Chen thought to himself, lying on the haystack. Then Luo Chen directly threw 2 modified body tempering pills into his mouth, chewed twice as if eating jelly beans, and then swallowed. After learning the previous lessons, Luo Chen didn't dare to put dozens of medicine pills in his mouth at once. Although he could absorb the effects of the medicine, the taste of being bombarded by the system was uncomfortable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully assimilating improved body tempering Dan *2, Bull body tempering ascension is perfect, 100001/20W. It seems to be changed. Luo Chen sighed silently when he heard the system prompt, and directly stuffed the remaining 18 modified body tempering dans into his mouth one by one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully assimilating improved body tempering Dan *18, Bull body tempering decision ascension to perfection, 1/30W. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the Bull body tempering ascension to the top, 400001/60W. It deserves to be the body refining cultivation technique specially left by Qingxian Sr. Although it is only the top grade of the mysterious level, it is not inferior to the general cultivation technique of the ground level. Feeling the fullness of true qi in his body, Luo Chen couldn't help muttering, "My current total amount of true qi, I'm afraid it is no longer lost to the 9th rank martial grandmaster. If the Bull body tempering ascension is combined with Deva realm, even if the total amount of true qi does not reach the level of the first rank Xiantian Great Master, it should not be too different. I just don't know how the physical defense is now." Thinking of this, Luo Chen pondered for a moment, and directly drew out the long sword around his waist, and slashed towards his left arm. Ding! There was a symphony of gold and iron, and a dazzling spark suddenly appeared in the cave. The long sword in Luo Chen's hand broke at the sound, and there was only a shallow wound on his left arm, and it was healing quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's eyes condensed, and the joy on his face could no longer conceal it. Although he didn't use any true qi with the sword just now, he just swung the sword with pure physical strength, but with his own defense alone he could break the long sword he swung to pieces, but he was unharmed, which shows that he has a strong body. Tempering decidedly strong. Now it seems that my defense should not be much worse than the 2 Lai I encountered before. If the barbarian body tempering is cultivated to the Deva unity realm, my defense will probably be directly at the level of the Xiantian Great Master. The remaining medicinal materials should be enough for me to refine the body tempering pill several times. Today, I will ascension the Bull body tempering to the Deva 1 realm. Luo Chen flipped through Ling Feng's low-grade universe ring, and said in his heart. Chapter 116. Thinking of this, Luo Chen immediately turned over and sat up, rubbed his somewhat swollen head, and once again entered a trace of true qi into the 3rd rank pill furnace left by Ling Feng. The fire-gathering array circulated, and the bright yellow flame rose up. Luo Chen sighed helplessly, sorted out all the medicine materials for refining body tempering pill left in the universe ring left by Ling Feng, and threw it into the pill furnace. Fortunately, although Ling Feng left a lot of medicinal materials, most of them were used to refine the commonly used medicine pills such as healing pill and chi returning pill. There are not many medicinal materials used to refine the body tempering pill, and I don't know if Ling Feng deliberately did it. After Luo Chen's last refining, the remaining medicinal materials for refining body tempering pills were only enough for him to refine a few body tempering pills, so the impact on Luo Chen was not too great. He was able to manipulate the flame to burn the medicinal materials into a medicinal solution, and then Luo Chen raised his hand to make a few handprints and sat in front of the pill furnace, closing his eyes and slumbering. After half an hour, a faint pill fragrance floated out of the pill furnace. Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes, waved his hands again and again, and made a series of seals. A bright yellow flame rose up, enveloping the liquid medicine, and after a while, a strong pill incense floated from the pill furnace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining improved body tempering pill *8, from the first rank pill refining technique ascension to the second rank pill refining technique. The current progress is 10001/20W. As the system prompt sounded, Luo Chen only felt that a large amount of information related to pill refining suddenly appeared in his mind, and some of the obscure points encountered during the pill refining experience left by the 9th grade alchemist of insight were also solved in an instant. Luo Chen believed that if he were to refine the second rank medicine pill now, he would be able to catch it. After calming down some excitement, Luo Chen took out 8 modified body tempering pills from the pill furnace and stuffed them into his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing improved body tempering Dan *8, Bull body tempering ascension to Deva 1 realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host cultivation qualification ascension, current qualification, top grade qualification, 140W/9999W. As the system prompt sounded, Luo Chen only felt that his perception of spiritual qi of heaven and earth had become a lot more acute, and at the same time, a large amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth rushed towards him. Luo Chen's eyes condensed. Before he was too happy, he quickly put away the pill furnace and ran towards the outside of the cave. He clearly remembered that when Huang Tier's Kongxuju Yuanju ascension was merged into Deva in Luo's family, he directly lifted the roof when the vision was triggered. This time, it was the cultivation technique of the Xian Tier's high-grade body refining that broke through to the Deva unity realm, and Luo Chen couldn't be sure of the magnitude of the momentum it caused. If he waits for his breakthrough to finish, but he is buried in this cave, then it will be losing face. Boom! Luo Chen just ran out of the cave, and a large amount of spiritual qi flooded towards him from all directions. The violent spiritual qi directly uprooted the weeds on the ground, and then tore them to pieces. Luo Chen didn't dare to have any negligence, and sat down in the lotus position and started Kongxuju Yuanju. A huge spiritual qi whirlpool connects the sky and the earth, which can be seen within a radius of several tens of miles, and then a phantom of a wild demon cow rushes out of the whirlpool, looking up to the sky and roaring. Moo! The dull sound wave swept across and directly shook the clouds above. A scorching sun fell from the sky, passed through the phantom of the wild demon cow, and landed on Luo Chen. Chapter 117T. Not far from the low mountain where Luo Chen is located, a sloppy old man with white beard and hair looked at the location where Luo Chen was, and a gleam of light flashed in his muddy eyes. Unexpectedly, there are such good seedlings in such a remote place as Kanglan County in the west. It would be a pity not to enter the college. The old man murmured, I really want to thank the Bone King. If it weren't for chasing him, the old man would not have met such a good seed. Not good. Bone King. Without changing the words, the old man seemed to have thought of something, his face changed suddenly, his figure flashed, and he disappeared quickly. At the same time that the old man disappeared, Luo Chen, who was madly absorbing the 4-universe spiritual qi, also changed his face suddenly, opened his eyes quickly, and the streamer moved to the extreme, rushing forward for more than 100 meters. A giant white hand protruded from the place where Luo Chen stood before, and suddenly clenched tightly. A large amount of earth and rocks flowed from the gap between the bones and hands, and fell on the ground, turning the surrounding ground into a piece of dead ground. Luo Chen looked at the giant white hand with his heart beating wildly. If it wasn't for him to notice that something was wrong, and the speed at which streaming step broke out at an astonishing speed, I'm afraid he has no bones left. Bone race. Luo Chen looked solemn, and slowly spit out 2 words from his mouth. This kind of sneak attack from the bottom of the earth, he saw too much in the trial realm left behind by the Queen of Phoenix, and it was a commonly used method for trial bone puppets in trial realm. In fact, if it weren't for the experience cultivated by fighting against a large number of trial bone puppets, Luo Chen felt that he might not be able to avoid this bone hand. Interesting little guy, you can avoid this king's blow, you are proud enough, a cold voice sounded in the belly of the mountain, and then another giant white hand came out from the ground and grabbed Luo Chen. Past. This king. Luo Chen's eyes condensed, and he directly turned Crane Shadow's trail to the extreme, leaving behind after images in the same place, and he quickly fled towards the distance. A needless struggle, the cold voice sounded again, and the bone hand swept past, sweeping away all the after images left by Luo Chen, and then the bone hand was changed to a pat, and the bone hand was shot from above Luo Chen. Luo Chen's heart jumped wildly, his streamer stepped to the extreme, and the whole person turned into a streamer and swept forward. However, what made Luo Chen desperate was that even if he used the streamer step with all his strength, the distance between the bone hand and him was always constant. Shorten quickly. Damn it! Seeing that the bone hand was about to be photographed, Luo Chen gritted his teeth, directly drew out the long sword, and slashed towards the bone hand. If you can't run away, it's better to try and see if you can repel this bone hand and usher in a ray of life for yourself. And, if this king's attack can be blocked by you, how does this king command our army to attack the human race? The cold voice sounded again, and a white flame ignited above the huge bone hand, pressing down towards Xiao Tiange. Seeing that the huge bone hand was about to fall on Xiao Tian, suddenly, a golden handprint flew from a distance, hit the bone hand, and blasted it to pieces. A sloppy old man with white beard and hair appeared in front of Luo Chen, and his ragged clothes appeared. A little light, and another golden handprint ran across the sky, smashing towards the low mountain where Luo Chen was before. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the low mountain was cut by half. In the splash of earth and rock, a skeleton with faintly lavender rays came out of the rock. The purple flames in the pupils watched the scruffy old man, beating twice unpredictably. Gu Xian, you're still a dignified bone king, and you actually do something to a junior. Why don't you do 2 tricks with the old man? Seeing that skeleton appeared, the sloppy old man curled his lips, disdainfully said. Chapter 118. Hearing the words of the sloppy old man, the purple flames in the eyes of the skeleton called Bone Xian jumped twice, and the purple light suddenly flourished above the white jade bones. Old lunatic, are you sure you want to save this human kid? Gu Xian was full of purple, turning the ground under his feet into a barren. The old man is acting, but you can't help it. The sloppy old man exudes a seductive aura and coldly snorted, the old man hasn't asked you to settle the matter about hurting my disciple. Get out of the picture if you know. Very good. Gu Xian's furious voice echoed all around, and a coquettish purple flame emerged from the ascending of the white as jade bones. This king will kill this human kid first. While speaking, the surrounding ground rolled for a while. Luo Chen's expression was shocked, and he was about to use his stream of light to evade, but the sloppy old man raised his hand before Luo Chen and shot a golden light towards the ground. The golden light spread to the surroundings. The ground that had been tumbling quickly became calm. Then the sloppy old man raised his hand and shook his hand. The spiritual qi of the surrounding heaven and earth quickly gathered towards Bone Xian, turning into countless golden chains, binding Bone Xian. Live. Do you want to trap this king with this little trick? Purple flames rose from Gu Xian's body, who was bound by the golden chains, and the tongue of flames kept licking the golden chains. Forbidden, the sloppy old man curled his lips, and suddenly a golden feather appeared in his hand, which he threw to Gu Xian. The golden feathers turned into countless mysterious runes in mid-air, covering Bone Xian's body. The ascending purple flame of this bone race bone king body quickly retracted into Bone Xian's body as if it had encountered some kind of nemesis. This is impossible. You are obviously only the demon king, how can I block my nether purple fire? Gu Xian's shocked voice reverberated around, and 2 clusters of purple flames were constantly beating in the hollow eye sockets. It was obvious that the existence of this Bone Clan king was not peaceful at this moment. Demon King. The sloppy old man curled his lips, disdainfully said, that was a long time ago. As he said, a vigorous and impenetrable aura radiated from the sloppy old man, a golden-winged great peng phantom emerged behind the sloppy old man, and the golden feather phantom surrounded the old man, setting him off as if a god descended to the world. Daddy is the Demon King now. The sloppy old man stared, and the golden feathers surrounded by his body shot towards Bone Xianji, directly enveloping the Bone King. Exit. The sloppy old man slowly uttered a word, and countless golden feathers exploded one after another, turning the place where Bone Xian was located into a dead mythical creature. $G@GS carat. After a while, fine bone debris fell in the air, and a mutilated skull fell under the feet of the sloppy old man. In the hollow eye sockets, 2 groups of flickering purple flames were constantly beating. Crack! The sloppy old man raised his foot and stepped on the skull, and directly trampled the skull to pieces. Hurt my disciple, and want to be born. The sloppy old man sneered, then turned his gaze on Luo Chen who was on the side, sinking into a deep groan. This, senior, what's the matter? Luo Chen saw the sloppy old man staring at him so stunnedly, his heart jumped, and smiled, if there is nothing else, Junior will take 1 step first. From the words of the sloppy old man just now, he knew the identity of the old man. A demon emperor of the demon race. Both the monster race and the human race are among the hundreds of clans in the universe continent. Although the demon race had always made good relations with the human race, Luo Chen did not dare to stay under the eyelids of a demon emperor. Who knows if this demon emperor will suddenly strike at him? The sloppy old man suddenly laughed when he heard Luo Chen's words, took a deep look at Luo Chen, and then said, the old man is the deputy dean of Jingxian Academy, Peng Cheng. Chapter 119. Jingxian Academy. Luo Chen looked at Peng Cheng carefully when he heard the words, and his eyes were a little bit more surprised. It's no wonder that he was like this. The name Jingxian Academy is really shocking, because 300 years ago, the famous Huanghao or Huang Mengxian was a student of Jingxian Academy. This old man turned out to be the vice president of Jingxian Academy? Why, doesn't the old man look like? Seeing Luo Chen's expression, how could Peng Cheng not know what he was thinking, and immediately blew his beard and stared. Besides Jingxian Academy, what other force can make the old man a demon king? The position of deputy dean. Qinkan Academy. Luo Chen glanced at Peng Cheng and said cautiously. Qinkan Academy is the legendary human race supreme academy, sacred land that countless human race powerhouses yearn for, but this academy only exists in the legend, except for those peerless Tian Xiao, no one else is qualified to contact it. I'm not talking nonsense with you. Peng Cheng glared with a beard when he heard the words. Although the shocking academy is strong, it is a bit worse than the supreme human academy such as the Qinkan Academy. Only the Sky Demon Academy can compare with the Qinkan Academy. With his cultivation base at the level of the Demon Emperor, if he enters the Sky Demon Academy, he is not qualified to take the position of Deputy Dean at all. Luo Chen stopped talking when he heard this. He just said casually just now, that is, Peng Cheng's temper seemed to be good. If he changed to another Demon Emperor, Luo Chen felt that even if he was immortal, he would have to get rid of it. Skin. The old man save you this time is planning to recruit you into my Jingxian Academy. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't speak, Peng Cheng calmed down and said astonishingly. Luo Chen couldn't help twitching his mouth, and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. No one wanted to accept him as a student. That's how Lord Grimm is. The same is true of Ling Feng, the vice president of the Alchemy Academy, and the same is true of the demon king of this demon clan now. Peng Senior, Junior is a human race, entering Jingxian Academy. I am afraid it is a bit inappropriate. Luo Chen looked at Peng Cheng, pondered his words, and said carefully. What's the matter? Peng Cheng said indifferently, besides my Yaezus Tian Xiao, there are also a lot of human geniuses in Jingxian Academy. There is nothing appropriate or inappropriate. What's more, the cultivation technique cultivated by your kid is clearly the inheritance of my demon clan's reckless demon cow. With the body of a human race, you can cultivate the cultivation technique of my monster race to the Deva Unity realm, which shows your kid's talent, your talent. If you don't enter the Jingxian Academy, then it is really a bright pearl secretly cast. Bull body tempering is definitely the monster cultivation technique. Luo Chen was stunned when he heard the words, and then whispered, "You can't read it wrong, senior, my cultivation technique is obviously a senior from a venerable realm of my human race. The remaining human body refining method." Fart. Peng Cheng's eyes widened when he heard the words, and he said with an aura, "I am a dignified demon king, is it possible that even my demon clan's inheritance cultivation technique can't be recognized? The body tempering of the Raishiza barbarian bull you mentioned is definitely part of the cultivation technique inherited from the line of the Baron Devil Bull. Why does the phantom of the wild demon cow appear in the provoking vision?" Peng Cheng looked at Luo Chen and said every word, "Your human race's cultivation technique, but there is no way to provoke my demon race's ancestor phantom." Luo Chen didn't know what to say for a while. He didn't know that there was such a difference between Daoist cultivation technique and monster cultivation technique. He didn't even think that the barbarian body tempering was actually a demon Niu Sun devouring art that was born out of the demon clan's reckless demon cow. Chapter 120. Seeing Luo Chen's silence, Peng Cheng snorted and immediately said, "Boy, do you understand now? With your talents, you can fully study the cultivation technique of the monster race and the cultivation technique of the human race. Except for my shocking immortal academy, there are not so many monster race cultivation techniques for you to choose from among your human race academy." Luo Chen shook his head helplessly, and then flipped his wrists, and the tokens Ling Feng and Lord Grim left him appeared in his hands. "But Junior is already a student of Luoyun Academy," Luo Chen looked at Peng Cheng, and said with a wry smile, "Peng Senior shouldn't make it difficult for others." Confused. "It's just a small Luoyun Academy, how can it be compared with Jingxian Academy?" Peng Cheng snorted coldly, and then his eyes fell on the token in Luo Chen's hand. His expression suddenly changed. "Where did you get this token?" While speaking, Peng Cheng pointed to the token left by Ling Feng, and there was a little fear in his eyes. Luo Chen gave Peng Cheng a strange look. The dean of the Luoyun Academy was only the strength of the martial emperor, and Ling Feng, as the deputy dean of the Alchemy Academy, was probably only the martial king, even martial, no matter how strong he was. Venerate is strong. How could the token left by Ling Feng make Peng Cheng, this demon clan demon king, so jealous? However, even though Luo Chen was puzzled, he answered honestly, "This token is left by Ling Feng, deputy dean of the Dan Academy of Luoyun Academy, and Ling Senior. It really is that old guy." Peng Cheng heard the words on his face a little more depressed, and said helplessly, "It seems that I have no relationship with you, no matter what, that old guy Ling Feng is not easy, you may be more shocked to follow him. Fairy Academy is more suitable." Speaking of this, Peng Cheng couldn't help sighing, and said with some regret, "It's a pity that a good seedling, if you enter my Jingxian Academy, it will become a pillar of my Jingxian Academy in the future, what a pity! What a pity!" Hearing Peng Cheng's words, Luo Chen also fell into silence. Suddenly, Luo Chen flashed a flash of light in his mind, and asked Peng Cheng, "Peng Senior, are there any students from the Jingxian Academy who are born in fierce beasts?" "Hi!" Peng Cheng was stunned by Luo Chen's sudden question. It took a while before he came back to his senses, nodded, and said faintly, "There have indeed been students who were born in fierce beasts in the Jingxian Academy, but that's all. It is a beast with a spiritual intelligence, and a very talented existence. Jingxian Academy is inclusive. Some of the wise and talented monsters will also be admitted to Jingxian Academy. However, such disciples are very few. Throughout the history of Jingxian Academy, students from the origin of monsters are also included. There are only more than 100 people. It is necessary to know that Jingxian Academy has existed for thousands of years, and the number of students recruited is so huge. However, among this huge number, there are only more than 100 students from the Fierce Beast, which shows that they can be accepted as students by Jingxian Academy. How rare is the number of fierce beasts? It's not an exaggeration to say that it is 1 in a billion. Junior had contracted a golden-winged Shiratori before, and he was able to establish visual sharing with me just shortly after he was born. Luo Chen looked at Peng Cheng and said cautiously, Senior might as well see the golden-winged Shiratori carved by the junior contract. Maybe there will be surprises. Luo Chen also suddenly thought of this. With Jin Yu's Bufan, if he could enter the Jingxian Academy to study, it would be a good thing for him. Gold-winged Shiratori eagle. Peng Cheng frowned, just about to say what is so good about this 4th-rank beast. But thinking of Luo Chen's talent, he swallowed back what he had reached his lips, nodded to Luo Chen, and said lightly, Since you spoke, I'll see you before, but you don't have too much hope. Chapter 121. The reason why Peng Cheng agreed to Luo Chen was of course his own calculations. Although he couldn't grab Ling Feng's old thing, he couldn't pull Luo Chen into Jingxian Academy. But as long as he can leave a good impression on Luo Chen, maybe he can fool Ling Feng's old thing to send Luo Chen to Jingxian Academy for a period of time to study? When Luo Chen's fame became famous, wouldn't they also be able to claim that Luo Chen had studied at Jingxian Academy? Don't use this method too skillfully, because 300 years ago, Huang Mengxian of the Huang clan was fooled into Jingxian Academy. For example, today, no one knows that the famous Phoenix Empress Huang Mengxian is a student of Jingxian Academy, but the Phoenix Burning Heaven Academy, which Empress Huang once studied, is not well known and is not well known by the world. From Peng Cheng's point of view, Luo Chen's talent is not much worse than that of the original Phoenix Empress. If Luo Chen is allowed to concurrently cultivate the cultivation technique of the human race and the cultivation technique of the demon race, when Luo Chen grows up, he will probably create one amazing freak. What's more, since Luo Chen can be valued by Ling Feng's old stuff, I am afraid that his talent on alchemy is amazing. Even if Luo Chen Martial Dao can't get through at that time, he will definitely be able to break into the sky on alchemy. In any case, he will not suffer a loss for such an investment now. From left to right is to take time to see a 4th-rank fierce beast. It doesn't take him much effort anyway, and he can take the opportunity to sell it to Luo Chen. Peng Cheng will naturally not let go of such a good thing. Seeing Peng Cheng's agreement, Luo Chen couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. He just had the mentality to give it a try. After all, Peng Cheng was a strong player in the demon sovereign realm, and the 4th-rank fierce beast might not be able to make him interested. Where is the contract fierce beast you said? Peng Cheng looked at Luo Chen and asked. Senior, please come with me. Luo Chen told Jin Yu to fly to the place where Qingxian Immortal Cave is located through his soul imprint, and then drove Peng Cheng to the branch of Magical Beasts mountain range with Peng Cheng. Peng Cheng didn't urge him, so he followed Luo Chen unhurriedly, and it took him a short time to get outside the rock wall where Qingxian Immortal Cave was located. Tweet. As soon as Luo Chen and Peng Cheng appeared under the rock wall, Jin Yu flew out of the dense forest not far away and landed on Luo Chen's shoulder, rubbing his neck affectionately. You guy, Luo Chen couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. He took a piece of fierce beast meat from the universe ring and threw it to Jin Yu. Jin Yu opened his mouth to bite the fierce beast meat, swallowed it in one bite, and then continued to rub Luo Chen. Luo Chen helplessly took out a piece of fierce beast meat and handed it to Jin Yu, then turned his head to look at Peng Cheng, and said with a smile, Peng Senior, this is the contract fierce beast I am talking about. This little thing is a bit weird. Peng Cheng looked at Jin Yu, frowned slightly, and muttered, soul power is already comparable to a martial ancestor level powerhouse, but his body is so weak that it's even more spiritually wise. Not fully opened. It stands to reason that all fierce beasts with soul power reaching Xiantian realm already possess the intelligence of ordinary people. Golden-winged Shiratori eagle, could it be that kind of fierce beast? Peng Cheng's expression instantly became extremely shocked, and then turned into ecstasy. He looked at Luo Chen with scorching eyes, and said with a serious face, Little brother, I need to take your contracted beast back to Jingxian Academy to confirm it. Can you become a student of my Jingxian Academy? I don't know what the little brother wants. Chapter 122. Seeing Peng Cheng's sudden gaffe, Luo Chen's heart also jumped. Originally, he just thought that although Jinyu was different from the ordinary golden-winged Shiratori, it would not go special. The reason why Pengcheng came to see Jinyu was just because he wanted to give it a try. In fact, he didn't think that Pengcheng could value Jinyu, but seeing Pengcheng so gaff, Luo Chen could also guess the origin of Jinyu is not simple. It's okay, Luo Chen calmed down his excitement, looked at Pengcheng, and smiled. If Jinyu can be admitted to the shocking Immortal Academy, that would be a good thing. I just don't know how Jinyu came from, and he was able to make you such a gaff in Peng Senior? It's normal if you don't know. Pengcheng looked at Luo Chen with envy in his eyes, and said with emotion, that kind of beast appears like a flash in the pan every time, and there are very few records in my monster clan. It's not that Jingxian Academy once had such a fierce beast student, and I would never have thought of that kind of fierce beast. Having said that, Pengcheng took a deep breath, and said solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, the golden-winged Shiratori sculpture you contracted is very likely to be the legendary fierce beast Huan Hai Yupeng. Illusory Si Yupeng. Luo Chen's eyes appeared confused. According to legend, he also knew a lot of fierce beasts, but he had never heard of the name of such fierce beasts. Yes, this kind of fierce beast was bred in the Lost Sea of Extinction on the mainland, but because it appears not many times, and most of the time it only exists in the Lost Sea. In addition, even if it appears occasionally, it is often mistaken for the golden-winged Shiratori, so this beast is not known to the world. Seeing Luo Chen look confused, Pengcheng explained immediately. After that, Pengcheng was also a little puzzled, muttering, I just don't know how this fierce beast can appear so far away from the Lost Sea. Luo Chen thought of something. Qing Xian once went to the Lost Sea and found the incomplete array weapon left by the Queen of Phoenix Training Realm. I am afraid that the egg that hatched Jinyu was also brought back by Qing Xian, but it is estimated that Qing Xian does not know the special feature of that egg, otherwise Jinyu would not be hatched by a golden-winged Shiratori. Well, no matter how it got here. Pengcheng suddenly shook his head, then looked at Luo Chen, and said with a serious face, little brother, I need to bring your contract beast back to the Immortal Academy. With the help of the original fantasy, only the means left by the senior Hupeng can determine the identity of your contract beast. If your contract beast is really the illusory Si Yupeng, I will definitely try my best to cultivate it, and there is an old man, you don't have to worry that someone will snatch the ownership of your contract beast. If the old man reads wrongly, then as compensation for borrowing your contract beast, the old man will unlock your contract beast for you, and in addition. Pengcheng flipped his wrist, and a quaint sheepskin scroll appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Luo Chen. In addition, this volume of Tianpeng movement technique is simplified from the secret Tianpeng escape technique of my golden-winged Great Peng clan. It is the movement technique of the top grade on the ground, and it is also used as a borrowed by the old man. Your compensation for the contract beast. Luo Chen took a deep look at Pengcheng. He guessed why Pengcheng would send such a precious volume of movement technique combat skills. I am afraid that in addition to borrowing Jinyu's compensation, there is also a plan to invest in Luo Chen. Chapter 123. After hesitating for a while, Luo Chen took the sheepskin scroll and said sternly, Thank you Peng Senior. During this time, Jinyu has Lao Peng Senior to take care of. Don't worry, little brother, Pengcheng laughed, if you, the contract beast, are really the legendary illusory Si Yupeng, its status in the academy may not be inferior to me. Who would dare to be disrespectful to it? Okay, in order to avoid long nights and dreams, I will take you, the contract beast, back to Jingxian Academy. Before he finished his words, a pair of golden Pengcheng wings spread out behind Pengcheng, covering Jinyu with both hands, and flew directly toward the distance. The golden-winged Tianpeng escape technique Wushuan, only in the blink of an eye, Pengcheng had disappeared from Luo Chen's sight. Is this the legendary Tianpeng escape technique? Luo Chen couldn't help muttering as he looked at the open space. According to the speed demonstrated by Pengcheng just now, Luo Chen thought that even if he found and cultivated the flowing heart method to the Deva Unity realm, it was absolutely impossible for Flowing Step to reach such a speed. Since this volume of Tianpeng movement technique is simplified from the Tianpeng movement technique, it must have its mysteriousness. Luo Chen's eyes fell on the sheepskin roll in his hand, and his face became a little more excited. Sitting down against the rock wall, Luo Chen unrolled the sheepskin scroll. There was a lifelike golden-winged skypen painted on the sheepskin scroll, and every feather radiated a gleam. Before Luo Chen could react, the golden wings Tianpeng on the sheepskin scroll suddenly spread its wings, and the gleaming Lingye flew out of the scroll, directly submerged in Luo Chen's mind. Luo Chen only felt that there were a lot of pictures in his mind suddenly, and at the same time a lot of complicated information flooded his mind, and it took him a lot of effort to sort out the information. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending Tianpeng movement technique, the current proficiency, beginner's practice, 1/20W. Just after Luo Chen sorted out the information in his mind, the system prompt sounded suddenly in Luo Chen's ears. Ignoring the system prompt, Luo Chen stood up and muttered, "Try this Tianpeng movement technique." As soon as the voice fell, a pair of golden peng wing phantoms suddenly appeared behind Luo Chen, and the golden peng wings flapped slightly. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder in the air, a phantom of golden feathers fell, but Luo Chen had disappeared in place, the next moment had actually appeared dozens of meters away. Hiss! Luo Chen couldn't help taking a sigh of relief. It was indeed the movement technique combat skill simplified by the secret method of the Golden Wing Tianpeng clan known for its escape technique. Just a beginner, he already has such a terrifying speed. It's just that although this movement technique is fast, it consumes too much true qi. Luo Chen couldn't help smiling bitterly when he felt that there was only half of true qi left in Danshan. This Tianpeng movement technique is fast, but the consumption of true qi is amazing. His total amount of true qi is almost comparable to that of the 9th grade martial grandmaster, but it takes time to perform the Tianpeng movement technique once. He is half true qi. If you want to use this movement technique against the enemy, you have to wait for his strength to get better. The most urgent task is to find a suitable cultivation technique, preferably with fire attributes. Luo Chen couldn't help muttering after realizing the drawbacks of Tianpeng movement technique. Luoyun Academy reports. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's eyes condensed, and he hurried towards the Kanglan County city of Kanglan County in the west. According to the information that Lord Grimm had told him, there were recruiters from Luoyun Academy in the counties and cities of the Luoyun Empire, and he only needed to find the recruiter and show the token. Chapter 124. 2 days later, Kanglan County Town. It is worthy of being the center of Kanglan County in the west. This level of prosperity is indeed not comparable to places like Lingyun City. Luo Chen's figure appeared under the gate of Kanglan County City. Looking at the heavy walls of Kanglan County City, he couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. With his cultivation base of the 3rd rank martial grandmaster, he used his Liu Guangbu to drive with all his strength, and finally reached the city of Kanglan County within 2 days. During the period, Luo Chen also took advantage of the spiritual qi he had accumulated to make the cultivation base ascension the 4th rank martial grandmaster. "Ha, turtle," someone on the side said with disdain when he heard Luo Chen's words. Luo Chen looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw a 13 or 14-year-old girl surrounded by guards, looking at herself with disdain. Looking at the girl calmly, Luo Chen's brows wrinkled insignificantly, and the girl was considered pretty, but it was a pity that her temper was too bad. And judging from the costumes and pomp of the girl, it should be from a wealthy family. What to look at? Seeing Luo Chen looking at herself, the girl cursed immediately. A poor boy who came from a ruined place would dare to look at Ben Miss? Still watching. Believe it or not, Miss dug out your eyeballs. A dangerous light flashed in Luo Chen's eyes, and coldly said, "Which dog is not fastened, and let it go out of nowhere." Luo Chen has not paid attention to this kind of dude, not to mention his status as a student of Luoyun Academy. The Kanglan Guard's token he carries on his body alone is enough to make him walk sideways in Kanglan County City. He didn't believe that the Li family had the guts to fight against the Kanglan Guard. "You!" The girl's face quickly sank, her chest rising and falling, and the anger in her eyes seemed to burn Luo Chen to ashes. She is the little princess of the Li family in Kanglan County. You must know that the Li family controls nearly half of the medicinal material business in Kanglan County. In this Kanglan County, who is not respectful to her, and how dare to insult her face to face like Luo Chen? Come here. Cut off this poor boy's tongue for Ben Miss. Ben Miss is going to feed the dog. The girl did not know where to take out a riding whip and gritted her teeth. As soon as the girl's voice fell, the two guards quickly walked out of her behind and rushed towards Luo Chen. This scene also quickly attracted people passing by, and when they saw the girl, many people's faces changed all at once. Why did the Li family witch come out again? Someone whispered, with a bit of fear in his eyes. The last time this witch wounded the young master of the Shen family and was locked up for half a year. Counting time, it has been half a year. An insider said, that young man is really unlucky. He just happened to hit this witch Li. This time I am afraid that he will not die and peel off. This Li family's witch is lawless, isn't it that no one takes care of it? Someone next to her was annoyed. Who cares? The Li family controls nearly half of the medicinal material business in Kanglan County. I don't know how many people's interests are involved. Who dares to move the Li family? Someone sneered and said, our county guard has always been a peacemaker. Is it possible to count on him to rectify the Li family? No, that boy looks unremarkable, he doesn't seem to be a backer. I'm afraid this time he will be doomed. Luo Chen couldn't help shook his head when he heard the discussions around him, feeling a little helpless in his heart. He didn't expect to encounter this kind of incident before entering Kanglan County City. Chapter 125. Boy! How dare you be distracted? Seeing Luo Chen's movements, the girl's guard showed a hideous smile on his face, waving his fist towards Luo Chen's door. Many cowardly people closed their eyes subconsciously and turned away, not wanting to see Luo Chen's miserable appearance. However, what surprised those people was that they had not heard the screams, not even the sound of fists. Subconsciously looking towards Luo Chen's location, he saw Luo Chen standing in place in a leisurely manner, holding a uniquely shaped token in his right hand. The fists thrown by the two guards stayed half an inch in front of the token, and did not dare to move forward half a point. Those who were close could even see the fine beads of sweat appearing on the foreheads of the two guards. Kanglan guard. The guard on the left swallowed his saliva, and he could clearly hear his voice trembling. The guard on the right was even more horrified, his legs trembling, big beads of sweat slid down his cheeks, hit the ground, and splashed in all directions. Luo Chen looked calm, looked at the two guards, and said lightly, you attacked the Kanglan guard at the gate of Kanglan County City. Think about how you should explain to me. As for now, take your master and roll aside, so as not to stain my eyes. The two guards hurriedly stepped back, bowing their heads, not daring to look at Luo Chen. There was even more uproar around them. They thought that Luo Chen would provoke the Li family witch, and the end would be very miserable, but they didn't expect Luo Chen to be the Kanglan guardian. With the forces of Kanglan guards, a small Li family really didn't dare to make trouble. This young man seems to be only 13 or 14 years old, he can actually enter the Kanglan guard. Someone swallowed his saliva and murmured, this talent is too terrifying, right? Kanglan guard's reputation in Kanglan County is even greater than that of county guards, and Kanglan guard's entry standards have always been known for being strict, and there has never been a waste that can be mixed into Kanglan guards. Luo Chen's ability to join Kanglan guard at the age of 13 or 14 is enough to show his bluffin. I don't know whether that young talent is terrible, someone smiled on the side, but the Li family which is going to be planted this time. Even the Li family can't keep her off the Kanglan guards. It seems that Kanglan County has been at least peaceful for a while, thank you so much for that boy. The girl from the Li family heard the discussion around her, her pretty face turned pale, biting her lip, her gaze towards Luo Chen was full of disbelief. How could she not think that a poor boy who walked out of a small place like Lingyun City that her family would not want to go, turned out to be the guardian of Kanglan? Impossible. The Li family girl suddenly pointed the whip in her hand to Luo Chen, and said hysterically, his token must be forged. Come here, take down this kid posing as the Kanglan guard. The guard behind the girl stepped back silently, and everyone around looked at the girl like a fool. In this Kanglan County, even if someone dared to pretend to be a county guard, they would never dare to pretend to be a guard at Kanglan. Luo Chen glanced at the girl coldly, did not speak, turned and walked towards Kanglan County. The people around quickly gave way to Luo Chen, looking respectful. After Luo Chen's figure disappeared, everyone looked at the Li family girl with gleeful expressions, and got on the head of the Kanglan guard. Even if this girl was favored in Li family again, she would not be able to escape from confinement for at least 3 years. In addition, the Li family has to pay a sufficient price to give Luo Chen an explanation. Otherwise, even if Luo Chen himself is too lazy to care about with the Li family, the commander of the Kanglan guardsman Qi Jinzhao will help him ask the Li family for an explanation. Confess. Chapter 126. After entering Kanglan County City, Luo Chen ran into Qi Jinzhao, who had come after hearing the news before he had gone far. Perhaps it was because of being in Kanglan County, Qi Jinzhao didn't follow other people by his side. "You kid, why did you come to Kanglan County so soon? I thought you would have to delay a few days." Qi Jinzhao met Luo Chen immediately and laughed. "Something happened," Luo Chen smiled and said lightly, "Now I plan to go to Luoyun Academy first, as soon as possible to ascension strength. I will talk about the things I have learned later." "That's right," Qi Jinzhao nodded, and said with an aura, "You kid is not a 7th rank martial master, so you just want to experience outside. Isn't that enough to support you?" Having said that, Qi Jinzhao's heart moved and asked, "By the way, what cultivation base do you have now?" Although the cultivation base of his 7th rank martial spirit is completely unaffected by Luo Chen's breath-trapping technique, Luo Chen's body cultivator is detected, but doing so is undoubtedly provoking Luo Chen and discarding Luo Chen. "Naturally, I will not be stupid now." "The 4th rank martial grandmaster," Luo Chen said lightly without concealing it. "It's the genius I value, this strength, ascension speed, weight." Qi Jin didn't finish speaking, his face suddenly changed, his eyes suddenly burst, staring at Luo Chen. "You just said, what cultivation base are you now?" Qi Jinzhao looked at Luo Chen and said every word. "The 4th rank martial grandmaster, what's the matter?" Luo Chen spread his hands and looked innocent. What? It's..." Qi Jinzhao gritted his teeth and roared, "What's wrong with me? 5 days have not passed since I saw you last time. You have directly broken through from the 7th rank martial master to the 4th rank martial grandmaster. In less than 5 days, I broke 6 realms in a row. You ask me what's wrong? Isn't your kid deliberately attacking people?" After the roar, Qi Jinzhao couldn't help but feel a little more frustrated. He has abandoned the present and is considered an amazing talent. He entered Martial Dao at the age of 5 and broke through to the Martial Grandmaster when he was 14. Now he is only 32 years old, he is already the 7th rank martial spirit, and he is known as the 55th martial spirit in Western Kanglan County. In recent years, it is the most promising to become the existence of Martial Venerate and even Martial King. However, his glorious deeds were only mediocre in the face of Luo Chen, a freak who broke 6 realms in less than 5 days. Accidents, Luo Chen chuckled, and comforted, this time ascension is so fast because of special reasons. Under normal circumstances, it will take 1 month to break through 6 realms. Shut up! Hearing Luo Chen's words, Qi Jinzhao roared again. This product is deliberately used to discourage people, right? Standing with Luo Chen, Qi Jinzhao always felt like a waste who could not cultivate at all. Fortunately, there are no pedestrians passing by. Otherwise, if Kanglan Guards Commander Qi's gaffe is seen by outsiders, I am afraid it will lead to a lot of speculation. Luo Chen shut his mouth with interest. He is now only the cultivation base of the 4th rank martial grandmaster, while Zijin is the 7th rank martial spirit. If he continues to fight the fire, if he can't figure out how to beat him in the future, he is really not sure that he will be able to escape. Without Luo Chen on the sidelines, Qi Jinzhao quickly calmed down, wittily not talking about the problem of Luochen cultivation base, and after a turn of the conversation, he asked, "I heard the news from below, saying that you and the girl Li Ling has a conflict. What do you plan to do with that girl?" Chapter 127. Qi Jinzhao didn't know what happened, but based on his understanding of Luo Chen and Li Ling, he could guess that Li Ling must be at fault first. What's more, Luo Chen is a genius he valued. Even if Luo Chen had a fault first, it could only be handled by Kanglan Guard. The Li family hasn't had the right to act on the genius he valued now. Look at what the Li family said, Luo Chen said indifferently, I don't want to entangle with them. If the Li family can give me a satisfactory explanation before I leave Kanglan County City tomorrow, the matter will be cleared up. If I can't give me a satisfactory explanation, then after I return from Luoyun Academy, I will personally come to ask for an explanation. I will send someone to tell you what you have said to the Li family patriarch. Qi Jinchao nodded and smiled. As for now, let me go to the Kanglan Guard station and receive your armor. After finishing speaking, before Luo Chen could answer, Qi Jinzhao dragged Luo Chen towards the Kanglan Guard station. The location of Kanglan Guards was not far from where Luo Chen and Qi Jinchao were, and it didn't take long for the two to arrive at the location. Then Qi Jinzhao found a soldier of the Anwu army who was responsible for the Kanglan Guard and asked him to bring a message to the patriarch of the Li family, and then took Luo Chen to the treasure house where the Kanglan Guard kept the treasures. Kanglan Treasury is located in the depths of the Kanglan Guard station. If outsiders want to enter the Kanglan Treasure House, they must pass through the heavily guarded Kanglan Guard station. After several attempts to break into the treasure house of Kanglan were quickly slain by Kanglan Guards, no one dared to break into the treasure house of Kanglan again. So today's Kanglan Treasury was not guarded by a few people, and the defense seemed very loose. Pushing open the door of the treasure house, Qi Jinzhao led Luo Chen directly into the treasure house. The internal space of the treasure house was very wide. Several huge shelves stood in the middle of the treasure house, and they were filled with things. Follow me to get the armor first. In addition, according to the regulations, you can choose anything in the treasure house with no more than 100 points, which is considered as the benefit of joining the Kanglan Guard. Qi Jinzhao looked at Luo Chen and said with a smile. Luo Chen nodded lightly, followed Qi Jinchao, walked around a few huge shelves, and walked to the corner of the treasure house. Luo Chen discovered that there was actually a table in the corner of the Kanglan treasure house. An old man with white beard and hair was lying on the table, snoring slightly. I don't know if the old man is dreaming. There is a pool of saliva on the desktop. Lao Wei, Qi Jinzhao glanced at the desk wet with saliva, a look of helplessness on his face, then leaned into the ear of the old man and whispered. Seeing Qi Jinzhao's performance, Luo Chen's heart moved. It seems that the identity of this old man is not simple, otherwise it would never be possible for Qi Jinzhao to be so respectful. Huh? Oh, the old man got up a little dazedly, rubbed his eyes, and saw Qi Jinzhao in front of him, and said immediately, Abandoned boy, the old man has said that, it's okay, don't disturb the old man. Sleeping. Lao Wei, I told you last time, the armor of the new member, Qi Jinzhao said respectfully without any dissatisfaction on his face when he heard the old man's words. Farts are too big to disturb the old man. The old man cursed in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. Then he threw a low-grade Qinqin ring to Qi Jinchao, and said lightly, all the things you want are in it. Take it and get out of it, don't disturb the old man sleeping. Chapter 128. He took the Qinqin ring thrown by the old man, abandoned the present and handed the Qinqin ring to Luo Chen, smiling, this is your armor. As for the treasures that don't exceed 100 points, you can choose them directly, and I will help you in time. Just make a note. Luo Chen nodded and walked towards the huge shelves. Abandoned boy, you finally found a reliable seedling this time. After Luo Chen left, the white-haired old man raised his eyelid and said lightly. The kid has already condensed the embryonic form of sword intent, but I'm afraid he didn't feel it himself. The white-haired old man looked at Luo Chen's departure and said lightly, according to this trend, when he breaks through to the Xiantian Great Master, he will be able to condense his own sword intent. Wei Lao, are you so optimistic about Luo Chen? Qi Jinzhao couldn't help being a little surprised. He knew how critical the vision of the old man in front of him was. Even if he entered the Kanglan Guard at the beginning, the old man in front of him just gave an evaluation of good qualifications. Although the old man in front of him did not give a specific evaluation of Luo Chen's aptitude, Qi Jinzhao was able to hear the deeply hidden admiration from the old man's words. When he becomes the Xiantian Great Master, he should be qualified to hit the top of the British list, the white-haired old man thought for a while and said lightly. Hearing what the old man said, Qi Jinchao's heart was shocked. He took a deep breath, nodded at the old man, and said sternly, "I understand." After speaking, Qi Jinzhao directly turned and left, and walked toward Luo Chen's location. After Qi Jinzhao left, the white-haired old man's turbid eyes flashed a sharp glow, chuckled twice, and then lay on the table. After a while, the faint snoring sound sounded again. When Qi Jinzhao walked to the location of Luo Chen, he discovered that Luo Chen had already selected what he wanted. Cold-blooded pill recipe. Qi Jinzhao looked at the scroll in Luo Chen's hand, was stunned, and said in doubt, "What are you doing with this thing? Give it away." In his opinion, Luo Chen should be planning to take this pill recipe as a gift. After all, Luo Chen's martial Dao talent is here, and he shouldn't have nothing to waste his own martial Dao talent to learn pill refining. What's more, Luo Chen martial Dao has outstanding talents, but whether he has any talents in pill refining has to be said separately. It is normal for an outstanding genius like Luo Chen to have friendship with several pill refining masters. The refining method of this cold-blooded pill is quite peculiar, and it is also a good choice to give favors to other pill refining masters. Can't I pill refining by myself? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. Don't be kidding. Qi Jinzhao shook his head, and said with an aura, even if you really have the talent on alchemy, the senior won't allow you to be distracted from learning pill refining, right? The senior he was talking about naturally refers to Qing Xian, who is now in deep sleep. What if my alchemy talent is better than martial Dao's talent? Luo Chen looked at Qi Jinzhao with a joking expression and smiled. Abandoning Jinchao suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Aren't you really a pill refining teacher? Qi Jinzhao subconsciously covered his chest, and took 2 steps back. He was afraid that he could not help but pull Luo Chen over and beat him, so he moved away from Luo Chen in advance. Otherwise, why do you think I am cultivation base ascension so fast? Luo Chen spread his hands and said lightly. With that, the token left by Ling Feng appeared in his hand, and the pattern of the pill furnace on the token was really eye-catching. Chapter 129. Qi Jinzhao naturally recognized the token in Luo Chen's hand, his face twitched slightly, and said with some difficulty, "You really know how to pill refining. It's no good for me to lie to you." Luo Chen stretched out his hands and said helplessly, "You don't believe me, blame me." Qi Jinzhao took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to beat Luo Chen violently, and walked outside the Kanglan treasury. He really wants to understand, these geniuses are just FG creatures. Upon seeing this, Luo Chen quickly put away the token, and silently followed Qi Jinzhao out of the Kanglan treasury, and then aide Jinzhao arranged a place for Luo Chen, and then returned to the resident. And Luo Chen looked at the sky, then fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. At the same time, to the north of Kanglan County, the yard where Li's family is located is full of chickens and dogs. Li's lobby was brightly lit, and Li Ling, a coquettish girl who had previously had a conflict with Luo Chen, knelt on the lobby, with a red palm print on her face. Beside her, a middle-aged man with a big belly was turning around, even faint beads of sweat appeared on his face. At the top of the lobby, there was an old man with a vigorous and sullen face, and an old woman with a panic face was sitting next to the old man. "Don't turn." Seeing the endless circle of the middle-aged man, the old man had a stern face and scolded, "You are the future patriarch of the Li family anyway, can you calm down in the event of an accident?" "Master, Xiaoran, isn't this in a hurry?" The old woman sitting beside the old man immediately persuaded him, "The most urgent task is to think about how to solve this problem." "Hi!" The old man snorted coldly, staring at the old woman, and said angrily, "If you didn't get used to them, how could there be today's disaster? When the matter is over, send Linger that girl to Jingyun Jianzong, and let her grind her temper there. As for you," the old man looked at the middle-aged man below, and said coldly, "Personally take Linger to the door to apologize." If you can't get the boy's forgiveness, don't go back to Li's house. After pondering for a while, the old man painfully took out a low-grade universe ring. There are medicinal materials worth 100,000 inferior spirit stones. The old man gritted his teeth and threw the universe ring in his hand to the middle-aged man, and said with a twitching face, "Tomorrow you will take this universe ring when you go to apologize and apologize. Let the boy accept it." "Master, you are crazy." The old woman was shocked when she heard the words, and said quickly, "This is a quarter of the property of my Li family." "Stupid." The old man blew his beard and stared. That girl Linger offended Kanglan guard. A 13 or 14-year-old Kanglan guard. Even Qi Jinzhao sent someone to spread the word personally. "What does this mean? Don't you know what it means? If our Li family cannot reconcile with that young man this time, I am afraid that it will not be long before the Kanglan guards will all be dispatched to uproot my Li family. Okay, there is no need to mention this matter again. Tomorrow morning, let this Nizai take Linger to visit the Kanglan guard station to apologize." The old man waved his hand, got up from his seat, glared at Li Ling who was kneeling down, and walked towards the backyard. The old woman looked at the back of the old man, then looked at Li Ling and the middle-aged man, sighed, and turned to the backyard. There was nothing for a night. Luo Chen woke up early the next day, and after washing up, he opened the attribute panel casually. Finding that spiritual qi had accumulated 300,000 yuan, Luo Chen did not hesitate, and directly raised his hand and clicked on the second-rank pill refining technique. Spiritual qi was consumed wildly, and the system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully converting second-rank pill refining ascension to third-rank pill refining, and the current proficiency is 1/40 W. Chapter 130. As the system prompt sounded, Luo Chen only felt that a lot of information suddenly appeared in his mind. In the past, some of the obscurities encountered in the pill refining experience left by the 9th grade alchemist of insight were also solved instantly, making Luo Chen's whole person like a divine enlightenment, and the whole person was a lot of energy. Luo Chen believed that even if he were to refine the third-rank medicine pill now, the success rate would be extremely high. If it were to refine Qi gathering pill and body tempering pill, it would be even easier. Try refining the cold blood pill. Luo Chen's heart moved, thinking of the unilateral he had previously obtained from the Kanglan treasury. Although the cold blood pill was only the third-rank medicine pill, the pill refining experience left by the 9th-rank alchemist only mentioned this medicine pill, and the relevant information was unclear. Before getting the cold-blooded pill recipe, Luo Chen only knew that this kind of medicine pill was taboo in the era of the 9th-level pill refining master. At that time, the entire Lingyun continent was destroying a large number of cold-blooded pill recipes, so that the refining method of cold-blooded pill was lost for a while. It was also something Luo Chen did not expect to be able to find the cold-blooded pill recipe in Kanglan treasury. The brilliance of the universe ring in his hand flashed, and the third-rank pill refining furnace that Ling Feng had given him appeared in the room. Luo Chen quickly took out the universe ring left by Ling Feng and carefully searched for it. Fortunately, Ling Feng didn't know if he had kept his thoughts in it. Many of the medicinal materials left for him were specially used to refine some of the more sideline medicine pill medicinal materials. After picking and choosing things together, Luo Chen finally sorted out 3 medicinal materials for refining cold blood pills. Putting the medicinal materials aside, Luo Chen raised his hand and poured a strand of true qi into the pill furnace. A bright yellow flame rose, and the temperature in the room slowly rose. Just as Luo Chen grabbed the medicinal material on the side and was about to throw it into the pill furnace, there was a knock on the door suddenly. "Luo Chen, the Li family is here, come to apologize, and are now kneeling outside the resident. Would you like to see me?" Qi Jinzhao's voice sounded outside the door. Luo Chen moved his hands for a while, and said in a bad mood, "Let them kneel, I don't have time to pay attention to them now." As he said, Luo Chen threw the medicinal materials in his hands directly into the pill furnace, hand seals with both hands, and the bright yellow flame rose rapidly, wrapping the medicinal materials in it. Strains of ordinary or precious medicinal materials quickly become dry and burnt to ashes under the flames, leaving only medicinal liquids of different colors in the pill furnace. A faint fragrance of medicine floated from the pill furnace and filled the room. Outside the door, Qi Jinzhao asked about the fragrance of medicine floating in Luo Chen's room, his face trembling unconsciously. He muttered, "Should this kid be pill refining?" With a slight movement in his heart, Qi Jinzhao directly attached true qi to his finger and punched a hole in the door. Through the hole, Qi Jinzhao could clearly see Luo Chen sitting in front of the pill furnace, with bright yellow flames swaying in the pill furnace, burning a large amount of liquid medicine together. Really pill refining? Qi Jinzhao groaned for a moment, and walked outside the Kanglan guard station. Soon, I saw Li Xiaoran and Li Ling who were kneeling on the ground. "Qi Commander, where's the little gentleman?" Li Xiaoran raised her head quickly when she heard the footsteps, but only saw Qi Jinzhao alone, and immediately asked cautiously. "Luo Chen is not free," Qi Jinzhao said lightly. "Kneel first, when he is free, he will naturally see you." Chapter 131. Outside the Kanglan guard station, it was not just Li Ling and his daughter kneeling outside. In fact, because of Li Ling's father and daughter, the Kanglan guard was now full of people who came to watch the excitement. Hearing Qi Jinzhao's words, there was a burst of pleasant laughter around him. The Li family's usual reputation in Kanglan County City is not good. In addition to Li Ling, the witch of the Li family, Li Xiaoran, the next patriarch of the Li family, has done some anger and grievances. It's just that the Li family was big in the past, and the Li family were smart enough not to provoke those hard stubbless, so they could always do evil in Kanglan County. Now someone can finally clean up the Li family. Li Ling's face suddenly sank, her silver teeth clenched, and the murderous intent in her heart skyrocketed, but seeing Qi Jinzhao standing in front of him, he didn't dare to speak, but the spiteful color in his eyes couldn't hide. However, Li Xiaoran wanted to be more calm. Although Luo Chen made his murderous intent to boil in such a gesture, he finally suppressed the anger in his heart and cautiously said, "How can that young gentleman be willing to see us? Please abandon the commander's instructions. Minglu, my Li family will thank you again in the future." "Your Li family?" Qi Jinzhao sneered when he heard the words, and said with disdain, "What is it? Don't say that brother Luo Chen really has something to do, even if he really embarrassed you deliberately, you have to hold it back for me." As he said, Qi Jinzhao's gaze fell on Li Ling, and coldly said, "Little girl, I suggest you keep your eyes away. It's okay for you to look at me like this. After all, my reputation for abandoning the present has long been stinky, and I don't care, but if you dare to look at me like brother Luo Chen, believe it or not, I brought people to punish your Li family." After finishing speaking, Qi Jinzhao directly turned and entered the Kanglan guard station, leaving only Li Ling, his father and daughter, and the crowds around. "It looks like that Mr. Luo's background is not small, so he can protect him like this," someone in the crowd said in a low voice. They knew how arrogant this abandoned commander was, and whenever they saw people with a coffin face, they spoke with a business-like attitude. They have never seen a brother who Yi Jinzhao takes the initiative to match. "I don't know if the little Mr. Luo comes from, but I know that the Li family is really out of luck this time." Someone on the side gloated and said, "Even if the Li family can pass this level safely this time, I'm afraid the power will be much worse than before. Who let the Li family be stupid and provoke people who shouldn't be offended?" Someone in the crowd sneered, and their words were full of disdain. Li Ling heard the discussion around him, his pretty face was distorted scary, and he stared at everyone around him fiercely, the anger in his eyes almost gushing out. Li Xiaoran's face is equally ugly. How can the future patriarch of the dignified Li family ever lose such a big face? "Damn boy, you'd better not fall into my hands. Otherwise I will cut you 1,000 times. Li Xiaoran gritted his teeth in his heart and looked inside the Kanglan guard station. His gaze seemed to have penetrated numerous obstacles and fell on Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't know what was happening outside the residence. At this moment, he had reached a critical juncture in refining the cold blood pill. The temperature in the room rose to a terrifying level, and the pill furnace continued to have surging energy impacting the walls of the pill furnace. There was a dull noise. Luo Chen's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, his eyes fixed on the pill furnace, and his hands were like a butterfly wearing flowers and quickly hit the pill furnace. After a while, the swaying pill furnace finally calmed down, and the rich pill fragrance filled the room. However, before Luo Chen's face showed joy, a shocking thunder fell from the sky, accompanied by a deafening noise, directly split the roof and landed on the pill furnace. Chapter 132. As the thunder descended, the sky above Luo Chen's room quickly became gloomy, and a large number of dark clouds gathered, forming a slowly rotating huge vortex. In the vortex, the electric snakes shuttled continuously, exuding astonishing coercion. Such a huge momentum instantly attracted the attention of the residents of Kanglan County, and the people surrounding the Kanglan Guard Station immediately moved their eyes away from Li Ling's father and daughter, looking at the huge sky in the sky. Whirlpool. Danji. In an antique building with a pill furnace engraved on the plaque, the 5 elders looked up at the same time, looking at the huge vortex that could not circulate in the sky, with shocked faces. This pill calamity requires at least the 6th rank medicine pill to be activated. There is no 6th rank alchemist in Kanglan County. Could it be that Hu Senior passed by Kanglan County and pill refining in the city? An old man who looked rather thin looked at the huge vortex above and guessed. Judging from the pill refining division robe worn by the old man, this old man is indeed a 5th rank pill refining division. Is it right? Go and see if you see it. A stocky old man in the robe of the 4th rank pill refining division smiled. The 6th rank medicine pill was born. We should congratulate it. Wu Elder said yes, the 6th rank medicine pill was born, we should congratulate you now. Hearing the short and fat old man's words, everyone around was first taken aback, and then smiled tacitly. After that, the 5 elders who were at least the 4th rank pill refining division quickly rushed towards the Kanglan Guard Station. It's just that although these pill refining masters reacted quickly, they were still no better than the other person, that is, the mysterious old Wei who stayed in the treasure house of Kanglan. At the moment when pill tribulation took shape, Wei Lao, who was napping in the Kanglan treasury, suddenly disappeared from the place, and the next moment appeared in the courtyard outside Luochen's room. Looking at Luo Chen and the pill furnace in the room, Wei Lao's face was unexpectedly surprised. After a long time, it turned into a deep wry smile. It seems to be really old. Wei Lao looked at Luo Chen standing in front of the pill furnace, sighed, and said with a wry smile, "You can't even see the details of a young man. He has guarded the Kanglan treasury for nearly 300 years, and he has seen so many amazing people. He has never seen anyone who has entered the Kanglan treasury in the past 300 years. Unexpectedly, when he was old, he was planted on a junior. Lao Wei, why are you here?" Qi Jinzhao noticed Danji, and hurried to Luo Chen's residence, only to find that Wei Lao was already standing in the courtyard, and he asked in doubt. "Your kid finally did something reliable this time." Wei Lao did not answer the question of abandoning the present. After a while, he slowly said, "The kid inside is qualified to enter the secret camp, and wait for him to break through Xiantian. After that, if you have a chance, take him to the secret camp." After speaking, before abandoning the present to speak, Wei Lao's figure has disappeared. Qi Jinzhao stayed in the same place for a long time before coming back to his senses. Looking at Luo Chen in the room, his face was covered with envy that could not be concealed. Others may not know where the secret camp is, but he can't know it better. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone who can enter the secret camp, after leaving the secret camp, even the worst, is a martial venerate powerhouse. And Wei Lao concluded that Luo Chen could enter the secret camp. Doesn't it mean that Luo Chen will at least be a martial venerate powerhouse in the future as long as there is no accident? Chapter 133. Just when Qi Jinzhao was in a daze, another thunderbolt fell from the sky in the dark vortex circling in the sky, and slashed towards Luochen's room. At the same time, the 3rd rank pill furnace that Luo Chen and Ling Feng gave him was attracted by some inexplicable force, and slowly rose towards the sky, actually flying towards the thunder. Qi Jinzhao's face suddenly changed. Danji's might not be able to handle Luo Chen's small 4th rank martial grandmaster. Regardless of Luo Chen's talent, he abandoned his current figure and appeared above Luo Chen, with an extra shot of Fang Tianji made of fine iron in his hand. His muscles swelled, and he slashed towards the thunder. Puff! Qi Jinzhao spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was a 7th-rank martial spirit, he was still vulnerable to the power of heaven and earth, and was instantly injured. Boy, what the hell are you refining? Qi Jinzhao yelled at Luo Chen while holding Fang Tianji. With his strength, even facing the pill of the ordinary 6th-rank medicine pill, he could support it for a while, but he was injured in an instant under the pill of Luo Chen's initiation. Could it be that Luo Chen's refining of medicine pill with 7th rank or higher failed? Cold-blooded pill, Luo Chen glanced at Qi Jinzhao in a weird manner, and said with an aura, "You registered the pill recipe for me yesterday when I got the pill recipe from the Kanglan treasury. I forgot it in a blink of an eye." While speaking, Luo Chen couldn't help but look up at heavenly tribulation, which was hovering in the sky, feeling a little helpless. He knew why the cold-blooded pill was classified as a taboo. It was only the 3rd-rank medicine pill, but it could provoke a pill that was comparable to the 7th-rank medicine pill. If there is a pill refining division who does not know the depth and tries to refine the cold blood pill, it may be difficult to survive such a pill. Luo Chen also secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the place where he pill refining this time was the Kanglan guard station. Qi Jinzhao was able to arrive in time, and there were other masters in the city. Otherwise, he might have to leave the pill furnace and run away on his own this time. "Are you teasing me?" Hearing Luo Chen's words, abandoning the present, gritted his teeth, waved Fang Tianji in his hand to smash a thunder, and roared, "That cold-blooded pill is not the 3rd-rank medicine pill, it will provoke such a powerful pill." Cold-blooded pill. The 5 elders wearing pill refining robes had just appeared at the Kanglan guard station. They heard the words of Qi Jinzhao, their eyes lit up, and after looking at each other, they quickly rushed towards Luo Chen. "Abandon the commander, you first rest for a while, this pill refining is handed over to us." The old man wearing the robe of the 5th-rank pill refining division rushed forward and said. The other 4 quickly took out pieces of defensive magic treasures from the Qinqin ring, blocking Luo Chen and the pill refining furnace. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, looking at the 5 old men who suddenly appeared next to him in a daze. Before Luo Chen could speak, the 5th-rank pill refining teacher smiled at him. "Don't worry, little brother, we are members of the Pill Refining Teachers Association." The old man Su Yuan, the president of the Pill Refining Teachers Association of Kanglan County, the remaining 4 are all elders of the association. Luo Chen relaxed a little in his heart, and only then did he have the heart to look at the Danji that could not hover above. But if Luo Chen can deal with it indifferently, the others in Kanglan County can't calm down. The president of the Pill Refining Teachers Association and the 4 elders, in Kanglan County, can be said to be a superior existence, and usually stay in the association to concentrate on pill refining and do not ask the world. Now that these 5 were attracted by Luo Chen, they were undoubtedly shocked. Chapter 134. What is the origin of that little Mr. Luo? He was able to shock all the 5 members of the Pill Refining Teachers Association. Outside the Kanglan guard station, someone looked at Luo Chen and the 5 white-haired old men who were suspended in the air and muttered. "I don't know, but it seems to be related to the medicine pill refined by the little gentleman." Someone wondered, "What exactly is that cold-blooded pill, have you heard of it?" Everyone around shook their heads in a hurry. After a long time, a very calm voice sounded in everyone's ears. "The cold-blooded pill is only the 3rd-rank medicine pill, but the difficulty of refining is comparable to that of the 7th rank. This is why the birth of the cold-blooded pill will trigger the pill." A spirited grey-robed old man walked out of the crowd, and said solemnly, "As a 3rd-rank pill refining teacher, you can refine a cold-blooded pill with a difficulty comparable to that of the 7th rank. All are alchemy wizards. But because of this, I don't know how many young pill refining masters tried to refine cold blood pills, so that many good seedlings stopped on alchemy. Even if someone was lucky enough to refine a cold-blooded pill, most of them fell under the pill because of insufficient protection measures. Therefore, as early as 500 years ago, the cold-blooded pill was listed as a taboo by the Pill Refining Division, and a large number of pill recipes were destroyed." The grey-robed old man looked at Luo Chen, who was protected by the 5 old men in the sky, and said with emotion, I can't imagine that the old man will be able to see an alchemy wizard like this in his lifetime. God treats me not badly." As soon as the old man's voice fell, there was an uproar around him. In Kanglan County, there is no one who does not know this old man, because this is the teacher of Su Yuan, the current president of the Pill Refining Division of Kanglan County, 5th rank Pill Refining Shi Tianqi. Even this person who single-handedly discovered Su Yuan's existence admires Luo Chen so much, that Luo Chen's talent is naturally conceivable. Li Ling and Li Ziaran were even more pale, their clothes wet with sweat, and their eyes were full of panic. If facing the Kanglan Guard, the Li family still has room to resist, then the Li family will have no resistance at all against the Pill Refining Division. Because as long as the Pill Refining Teachers Association speaks, let alone Kanglan County in the west, even the entire Liaoyun Empire, all medicinal material merchants will no longer do business with the Li family. Luo Chen is so valued by Tianqi. If the Li family can't ask for Luo Chen's forgiveness and settle the grievances between the two parties, I am afraid that Luo Chen will not need to speak up, and the other forces in this Kanglan County will swallow the Li family's bones and even scum. Luo Chen naturally didn't know Li Ling's father and daughter's thoughts. In fact, even if he knew it, he wouldn't care about it. Because even if it was him before, it was not difficult for him to crush the Li family. Now that he makes such a big movement, it is even easier to crush the Li family. It deserves to be a pill refining master with great wealth. Luo Chen couldn't help feeling a little when he looked up at the pill refining that slowly dissipated in the sky. The Danji just now, he completely relied on the endless defense magic treasures of Su Yuan's 5 people to survive. In order to survive this pill refining, Su Yuan and others have also lost 5 or 6 defensive magic treasures. This prodigal transcends tribulation method. I am afraid that only the Pill Refining Division has the confidence to do so. At the moment when pill tribulation completely dissipated, the system prompt sounded suddenly in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining Cold Blood Pill, the 3rd rank Pill Refining Proficiency Ascension to 10001/40W. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining Cold Blood Pill, completing the hidden task Superorder Medicine Pill, rewarding Spiritual Chi 20W, and a chance to draw a lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining Cold Blood Pill, completing the special task Breaking Taboos, and rewarding a chance of enlightenment, Cultivation Base Ascension 1st level. Ding! Congratulations to the host level Ascension, the current Cultivation Base, 5th rank Martial Grandmaster, 54817/200W, Spiritual Chi Growth Rate Ascension to 270 points per minute. Chapter 135. As the system prompt sounded, a large number of heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered towards Luo Chen, and then in the astonished eyes of Su Yuan and others, Luo Chen actually rushed directly from the 4th rank Martial Grandmaster to the 5th rank Martial Grandmaster. Being watched by everyone, Luo Chen was a little embarrassed and said, "I felt something when pill refining, and then, a fluke, a fluke." Su Yuan and the 5 people did not feel that there was anything wrong, and after hearing Luo Chen's words, they smiled kindly and expressed their understanding. However, Chi Chi, who was spitting blood before being chopped by Danji, couldn't calm down now. How long has it passed before Luo Chen has broken through again? And still under his nose, he quickly went from the 4th rank Martial Grandmaster Ascension to the 5th rank Martial Grandmaster Realm at a speed that he couldn't react to. What kind of monster is this? Qi Jinzhao murmured while looking at Luo Chen. Pill refining fell into a certain kind of epiphany, so that after the end of pill refining, the realm soaring did not happen, but there is no such experience, and all are alchemy wizards. The lowest limit that can be reached is the 7th grade pill division. Luo Chen's martial Dao is already so outstanding, and his talent on alchemy is also so amazing. Should anyone else live? Abandoning the commander, is there anything wrong? Su Yuan asked with some doubts when he noticed that there was something wrong with the current situation. It's okay, it's okay. Qi Jinzhao sighed and said dejectedly. He figured it out clearly, he was just an ordinary person with a good talent. Compared with these real evildoers, it was really far behind. If you compare yourself with them, don't you find yourself uncomfortable? After all, this kind of genius was born to break common sense. Hearing the words of abandoning the present, Luo Chen was also a little helpless, but he didn't know how to persuade him, and simply let him abandon the present. I thank the 5 seniors and the commanders for their help. Luo Chen rushed to the 5 Su Yuan and Qi Jinzhao, arching the cupped hands, and said with a serious face, "If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I would have fallen under this calamity." "It's a matter of raising your hand." Su Yuan waved his hand indifferently, staring at Luo Chen with scorching eyes, until he saw Luo Chen uncomfortable, and then said, "The talent of the little friend is so amazing, I wonder if there is any teacher." "I haven't learned from it yet," Luo Chen smiled at Su Yuan. Without waiting for Su Yuan to speak, Luo Chen continued, "It's just that the kid is obsessed with martial Dao. Alchemy is only a part-time training, so there is no idea of apprenticeship for the time being." As early as Su Yuan spoke, Luo Chen had already guessed what Su Yuan was going to say, so he immediately refused. After all, if he wanted to learn from pill refining as a teacher, why would Ling Feng, the deputy dean of the Alchemy Academy of Luoyun Academy, ignore him and come to worship Su Yuan as his teacher? It's a pity. Su Yuan couldn't help feeling a little regretful when he saw that Luo Chen had already said his words. Since the little friend is obsessed with martial Dao, the old man will not force it. Su Yuan looked at Luo Chen and said with a serious face, "But the old man still wants to persuade the little friend. Little friend, your alchemy talent is rare in the world. If you concentrate on martial Dao, it would have ruined your alchemy talent. If the little friend concentrates on alchemy, he may become a 7th-rank alchemist within 10 years. Even if he is a strong martial king, he will be respectful in front of the little friend. But if you switch to martial Dao, you will not even be able to enter the venerable realm within 20 years. Qi Jinchao on the side sighed secretly when he heard Su Yuan's words. Su Yuan didn't know how evil Luo Chen was, could he still know? Enter martial venerate in 20 years? Qi Jinzhao thinks this might be a joke to a freak like Luo Chen. If there is an adventure, it is estimated that within 10 years, Luo Chen will be among the venerable realm. Chapter 136. Luo Chen didn't care about Su Yuan too much, and Su Yuan was not the only one who persuaded him to give up martial Dao and concentrate on alchemy. As the deputy dean of the Dan Academy, didn't Ling Feng also want to break him from martial Dao back to alchemy? Even Lao Xiet, who had been promoted to the treasurer of Luoyun Wuxing in the county city, had persuaded him at the beginning. "Thank you Su Senior for reminding." Luo Chen smiled at Su Yuan, and said lightly, "Junior has a sense of measure." Su Yuan sighed when he heard the words. He is also an old man, how can he not hear the meaning of Luo Chen's words? It's a pity. Su Yuan sighed, but didn't say much. Upon seeing this, Qi Jinzhao on the side quickly changed the subject, and said to Luo Chen, "The Li family's father and daughter are still kneeling outside the station. You can see how to deal with it. It's not a problem to keep them kneeling there." "Why, did the Li family offend this little friend?" Su Yuan asked with a gloomy face before Luo Chen heard Qi Jinchao's words. "A little conflict." Luo Chen shook his head and said lightly, "It's not a big deal." "That's not okay." Su Yuan snorted coldly, "Should it be the Li family's girl? If you provoke other people, the old man is naturally too lazy to deal with it, but since the Li family doesn't have a long eye and you have a conflict with your little friend, then this matter is not so easy to uncover. Since you don't want to be this villain, my little friend, do it." With that, Su Yuan rushed out of the station angrily. The other 4 elders glanced at each other, shook their heads with a wry smile, and followed Su Yuan. After Su Yuan and others left, Qi Jinzhao cursed in a low voice, "Damn old fox! How could he not guess Su Yuan's thoughts? Su Yuan intends to severely punish the Li family in order to show his favor to Luo Chen. Fortunately, I directly pulled this kid into the Kanglan Guard, otherwise I am afraid I can't compete with these old foxes." Thinking of this, Qi Jinzhao's mood improved inexplicably, looked at Luo Chen, and smiled, "It seems that you don't need to come forward this time. Since Su Yuan intends to help you, the future life of the Li family is probably not easy." Luo Chen nodded when he heard the words, and said with a serious face, "If this is the case, then I will report to the college first. The meeting point for Luochen Academy is next to the county guard mansion. You can see it soon when you walk into the city." Qi Jinzhao groaned after hearing this, and then said, "Thank you." Luo Chen rushed to Qi Jinzhao and arched his cupped hands, his figure flashed, disappearing into Qi Jinzhao's sight. At the same time, Su Yuan and 4 other elders from the Pill Refining Division had already appeared outside the Kanglan Guard Station. Seeing Li Ling and his daughter kneeling on the ground, Su Yuanqiang suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and shouted angrily, "Li Ziaran, you are so bold." Old Su, Wu elder shook his head, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Even if you act like a bit, the expression on your face hasn't changed yet, oh." The other elders also smiled bitterly and shook their heads, then their faces sank suddenly, walked behind Su Yuan and glared at the Li family father and daughter. When everyone around saw this scene, all their eyes gathered here, with a bit of gloat in their eyes. The Li family really kicked the iron plate this time. The little gentleman hasn't come forward yet. First he abandoned the present, and now it is these 5. Someone in the crowd said with emotion, "I really don't know what that little gentleman is, he has such a big energy. I don't know the origin of that little gentleman, but there is one thing." Someone on the side responded with a smile and said with a smile, "If you can refine the medicine pill that inspires the pill tribulation, even if the little gentleman is not of good origin, it is also the target of various forces vying to win." Chapter 137. The person who spoke had witnessed the conflict between Luo Chen and Li Ling yesterday, so he knew that Luo Chen seemed to come from that remote place in Lingyun City. At first, he was a little disapproving, feeling that a genius from a small place, even if he had some strength, would not go far. But after Yi Jinzhao, an elder of the Pill Refining Division, came out to support Luo Chen, he quickly became a loyal fan of Luo Chen. Li Ziaran and Li Ling heard the discussion around them, and there was no trace of blood on their faces. In fact, when Luo Chen induced Dan Ji, they knew how serious the matter was. It's just that they didn't expect that elder and the president of the Pill Refining Teachers Association would not wanting face. In order to win a junior, they would not hesitate to put down their body to ask for an explanation for Luo Chen in person. "Chairman Su, it's all a misunderstanding. Li Ziaran is the heir of the Li family, the future patriarch of the Li family," after changing his face several times, immediately said to Su Yuan. "Hi! Misunderstanding." Su Yuan snorted coldly, and said coldly, "The old man is not too confused yet. Your precious girl instructed the guard to attack Luo Chen, is it possible or false? Your Li family really thinks that Kanglan County is your home, can you let you go?" Li Ziaran took a deep breath when she heard the words, and then smiled, "Chairman Su, you are right, so didn't I bring Linger this girl to apologize to Mr. Luo Xiao today?" "Apologize?" Su Yuan's eyes were full of ridicule, and he said with disdain, "You are worthy of the Li family." Su Yuan's words are from the sincerity. Luo Chen's ability to successfully refine the freak of cold blood pill is enough to prove that he can easily become a 7th grade pill refining master. All that is needed is time stacking and accumulation of pill recipes. And as he said when he advised Luo Chen before, the 7th rank pill refining teacher has a lofty status, and even the strong martial king has to be respectful in front of him. And once the news that Luo Chen can refine cold blood pill spreads, Luo Chen's status will not be lower than the general martial ancestor powerhouse. The Li family is nothing but a merchant family that doesn't even have martial ancestor, and the strongest in the family is also the 9-star martial spirit. Speaking of it, the Li family didn't even have the qualifications to offend Luo Chen, so how could he apologize? Li Ziaran's face suddenly changed when he heard Su Yuan's words. He didn't expect Su Yuan to say such words. He also has a lot of dealings with the Pill Refining Teachers Association, and he knows Su Yuan well. Since Su Yuan said that, I am afraid that the Li family is going to be in serious trouble. Sure enough, before Li Ziaran could speak, Su Yuan's voice sounded again. Luo Chen won't see you, he won't care about such trivial things, because you are not qualified to offend him. But since your Li family dared to be disrespectful to a genius like Luo Chen, pill refining teacher, it is obviously not to put me in the Pill Refining Teacher Association to put in one's eyes. In that case, since today, my Pill Refining Teacher Association and the Li family's medicinal material business have all been cut off. You Li family, do it for yourself. After that, Su Yuan directly took the other 4 elders of the Pill Refining Teachers Association towards the Pill Refining Teachers Association. Li Xiaoran's complexion kept changing, and in the end he spouted a gulp of blood and fainted outside the Kanglan guard station, while Li Ling's pretty face was distorted and his eyes were full of resentment. After seeing this, everyone around them talked again, and many people thought that Luo Chen would reconcile with the Li family this time. After all, the power of the Li family was not small in Kanglan County. As a result, they did not expect that Luo Chen would not come forward at all, so he would directly hurt a family with a lot of power in Kanglan County, and it would be difficult to stand up. However, these things have nothing to do with Luo Chen. Following the route given to him by Qi Jinzhao, Luo Chen quickly appeared outside the slightly dilapidated courtyard next to the county guard mansion. Chapter 138. Looking at the dilapidated house in front of him, Luo Chen's expression was a little weird. If it weren't for the 7-character plaque on the gate of this house with Luoyun Academy access point, he would never have believed that the access point of Luoyun Academy would be so dilapidated. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A slightly impatient voice sounded from the door. "If it's okay to disturb my uncle sleeping, you will be pretty." While talking, an armful of black feathers pushed open the door, and a figure with fox ears came out of the door. Half-demon. Luo Chen frowned. As the alliance between the human race and the demon race, the combination of the human race and the demon race is naturally indispensable. It's just that most of the heirs born by the human race and the monster race tend to be the stronger one, either a pure human race or a pure monster race. But there are always exceptions. If the strength of the two sides is similar, the combination of the human race and the demon race, the children born will be two extremes. One is a terrifying genius with both human and monster bloodlines and extremely talented. And the other one is a half-monster like the figure in front of you. Some half-demons have good talents, but most half-demons are just average talents, without any potential waste. What's the matter with the half-demon? Hearing Luo Chen's words, the figure turned dark and snorted coldly, "Just like you, this uncle can be killed with one hand." Fox Chi. Before Luo Chen could speak, an old voice came from behind the half-monster, "Don't mess around, let the guests in." Hu Chi glared at Luo Chen unwillingly, but seemed to be very afraid of the speaker, and quickly stepped aside. But he kept muttering in his mouth, "Humph, if it weren't for the teacher to speak, you wouldn't want to enter this gate today." Luo Chen ignored Hu Chi, walked into the courtyard and found a grey-robed old man holding a hip flask in his hand, sitting under a banyan tree and drinking himself. "Junior Luo Chen, I have seen Senior." Luo Chen's eyes condensed when he saw the moire on the grey-robe old man's clothes, and he immediately arched his cupped hands at the old man and said with a serious face, "I know all about you." The grey-robed old man nodded, put down the flask in his hand, and smiled. "The teleportation array has only been used today. If you want to go to the academy, you can only wait for tomorrow. You might as well be here today. Stay, I will take you to the college tomorrow morning." While speaking, the old man pointed to a bleak formation not far from him. "It's all based on Senior's orders." Luo Chen looked at the teleportation array after hearing the words, and then said sternly, "Hu Chi, arrange a quiet room for Luo Chen," the old man said lightly, looking at Hu Chi. "Teacher." Hu Chi looked at the old man with a reluctant expression and whispered, "Could it be that you want your teacher to do these trivial things yourself?" The grey-robed old man's eyes condensed and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Hu Chi didn't dare to say anything. He snorted to Luo Chen, and after taking Luo Chen to a quiet room, he turned and left on his own. Luo Chen didn't care too much about this. The half-demonic temper had always been weird. Anyway, this Huqi and him would not have too much intersection in the future. Luo Chen simply let him go. Lying on the bed in the quiet room, Luo Chen pondered for a moment, and instructed the system in his heart. System, lottery. The cold blood pill was successfully refined before, and the system rewarded him with a chance to draw a lottery and a chance to enlighten him. Luo Chen didn't know what was going on with enlightenment for the time being, but he was already familiar with the lottery. Before everyone looked around, Luo Chen was not easy to be distracted by the lottery, but now he doesn't have so many scruples. Chapter 139. As soon as Luo Chen's voice fell, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. After he recovered, he was already in a starry sky. In front of him, a huge star turntable appeared, with various items listed on it. Once there was a lottery draw experience, Luo Chen was already familiar with it. After taking a casual glance at the things on the star turntable, Luo Chen muttered in his heart, "Start the lottery draw." As soon as Luo Chen's voice fell, the star dial quickly turned, and soon I couldn't see the objects on it. After a few breaths, Luo Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Stop." The pointer of the turntable stayed on an amber medicine pill, and next to the medicine pill, there were a few scribbled characters. Before Luo Chen could identify it carefully, the scene in front of him quickly fell apart. When he recovered, he had appeared on the bed in the quiet room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a transformation monster core, which has been stored in the host's universe ring. Please check it by the host. The system's voice rang in Luo Chen's mind, causing Luo Chen to be stunned. Transforming monster core. Luo Chen took out the amber medicine pill from the Qinqin ring, only to feel a strange fragrance diffuse, and the room filled the room for a moment. Luo Chen had seen this kind of medicine pill record in the pill refining experience left by the 9-tier alchemist. The pill recipe of this medicine pill is the secret of the monsters. Few human pill refining masters can refine it, and this medicine pill has only one function. That is to remove the blood of the monster race in the body. It is said that this kind of medicine pill was created by a monster genius specifically for half monsters. Corresponding to the transformation monster core, there is also a blood tempering pill specially used to purify the blood of the monster. Unfortunately, there is no pill recipe, otherwise you can try to refine it, Luo Chen muttered, looking at human monster core in his hand. Although the monster core is of no use to him, Luo Chen is very interested in the refining method of this medicine pill. And compared to the cold-blooded pill he previously refined, the difficulty of refining monster core is even higher. Once the refining is successful, the proficiency of pill refining may increase significantly. Just when Luo Chen was about to put away the monster core, there was a soft knock on the door suddenly. "Little friend Luo, can the old man come in?" The grey-robed old man's voice rang out of the quiet room with uncontrollable excitement. Luo Chen couldn't help but wonder, what did this grey-robed old man suddenly find himself for? After groaning, his eyes fell on the monster core in his hand, and Luo Chen's face was a little more smiling. He probably knows the purpose of this grey-robed old man. Apart from this monster core, he probably has nothing else on him that can impress the grey-robed old man. Throwing monster core back into the Qinqin ring, Luo Chen turned over from the bed and sat up, opened the door, and rushed to the grey-robed old man outside with a smile. "Senior, please come in. I just don't know why Senior came to Junior at this time." As soon as the old man walked into the quiet room, his nose moved slightly, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. "Little friend Luo, old man Jian Chen, I am sorry for the old man, I don't know if the monster core in Xiao Luo's hands can be sold." The grey-robed old man arched his cupped hands at Luo Chen and said with a serious face. Sure enough, it came to transform monster core. Luo Chen understood that the scent of this monster core was too strong. "I am afraid that the scent of monster core is all in the quiet room." With the perception of this grey-robed old man, it is not difficult to perceive the existence of monster core. Chapter 140. It turns out to be Jian Chen Sr. Luo Chen flipped his wrist, took out monster core from the universe ring, and smiled at Jian Chen. "This monster core is useless to me, naturally I won't stay in my hands forever, is it Senior? Interested in this monster core?" Jian Chen took a deep look at Luo Chen and said with a serious face, "Yes, my disciple Huqi is a half-demon body, but it's a pity that his fox bloodline is too low, which affects his cultivation qualifications. That's why I have been looking for monster core to remove the blood of the monster in his body." Over the years, the old man has looked for many people, but failed to achieve his wish. I didn't expect to see monster core in my little friend today. If the little friend is willing, the old man is willing to exchange this monster core with the little friend with a low-grade cultivation technique. With that said, there was an extra quaint book in Jian Chen's hand. Even if it was a distance away, Luo Chen could feel the strong sword qi emanating from the quaint book. This cultivation technique is called Pure Yuan Sword Classic. Although it is only a low-grade cultivation, it can transform the whole body of true qi into a sword element. It has amazing lethality and is not inferior to the ordinary middle-grade cultivation technique. Jian Chen looked at Luo Chen with a proud look. Obviously, this pure Yuan Jianjing is probably what he cultivated. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment. He knew very well how rare a low-grade cultivation technique was. Even in Luoyun Academy, there were not many cultivation techniques. After he entered Luoyun Academy, with the talent he showed, I am afraid he could only choose a high-grade cultivation technique to study at the profound stage. As for the ground-level cultivation technique, only after he meets certain requirements can he be eligible to exchange it. But the problem is that he actually wants a fire attribute cultivation technique to assist pill refining, otherwise he would have to rely on the fire gathering formation engraved on the pill furnace every time he pill refining. Not to mention the consuming energy, Chengdan takes a lot longer, which greatly affects the efficiency of his pill refining. If he cultivates a fire attribute cultivation technique, Luo Chen is sure to hit the pill refining technique to the 5th rank or even the 6th rank as soon as possible. As for the 6th rank, even with the help of the system, Luo Chen did not dare to say that he could reach it in a short time. Seeing Luo Chen hesitating, Jian Chen couldn't help but anxious, and said quickly, "Does my little friend think it's not difficult to obtain a cultivation technique? Then this is a big mistake. Cultivation technique is different from martial skill. In an academy, as long as you have enough points, you can learn the martial skill at the ground level, but if you want to learn the cultivation technique, you need other requirements." "I know everything senior said," Luo Chen nodded, and then rushed to Jian Chen said, "It's just that the senior knows that junior is a pill refining teacher. This pure Yuan Jianjing is certainly good, but junior wants to cultivation first. A fire attribute cultivation technique. Why are you so inept?" Jian Chen blew his beard and stared when he heard the words, and said in a bad mood, "There are a lot of spiritual fires sealed in the pill courtyard, and you can even refine the cold-blooded pill. Once you enter the Alchemy Academy, the old fellow Ling Feng will find a way to get you a spiritual fire for you to refine whatever he says. What fire attribute cultivation technique do you need?" Of course his words were flicking Luo Chen. Although spirit fire can be used for pill refining, if it is assisted by the fire attribute cultivation technique, it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. "Senior," Luo Chen said with a wry smile, "it's okay for you to fool others with your words, fooling a pill refining teacher, you look down on me too much, right? But I am not a pure pill refining teacher. If I can obtain spiritual fire, then there is really no need to be entangled in the cultivation fire attribute cultivation technique." Speaking of this, Luo Chen paused, then looked at Jian Chen who was beaming with joy, and said sternly, "Just how can senior guarantee that I will be able to get the spirit fire?" Chapter 141. What a shrewd kid! Hearing Luo Chen's words, Jian Chen's heart burst. How could he not know that Luo Chen was bargaining with him? But monster core is rare. If he missed it this time, he doesn't know when he will find it next time. Therefore, Jian Chen didn't hesitate too much, and immediately said, "This pure Yuan Sword Sutra plus I assist you in obtaining the spirit fire of the Alchemy Academy, in exchange for the transformation monster core in your hand. Pure Yuan Sword Sutra I can give it to you first, Hua monster core after I help you get the spirit fire, you can give it to me. Senior is not afraid that junior won't admit it when he gets something." Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha, boy, even that old thing Ling Feng dare not rely on me, how can the old man be afraid that you won't admit it?" Jian Chen looked at Luo Chen and said meaningfully, "What's more, the old man believes that you are a smart person and knows what you can do and what you can't do." "Deal." Luo Chen heard the words and threw the monster core in his hand to Jian Chen, and said lightly, "I hope seniors will not break their promises by then." Jian Chen took over Monster Core, a look of error appeared on his face, and it took a while before he recovered, and laughed, "Boy, your appetite for me, I'll take care of the spirit fire thing for you. As for this pure Yuan sword classic, you take it first." With that said, Jian Chen threw the book in his hand to Luo Chen, and immediately took the monster core to find his apprentice Hu Qi. Luo Chen flipped through the booklet in his hand, only to feel that countless sword rays appeared in front of him, making him a little unable to open his eyes. "It's interesting," Luo Chen pondered for a moment, walked to the side and sat down, and asked in his heart, "System, what's the situation with enlightenment?" Enlightenment can make the host enter a state of enlightenment, with a sharp ascension, lasting half an hour, and the host has one chance of enlightenment. Do you use it? The system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind, making Luo Chen's face unconsciously joyful. "Use it now." Luo Chen took a deep breath and ordered in his heart. Before he finished his words, the spiritual qi around the world quickly fluctuated, surrounding Luo Chen, making him seem to be in a warm pool. Luo Chen only felt that the lingtai was clear and bright, and the true qi movement speed in his body was not consciously faster. He kept practicing the cultivation technique and martial skill he had cultivated in his mind. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen directly put his attention on the pure Yuan Jianjing in his hand, and for a while, countless pictures appeared in his mind. Ding! The host successfully cultivated pure Yuan Jianjing, current proficiency, beginner training, 1/50W, spiritual qi growth rate ascension to 300 points per minute. Ignoring the system prompts, Luo Chen was immersed in the countless pictures in his mind. There were countless sword shadows around Luo Chen, and at the same time a thin sword intent radiated from Luo Chen. Subconsciously getting up from his seat, Luo Chen replaced the long sword with his sword fingers, constantly drawing in the air, as if he was performing one type of exquisite sword move after another. Sword Ray Huo in the quiet room, invisible force left countless scratches on the surrounding walls and pillars, and the sharp air permeated, making people unconsciously hairs standing upside down. Cut! Luo Chen opened his eyes suddenly, screamed, and pointed his right hand into a sword, and suddenly cut it down. The rich sword intent spouted from Luo Chen's fingertips, and cut it on a potted plant in the quiet room. The potted plant was intact, but the upper part quickly turned yellow, and there was no more vitality. Chapter 142. Seeing the dead potted plant, Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. This method of directly cutting off the vitality of a potted plant is well known in the universe continent. Because this ability to directly cut through nothingness can only be possessed by the powerful sword intent and the sword intent condensed by the sword repair. That's sword intent. Countless sword repair dreams, how many have stepped into the martial spirit, even the sword intent that the swordsman of martial ancestor realm could not comprehend, was he comprehended it? No, it's not sword intent, Luo Chen frowned suddenly. He is now in a state of enlightenment, how keenly he perceives, but he found something wrong in an instant. The true sword intent can cut through the nihilism, even if it is limited to my strength. I should cut off the vitality of this potted plant. Luo Chen pulled up the potted plant and found that there was still a little vitality left near the root of the potted plant, and he had a clear understanding in his heart. I can only be regarded as the prototype of the sword intent, or half-step sword intent, Luo Chen thought to himself. It should be the Cultivation Pure Yuan Sword Classic, which combines the sword technique insights that I have previously cultivated into a furnace. Reason. According to this situation, when I cultivate the Pure Yuan Sword Classic to the level of the furnace fire, I should be able to condense a complete sword intent. Thinking of this, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. Sword intent and sword intent are representatives of extreme attacks. In contrast, sword intent's attacks are undoubtedly more fierce. It can be said that once you have mastered the sword intent, you have mastered the means to easily leapfrog the challenge. Once a complete sword intent is condensed, with his current 5th rank martial grandmaster's cultivation base, coupled with streaming step and crane shadow step, Luo Chen is confident that he can slash Xiantian Great Master under the sword. Restraining the excitement in his heart, Luo Chen directly drew out the long sword from his waist while the enlightenment time was not over, and used the sword technique he had learned before. From the simplest chopping and stabbing to the cross-sword technique that he later cultivated, splitting shadow sword, and the streaming sword technique left by Liu Guangjianzun. The sharp sword ray flooded the quiet room for a short time, and at the same time the sharp aura spread, even outside the quiet room. In a quiet room not far away, Jian Chen, who had just handed the transformation monster core to Hu Qi's suit, suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the quiet room where Luo Chen was, sword ray lurched across his eyes. How about condensing the prototype of sword intent so quickly? Jian Chen couldn't help muttering, this kid's kendo aptitude is really terrifying, if he can enter the battle courtyard. Thinking of this, Jian Chen sighed suddenly, and said dejectedly, that kid's alchemy talent is more detached than his kendo aptitude, I'm afraid the old guys in the alchemy won't let them go. It's a pity, obviously such a good sword repair seedling. Shaking his head, Jian Chen cast his gaze to the side of Fox Chi, who had the power of lotus position transforming monster core, with a little smile on his face. Fortunately, this kid Huki's kendo aptitude is not bad, and he is not inferior to that kid. Now that the blood of the Fox family in his body has been removed, there should be an explosive period of strength next. Luo Chen naturally didn't know Jian Chen's thoughts. With the blessing of the state of enlightenment, he had countless insights about cross-sword art and splitting shadow sword in his mind. In this case, Luo Chen only felt that the sword moves that were so handy in the past were how awkward it was now, and even the root of True Chi's operation was full of flaws. Chapter 143. Luo Chen knew very well that it was because of the enlightenment state that allowed him to discover the flaws of these two sword arts. Instinctively discarded those moves that made him feel awkward, True Chi inside Luo Chen's body shook, and his right hand slammed out. A cross-sword ray appeared in the quiet room, slashing on the wall, and a cross-sword mark appeared, almost touching the wall of the quiet room. Go straight through. Sure enough, the power is much greater. Luo Chen saw this scene with a little more joy on his face. He once cultivated cross-sword technique to Deva Unity Realm, and naturally knew this sword technique well. After abandoning those tricks that he found cumbersome, the power of cross-sword technique was ascension at least 20%. Then next. Spectral Shadow Sword. Luo Chen pondered for a moment, and directly used the Sword Ray Shadow Sword in the quiet room. Sword ray slashed on the four walls of the quiet room. A series of sword marks appeared on the four walls of the quiet chamber, which can be seen with the naked eye. The more powerful the sword ray becomes. The power is still a bit worse. Luo Chen shook his head somewhat dissatisfied, and thought to himself. Unlike the cross-sword art, the spectral shadow sword is a group attack sword art, and the power of a single sword ray may not be much stronger than the cross-sword art. In terms of group attack, the streamer sword technique is far better than the splitting shadow sword. This mysterious rank low-grade sword technique seems a bit tasteless in his hands. Even after the blessing of the state of enlightenment, let him improve the sword technique of this profound stage low-grade sword technique, but the power still made him a little dissatisfied. He now needs a powerful single attack sword technique even more. As for the group attack, with the streamer sword technique, he is not short of the group attack sword technique for the time being. Why don't you try combining the cross-sword art and the spectral shadow sword? Luo Chen muttered with a thought. The spectroscopy shadow sword was realized after he cultivated the cross-sword technique to the Deva Unity Realm. It can be said that the two sword techniques come from the same source. If they are to be merged together, it seems that it is not impossible. Thinking of this, Luo Chen put away the long sword directly and sat cross-legged on the bed, with countless sword moves in his mind. With the blessing of the state of enlightenment, he eliminated one after another of complicated sword moves, and he quickly abandoned those slightly complicated True Chi operation routes, and soon a large amount of messy information was combined into one sword move. Luo Chen opened his eyes abruptly, referring to the sword with the sword, and struck down in the air. In the quiet room, a bright sword light suddenly appeared, like a meteor passing through the sky, bringing up a splendid plume. The sword light was condensed and not scattered, and fell on the quiet room wall. The solid quiet room wall was directly pierced by the sword light, and a hole with the thickness of a thumb appeared. Afterwards, Jian Mang's remaining power remained unabated, and he penetrated 5 layers of walls one after another before it slowly dissipated. When Luo Chen saw this scene, he couldn't help taking a breath. Before he could say anything, the system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the top-grade sword technique. Please name the host. Create your own sword technique, name it yourself. Luo Chen groaned for a moment when he heard the system prompt, and slowly said, this sword technique has only one style. NS. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the top-grade sword technique Jinghong Yi Zhan proficiency from Ascension to Deva Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the top-grade sword technique achieving the achievement learning from all strengths, rewarding spiritual chi 50W, a chance to draw a lottery, and sword technique ascension reaching the lower grade. Chapter 144. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen took a deep breath, feeling the complex information that suddenly appeared in his mind, and it took a while to calm down. He didn't expect that his own sword technique would have such benefits. It took a lot of effort to directly integrate a low-grade sword technique ascension to Deva Realm. In the quiet room not far away, Jian Chen noticed the movement here, and his heart also jumped wildly. This kid is really restless. Jian Chen cursed in a low voice, but the regret on his face couldn't be concealed. Such a good seedling with excellent kendo aptitude, but he can only watch as he is snatched by the old people in the alchemy school. What pill refining technique does he learn? No. Jian Chen gritted his teeth suddenly, and secretly said in his heart, this kid must stay in the battle courtyard. With such a good qualification, being a pill refining master is a waste. Thinking of this, Jian Chen's eyes flashed a touch of sword light, and he had a care in his heart. Luo Chen didn't know Jian Chen's thoughts, and after creating Jianhong Yi Zhan, the duration of the realm of enlightenment was also coming to an end. With the last little time left, Luo Chen grabbed insight into the pure Yuan sword scripture, and after the cultivation technique proficiency ascension of this low-grade cultivation technique reached the level of 20W/50W for beginners, the state of enlightenment also slowed down. Finish. Luo Chen only felt that his thoughts had returned to normal, and the aura in his brain quickly disappeared. During the insight pure Yuan Jianjing, he also began to encounter obscure places. Perceiving this, Luo Chen directly called out the attribute panel and looked at the remaining 600,000 spiritual qi on the attribute panel. Without any hesitation, he directly raised his hand and clicked on the column of pure Yuan Jianjing. The spiritual qi on the property panel instantly decreased by 300,000, and the system prompt sounded by Luo Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the ascension of the pure Yuan sword classic, 1/100W, and the ascension of spiritual qi to 330 points per minute. After upgrading the pure Yuan sword technique, Luo Chen pondered for a moment, and his fingers fell on the streaming sword technique. The remaining more than 300,000 spiritual qi quickly diminished again, and in a flash, there were only tens of thousands of points left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unifying the ascension of streaming sword technique to Deva. Looking at the lonely tens of thousands of spiritual qi on the attribute panel, Luo Chen directly put away the attribute panel and slept on the bed. There was no word for a night, and early the next morning, Luo Chen was called by Hu Qi, and then together with Jian Chen, through the teleportation array in the yard, he directly crossed thousands of miles and appeared at the gate of Luoyun Academy. As the most prestigious martial arts sacred land of the Luoyun Empire, Luoyun Academy is located in a stretch of mountains outside the Luoyun imperial capital. Luoyun Academy is supported by exotic treasures, and a palace is suspended above the mountains, covered by a sea of clouds, which looks like a beautiful scenery in the fairy family. On the mountain road, you can see a large number of young people with different clothes climbing slowly up the mountain road. Those are all talents from all over the world who want to worship Luoyun Academy. Jian Chen couldn't help laughing when he saw Luo Chen's eyes fall on the young man on the mountain road. So that's the case, Luo Chen nodded, and immediately asked in confusion, "Does the academy still recruit disciples at other times?" Luochen Academy enrolls students every 3 years and recruits outstanding disciples from the Luochen Empire. In addition, only those geniuses valued by the Luochen Academy can enter Luochen Academy at other times, such as Luo Xiao back then, and Luo Chen. And these young people on the mountain path are obviously not the Tianjiao who was specially recruited like Luo Xiao. They will appear here, just because they want to enter the Luochen Academy. If Luochen Academy had no other channels for recruiting students, these young people would never be able to gather here. Chapter 145. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Jian Chen smiled and nodded, and explained, "The academy recruits students once every 3 years, but there will always be some geniuses who miss it for various reasons. Therefore, the dean set a rule that geniuses who missed the enrollment time can enter the college by breaking through the 3 passes. Over the years, many geniuses have successfully broken through the 3 passes and become students of the institution. But you don't need these." Jian Chen shook his head and smiled at Luo Chen. "Take out your token." Luo Chen hesitated, and finally took out the 2 tokens that Lord Grimm and Ling Feng had given him. And the moment Luo Chen took out the token, Lord Grimm and Ling Feng, who were cultivating in the academy, sensed the token issued by them, and hurried towards the mountain gate. After a while, Lord Grimm appeared in Luo Chen's line of sight, and looked at the other token in Luo Chen's hand with the symbol of the Alchemy Academy. His pupils shrank suddenly. "Your kid came quickly." Lord Grimm quickly recovered his calm expression, calmly stepping forward to hold Luo Chen and walk into the academy. "Follow me to register first, and then I will arrange a place for you to pass on your martial arts," Lord Grimm said as he walked. Seeing his anxious look, he was obviously worried that the people from the Danyuan suddenly jumped out. "Cut who? Is this going to be cooked with raw rice?" Luo Chen didn't expect Lord Grimm to be so impatient, but he could guess Lord Grimm's thoughts, feeling a little helpless in his heart. Some didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head. Luo Chen sighed inwardly, Lord Grimm's abacus might be lost. After all, Ling Feng is the deputy dean of the Alchemy Academy, with a high level of authority, and it is not comparable to a special mentor like Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm wants to grab someone from Ling Feng, which is too difficult. Sure enough, before Lord Grimm took Luo Chen far away, Ling Feng's voice resounded over Luochen Academy. "Junior boy, stay Luo Chen. He will only be a secret caste in your battle courtyard, and the alchemy courtyard is the most suitable place for him." While talking, Ling Feng's figure appeared in front of Lord Grimm, his face glaring at the special instructor of the War College. He was refining a furnace of medicine pill before, and it happened to be at a critical moment, so he took a little slower. But after this shot was slow, Lord Grimm almost brought Luo Chen into the battle courtyard. Once Luo Chen entered the battle hall, even Ling Feng was not too sure to ask someone from the old guys in the battle hall. Thinking of this, Ling Feng's face became even more ugly, and he wished to throw Lord Grimm into the pill furnace and practice it together. After finishing speaking, Ling Feng's gaze fell on Luo Chen, and he complained, "You kid, what's wrong with my alchemy courtyard? Why did you follow the gentleman to the Reishizi war courtyard? What can the poor old men in the war college teach you? Go to the alchemy with the old man, and wait for your alchemy to become successful. Martial skill, cultivation technique, divine armament, what can a beauty want?" With that said, Ling Feng stretched out his hand to Luochen. "Old man Ling, this Luo Chen was first discovered by the people of our battle institute, and it should be the people of our battle institute." Just when Ling Feng was about to take Luo Chen to the Alchemy Academy, an old man with a fairy wind and a long sword appeared in front of Ling Feng and said coldly. The old man exudes an amazing sword intent, and there seems to be a flash of sword light in his eyes, which makes people afraid to look directly. Sure enough, the prototype of sword intent was condensed. After the old man drank Ling Feng, his gaze fell on Luo Chen, and his expression moved. Unexpectedly, the prototype of the sword intent was condensed in the 5th rank martial grandmaster realm. According to this trend, I am afraid that before stepping into Xiantian, you will be able to condense the real sword intent, really a natural sword repair. With this kind of talent, what else to learn pill refining? It's just a nonsense. Chapter 146. After the sword-bearing old man finished speaking, he looked at Luo Chen with scorching eyes, and said solemnly, "The old man is the vice president of the Floating Cloud Academy War Academy, Jianqing. With your qualifications, entering the Danyuan will only delay you. Entering our war college, the old man personally instructs you on martial arts, heaven-level sword skills and ground-level cultivation technique for you to choose. After you become martial ancestor, the cultivation technique of the celestial cultivation technique in the Battle Academy will also allow you to practice." Hearing the conditions given by Jianqing, Luo Chen's eyes lit up and couldn't help feeling a little moved. Since the elder in front of him can become the deputy dean of the Luoyun Academy War Academy, he is probably the strongest of martial venerate realm the last time. More importantly, this sword engine is obviously a sword repairer. If Jianqing can personally advise him, his strength, ascension, will probably speed up a lot. "FK your mother." Luo Chen hadn't spoken yet, and Ling Feng on the side suddenly cursed, "Okay, you old swordman, you are robbing someone on daddy's head. Do you know how strong Luo Chen's alchemy talent is? Even if he joins the theater, it will take 10 years at the earliest to become martial venerate. But if he enters our alchemy school, he will be able to become a 7th rank alchemist in less than 10 years. At that time, Martial King can only be respectful in front of him. Can you still make Luo Chen a Martial King in 10 years? After speaking, Ling Feng looked at Luo Chen and said earnestly, "Luo Chen, your alchemy talent is rare in the world, so don't delay yourself. Martial Dao can practice anytime. When you become a 7th rank alchemist, or even an 8th rank or 9th rank alchemist, even Martial God has to treat you with courtesy. At that time, you have time to slowly practice Martial Dao. Join the alchemy, the 5th rank of the alchemy, let you use medicinal materials." Speaking of this, Ling Feng was silent for a while, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, "In addition, you can enter the Spirit Fire Tower and choose a Spirit Fire." Hearing what Ling Feng said, not only Luo Chen, but Jianqing was stunned for a moment. Jianqing knew that Ling Feng, the vice president of the Alchemy Academy, paid more attention to the Spirit Fire in the Spirit Fire Tower on weekdays. Except for those pill refining masters who have done great work for the Alchemy Academy, no one else is qualified to connect to the Spirit Fire Tower. Unexpectedly, in order to pull Luo Chen into the Alchemy Academy today, Ling Feng even made such conditions. Subconsciously glanced at the grey-robed old man Jianchen behind Luo Chen, Jianqing's eyes were a little more questioning. Seeing this, Jianchen pointed at Ling Feng, his left hand shook, and his lips moved, vaguely able to tell from his mouth that he was saying the 3 words "can't let." Seeing Jianchen's actions, Jianqing had made a decision in his heart. In fact, the reason why he appeared today was because Jianchen had informed him of Luo Chen's news through special communication means yesterday. After pondering for a moment, Jianqing looked at Luo Chen and said with a serious face, "Spirit Fire, there are also in the battle courtyard. As long as you join the battle courtyard, in addition to the above conditions, the old man will let you choose a spiritual fire. In addition, if your strength ascension can meet the requirements of the old man will leave this old face and ask the pill refining teacher to teach you pill refining." The students from the Luoyun Academy who were attracted by the movement from below couldn't help being in an uproar when they heard Jianqing's words. Everyone couldn't help turning their heads to Luo Chen, who was a little confused, as if looking at a monster. They knew how much Jianqing, the deputy chief of the battle hall, hated the disciples of the battle hall to spend energy on alchemy and the way of refining tools. Because in Jianqing's view, this is simply not doing business right. Unexpectedly, in order to draw Luo Chen closer to the battle hall today, the deputy chief of the battle hall could even violate the principle he had always adhered to. Where is Luo Chen sacred? At the same time, the students of Luoyun Academy below raised such doubts. Chapter 147. Jianqing didn't know the doubts in the hearts of the students below. In fact, even if he knew it, he wouldn't take it to heart. Because according to the news that Jianchen passed to him yesterday, he knew exactly how strong Luo Chen's talent was. In less than 5 days, the 6th rank was broken continuously. No, it should be the 7th rank continuously, from a 7th rank martial master ascension to the 5th rank martial grand master. This kind of talent is unmatched by Luochen Academy. What's more, Lord Grimm reported to him about Luo Chen's news as early as half a month ago. According to Lord Grimm's information, Jianqing knew very well that Luo Chen was just an ordinary person who could not be cultivated a month ago. People. In just 1 month, Luo Chen reborn from an ordinary person to the 5th rank martial grand master, and also mastered the cultivation technique and martial skill of multiple deva in one realm. This kind of talent is enough to make him violate the principle of always. Not to mention. In addition to Luo Chen's talent, there is one of the most important reasons. That is Luo Chen is Luo Xiao's son. At the beginning, Luo Xiao and the imperial capital Xiao family clashed, but Luochen Academy failed to save Luo Xiao. This made Jianqing, who was Luo Xiao's mentor, always feel that he owed Luo Xiao in his heart. Now that Luo Xiao's son has entered Luochen Academy, his talent is still so outstanding, he naturally can't let Luo Chen go to the alchemy. A hesitation appeared on Ling Feng's face. Although Jianqing was the same as him, he was only the deputy chief, but because of his sword repair status, Jianqing's status in the battle courtyard was not lower than that of the chief. In contrast, the power in the hands of Jianqing was much more than that of the vice president of the Alchemy Academy. For him, the conditions that Jianqing could easily set out were not something he could decide with a single word. Old man Jian, others can give you the battle courtyard, but Luo Chen can't. Just when Ling Feng was a little hesitant, a domineering voice resounded over the academy, and then a middle-aged man wearing a golden silk robe appeared in the sight of everyone. A palm-sized pill furnace is embroidered on the hem of the old man's robe, and 7 stars surround the pill furnace. 7 Pill Refining Division. Luo Chen's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect that he would come to Luochen Academy to report, and even this kind of existence was drawn out. You must know that the 7th rank Pill Refining Division can be on an equal footing with the Martial King Powerhouse, and even exists with a slightly higher status. President. Seeing the middle-aged man appeared, Ling Feng nodded at the middle-aged man and said. Hearing Ling Feng's name, Luo Chen also knew the identity of this middle-aged man. Dean of the Dan Academy of Luochen Academy, Lonely. Gu Lin waved his hand, looked at Jianqing, and said lightly, Old man Jian, Luo Chen's alchemy talent is even more outstanding than you think. You must have heard of the cold blood pill. Gu Lin looked at Jianqing, and said solemnly, Luo Chen has been able to successfully refine the cold blood pill. The most important thing is that Luo Chen has been exposed to pill refining for less than a month. With such a talent, entering your battle yard is a secret caste. The students from the Luochen Academy below were already shocked when they saw Gu Lin personally appear. Now that I heard Gu Lin's words, he looked at Luo Chen in disbelief, as if looking at a monster from Taigu. They can become students of the Luochen Academy, and they are all arrogant talents. Naturally, their knowledge will not be bad. They naturally know what cold-blooded pill is. And Luo Chen. After being exposed to pill refining for less than a month, he was able to successfully refine the cold blood pill. This Luo Chen was seized by which 9th rank alchemist, right? How else is it possible to have such a talent? Chapter 148. Hearing Gu Lin's words, Jianqing's face sank, and he coldly snorted, Old man Gu, did your Danyuan have to rob someone from our battle house today? What is robbing? Gu Lin rolled his eyes and smiled, it's so ugly, it's useless for the two of us to fight here, it's better to let Luo Chen decide for himself. If he is willing to enter the battle yard, I will never stop him. In Gu Lin's view, with the financial resources of the Alchemy Academy, afraid that Luo Chen would not come to the Alchemy Academy to study obediently? As long as Luo Chen is studying in the Alchemy Academy, and when Luo Chen becomes a 7th rank or even higher level alchemist, the alchemy of the Alchemy Academy can completely overwhelm the battle courtyard. It is as if Queen Huang studied at Jingxian Academy. After Huang Hao became famous in the mainland, Jingxian Academy also became the sacred land that countless young people in Qincan continent yearned for. The current situation is the same. With Luo Chen's talent, the Alchemy Academy only needs to provide enough resources to quickly make Luo Chen the pill refining master of the famous moving continent. At that time, the Daenyuan is still worried about not recruiting talented disciples? You must know that before this, because the reputation of the Battle Academy was much stronger than that of the pill refining, the pill refining was often robbed of some good seedlings who were suitable for pill refining. What an old fox! Jianqing cursed in his heart, hesitated. Congulin nodded, and agreed, well, this is Luo Chen's matter, so he should decide by himself. In Jianqing's view, Luo Chen could condense the sword intent at such an age, and he should also have a clear sword heart. A dignified sword master who uses his sword to enter the Tao, he can enter the realm of the king in only half a step, and is personally guided by the strong man who has achieved a generation of sword kings. Luo Chen can't not be moved. Following Jianqing's words, whether it was the other Liuyun Academy tutors who had heard the news or the students gathered below, they couldn't help but cast their eyes on Luo Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. Being watched by everyone, Luo Chen couldn't help falling into hesitation. He didn't really care about which college he entered. After pondering for a moment, Luo Chen slowly said, I plan to enter Dan. Wait. Before Luo Chen finished speaking, a discordant voice suddenly heard from the students below. Then a handsome young man with a long sword and a little fatty dressed in a white robe with the logo of the 4th rank pill refining division on his clothes walked out of the crowd. Ye Changli, the 10th in the battle list. The genius pill refining teacher Du Hanjiang of the Daenyuan. Seeing the two men appeared, the students around couldn't help but cast their eyes on the two, with worship in their eyes. Changli, Hanjiang, what's the matter with you? Seeing Ye Changli and Du Hanjiang suddenly interrupt Luo Chen, Gu Lin's face sank and said coldly. He just heard Luo Chen's mouth popping out the word Dan, and it was obvious that Luo Chen chose the pill courtyard. In the end, they were interrupted by these two boys. If they weren't the geniuses of the academy, Gu Lin would have the heart to punish them to Huishan to guard the forbidden area. President of the orphanage, mentors, Ye Changli, Congulin and the others respectfully saluted, and immediately said, this student Luo can be valued by the mentor and the dean, naturally it is Bufan. But the privileges given to him are too exaggerated. As the 10th in the battle list, I want to learn the martial skill in the battle academy, and I need to contribute to the academy. However, Suidi Luo can directly learn martial skill of the heavenly rank. If he really makes such a decision, I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Yes, Du Hanjiang, the young man in white clothes, nodded, looking at Luo Chen with a faint hostility. The medicinal materials below the 5th rank of the Daenyuan are used by Suidi Luo. This privilege is a bit exaggerated. If the dean of the orphanage and deputy dean Ling really make such a decision, it is impossible to guarantee that it will not chill the hearts of other disciples. Du Hanjiang looked at Gu Lin and Ling Feng and said sternly. Chapter 149. What do you mean? Gu Lin took a deep look at Du Hanjiang and said lightly. After all, he is a student of his alchemy school, and he also knows a little about Du Hanjiang. This person has a very serious mind. Although alchemy has outstanding talents, he is destined to not go long. This time he suddenly jumped out to stop him. I am afraid that Luo Chen would steal his limelight after entering the Pill Academy. However, Gu Lin didn't break this point either. On the contrary, he was somewhat happy to see Du Hanjiang and Luo Chen clash. Although Hanjiang's talent is good, he is too smooth sailing. It is good for Luo Chen to hit him. Gu Lin looked at Du Hanjiang and thought to himself. Competition. Du Hanjiang looked at Luo Chen and said coldly. Du Hanjiang's expression was faintly distorted as he spoke, and a deep jealousy rose in his heart. Why is it that you, a hairy boy, just entered Liuyun Academy and you are so eye-catching? Even the two deans of the Daenyuan Academy offered generous terms to win in. Why? Is this kid able to refine cold blood pills? When I defeat you head-on, I will see if you have the face to enter the Daenyuan. Du Hanjiang looked at Luo Chen and thought to himself. Changli, how about you? After hearing Du Hanjiang's answer, Jianqing suddenly looked at Ye Changli and said in a deep voice. As Ye Changli's tutor, he knew him as a student. In his impression, Ye Changli had always been indifferent to external affairs, so why did he suddenly jump out this time? Jianqing never thought that Ye Changli was affected by Du Hanjiang, because Du Hanjiang did not have the ability to tell Ye Changli. I mean, it's also for me to compete with Luo Suidi. Ye Changli subconsciously touched the saber on his waist, and said with a serious face, if Luo Suidi can show enough strength, no one will object to Luo Suidi's having the privileges just mentioned by his mentor. You have itchy hands and want to find someone to fight with you, right? Jianqing saw some clues right now, and said unceremoniously. Ye Changli smiled awkwardly when he heard the words. He didn't expect Jianqing to see through his mind. His hands are indeed itchy, especially after he noticed the faint sword intent emanating from Luo Chen's body. He even started to compete with Luo Chen. Otherwise, with his temperament, he really wouldn't stand up at this time. Ugh! Jianqing sighed helplessly, his eyes fell on Luo Chen, and smiled. Luo Chen, you also heard what they said, I don't know what you think. Hearing Jianqing's words, everyone turned their eyes to Luo Chen again, waiting for his answer. I don't think this student Luo will accept the challenge. Someone whispered. Ye Changli and Du Hanjiang are both older than him. No matter how talented he is, he cannot be the opponent of these two people. Now accepting the challenge will only lose face. That's hard to say. If you refuse at this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult for this student Luo to gain a foothold in the university. Let's see how this student Luo will choose, but I think it's better not to accept the challenge. Anyway, I am not optimistic about the student Luo. Just as everyone was talking about it, the system prompt suddenly sounded by Luo Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the limited time mission Swafoyangui. Please, the host has defeated Ye Changli and Du Hanjiang within today, and each defeated person will be rewarded with a lucky draw chance, Spiritual Chi 20W. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen calmly looked at the students around him, and finally his eyes fell on Ye Changli and Du Hanjiang. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said indifferently, I agree. Chapter 150. I agree. These three words, please, fluttered like thunder in everyone's ears, causing an uproar. Is this Luo Chen crazy? Someone said in disbelief. Ye Changli is the 10th master of the battle list. Even if he has amazing talents, but after all he entered the academy, how could he be Ye Changli's opponent? Du Hanjiang is not bad. He passed the 4th rank pill refining assessment a few months ago. With his talent, he may now be able to refine the item medicine pill. Although Luo Chen can refine the cold blood pill, it only shows that he has a good talent. If he wants to beat Du Hanjiang, I am afraid that there is no such possibility at all. No one is optimistic about Luo Chen, even those people who thought Luo Chen would take up the challenge before heard Luo Chen's answer with a look of astonishment. They just said it casually, and they didn't believe that Luo Chen would be stupid enough to accept the challenge of Ye Changli and Du Hanjiang. After all, the age gap is there. As long as Luo Chen is not stupid, he will not fail to discover the gap between him and Ye Changli and Du Hanjiang. It seems to be another arrogant kid, someone whispered, I have some talents, so I'm invincible. Hey! I hope he won't be hit too badly this time. Du Hanjiang's face became even more faintly distorted, and his eyes toward Luo Chen were full of resentment. He never expected that Luo Chen, this kid, would really dare to accept his challenge. This is clearly not to put him in one's eyes. Damn boy! Du Hanjiang gritted his teeth in his heart and sneered secretly, when you defeat you in public, your expression should look good. Ye Changli didn't have the thoughts of Du Hanjiang, and when Luo Chen agreed, Ye Changli couldn't help touching the hilt of the sword, with an eager expression on his face. Tutor, why don't you let me fight Suidi Luo first? Ye Changli looked at Jianqing, slightly excited. Jianqing cast his gaze on Luo Chen. Seeing Luo Chen nodded slightly, Jianqing didn't say anything anymore, and said lightly, if this is the case, let's go to the martial arts arena. With that said, Jianqing waved two soft energies and took Luo Chen and Ye Changli towards the competition arena. Seeing this, other academies hurriedly followed Jianqing for fear of missing a good show. Even the instructors of the alchemy and the deans of the two alchemy, Ling Feng and Gu Lin, also flew towards the place where the competition arena was. At the same time, the news that Ye Changli, who was ranked 10th in the Battle Academy's battle list, was about to fight against a student who had just entered the academy, quickly spread throughout Luochen Academy. On the back mountain of Luochen Academy, on top of a mountain covered by ice, a girl in green slapped the door of a wooden house, and said joyfully, Axu, Chang Li is going to fight with people, hurry up and accompany me. Have a look. The wooden door opened, and a girl with a cold temperament wearing a plain white dress walked out. If Luo Chen were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this girl was Luo Qingshu, who was specially recruited by Luochen Academy at the beginning. Luo Qingshu glared at the green-clothed girl, and said with anger, Ye Changli is your lover, you can see it if you want, why do you pull me up? Axu, aren't you curious about what strength Changli is now? The green-clothed girl approached Luo Qingshu and said with a small smile, the next ranking battle is about to begin. It's okay to check for intelligence in advance. Luo Qingshu raised a faint smile at the corner of her mouth and snorted, don't you just want to see your lover? Ye Changli's strength, he can't even go through a single move under my hand, what's so good about it? Chapter 151. After Luo Qingshu's thoughts were broken, the green-clothed girl was not embarrassed either. She pulled Luo Qingshu's shoulders and shook gently, and said in a tired voice, okay, Axu, you just accompany me to take a look. The blue veins on Luo Qingshu's forehead bounced slightly, resisting the urge to draw the sword and chop the girl in green, and nodded helplessly. Seeing Luo Qingshu's promise, the girl in green leaped for joy, and hurriedly pulled Luo Qingshu to the place where the competition arena was. And when Luo Qingshu and the girl in green rushed to the competition arena, Luo Chen and Ye Changli had already stood still on the competition arena, and the underside of the arena was surrounded by onlookers. Even the audience seats around the ring were full of mentors from Luochen Academy, many of whom were wearing pill refining robes. Ye Changli, 4th rank Xiantian Great Master, Ye Changli gave Luo Chen a sword ceremony, and said with a serious face, this time Ye Mao is happy to see hunting. If it brings troubles to Luo Suidi, Ye Mao will go first. Pay no to Suidi Luo. While speaking, Ye Changli's sword chi vibrated, and the sword against his arm made clear sword sounds. Looking at this breath, Senior Ye should be about to condense the real sword intent, right? Someone under the ring exclaimed. Yesue Shang has condensed the prototype of sword intent a year ago. After a year of immersive training, it should indeed be condensed soon. It is said that the student Luo has also condensed the prototype of the sword intent, but it is useless to the senior student of Shang yet. No one in the audience is optimistic about Luo Chen. After all, compared with Ye Changli, Luo Chen's cultivation time is indeed a flaw. Old man Jian, how can you allow them to fool around? In the audience, an old man in white robe shouted at Jian Qing, that Luo Chen is no more than the 5th rank martial grandmaster, how can he be Changli's opponent? In case Luo Chen loses, aren't you pushing him to the alchemy courtyard? In the eyes of the white-robed old man, if a genius like Luo Chen is pushed to the Alchemy Academy because of such a trivial matter, it would be a big loss. We must know that although both the War Academy and the Dan Academy belong to the Luochen Academy, the relationship between the two academies is not much harmonious. Even if the relationship between the tutors and students of the two houses is good on weekdays, when it comes to the dispute between the two houses, neither side will show mercy. On the contrary, the instructors of the Alchemy Academy all looked expectant, as if they had seen Luo Chen defeated by Ye Changli. Since then, Martial Dao has focused on pill refining and entered the scene of master alchemy. On the arena, Luo Chen caught everyone's expressions in his eyes, smiled in his heart, and immediately gave a sword ceremony to Ye Changli, smiling, Luo Chen, 5th rank martial grandmaster, also ask Yesue Shang for advice. Shui brother Luo, you should do it first. Ye Changli nodded to Luo Chen, holding a sword in his hand, and the king eye on his body was being blown by the breeze. It seemed to be a bit of a superior demeanor. Senior Ye is careful, Luo Chen smiled slightly, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, his figure quickly disappeared in place, and countless streamers appeared in the air, covering Ye Changli. Streamer step plus streamer sword technique. Facing a 4th rank Xiantian Great Master, Luo Chen didn't dare to be careless, and immediately broke out his best attack. There was joy on Ye Changli's face, he pulled a sword flower, and then cut out the long sword in his hand, and countless sword rays also appeared, welcoming him toward the sky full of light. Ding 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 ding! A series of collisions sounded in the air. When the people around were still marveling at the strength of the two, the figure behind Ye Changli flashed, and the cross-sword ray appeared and printed on Ye Changli's body. Chapter 152. Ye Changli's ears moved slightly, and a shallow smile appeared on his handsome face. The long sword in his hand was turned upside down, and it hit the cross-sword ray behind him, breaking the sword ray to pieces. Then Ye Changli's figure disappeared, and a touch of sword ray suddenly appeared, shredding the after-image of Luo Chen left in place. Ye Chang was taken aback and quickly displayed the movement technique and disappeared. At the moment when he disappeared, a long sword appeared out of thin air in front of him, piercing the after-image left by him. When everyone in the audience saw such a confrontation scene, some people took a breath, and subconsciously hugged their arms, and muttered, looking at the two of them fighting, how come they feel a little bit cold? Sword repair is like this, the trick is fatal, if you miss, I am afraid you will lose instantly. Someone beside him sighed with emotion, I didn't expect that student Luo could fight with Senior Master Ye for so long. This level of strength is completely capable of hitting the rankings. It may be that Senior Master Ye is not serious yet, someone said with a sour tone, pretending to be calm, if Senior Master Ye gets serious, I'm afraid Senior Brother Luo will soon be defeated. Just as everyone was talking about it, a ray of blood was spilled on the ring, accompanied by a clear cracking sound, and a piece of white clothing floated down in the air. The figures of Luo Chen and Ye Changli appeared on the ring again. Luo Chen's robe was torn open, and the hem was cut off, which looked quite funny. On Ye Changli's face, there was a shallow wound, and the blood flowed down the wound, which looked quite strange. There was an uproar all around. Everyone under the competition arena opened their eyes wide, as if they had seen an unbelievable picture, and their faces were full of shock. Senior Ye was actually injured. Someone swallowed their saliva and murmured, Senior Ye was injured last time, it seems that it was when he was fighting the number 1 in the battle list. What the hell is this junior brother Luo? Even Senior Master Ye hurt his hands. It's nothing, the sword repair fight is inherently dangerous, and you will get hurt if you are careless. Someone comforted him and smiled reluctantly, hasn't Ye Sueshang also cut the clothes of that student Luo? The confrontation just now can only be regarded as a tie between the two sides. When Senior Ye gets serious, Junior Brother Luo will definitely lose. Hearing that person's words, the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and their eyes focused on the ring again. On the ring, Ye Changli wiped the blood from his face, and smiled at Luo Chen, I can't think that Swaity Luo is so amazing. For the last sword, as long as Swaity Luo can follow, I am willing to admit it. Luo Chen nodded lightly and smiled, I also have a sword, and I want Ye Sueshang to give pointers. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Ye Changli suddenly laughed and said loudly, I can't tell you about it, it's a mutual confirmation, then we will. One sword. Determine the outcome. As he said, the sword power emanating from Ye Changli's body rapidly increased, and the spiritual qi around him vibrated, blowing his cyan robe into a hunting noise. Luo Chen didn't dare to be careless, the pure Yuan sword scripture ran to its limit, and a strong sword intent radiated from him. Although it was only a rudimentary form, it also felt like a glow on the back. The students from the Luoyun Academy who were looking around noticed the cold sword intent emanating from Luo Chen's body, and they all shrank unconsciously. As Luo Chen and Ye Changli's aura became sharper, everyone under the ring unconsciously held their breath, staring at the two on the stage for fear of missing the next scene. However, at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly sounded behind the crowd. Chapter 153. Lots of people. It seems that the Battle of Changli is still very attractive. The girl in green and Luo Qingxiu appeared behind the crowd. The girl in green took Luo Qingxiu's wrist and whispered, Axu, let's hurry up and see who is fighting Changli. With that said, the girl in green pulled Luo Qingxiu and squeezed into the crowd. Someone subconsciously glared at the green-clothed girl, and immediately saw Luo Qingxiu with an expressionless face pulled by the green-clothed girl. Then the man couldn't help but laugh twice, and quickly stepped back 2 steps to make way for Luo Qingxiu and the girl in green. Soon, Luo Qingxiu and the girl in green appeared below the ring. Seeing Luo Chen on the ring, Luo Qingxiu was stunned immediately, and a surprised expression appeared on her cheeky face that could be broken. The girl in green didn't notice this, her gaze fell on Ye Changli, with a bit of blur in her eyes, and she muttered, "Changli is still so handsome. Who is the person who fought against Changli? Looks good. Look unfamiliar." "No." The girl in green suddenly noticed something and said in surprise, "Axu, that kid looks like you." After waiting for a while without hearing the answer, the green-clothed girl couldn't help turning her head, stretched out her hand and shook in front of Luo Qingxiu, wondering, "Axu, do you know the kid who is fighting against Changli?" Luo Qingxiu came back to her senses and muttered, "Xiao Chen? Why is he here?" "Xiao Chen?" The girl in green was startled when she heard the words, and then lost her voice. "That kid isn't the little brother you always talk about, right?" Luo Qingxiu's face sank slightly, and a dangerous light appeared in her eyes. The girl in green quickly recovered and waved her hand quickly, "No, no, I mean the person who fought with Changli, wouldn't it be you, little brother, Luo Chen?" The people who had been focusing on the ring immediately turned their eyes to Luo Qingxiu, and their cheeks twitched unconsciously. "Can't cultivate, waste, little brother." These words are like a sharp dagger, constantly piercing their chests, making them breathless. A super genius who can be comparable to Ye Chang at such an age has become a waste in your mouth. But they knew Luo Qingxiu's identity, but they couldn't find any refutation. Because Luo Qingxiu was the top of the previous battle list, there is no suspense, no one can shake her position to the top of the battle list. "It's really Xiao Chen." Luo Qingxiu smiled a little more on her face and nodded gently. Hearing Luo Qingxiu's words, everyone around couldn't help but have more comforting reasons. After all, it was Luo Qingxiu's enchanting little brother. Some enchanting ones are also normal. On the ring, Luo Chen also saw Luo Qingxiu. But at the moment he was fighting Ye Changli and didn't dare to be distracted, so he had to hold his breath and stare at Ye Changli, and at the same time true qi inside his body began to become violent. "School brother Luo, be careful!" Ye Changli suddenly screamed, his long sword slammed out, and a stunning sword qi slashed towards Luo Chen. At the same time, the sabers of the people below the ring seemed to be summoned, and they all pulled out of the sheath, and the sword qi cut out by Ye Changli attracted and flew towards Luo Chen. When Luo Qingxiu under the ring saw this scene, she couldn't help squeezing her hands tightly, and a little worry appeared on her face. "Good job!" A gleam of light flashed in Luo Chen's eyes, and the sword intent was urged to the extreme. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Ye Changli. The long sword in his hand suddenly pierced out with an indomitable momentum. Chapter 154. Seeing Luo Chen's movements, the audience was in an uproar. No one expected that Luo Chen would not evade when facing Ye Changli's amazing attack, but directly greeted him. "This kid is too big, isn't it?" Someone under the ring disdainfully said, "Senior Ye's full-strength sword, even the martial spirit level powerhouse dare not despise it. That kid, a 5th-rank martial grandmaster, actually wanted to take Senior Ye's full sword from the front?" The speaker looked at Ye Changli with undisguised admiration in his eyes. Obviously, this was one of Ye Changli's many admirers. "That's not necessarily," someone next to him retorted, "although the cultivation base of that student Luo is still shallow, the strength that he has shown before is solid. Since he dared to do this, he has the confidence to think about it. The gap in cultivation base is not so easy to make up," someone retorted. "Lu Heng, don't think we don't know you want to pursue Luo Qingxiu. But the facts are in front of you. Even if you want to chase Luo Qingxiu, you can't just say something against your heart, right?" "Hi!" The man called Lu Heng was overwhelmed by others, and immediately said angrily, "Zhang Nian, dare you bet with me? What are you betting on?" Zhang Nian glanced at Lu Heng contemptuously, and said lightly. He had personally seen how powerful Ye Changli's sword move was. When they were practicing outside, Ye Changli used the cultivation base of the 9th-rank martial grandmaster to forcefully kill a 7th-rank Xiantian great master with this type of sword technique. Now that Ye Changli is the 4th-rank Xiantian great master, how can Luo Chen, the little 5th rank martial grandmaster, be able to resist this once again? Simple, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Heng glared at Zhang Nian, coldly said. Got it. Zhang Nian gritted his teeth and agreed. Just when the two made a bet, Luo Chen and Ye Changli had already collided in the ring. Ye Changli's sword moves exquisitely, coupled with the thick sword intent, relying on the long sword attracted by the sword intent, directly seals all Luo Chen's evasive routes, and at the same time, the long sword in his hand carries the scream of breaking wind towards it. Luo Chen cut it down. There was a playful look in Luo Chen's eyes, and a phantom of a wild demon cow appeared behind him. With the appearance of the phantom of the wild demon cow, Luo Chen's muscles swelled, and he directly burst his shirt. The exposed muscles were like copper cast iron, glowing with cold light. Ye Changli's attack fell on Luo Chen's body, only causing countless white marks on Luo Chen's body. As soon as Luo Chen transported true qi, the white marks on his body quickly disappeared, as if he had never suffered any attack. Deva unites realms bull body tempering. This body refining cultivation technique evolved from part of the content of the cultivation technique, which is inherited from the line of the demon stubborn wild demon cow, is Luo Chen's confidence to dare to confront Ye Changli head on. Now, it's me. Luo Chen's laughter resounded over the ring. Luo Chen's wrist flicked, and the long sword that pierced Ye Changli was actually 3 points faster. A sword ray cut shattering void wu, brought a splendid fi hung, and landed on Ye Changli's right shoulder. Puff! The sound of a sharp weapon smashed into the flesh. Ye Changli looked at his right shoulder being pierced blankly, his face was full of disbelief. He, unexpectedly, lost? The dignified 4th rank Xiantian Great Master, the 10th genius in the battle list, unexpectedly lost to a freshman who had just entered the academy and hadn't even decided on his affiliation? Chapter 155. There was a dead silence under the arena. No one was optimistic about Luo Chen. Even Lu Heng, who was betting on someone, only gritted his teeth to support Luo Chen because of Luo Qingshu. However, Luo Chen's sword, like a resounding slap, slammed their faces fiercely. Freshman? Cultivation base gap? The age gap? These things are not worth mentioning in front of the real evildoer. I lost. On the ring, Ye Changli took a deep breath, looked at Luo Chen, and said solemnly. He was not someone who couldn't afford to lose. Although losing to Luo Chen made him very embarrassed, he adjusted quickly and conceded his defeat calmly. Senior Ye's strength is very strong. Luo Chen smiled at Ye Changli, and said modestly, if it weren't for this cultivation technique, I would definitely not be Ye Sueshang's opponent. To win is to win, and to lose is to lose. You don't have to comfort me, brother Luo. Ye Changli shook his head, and said with a serious face, if there is a chance in the future, I hope you can still fight with brother Luo. After speaking, Ye Changli held the long sword, jumped down from the ring, and walked away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Ye Changli. The time-limited Mission Academy raises prestige is 1/2 completed. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen was overjoyed, and immediately put away the long sword and walked towards Luo Qingshu. Axu, your little brother is too fierce, right? Even Changli lost to him. When the girl in green saw Luo Chen walking towards her and Luo Qingshu, she recovered and said in disbelief. When Luo Qingshu heard this, a faint smile appeared on her face. Then his gaze fell on Luo Chen, his smile narrowed, and he hummed softly, there are many masters in the academy, don't think that defeating Ye Changli is something extraordinary. When Luo Qingshu heard Luo Qingshu's words, Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. My own sister Xued is really. This is because I am afraid I will become proud after defeating Ye Changli, and beating myself in advance. Thinking of the Umei pill brought by Lord Grimm not far away, the smile on Luo Chen's face became even thicker. Sister Xued, long time no see. Luo Chen looked at Luo Qingshu, who was as cold as an immortal in front of him, tilted his head and smiled. You're grown up. Luo Qingshu nodded lightly, her face feeling a little more relieved. She still remembers how rebellious Luo Chen was before. If she had said that before, Luo Chen would have been angry. It seems that after being calculated by the big elder, after a life and death, his ineffective little brother has really transformed. Luo Chen felt helpless when he heard the words, "You are my sister, not my mother. Can you not talk to me in the same tone as an old mother and son every time?" Of course, Luo Chen didn't dare to say this. He knew very well what the consequences of saying this would be. He immediately turned his head to look at the people around him, and finally fixed his gaze on Du Hanjiang. Seeing Luo Chen looking at him suddenly, Du Hanjiang's heart jumped. He actually took 2 steps back subconsciously. The surrounding people who had just recovered from the shock of Luo Chen defeating Ye Changli couldn't help but laugh low when they saw this scene. Hearing the low laughter from all around, Du Hanjiang flushed his face, staring at Luo Chen viciously, his eyes full of resentment. He knows very well that it may not be long before the news of Du Hanjiang, a talented pill refining teacher in the Alchemy Academy, was scared off by the eyes of a new student will circulate throughout the school. At that time, his Du Hanjiang will become the laughing stock of Luochen Academy. Chapter 156. Thinking of this, Du Hanjiang's gaze towards Luo Chen was even more bitter, and there was a vague murderous intent rising in his heart. Perceiving Du Hanjiang's gaze, Luo Chen couldn't help but sneer in his heart. As early as when Du Hanjiang jumped out, he knew that Du Hanjiang was not a good thing. Unlike Ye Changli was just happy to see Lai. Even when he was fighting against him, he was open and frank, so Luo Chen didn't have any aversion to Ye Changli. But Du Hanjiang, it's better to grind to death as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Luo Chen directly met Du Hanjiang's eyes, secretly spurring the prototype of sword intent. 2 sharp sword lights flashed in his eyes. Du Hanjiang's heart jumped. He only felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient fierce beast, and unconsciously stepped back. The laughter around has become louder. Du Hanjiang often offends other students on weekdays, so when seeing Du Hanjiang's ugly manner this time, the others didn't give Du Hanjiang a face, and laughed without shy. Hearing the laughter from all around, Luo Chen's mouth raised slightly, and he immediately arched his cupped hands at Du Hanjiang and apologized, "Sorry, Senior Du. I just fought with Senior Ye, and the sword intent on her body hadn't completely dissipated. Didn't you scare Senior Master Du just now?" Although Luo Chen was apologizing, anyone could hear the mockery in his words. Luo Qingxiu glared at Luo Chen unanimously when she heard the words, but didn't say much. She is very clear about Du Hanjiang's behavior. If such a person is offended, it will be offended. Anyway, as long as she is still in Luochen Academy, Du Hanjiang will not dare to target Luo Chen. The girl in green clothes beside Luo Qingxiu laughed directly, and said to Luo Qingxiu, "Axu, your little brother is bold enough, and you are not afraid to offend Du Hanjiang at all." Although Du Hanjiang is not very good, the pill refining technique is indeed not bad. In addition, his big brother is a teacher of the alchemy. If your little brother enters the alchemy, you will probably have to be made difficult by Du Hanjiang. Du Hanjiang's big brother Du Liuyun is only 3 years older than Du Hanjiang, but he is already a 5th rank pill refining teacher, not far from the 6th rank, and his status in the Danyuan is not low. Otherwise, Du Hanjiang is just a 4th rank pill refining teacher. Although his status in the alchemy school is not low, he does not dare to offend other students at will. If their brothers dare to target Xiao Chen, I dare to lift the alchemy and hang their brothers on the gate of the college. Luo Qingxiu's face sank when she heard the words of the girl in green. A dangerous light flashed across her bright eyes, coldly said. When everyone around heard Luo Qingxiu's words, they all took a step back subconsciously. If other people say such things, they will naturally not believe it. But Luo Qingxiu. But there is a criminal record. At the beginning, there was a 3rd rank pill refining teacher in the Danyuan who didn't know whether he was alive or dead, so he tuned Luo Qingxiu in public. As a result, Luo Qingxiu used profound ice to seal the outside of the alchemy courtyard. After freezing for 3 days and 3 nights, he almost died of freezing directly. The pill refining teacher found his own mentor crying and wanted the mentor to help him. In the end, Luo Qingxiu was only fined for 7 days on the back wall of the mountain. Instead, the third-rank pill refining division was locked into the confinement room of the Alchemy Academy and kept in confinement for half a year. Du Hanjiang also heard Luo Qingxiu's words and thought of the experience of the third-rank pill refining division before. Du Hanjiang's heart jumped and he quickly lowered his head to hide the spiteful color in his eyes. School brother Luo, don't care, you are still young, and it is normal for you to be unable to master the sword intent proficiently. Du Hanjiang endured Luo Chen's thoughts and smiled at Luo Chen. With the strength of Yeswati, it is natural to enjoy the privileges of the War Academy. But if you want to enter the Alchemy College, although the senior is not talented, he still wants to ask his younger brother for advice. Chapter 157. Du Hanjiang thought very clearly that Luo Chen's strength is so amazing, so there must not be much time to spend on alchemy. With the strength of his fourth-rank pill refining division, he will be able to defeat Luo Chen easily. At that time, he has a way to humiliate Luo Chen. Since Senior Du has spoken, how dare Luo Chen refuse? Luo Chen smiled at Du Hanjiang, and then instructed the system in his heart. System, upgrade pill refining. Before he created his own Jinghong Yi Zhan, the system rewarded 500,000 spiritual qi and a lucky draw opportunity, both of which were retained by him. Now the spiritual qi rewarded can be used to transform the pill refining technique ascension to the fourth-rank pill refining technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the third-rank pill refining technique ascension to the fourth-rank pill refining technique. The current proficiency is 1/80W. As soon as Luo Chen's voice fell, the system prompt sounded in his mind, and then a large amount of information suddenly appeared in Luo Chen's mind. Having experienced pill refining technique ascension several times, Luo Chen sorted out the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, and looked at Du Hanjiang, calmly said, I wonder how Senior Du is going to compete. Simple, Du Hanjiang sneered in his heart when he heard the words, and said loudly, naturally, the medicine pill made by someone is more precious and more valuable. He is the fourth-rank pill refining teacher, even if he takes the risk of refining the fifth-rank medicine pill, there is no problem. What's more, he has been in Luoyun Academy for so long, and with the help of his big brother Du Luoyun, he has more pill recipes than ordinary fourth-rank pill refining teachers. Luo Chen has just entered Luoyun Academy, and he has not yet determined his belonging. Even if he has a good talent, how many pill recipes can he master? As for the former dean of the Alchemy Academy, Gu Lin said that Luo Chen could refine the cold blood pill. Du Hanjiang only regarded it as Luo Chen's luck. That kind of medicine pill whose refining difficulty is comparable to that of rank 7 can be refined with such good luck every time? And the reason why he proposed the value of medicine pill was that Luo Chen had to take the risk of refining cold blood pills. Shameless! Upon hearing Du Hanjiang's words, the girl in green clothes beside Luo Qingxiu jumped out, pointing to Du Hanjiang's nose and cursing. Do you really dare to say? Knowing that Luo Chen little brother can't master many pill recipes, I proposed this kind of comparison method. A dignified fourth-rank pill refining teacher, cheeky, and a younger brother who has only come into contact with pill refining not long ago, even if it were to be compared, it was even set up for this kind of comparison method. Dane Yuan's face will make you lose. Du Hanjiang was scolded by the green-clothed girl pointing her nose, and his face was blue, but he didn't dare to say anything, because he knew very well how amazing the identity of the green-clothed girl in front of him was. If he dares to offend the girl in green, I am afraid that even his big brother Du Luoyun, and even the entire Du family will be affected by him. Everyone around him also looked at Du Hanjiang with contempt, with disdain in their eyes. This big sis! Just when Du Hanjiang was a little overwhelmed, Luo Chen suddenly spoke, smiled at the green-clothed girl, and said faintly, since I told Senior Master Du to talk about the test method, there is no reason to go back. This big sis shouldn't make it difficult for Senior Du. Hearing Luo Chen's words, the green-clothed girl was annoyed for a while, and shouted at Luo Qingxiu, Axe you, don't care about you, little brother. Really think you are invincible in the world? Although Du Hanjiang's character is not good, the pill refining technique is practical. In this situation, your little brother will have no chance of winning when you compete with him. I believe him, Luo Qingshu said calmly and shook her head when she heard the words. Chapter 158. Hearing Luo Qingshu's words, the green-clothed girl couldn't help feeling anxious, and said out of temper, "Are you stupid? How many pill recipes can you have in little brother? How many pill recipes does Du Hanjiang have? What does he compare with others?" Luo Qingshu seemed to have not heard the words of the green-clothed girl, her expression calm, but a faint worry flashed across her eyes. "Forget what I owe you." The girl in green gritted her teeth, flipped her wrist, and a roll of ancient sheepskin appeared in her hands. The pill recipe of the 4th rank medicine pill anti-sheng pill, let Luo Chen try to refine it. The girl in green stuffed the pill recipe into Luo Qingshu's hands and said helplessly. "This is the secret pill recipe of your Yun family, you are not afraid of being punished?" Luo Qingshu asked with a flash of eyes when she saw the sheepskin in the hands of the girl in green. She naturally knows how precious anti-birth pill is. This medicine pill can hold the dying person in one breath for 10 hours. As long as it is not cut off from vitality, it will have an effect. In many cases, these 10 hours are enough for people to find a way to continue their lives and regain their new lives. Therefore, although this medicine pill is only the 4th rank, its value is not inferior to the general 6th rank medicine pill. Although this girl in green has a high status in the Yun family, she rashly took out such a pill recipe as a gift, and she had to be punished when she returned to the Yun family. "Who made me owe you my life?" the green-clothed girl said helplessly. "Anyway, those old men in the clan keep me in confinement for a few months at most, and they will be sleeping at home." Luo Qingshu didn't say much when he heard the words, but just wrote down the matter secretly, and immediately shouted at Luo Chen, "Xiao Chen, can you refine the 4th rank medicine pill?" "No problem," Luo Chen nodded, his expression indifferent. After the pill refining technique ascension reaches the 4th rank, he would have been able to refine most of the 4th rank medicine pill. Coupled with the pill refining experience left by the 9th rank pill refining master, Luo Chen is confident that no matter what kind of 4th rank medicine pill, he can achieve a pill. Du Hanjiang on the side saw this scene, a haze flashed in his eyes, but soon he recovered, and couldn't help sneer in his heart. Although this anti-sheng pill is infinitely valuable, the refining process is also extremely cumbersome. The first time you come into contact with the pill recipe, you want to make the anti-sheng pill, hey. Wishful thinking. Luo Chen noticed the change in Du Hanjiang's expression, smiled in his heart, looked at Du Hanjiang, and said lightly, "Senior Du, shall we compete here?" "Go to the medicine pavilion." Gu Lin, the director of the Dan Academy who has not said anything, suddenly said, "It's just convenient for the other students in the Dan Academy to observe." The dean of the Alchemy Academy said that Luo Chen and Du Hanjiang would naturally have no objections, and rushed to the medicine pavilion with Gu Lin. How could Luo Qingshu and the others be willing to miss such a good show, and rushed to the medicine pavilion? At the same time, the news that the freshman who had defeated Ye Changli had to compete with Du Hanjiang's pill refining technique quickly spread throughout Luoyun Academy. Those pill refining divisions in the academy who were not interested in fighting also left the pass and rushed towards the medicine pavilion. Soon, a large number of Luoyun Academy students gathered on the square outside the medicine pavilion. Luo Chen and Du Hanjiang each stood in front of a pill furnace, surrounded by a large number of medicinal materials. "Who do you think will win this time?" someone whispered looking at Luo Chen and Du Hanjiang. "It must be Senior Du." A 3rd rank pill refining division glanced at Luo Qingshu, his eyes full of resentment. Chapter 159. Hearing the words of the 3rd rank pill refining teacher, he couldn't help but booze all around. Although this person is only a 3rd rank pill refining teacher, his reputation in Luoyun Academy is better than some 4th rank pill refining teachers or even 5th rank pill refining teachers. Because he tried to play Luo Qingshu and was frozen outside the gate of the Danyuan for 3 days, this is the person. Hearing the boos from all around, the resentment in this person's eyes was even worse, and he coldly snorted, "Senior Du has been able to refine the 5th rank medicine pill, but he has not participated in the certification of the Pill Refining Teachers Association. He is now a solid 5th rank pill refining division. Even if Luo Chen is talented no matter how strong he is, can he still not be able to compete with the 5th rank pill refining division? 5th rank pill refining division. Upon hearing the man's words, there was a burst of exclamation around him. The 5th rank pill refining teacher is rare even if you look at Luochen Academy. You must know that most of the instructors of the alchemy school are only the 5th rank pill refining teacher. In other words, is this Du Hanjiang already qualified to be a tutor of the Dan Academy? Senior Du is only 25 years old, he is already the 5th rank pill refining teacher. A pill refining teacher exclaimed, according to this, it is very likely that Du senior pill refining teacher will become the 6th rank pill refining teacher. That's not necessarily true, but it's more likely. Even those who see Du Hanjiang upset have to admit that Du Hanjiang's talent on alchemy is indeed not bad. The gap between the 5th rank pill refining division and the 6th rank pill refining division is like a gap. Countless alchemy geniuses have been stuck in the realm of the 5th rank pill refining division, and they will not be able to make further progress throughout their lives. But that is only for the average alchemy genius. According to the records of the Pill Refining Teachers Association, almost 80% of alchemy geniuses who became the 5th rank pill refining teacher before the age of 30 have become the 6th rank pill refining teacher. And this is why after learning that Luo Chen can refine cold blood pill, the dean of the Alchemy Academy Gu Lindu personally came forward. It is already so difficult to become a 6th rank alchemist, but Luo Chen, who can successfully refine cold blood pill, already has the potential to become a 7th rank pill refining teacher, and will naturally attract lonely attention. You must know that in today's Pill Academy, there are only 5 pill refining masters. Except for the dean of the Pill Academy, the remaining 4 people do not ask about world affairs and devote themselves to cultivating pill refining. A Luo Chen who has the qualifications to become a 7-tier pill refining teacher is almost equal to a candidate for the dean of the Dan Academy. Hearing the discussion around him, Du Hanjiang couldn't help showing a complacent look on his face, and there was a little more contempt and disdain in his eyes looking at Luo Chen. A mere kid who is at most 4th rank wants to beat himself? Really wishful thinking. Luo Qingshu, who was watching the battle, heard the discussion around her, and she couldn't help feeling nervous, grasping the green-clothed girl's palm unconsciously and hard. Pain, pain. The girl in green made a series of miserable howls, and immediately looked at Luo Qingshu with a grudge on her face, and said quietly, "Axu, I know you are nervous, but can you please stop taking mine? Lose your hand." A bit of embarrassment appeared on Luo Qingshu's face, and she quickly let go of the green-clothed girl's hand, lowering her head not to look at her. Luo Chen naturally stood up to the words of the green-clothed girl, and couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. He immediately looked at the director of the Dan Academy who was presiding beside him, and said lightly, "The orphan director, can the test begin?" Gu Lin was also a little stunned when he heard this. He thought it would be Du Hanjiang who urged him to announce the start of the game, but he didn't expect Luo Chen to be ahead. After taking a deep look at Luo Chen, Gu Lin didn't say much, and immediately announced, "The test begins." Chapter 160. As soon as Gu Lin's voice fell, Luo Chen and Du Hanjiang moved together. Du Hanjiang was born as an orthodox pill refining teacher. He runs true qi directly, condensing a purple fire in front of him and sending it into the furnace in front of him. On the other hand, Luo Chen put his palm directly on the pill furnace in front of him, and injected true qi into the pill furnace. Seeing Luo Chen's movements, Ling Feng's old face couldn't help twitching twice, and said helplessly, "I should have left a fire attribute cultivation technique for this kid at the beginning." When he left Lingyun City, he instructed Luo Chen in every possible way and asked him to find a fire attribute cultivation technique cultivation as soon as possible. Because Luo Chen said that it would take a long time for him to report to Luochen Academy, so he just left some medicinal materials and pill recipe for Luo Chen, and did not consider leaving cultivation technique. After all, the cultivation technique he left behind is mysterious, but it is not necessarily suitable for Luo Chen. In the end, who knew that Luo Chen came to Luochen Academy suddenly, this was something he hadn't expected. All the people watching around were also shocked, looking at the bright yellow flames in the pill furnace in front of Luo Chen, their eyes were full of surprises. Holding the token of the vice president of the Alchemy Academy, he even alerted the alchemy wizard who came out and robbed the Academy of Alchemy. It turns out, rely on the built-in fire-gathering formation on the pill furnace to refine medicine pill. Haha, old man alone, old man Ling, this is how your alchemy treats geniuses? Even a fire attribute cultivation technique is reluctant to teach. Jianqing burst into laughter, mocking in words. After finishing speaking, Jianqing's gaze fell on Luo Chen, and he said solemnly, "Boy Luo, enter our battle courtyard, and the old man will personally assist you to conquer a spiritual fire. At the same time, the old lady allows you to cultivate martial Dao and alchemy at the same time, and personally invites Master Alchemy to give you advice." "Old man Jian, you want to fight me, right?" Gu Lin said with a gloomy face and coldly snorted, "Did you snatch someone to the head of my Dan courtyard? I'm afraid you won't succeed." A cold light flashed in Jianqing's eyes, and the whole person rose into the air. A strong sword intent radiated from him, and sword chi rushed into the sky. Gu Lin was also unwilling to be outdone. His whole body was agitated with true chi, floating in the air, and a red golden flame ignited in the palm of his hand, setting him off like a god. "Old man Jian, old man alone," Ling Feng's helpless voice sounded, "a group of juniors are watching here, pay attention to the image." Jianqing and Gu Lin swept their gazes from below, and saw all the students of the Luoyun Academy, except for Luo Qingxiu. Everyone looked at them with a dull expression. Luo Chen and Du Hanjiang also looked up at them, but the expression on Luo Chen's face was mostly helpless, while the expression on Du Hanjiang's face was jealous. After Jianqing was not alone to the bottom, he smiled, put away the long sword, and fell back to the ground. When Gu Lin saw this, he also took the scarlet golden flame in his hand and fell back to the ground. His eyes swept over Du Hanjiang and Luo Chen, and his face calmly said, "Some accidents happened just now, now the test continues." Hearing Gu Lin's words, Luo Chen couldn't help but shook his head, took the medicinal materials for refining anti-sheng pill from the side, and threw them into the pill furnace. Du Hanjiang, who was about to put medicinal materials into the pill furnace, saw this scene and couldn't help but sneered and said with disdain, "Boy, do you think anti-bio pill is as good as the garbage medicine pill you refined before? Without the aid of spiritual fire and fire attribute cultivation technique, add medicinal materials indiscriminately. If you can refine the anti-birth pill like this, I will eat the pill on the spot." Chapter 161. Hearing Du Hanjiang's words, Luo Chen smiled, a coldness flashed in his eyes, and said lightly, "Then I suggest you first think about how to eat the pill furnace later." After speaking, Luo Chen's hands moved quickly like a butterfly wearing flowers, and a series of mysterious seals flew out of his hand and fell in the bright yellow flame. The bright yellow flame suddenly flourished and swallowed all the medicinal materials. Soon, the medicinal materials in the pill furnace were cracked by the flames, and finally formed a colorful liquid medicine. Luo Chen did not hesitate. Flipping his hands repeatedly, countless dazzling hand shadows appeared in front of Luo Chen, accompanied by a large number of mysterious runes flying into the pill furnace. As soon as the colorful liquid medicine touched the rune, it boiled quickly, and then, under everyone's attention, it quickly condensed into an uneven medicine pill. And as the bright yellow flame burned, the medicine pill quickly became rounded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at the same time a strong pill incense floated from the pill furnace and filled the medicine pavilion square. The faces of everyone around them were shocked. Although many of them were not pill refining masters, this did not prevent them from knowing that Dan Xiang was a precursor to the success of pill refining. "Damn! Can you still pill refining like this?" The third-rank pill refining master who had been frozen by Luo Qingxiu for 3 days saw this scene, his eyes were full of horror, and he lost his voice. Don't say he saw it, he hasn't even heard of this method that goes against the conventional pill refining method. There are strict regulations on pill refining, when to add what medicinal materials, and what kind of heat is required. It's impossible to refine medicine pill like Luo Chen does what he wants. However, the fact is right in front of him, subverting his understanding of pill refining. The means of Suidi Luo. Ye Changli, who was defeated by Luo Chen before, did not know when he appeared in the crowd. Looking at Luo Chen's back, he exclaimed, "It's really breathtaking." He also knows many pill refining teachers, but he has never seen such a magical method. A faint smile appeared on Luo Qingshu's face, her eyes filled with relief as she looked at Luo Chen standing in front. In contrast, the girl in green clothes next to Luo Qingshu was not as reserved as Luo Qingshu, and the arm that held Luo Qingshu kept swaying. "Axu, your little brother is too handsome." Unexpectedly, he could even master this secret technique. "If it weren't for the long-term separation, I would have wanted to marry him." The green-clothed girl shook Luo Qingshu's arm, twittering non-stop. Luo Qingshu felt helpless when he heard the words, reached out and knocked on the green-clothed girl's head, beckoning her to converge a little, and then looking at Du Hanjiang not far away, a faint glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Luo Chen, who was not far from the girl in green, was also secretly shocked. He didn't expect that the girl in green seemed to have seen the origin of the handprint he had just cast. This set of handprints was learned from the pill refining experience left by the 9th rank pill refining master, and it was named Huaki Condensation Pill Art. It was created by the 9th level pill refining master in his later years. It can simplify the steps of pill refining and greatly shorten the time for refining medicine pill without affecting the effect of medicine pill. It was the first time for Luo Chen to use this qi condensing pill art after learning this. "But I didn't expect it to be successful once, and I didn't expect that the girl in green clothes actually recognized the origin of his set of handprints." Ding! Congratulations on successfully comprehending the secret of the lower rank of the world human qi condensation pill. Reward spiritual qi 20W, 4th rank pill refining proficiency 20W, and randomly select a lost 4th rank pill recipe. Chapter 162. The system prompt suddenly sounded in Luo Chen's mind, making Luo Chen, who was guessing the origin of the green-clothed girl, unable to help but feel agitated. Spiritual qi and pill refining proficiency are nothing to him, but the missing 4th rank pill recipe drawn at random is enough to make his heart fascinated. Because this kind of lost pill recipe, even if its own value is not high, as long as Luo Chen successfully masters it, it can bring him a lot of benefits. Depressing the excitement in his heart, Luo Chen casually pinched a few seal tactics into the pill furnace, allowing the bright yellow flames to continue to burn the already established pill anti-sheng pill. Immediately he looked not far away and stood in front of the pill furnace. His face was covered with incredible Du Hanjiang, and he said indifferently, "Senior Du hasn't started pill refining yet, is it because he thinks he can beat me?" Du Hanjiang came back to his senses when he heard the words. His face seemed to be slapped in the face, burning like a pain, and angrily said, "What demon technique is this? Demon method?" Luo Chen sneered, and said with disdain, "Fortunately, Senior Du is still a genius in the alchemy, and he doesn't even recognize the handprint I just displayed. It is really the shame of the alchemy." Du Hanjiang's face was pale when he heard the words, and the faces of the alchemy instructors and students of the alchemy college around him also had a little embarrassment. Because they actually didn't recognize the handprint Luo Chen cast just now. On the contrary, Gu Lin seemed to have thought of something, sinking into contemplation, his eyes gleaming with dim and unclear light. "Humph! I won't be able to take advantage of your tongue." Du Hanjiang gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy face, "Even if you become a pill fast? To become a pill so quickly, it must have sacrificed the efficacy of medicine pill. If you compare a defective medicine pill with me, you will definitely lose." After speaking, Du Hanjiang directly focused on the pill furnace in front of him, quickly put medicinal materials into the pill furnace, and began pill refining. After hearing Du Hanjiang's words, the pill refining masters around him had a slightly better expression on his face. If Luo Chen was sacrificing the efficacy of medicine pill in exchange for pill refining speed, it would not be incomprehensible. After all, there are countless thaumaturgic secrets in this world. Maybe there is such a secret technique that simplifies the pill refining process at the expense of medicinal effects. What a lucky kid, someone couldn't help but envy. Obviously, I didn't even master the orthodox pill refining technique, so I learned this secret first. The other pill refining divisions around also nodded secretly, looking at Luo Chen with envy. A bunch of idiots. Luo Chen sneered at the discussion around him, but didn't say much, and once again slapped 2 handprints into the pill furnace. The medicine pill in the pill furnace quickly became rounded, and at the same time a pill fragrance that was stronger than before floated out of the pill furnace. Boom! The dull thunder suddenly resounded over the medicine pavilion square. Everyone raised their heads subconsciously, but found that a dark vortex was slowly forming above the Luochen pill furnace, and the vortex could be vaguely seen flashing thunder. Danji! The dean of the Pill Academy Gu Lin recovered from his contemplation, looked at the pill in the sky, and muttered, "Anti-Shang pill, although precious, it is only the 4th rank medicine pill. It's not an alien like cold blood pill, it shouldn't be the reason to provoke pill tribulation. Could it be?" A look of shock flashed in Gu Lin's eyes, and she lost her voice. Extreme medicine pill. Chapter 163. Puff. As soon as Gu Lin's voice fell, a heavy object fell suddenly below. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound subconsciously, but found that Du Hanjiang was sitting on the ground for some unknown time, and kept murmuring something. Looking at the mouth shape, it can be determined that it is the word impossible. In front of him, the purple flame in the pill furnace had already been extinguished, and a large amount of residue was piled up at the bottom of the pill furnace. It was obvious that his pill refining had failed. But at this moment, no one laughed at Du Hanjiang, and even everyone just glanced quickly, and their eyes moved away from Du Hanjiang and fell on Luo Chen, with a fiery light in their eyes. They are the students of Luoyun Academy, and they are all the people who have seen Bufan. Although they can't recognize what Luo Chen's handprints were before, they are very clear about what the extreme medicine pill is. The so-called extreme medicine pill means that there is no loss of medicinal materials in the process of pill refining, and at the same time, the medicine pill of which impurities are perfectly eliminated. This medicine pill does not have any side effects, and the medicinal effect that can be exerted is twice or even several times that of the general medicine pill. In the same way, because of the peculiarities of the ultimate medicine pill, whenever the ultimate medicine pill is born, no matter which product it is, it will attract the pill. Because such medicine pill is too heaven-defying, it is not allowed to exist in the world at all. From this, you can imagine how precious a pill refining teacher who can refine the ultimate medicine pill is. Boom click. Suddenly, a silver thunder in the pitch-black whirlpool galloped towards the pill furnace. Everyone's complexion changed. Before they could make a move, a sword intent rushed into the sky. A stunning sword ray cut through the sky, actually splitting the silver thunder in half. Silver thunder fell to Luo Chen's side, but Luo Chen himself was unharmed. In Luo Chen's hand, a long sword trembling constantly, emitting a clear sword sound, the strong sword intent radiated from Luo Chen's body, which made people afraid to look directly. I have forgotten that this student Luo is a genius who can defeat even Ye Changli. It will not be difficult for him to receive the next 2 robbery thunders. Some people in the crowd couldn't help sighing, and they were quite lost in words. He asked himself to be considered arrogant, but in front of Luo Chen, he was like an ordinary person. The talent that once made him proud is not worthy of exposure in front of Luo Chen. 5th in the battle list, Zhang Jueshan. Someone recognized the identity of the speaker and immediately exclaimed. Zhang Jueshan laughed rather self-deprecatingly when he heard the man's words, and shook his head. If Luo Suidi enters the battle academy, I am afraid I will be 6th in the battle list soon. Everyone naturally understood his implication, and the look in Luo Chen's eyes became even more fiery. The fact that Luo Qingxiu was born in a small family in Kanglan County in the west has long been no secret in Luoyun Academy. Since Luo Chen is Luo Qingxiu's little brother, he naturally doesn't need to investigate his birth. If they can pull the 2 siblings into their own forces, I am afraid that within 20 years, these siblings and brothers will be able to boost their power. After all, Luo Qingxiu has peerless talent and unparalleled combat power, and Luo Chen is a monster with extraordinary talents in Alchemy Martial Dao. Senior Zhang is absurdly praised. Luo Chen naturally heard Zhang Jueshan's words, and smiled at Zhang Jueshan. His eyes turned to Dan Ji above, his expression became solemn. With his current strength, it really may not be able to take over this pill. Just when Luo Chen was thinking about whether to ask Ling Feng for help, a white shadow flickered past, appeared beside him with an extremely cold air, raised his hand to prop up an ice and snow barrier, and directly blocked the falling thunder. Chapter 164. Luo Qingxiu was naturally Luo Qingxiu who appeared beside Luo Chen. However, Luo Qingxiu at this moment is different from the coldness and immortality before. At this moment, Luo Qingxiu exudes vigorous true qi fluctuations. Beside her, it was actually faintly able to see the crystal snow falling. It turned out to be a half-step venerable. The talent of this little girl is really terrifying. An old voice suddenly sounded in Luo Chen's mind, with a little shock. Qingxian Senior, are you awake? Luo Chen said in his heart when he heard the voice in his mind. The owner of this voice couldn't be more familiar to him, and it was the previous move to solve the Black Lotus Demon Elder to lie for him, which caused the Qingxian Venerable, who had exhausted Trial Realm and fell into a deep sleep. Well, Training Realm has accumulated a lot of energy, enough for my operation. Qingxian Venerable's voice sounded again, with some doubts. Are you in Luoyun Academy? Luo Chen nodded and briefly talked to Qingxian Venerable about what happened during this period. You kid. After listening to Luo Chen's words, Qingxian Venerable pondered for a long time, and then said with emotion, perhaps you might really be the same as the great Emperor Danwu 1,000 years ago, two fellow practitioners, and at the same time reaching the highest level. As for your big sis, Martial Dao is more talented than you, and it can even be called the only thing I have seen in my life. I am afraid that even if compared to the Queen of Phoenix 300 years ago, it will not give up too much. Luo Chen's eyes condensed when he heard Qingxian Venerable's words. He did not expect that Qingxian Venerable's evaluation of Luo Qingxiu would be so high. Who is Huang Hao or Huang Mengxian? It can be called the most outstanding Tianjiao in the mainland for thousands of years, and it is famous for the entire continent. Even the masters among the 100 races have to admire the existence. Qingxian Venerable actually thought that Luo Qingxiu's talent could be comparable to that of Queen Huang. It's just a talent. Qingxian Venerable noticed Luo Chen's thoughts and smiled. The Queen of Phoenix was able to become a generation of myths, not just cultivation talent, but also heaven-defying. Otherwise, there were people who were stronger than the Huang Hushan at the beginning. But why did only one Huang Empress break such a huge reputation? Luo Chen naturally knew that Qingxian Venerable was telling the truth, but for him, the fact that Luo Qingxiu's talent was comparable to Queen's was enough to shock him. Boy, don't think about it so much, that pill is almost over. Qingxian Venerable smiled suddenly, and his voice disappeared without a trace. Luo Chen came back to his senses, and only then discovered that Luo Qingxiu had dissipated the ice and snow barrier at some point. The last thunder fell and was shattered by her hand and collapsed into the air. Luo Chen smiled when he saw it, and raised his hand. Anti-Shang pill flew out of the pill furnace and landed on his hand. The whole body was crystal clear, exuding a strong pill fragrance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining Extreme Anti-Life Pill. Pill Refining Proficiency Ascension 2W, Current Proficiency 22W/80W. Ignoring the system prompts, Luo Chen shook the medicine pill in his hand, looked at Du Hanjiang, who was desperate, and said lightly, Senior Du, it seems that I should have won this competition. Du Hanjiang nodded in despair, without speaking. In front of the ultimate medicine pill, even if he can successfully refine the 6th rank medicine pill, he can't win. Let alone with his current pill refining technique, he can only refine the 5th rank medicine pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Du Hanjiang. The time-limited mission Swafuyangwei completed 2 halves. 2 lucky draw opportunities will be awarded. Spiritual Qi 40W. Chapter 165. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Chen's eyes flashed with joy. Before he had time to speak, an untimely voice suddenly sounded over the medicine pavilion. Who just said that if Luo Chen could refine the anti-Shang pill, he would eat the pill furnace? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the girl in green clothes who had been following Luo Qingxiu sticking in her waist, staring at Du Hanjiang, coldly said. Many people shrank their heads subconsciously when they saw the green-clothed girl. The identity of the green-clothed girl was amazing and they couldn't afford it. Even the dean of the Dan Academy Gu Lin and the deputy dean Ling Feng had some headaches and looked at the green-clothed girl with helpless expressions. Before Luo Qingxiu came to the academy, this girl was a famous devil in the academy. That is to say, after Luo Qingxiu saved the girl's life in an experience, the girl in green clothes was willing to listen to Luo Qingxiu's words. As for others, this girl in green will only act like a wind in her ears, with her left ear coming in and out of her right ear. Now that the girl in green suddenly jumped out, even they felt a little tricky. Qingxiu. Gu Lin looked at Luo Qingxiu for help. Now Luo Qingxiu is the only one on the court who can calm down the girl in green. Luo Qingxiu nodded slightly, her eyes fell on the green-clothed girl, without speaking. Xiu, I'm helping you little brother vent your anger. The green-clothed girl said to Luo Qingxiu's eyes with some lack of confidence. The corners of Luo Qingxiu's mouth raised slightly, and there was a slightly narrow smile in the eyes of Qia Shui's bright eyes. Seeing this, the girl in green waved her hands and said helplessly, "Let's do it, I will not interfere with your sister and brother's affairs." Only then did Luo Qingxiu laugh, and his eyes fell on Du Hanjiang's body, and her eyes suddenly became sharp, like a dagger with flickering cold light, piercing into Du Hanjiang's heart. "Sister Shui, I'll solve this by myself." Luo Chen suddenly pressed Luo Qingxiu's arm and smiled faintly. Luo Qingxiu hesitated for a while, and finally nodded, and whispered, "Brothers of the Du family are the temperament that Yazi must report, don't be merciful." "I understand." Luo Chen nodded, his eyes flashed, and he walked in front of Du Hanjiang, patted Du Hanjiang's face with a long sword in his hand, and said lightly, "Senior Du is convinced of the loss." Gu Lin and Ling Feng turned their heads when they saw this scene, as if they hadn't seen it. Since Du Hanjiang jumped out to find fault before, now he ended up looking for it by himself. What's more, in their hearts, the value of 10 Du family brothers tied together is not as valuable as a Luo Chen, and Luo Chen is not alone, there is a more talented Luo Qingxiu beside him. For the Du family brothers, Luo Chen and Luo Qingxiu were irritated. This kind of stupid thing, the mature Gu Lin and Ling Feng would naturally not do it. The cold sword body touched his skin, Du Hanjiang felt awe-inspiring in his heart, quickly recovered, and nodded hurriedly. Suidi Luo's pill refining skills are amazing, and Du naturally admires it. Du Hanjiang said without hesitation, only a touch of unnoticeable resentment and killing intent passed under his eyes. Luo Chen heard this with a little more smile on his face, pointed to the pill furnace on the side, and said lightly, "Then please ask Senior Du to eat this pill furnace." Du Hanjiang's face paled for a while, and he would only say such words when he consciously had the chance to win. Who knew that Luo Chen was so enchanting, he actually refined the legendary ultimate medicine pill. Chapter 166. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Du Hanjiang's eyes widened in horror, and there was a bit of resentment hidden in his gaze towards Luo Chen. "This student, you have to be forgiving and forgiving, I don't think it's better to just let it go." At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly said. Luo Qingxiu swept her watercut autumn eyes in the direction of the sound, her pretty face stern. When they came into contact with Luo Qingxiu's gaze, everyone evaded and soon exposed the speaker to Luo Chen and Luo Qingxiu's sights. The man had a handsome face, dressed in the costume of a tutor from Luoyun Academy, and looked at Luo Chen and Luo Qingxiu with a smile on his face. But from that person's gaze, Luo Chen vaguely sensed a little killing intent, and his smile was more like a forced pretense. "Your Excellency." Luo Chen probably guessed the identity of the visitor, but he didn't point it out, instead he said lightly. "Instructor of the Alchemy Academy, Du Luoyun." The man looked at Luo Chen and said proudly. In his opinion, no matter how talented Luo Chen is, he is only a student in the academy, and he dare not offend him as a tutor in any case. Especially if Luo Chen wants to enter the Alchemy Academy, it is even more impossible to settle a grudge with the instructor of the Alchemy Academy in advance. It turned out to be Teacher Du. Luo Chen smiled coldly, and a sword light appeared in his eyes. "I heard that Tutor Du and Senior Du's are brothers. Why, is it possible that Tutor Du intends to eat this pill furnace for Senior Du?" Luo Chen pointed to the huge pill refining furnace on the side, and said unceremoniously. "You." Hearing Luo Chen's words, Du Luoyun's face suddenly sank, and he shouted, "You have no respect, and students like you still want to enter the academy. The eyes are not respectable." Luo Chen's eyes became more cold, his fingers lightly lifted, and two sword chi whizzed towards Du Liuyun. Du Liuyun's face changed suddenly. He didn't expect that Luo Chen would dare to attack himself in the crowd. He was the tutor of Liuyun Academy. There are more than one senior Liuyun Academy around. Luo Chen dared to shoot himself. Doesn't he want to enter Liuyun Academy anymore? But seeing sword chi getting closer and closer to him, Du Liuyun did not dare to hesitate, and quickly hid behind a student, his eyes full of anger. "That's how you are without respect." Luo Chen looked at Du Liuyun, who was forced to run away in embarrassment by sword chi, smiled coldly, pointed out his finger, two sword chi whistling, directly nailed to Du Hanjiang's shoulders. "Next time, put the trick on the bright spot." After finishing speaking, Luo Chen turned to look at Ling Feng and Gu Lin, whose faces were a little ugly, and smiled, "Two deans, what I did just now is not too much, right?" Gu Lin's face was blue and did not say much, but as soon as Ling Feng was about to speak, Du Liuyun's voice rang out in front of him. "Boy, I don't have any respect, I don't respect my tutor, and I shot my classmates on the spot. For students like you, I don't dare to ask for it at Liuyun Academy." Du Liuyun poked his head out from behind a student, looked at Luo Chen, grinned and said, "You might as well get out of the academy quickly, so as not to be humiliated after a while." "Idiot!" Luo Chen caught a glimpse of Gu Lin's increasingly ugly face, and shook his head disdainfully. He finally knows why the Du family brothers are not popular in Liuyun Academy. Don't these two brothers pill refining their brains? It's fine if you don't understand people's feelings and sophistication. Can't you even judge the situation and the situation? Arrogant kid! Du Liuyun shouted angrily. Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a furious voice. "Du Liuyun! You shut up, daddy!" Chapter 167. Du Liuyun looked in the direction of the sound with a stunned look, and found that the dean of the Alchemy Academy Gu Linsheng looked at him angrily. Even Ling Feng's face next to Gu Lin was full of gloom. On the contrary, Jian Qing, the deputy chief of the War Academy not far away, was full of smiles, and even nodded at him, with some approval in his eyes. "What's the situation?" Du Liuyun was stunned for a moment, and he didn't understand why the atmosphere on the court had become so weird because he just stood up and defended his little brother. However, judging from the expressions of Gu Lin and Ling Feng, he should be in trouble. As for a freshman? Du Liuyun frowned, feeling a little unconcerned. In his opinion, Luo Chen's talent is good, but at most it is only a 4th-rank pill refining teacher who can refine the 4th-rank medicine pill. Even if he is lucky enough to refine the ultimate medicine pill, he can't explain anything. After all, he has also refined the ultimate medicine pill, but now he is still stuck in the realm of the 5th-rank pill refining division, far away from the 6th-rank pill refining division. As for Luo Chen's practitioner status, it has nothing to do with him. He is a pharmacist, not to mention that Luo Chen is just a small 5th-rank martial grandmaster, even a Xiantian great master, or even a martial spirit martial ancestor level practitioner, but what does that have to do with him? Just when Du Liuyun was in doubt, Jian Qing's voice suddenly resounded over the square outside the medicine pavilion. "Haha, Luo boy, it seems that the alchemy courtyard does not welcome you. Come to our war courtyard, our war courtyard is absolutely welcome." "Yes, brother Luo, come to the battle hall," Ye Changli, who was defeated by Luo Chen before, said to Luo Chen, "not to mention that your big sis is also in the battle hall. She can take care of you when you enter the battle hall, right?" Luo Chen couldn't help feeling a little moved when he heard the words. Before he could speak, Gu Lin rushed to him and said, "I announce that from now on, I will expel Du Luyundan Academy as a tutor, and will be expelled from the Dan Academy with Du Hanjiang, and will never be admitted." After speaking, Gu Lin didn't care about Du Hanjiang and Du Liuyun, whose faces turned pale in an instant. Their eyes fell on Luo Chen, and said with a serious expression, "As long as you join our Pill Academy, you can enter the Spirit Fire Tower and get a Spirit Fire. At the same time, the old man will personally teach you the pill refining technique." You can take any medicine below the 5th rank in the Pill Academy. Speaking of this, Gu Lin paused, then gritted his teeth and said, in addition, I don't interfere with your Cultivation Martial Dao, as long as you don't drop alchemy into the territory. As soon as the words came out, there was an uproar all around. Although they knew that Gu Lin valued Luo Chen, they didn't expect to attach such importance to it. A 5th rank alchemist level instructor, a 5th rank alchemist, and a student who is qualified to attack the 6th rank, is the object of courtesy no matter where he is placed. But because of the conflict with Luo Chen, he was directly driven out of the school by Gu Lin. For a while, everyone's eyes, including the pale-faced Du Liuyun and Du Hanjiang brothers, focused on Luo Chen, wanting to know how he would choose. Being watched by everyone, Luo Chen smiled, his gaze swept from all around, and finally settled on Luo Qingxiu, smiled, and turned to look at Jian Qing. Thank you for the kindness of Dean Jian. Although I really want to join the Battle Academy, the Battle Academy really can't provide what I want. Luo Chen rushed to Jian Qing with an apologetic smile, then glanced at the pale Du family brothers, and finally looked at Gu Lin with a smile on his face, nodded, and whispered, I'll join the alchemy. Chapter 168. Hey! Jian Qing sighed when he heard Luo Chen's words, and said helplessly, since you have made a decision, the old man will not force it. If you encounter any problems in Kendo, you can come to the old man at any time. Thank you, Dean Sword, for your kindness, Luo Chen said respectfully in a respectful respect, Dean Sword, don't worry, Dean Sword, I won't fall into the cultivation of Sword Dao. That's good, Jian Qing nodded slightly, looked at the proud Gu Lin and Ling Feng, and snorted coldly, Gu old man, Ling old man, you won this time. After speaking, Jian Qing's figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. Gu Lin glanced at the direction in which Jian Qing was leaving, smiled, and immediately looked at Luo Chen, and said with a smile, Welcome to the Alchemy Academy. At the same time that Gu Lin's voice fell, the system prompt sounded by Luo Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special task. Enter Liuyun Academy, reward spiritual Qi 20W, 1 chance to draw, and 1 special item. Luo Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart, Chong Guilin nodded, and said with a calm expression, Thank you, the orphan director. You go first to get the clothes of the disciples of the Danyuan, and the academy will arrange a place for you, the Hushan Spirit Fire Tower will open, and the old man will take you into the Spirit Fire Tower to collect the Spirit Fire. After speaking, the figure of Lonely also disappeared. Ling Feng and the group of Liuyun Academy tutors also didn't say much, they just nodded to Luo Chen and left quickly. Although the students of Liuyun Academy had the intention to make friends with Luo Chen, they saw Luo Qingxiu who was frosty next to Luo Chen, and they all walked away, and then quickly dispersed. When Luo Chen saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. He looked at Luo Qingxiu who was expressionless and said silently, Sister Shui, what have you done? These students are so afraid of you. Before Luo Qingxiu had time to speak, the girl in green clothes who had been following Luo Qingxiu preemptively said, You don't know yet, your sister is the number 1 in the battle list. At the time of the ranking tournament, your sister could be a single person pressing down all the students in the academy. Can these people not be afraid of her? By the way, my name is Yun Nishang and I come from the Yun family, the capital. The girl in green suddenly realized that she hadn't introduced herself to Luo Chen, and immediately smiled at Luo Chen. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Luo Chen was not too surprised by the news that Luo Qingxiu was number 1 on the battle list. Because Qingxian Venerable told him before that Luo Qingxiu is half-step venerable. This kind of strength is stronger than most of the instructors in the War Academy, and it is normal to crush the students of the War Academy. What surprised him was the identity of the girl in green. Huangdu Yunjia. That is the royal family of the Flowing Cloud Empire. In other words, this girl named Yunishang is probably a certain princess or simply a certain princess. It turned out to be Yun Big Sis, but although Luo Chen was a little surprised, he did not show it. Kongyun Nishang nodded, his expression calm. You weren't surprised at all. Yun Nishang glared at Luo Chen, and said with an aura, It's the same as your sister, it's boring. Neon clothes. Luo Qingxiu glanced over Yun Nicheng's body, and said lightly, Xiao Chen is also tired today. Let him go to rest. There will be time in the future. When Luo Qingxiu looked at Yun Nicheng like this, she waved her hand helplessly, saying, I know. Only then did Luo Qingxiu nod her head, her gaze fell on Luo Chen, with a little smile on her face, and she whispered, Go and rest first. I'll take you to get acquainted with the school tomorrow. Luo Chen nodded, and then walked towards the inside of the alchemy courtyard with a cautious student who had been standing beside the alchemy courtyard. Chapter 169. Inside the Dan yard, there is a dense courtyard in the depths of a courtyard with a more luxurious decoration than other courtyards. There is a pill furnace in the yard, surrounded by a large number of medicinal materials. This residence is the original residence of Vice President Ling. It was designated by President Ling to arrange it for you. You can use the medicinal materials in it, Brother Luo. The Pill Academy student who led Luo Chen stood in the courtyard, and said to Luo Chen who was on the side. In addition, there is a spiritual gathering formation in this yard, but the spirit stones needed to activate the formation need to be provided by the younger brother yourself. If you need to sell the medicine pill that you don't need, you can go to Fang City in the Dan Academy, which is not far from the student dormitory. After the student goes out, turn left and walk all the way to the end. In addition, Luo Chen patiently listened to the introduction of the student from the Naden Academy, and then nodded at the student, took out a small bag containing the low-grade spirit stones from the universe ring and stuffed it. Senior Lao is here, this can be regarded as a gift of appreciation from the younger brother, the senior must accept it. The student noticed the faint spiritual qi coming out of the small bag, his eyes lit up, and he quickly said, My name is Wang Shi. If Luo Suidi needs any information in the future, just come to me. In this institution, I dare to say that no one is more informed than mine. Luo Chen nodded lightly and said with a smile, If there is a need, I will definitely come to see Senior Wang for help. As long as you speak, Senior Brother Luo is bound to define it. Wang Shi smiled at Luo Chen, and said, I won't disturb Senior Brother Luo today. After speaking, Wang Shi directly withdrew from the yard and closed the yard door with ease. Luo Chen looked at the direction Wang Shi was leaving, with a little smile on his face. He didn't expect that any student who arranged a place for him would turn out to be an intelligence dealer. It happened that he had just come to Liuyun Academy and didn't know much about some things. If you have Wang Shi's help, you can undoubtedly get to know Liuyun Academy quickly, and you won't suffer a loss in some things. As for asking Luo Qingxiu and Yun Nicheng, Luo Chen never thought about it. Luo Qingxiu put aside first. As for Yun Nicheng's flamboyant temperament, Luo Chen guessed that she didn't know much. That being the case, it would be better to pay some compensation at that time and ask Wang Shi, an intelligence dealer. Shaking his head, Luo Chen returned to the room, looked at the spotlessly cleaned room, fell directly on the bed, and instructed the system in his heart. System, can you draw special items now? The host has a chance to draw special items once, do you want to draw now? The system prompt sounded in Luo Chen's mind very quickly. Draw it right away, Luo Chen nodded, and ordered in his heart. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Chen felt that his vision changed for a while. After he recovered, he was already in a starry sky, with a large number of light balls floating around him. Luo Chen was quite familiar with this, and he pondered for a moment, then grabbed a light golden ball of light flying by his side, and crushed it in one hand. An ancient sword hilt emerged from the ball of light and appeared in Luo Chen's hands. A lot of weird runes could be seen on the hilt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the mutilated Emperor Danwu saber, hilt. As the system prompt sounded, Luo Chen suddenly had more information about the hilt in his mind. Mutilated Danwu saber, hilt. 1,000 years ago, the Tianjiao Danwu Emperor experienced a shocking battle after becoming emperor, causing the sword to be broken and turned into 9 fragments scattered around. This thing is the hilt left over from the broken sword of Emperor Danwu at the time. Finding the remaining 8 fragments may be able to reproduce the sword of Emperor Danwu at the time. Chapter 170. After sorting out the information in his mind, Luo Chen couldn't help but shine. This turned out to be something left by a strong martial god? And this martial god is still a transcendent existence that entered the imperial realm at the same time as alchemy and martial Dao. How can this kind of thing left by a peerless powerhouse be simple? If this sword can be repaired in the future, then there is no need to look for other weapons. Luo Chen smiled, and then the scene in front of him shattered. When he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in the room. As for the broken hilt, it turned into a stream of light and plunged into his mind. Luo Chen only felt that Lingtai was clear for a while. With a thought, Luo Chen closed his eyes and entered the state of introspection. Through internal observation, Luo Chen could see the endless turbulent sea in an empty space. Luo Chen knows very well that this is where his sea of consciousness lies. It's just that he couldn't see the sea in the past at all, but he didn't expect that today, with the help of this sword hilt, he could do what he couldn't do before. Luo Chen's gaze swept across the sea of consciousness, and he found that the incomplete hilt had become immensely large at some unknown time. Most of it was submerged in the sea of consciousness, with only a small section of the hilt exposed. In the surroundings, there were strands of inexplicable power rushing toward the hilt of the sword, and finally merged into the sea of consciousness. Let Luo Chen feel that his thoughts are gradually becoming more flexible, as if his soul is being nourished by something and is slowly growing. Does this hilt also nourish the soul? Luo Chen's heart jumped and he opened his eyes abruptly, and joy appeared in his eyes. It is worthy of being left by the peerless powers of Emperor Dan Yu, even if it is incomplete, it still possesses great power. Settling down, Luo Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart, and instructed the system, lottery. He now has 4 chances to draw. 1 time was rewarded by the system when creating a self-made Jianhong Yazan, 2 times were rewarded after completing the time-limited mission Academic Power, and the last time was rewarded by completing a special mission Enter Luoyun Academy. As Luo Chen's voice fell, the scene in front of him changed again, and after he recovered, he was once again in a starry sky. The 4 huge star roulettes are lined up in front of them, and densely packed objects are listed on them. Luo Chen's gaze swept across the 4 star roulettes, and then said lightly, "Start." As soon as the voice fell, the 4 star roulettes turned all together, and soon I couldn't see the objects on it, only the 4 huge silver light wheels were constantly spinning. "Stop!" Luo Chen gave an order, and the 4 star roulette stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting smoke sand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the star core. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the opportunity to enlighten you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a 6th rank medicine pill. As the system prompt sounded, Luo Chen hadn't reacted yet, and the space in front of him quickly shattered, sending him out.